Chapter 1: The Crisis of Being Fired. Right now, immediately, tear up those copies of Advanced Mathematics and Linear Algebra in your hands. Your parents are spending their hard-earned money to send you to these classes, not so you can waste your time on these mind-numbing distractions. On the podium, the beautiful bespectacled teacher Lawani looked at her students with frustration, her chest heaving with emotion as she struggled to contain her disappointment. Dead last in academic progress across the grade, dead last in team combat scores for the first semester, dead last in individual battle performance too. These are the glorious honors your class 2 of year 1 has achieved. How impressive. I, Lawani, have never seen a worse class than yours. As she spoke, she slammed the grade reports onto the lectern with a thunderous bang. The solid wood podium actually cracked from the force of paper being thrown at it, and the deafening sound made the students below freeze completely. I tried to mediate from the side. No need for this, Wani. Must you be so harsh on the children? But Lawani, currently fueled by rage, showed no appreciation for my intervention and immediately turned her fire towards me. How many times must I say it? During work hours, address me by my professional title. Teacher Yi, as the acting homeroom teacher of Class 2 Grade 1, you bear significant responsibility for the class's current academic performance. She paused, hesitating for a moment before saying, the board confronted me today. If this class's grades don't improve next semester, I won't be able to protect you anymore. You're on your own now. With that, she left Class 1 to 2 with an icy expression, her alluring figure wrapped in a professional skirt gradually disappearing beyond the classroom door. I watched her retreating figure, utterly exasperated. Just which bastard transferred you, Wani, to our grade as the Dean of Academics? My wonderful slacker lifestyle has been completely ruined. I'm a dimensional traveler. In my previous life, I worked myself to the bone for capitalists until an unexpected sudden death transported me to this world. This is a high martial world where supernatural abilities awaken. Culture and science aren't valued here. Everyone cultivates power, and martial strength reigns supreme. There are those born with awakened abilities and others who inherit their power from noble families. Ability awakening levels are categorized as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 X. Strength tiers are divided into iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, and diamond. Those beyond diamond are considered transcendents, beings whose power defies conventional measurement. Their threat levels can only be described in magnitudes like city-level destruction, nation-level carnage, or world-level annihilation. I've transmigrated as the youngest son of the Yi family, one of the Dragon Kingdom's most prestigious noble houses. Unfortunately, this body has minimal cultivation talent. Even with the Yi family's vast resources and supreme cultivation techniques, I've only managed to reach silver tier strength. In his previous life, when he came of age, he was arranged to become a teacher at the prestigious demon capital High Martial Academy, thanks to his status as the young heir of the Yi family. This academy is renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom for its high martial arts training. Teaching here offered unimaginably high benefits, resources, and social status. Plus, the reborn me even received a generous monthly allowance from the Yi family, making life quite satisfying at first. But after the academy's restructuring, those good days vanished. To boost its rankings, the academy implemented drastic reforms for freshmen, stripping them of the carefree freedom of university life and reducing their existence to a rigid routine of classrooms, dorms, and restrooms. Days began with morning study sessions and ended with night self-study exams. The evaluation system changed from once a year to minor monthly tests and major biannual exams. These assessments covered not just cultivation progress but also practical combat, including team battles and individual duels. It all reminded me of the wretched experience of high school back in the 4 provinces. These assessments have left students groaning in pain, and what's worse, teachers are also subjected to KPI evaluations, with those failing to meet standards gradually being demoted. It was in this brutal environment that my formal teaching status was step by step reduced to that of a teaching assistant. If this continues, I might truly become the first teacher in Shanghai High Martial Academy to be dismissed. The hardest part to accept is that my status as the young master of the Yi family couldn't even protect my position, all because the freshman class dean is Lawani, the childhood fiancé arranged for me by the Yi family, the cherished youngest princess of the Lu family, who had already broken through to the platinum rank at a young age and was personally designated as the heir by the Lu family's patriarch. Although due to my predecessor's poor cultivation talent and Lawani's dazzling brilliance, both families stopped mentioning this arranged marriage, the fact that it once existed still lingers. No one in the entire Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy would dare expel me without the Yi family seeking retribution. But if Lawani fires me, the Yi family would probably just smile apologetically before cursing me for being useless. What kind of nonsense is this? Reincarnated, only to be kicked out by a child bride? I'm quite handsome, nothing like that crooked-mouthed Dragon King. The more I think about it, the more depressed I get. I can hardly imagine what kind of glorious homecoming awaits me at the Yi family in this state. Sometimes I even suspect my predecessor was driven to his demise by this cruel reality. But now isn't the time for self-pity. My top priority is preserving my god-tier position. I compose myself and flash a professional smile. Students, I'm about to offer some motivational words when the sight below the podium leaves me speechless. The students who had just been trembling under Lei Yuan's intimidating gaze were now engrossly reading magazines like Linear Algebra and Advanced Mathematics, with some even feverishly working through 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations, completely disregarding me, their homeroom teacher. I couldn't help but feel like I was looking at a bunch of hopeless cases, utterly exasperated. My predecessor, relying on his status as the young master of the Yi family, had been convinced the academy wouldn't dare expel him, slacking off like crazy, only to end up as the homeroom teacher for the worst class in the entire grade. If I thought this class would be my ladder to keeping my job, I might as well start drafting one of those overly sentimental letters home to move my father to pity. Who knows, maybe it could lighten my punishment when I eventually return. Just as I was mentally composing that nauseating opening line, a cold voice rang in my head. Ding! The master system has awakened. Will you accept? Chapter 2. The system awakens. Dachuan, follow me. System? Hearing that icy voice in my mind, my eyes lit up slightly. That mechanical voice felt like the early spring sun melting away snow, utterly comforting. I instantly chose to activate the system without hesitation. Congratulations, host. The master teacher system has been activated. Master system is loading. Please wait. Master system has been successfully loaded. The host can ignore any conditions and see the strengths and weaknesses of supernatural abilities and techniques displayed before them. While the host guides them to correct their shortcomings and enhance their strength, they receive corresponding rewards. Current main quest: turn the tables and lead the class to clinch the top spot in the grade. Main mission part 1, mentor a student. Master teacher system. My eyes sparkled slightly. It was like finding a pillow the moment I felt sleepy. I gazed at the students below the podium, pondering for a moment before letting my eyes settle on the class ace, class monitor Wang Dachuan, who was sprawled across the back row fast asleep. Di-chun, wake up. Come with me to the training room. Ha, oh, okay. Upon hearing my command, Wang Dachuan rubbed his drowsy eyes, wiped off some drool, and eagerly followed me out of the classroom, leaving behind bewildered students gazing at each other. What's going on? The class isn't over yet. Teacher Yi just left like that? After Principal Lu just scolded him, Teacher Yi left just like that? Didn't you hear what Principal Lu said? If we rank last again this time, Teacher Yi will really have to pack up and leave. I just saw Teacher Yi seem like he wanted to say something, but ended up saying nothing at all. Is Teacher Yi really upset this time? Did we go too far? To be honest, even though Teacher Yi usually acts quite presumptuous, he's genuinely good to us. Today, a few classmates were chatting when one said, "Shouldn't we try to put in some effort?" Immediately someone poured cold water. What are you thinking? Don't you understand why we're all in the same class? Relying on us to improve? Keep dreaming. Someone else chimed in, exactly. Even if you bust your gut trying, you still wouldn't be able to help Teacher Yi. Another person echoed, hey, you've got a point there. Sometimes when a class gets trapped in a toxic atmosphere, even the slightest positive thought gets snuffed out instantly. The main complex of Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, that's a world-class cultivation sanctuary funded by the Magic Capital state government with massive investments. The gravity chambers, testing rooms, and mana nullification chambers here are all rarities you wouldn't even catch a glimpse of elsewhere. Each one has been empowered by transcendent tier grandmasters, with construction costs starting at hundreds of millions, a blatant display of Magic Capital's nouveau riche swagger as the economic powerhouse. At this moment, Wang Dachuan and I were sitting facing each other in the training room. I began, Dachuan, it's been about 2 years since you came to the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, hasn't it? Wang Dachuan scratched his head and replied, Teacher Yi, I'm actually a freshman this year. I sighed and said, Dachuan, could it be you've forgotten that you repeated a grade? He chuckled foolishly, Teacher Yi, I did forget. Looking at his simple and honest demeanor, I helplessly shook my head. This kid was decent in every way, just a bit too naive. Seeing my troubled expression, Wang Dachuan patted his chest confidently and declared, Teacher Yi, don't worry. With me, Dachuan, around, Director Li definitely can't fire you. Surprised, I responded, you? He affirmed, exactly. Don't judge by my usual silence, I actually know everything. Then, moving closer with a mysterious air, he whispered, Teacher Yi, I found out something. Director Li might seem strict and fair on the surface, but privately, my interest was instantly piqued. In all my dealings with Lo Wani, she had always been upright, fair, and transparent. I'd never heard a single rumor about her. Wang Dachuan looked at me with an air of solemn wisdom and said, Teacher Yi, you've always been too aloof, too detached from worldly affairs. Look at the society we're living in nowadays. After a pause, he continued, let me tell you, Teacher Yi, Director Lu is a gold digger. Then, glancing around furtively, he leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, Teacher Yi, this might shock you, but those plain-looking clothes Director Lu wears might seem brandless, yet every single piece costs no less than 100,000 yuan. There's no way she could afford that on her salary. Watching his dead serious expression, I felt a sinking feeling and asked, so, Dachuan, What exactly do you plan to do about it? Excitedly, he replied, Teacher Yi, here's the thing, if you chip in some of your salary, and I rally our class to pull together some class funds, we could privately give Director Lu a generous gift later. She'd surely, ha. Looking at his smug face, I felt utterly speechless. Trying to bribe a young lady from an aristocratic family with a trinket worth tens of thousands, especially one bought with pooled class funds, was practically begging for me to get fired immediately. Dachuan. I'd barely started speaking when he eagerly cut in. What do you think, Teacher Yi? You must agree that I... Before he could finish, I rapped him sharply on the head with my knuckles and scolded angrily. Dachuan, as class monitor, not only do you fail to lead by example, you keep devising these crooked schemes. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Wang Dachuan clutched his head in pain, looking at me with pitiful, wounded eyes. I despair of you, I said with exasperation. Couldn't you focus on proper cultivation instead? On actually improving your skills? On how to enhance the entire class's combat abilities? Wang Dachuan's face was full of disbelief, his eyes seeming to say, Who are you? You're not Teacher Yi, as if these weren't words that a teacher notorious for dozing off in class could utter. I felt a bit awkward under his gaze, cleared my throat, and continued, Normally, I've been letting you roam free, all to allow your natural instincts to flourish. Wang Dachuan nodded, though not entirely comprehending. I went on, my philosophy stems from the ancient sage Laozi's concept of governing by doing nothing. You wouldn't understand, and I don't blame you. Governing by non-intervention is the way of sages, free the heart, embrace authenticity, fill the stomach, strengthen the bones, let the mind roam boundless, and achieve harmony with the heavens. But, I abruptly shifted my tone, ultimately, non-intervention must lead to proper governance. I've allowed you your freedom long enough. As your mentor, it's time I stepped in to guide you. I picked up the Tao Te Ching and spoke eloquently about its teachings. Combined with my appearance and demeanor, I must have seemed like some transcendent sage in Wang Dachuan's eyes. He didn't quite understand, but he seemed convinced by my words, though he immediately shook his head, probably thinking, how could someone who naps in class be any kind of sage? Stop standing there dumbstruck. I interrupted his thoughts. Come on, show your master what you've got. He hesitated uncertainly. Teacher, are you sure? His face was full of doubt. He must have thought I was acting completely out of character today. I barked. When I tell you to strike, you strike. No backtalk. Oh, yes, sir. The simple-minded Wang Dachuan assumed a horse stance, closed his eyes to focus, and crimson light shimmered behind him. A monstrous beast's image distorted across his body as he began expanding, his already towering frame shot up to 3 meters tall. Crimson scales, muscular limbs, oppressive aura, savage tusks, and an enormous boar's head completed his classic metamorphic ability, devouring savage boar. Professor Yi, here I come. His voice rumbled thickly through the transformed vocal cords before he charged toward the testing robot. Wang Dachuan centered his chi, taking one earth-shaking step forward. The sheer mass of his movement made the entire training hall tremble 3 times. He extended his right hand in a forward strike, a seemingly slow palm strike that unleashed astonishing power. With a loud bang, the test robot was sent flying 3 meters backward. Then, the screen displayed a value of 508, equivalent to the strength of an adult wild giant elephant. At that moment, I activated the Master-Apprentice system, and all of Wang Dachuan's details flashed through my mind. Wang Dachuan, male, 20 years old. Supernatural ability Awakener, devouring savage boar, A rank. Current cultivation technique, Magic Metropolis High Martial Academy Body Refinement 2.0, Public Edition. The advantage is great strength, but the disadvantage lies in the unusual nature of Subject A's ability, devouring ferocious boar. It contains the bloodline of the gluttonous Taotai, which interferes with the ability's full potential. Additionally, the cultivation technique is incompatible, resulting in excessively low energy conversion efficiency during practice. In combat, the energy consumption is too high, and there is a stinging lesion in the 3rd meridian of the right arm. There are 2 suggested solutions, either undergo a secondary evolution of the ability or optimize the cultivation technique. Reading the system's analysis, I recalled Wang Dachuan's experience. As an A-level awakened ability user, he was 1 in 10,000 during the college entrance exams. The Magic City High Martial Arts Academy went to great lengths and paid a hefty price to recruit him. Who would have thought his ability would be so bizarre? Despite pouring in massive amounts of energy stones, his progress crawled at a snail's pace, worse than even an E-level ability user. His practical combat abilities, aside from immense strength, showed no special characteristics befitting an A-grade talent. The academy even arranged for a diamond rank master to mentor him for a while, but it ultimately had no effect. Gradually, he was labeled as worthless and became a repeater, ending up in my class. As I looked at him, I couldn't help but reflect it wasn't that Wang Dachuan was talentless, but rather that the academy's teachers lacked the ability, nearly burying a hidden peerless genius. Teacher, how was that strike? Wang Dachuan looked at me with smug satisfaction, clearly pleased with the result. I glanced at the score counter and shook my head, saying, Dachuan, your strike might seem decent in power, but from a teacher's perspective, there's still room for improvement. He shook his head earnestly and replied, "Impossible, Teacher Yi. I've practiced this strike step by step under our academy's top martial arts instructor. I've thrown a million punches every single day, both in movement techniques and cultivation methods, even down to breathing. I'm absolutely certain it fully aligns with our academy's martial standards." Seeing the honest Wang Dachuan refute me, I remained composed and said, "Dachuan, I naturally believe you can achieve what you claim. What I'm saying isn't that your cultivation has problems, but rather that the teaching materials you're studying have issues." Upon hearing my words, Wang Dachuan's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, probably thinking to himself, "Bro, a man can be arrogant, but shouldn't lose his mind." Though Wang Dachuan respected me as his homeroom teacher, the physical cultivation textbooks of Modu Advanced Martial Arts Institute were specially compiled by Dragon Country's transcendent-level martial saints hired at great expense. His previous physical cultivation instructor had also been a diamond-level grandmaster. Now here I was, a mere silver-level instructor, claiming the textbooks were flawed. "Teacher, maybe we should just take a break." Wang Dachuan tried to comfort me. "Dean Lu is just speaking offhand, we'll surely find another way." Clearly, in his eyes, my words must have seemed like incoherent babbling under the high-pressure stimulation from Lo Wani. I wasn't annoyed by his skepticism. Instead, I smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Dachuan, everyone's physique and meridian structure are different. While universal cultivation techniques can accommodate most people, none achieve a perfect fit, especially when your meridians inherently clash with the technique itself. But Teacher Yi, I've been practicing the standard national curriculum, the one personally compiled by the Dragon Kingdom's transcendent-level martial sage." "Is that so?" I countered softly. "Then why does the third meridian in your right hand always sting when you execute the technique?" The words struck Wang Dachuan like a bolt from the blue. His eyes widened as he stammered, How did you know?" The stinging pain in his meridians, he had never mentioned it to anyone, not even visited the infirmary for it. My gaze deepened like the starry sky as I said, "Your meridians and cultivation techniques are clashing. Even if you exert yourself 12-fold, you'll only achieve 8-fold results. What's more, if this goes on, that meridian could suffer irreversible damage." Wang Dachuan was stunned. He had assumed the stinging was simply due to overexertion. Now, hearing me warn of permanent harm, panic crept into his voice. "Teacher, then, what should I do?" "Try using your left hand," I hinted subtly, exuding an air of enigmatic profundity. "My left hand?" Wang Dachuan was stunned. "But I've always practiced with my right." Suddenly switching to my left would be. "Right or wrong, you'll only know by trying," I interrupted him, my calm tone carrying an unmistakable confidence. Wang Dachuan stared at me blankly, probably thinking to himself, "This composure, this confidence, is this really the same homeroom teacher who used to doze off during class? Could it be that my mentor truly is a transcendent master hiding in plain sight among the mundane world? Yet modifying cultivation techniques is no child's play. If anything were to go wrong and cause lasting complications, there'd be no place left for regretful tears." Seeing his hesitation, I decided to push further. "Dachuan, are you truly so afraid of change? Do you really want your arm to remain crippled like this forever?" My words burrowed into Wang Dachuan's heart like parasitic insects. After a moment's deliberation, he stood up and said, "Teacher Yi, I trust you." No sooner had the words faded than Wang Dachuan steadied his horse stance, slowly raising his left hand, his arm trembling slightly, whether from nerves or anticipation, it was hard to tell. The next instant, his body swelled once more as the violet beast mutated again, engulfing his entire form. His left hand pushed forward in a deliberate palm strike, the air distorting as if compressed by an unseen, immense force, rippling even before his palm made contact. With a deafening boom, that seemingly sluggish palm strike left behind a blur of afterimages at the moment of impact, its blistering speed generating a shocking sonic boom. When the palm strike truly landed on the test dummy, it sounded even more muffled and powerful than before. The primary test dummy wasn't pushed back much this time, but cracks actually began to appear on its surface. The numbers on the testing screen spun wildly before finally stopping at 1012. The massive red digits electrified Wang Dachuan's nerves. With just 2 brief pointers, he had actually delivered a value more than double his previous performance. Wang Dachuan stood beneath the testing screen, his eyes wide open as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. 1012? He stared at the flashing numbers on the display panel, his heart pounding so fiercely it felt like it might leap right out of his throat. This is from me?" His voice trembled, disbelief written all over his face. On strength tests, 1000 was the watershed between the silver and gold tiers. For Wang Dachuan to hit such a number meant that in pure physical power alone, he'd already reached early gold tier levels. Yet he clearly hadn't even broken through the silver tier. Just moments ago his all-out effort had barely exceeded 500. This was nothing short of a miracle. Wang Dachuan gazed at the robot's wreckage and swallowed hard. Even the most recognized geniuses in the academy, those burgeoning talents from prominent families, were only at the initial gold tier. These were people he had once considered utterly unattainable, yet now, they were within reach. The reality before him struck Wang Dachuan like a tidal wave, shattering his worldview. He stood there, dumbstruck, unable to utter a word. My gaze, deep and fathomless as the distant stars, swept past the dazed Wang Dachuan as I walked over to the test robot. Lightly running my fingers over its cracked surface, I clicked my tongue. Tisk, even the magic pattern alloy was shattered into fractures. The faculty in charge of resources must be weeping over the losses. Brushing off the debris from my palms, I straightened up and remarked approvingly, "Not bad." The test robot hadn't retreated even a single centimeter, meaning not an ounce of force had been wasted, almost all of it was concentrated within the target itself. "The efficiency you're displaying now is at least 70%. Hearing my evaluation, Wang Dachuan was even more astonished, murmuring to himself, "Efficiency, 70%. An ordinary silver tier efficiency was usually around 30%. How many people train day after day, meticulously refining their movements, all for the sake of improving efficiency by less than 1%? And now, he had effortlessly surpassed his peers by such a staggering margin. Wang Dachuan thought back to his years of grueling training, day in, day out, year after year, and couldn't help but feel a bitter twist at the corner of his mouth. It was as if the struggles of his past decade had been for nothing. Whatever cultivation manuals written by legendary masters, whatever personal guidance from diamond tier experts, compared to the insights I'd just given him, they were like mayflies trying to fathom the vastness of the sky. Teacher, is all of this really true? Though the results were right in front of him, Wang Dachuan couldn't help but doubt himself. What's true or false? Can't you see the results for yourself? But teacher, someone at my level could never possibly achieve this. I looked at Wang Dachuan and shook my head. Though I'd uncovered his physical potential, he still lacked one crucial thing: edge. Years of being a good-for-nothing had worn away Wang Dachuan's sharpness. Left unchecked, even with natural talent, he'd eventually regress into mediocrity and fade into obscurity. This wasn't the outcome I'd worked so hard for. Time for some strong medicine. Dachun, you can fool others, but don't fool yourself. I cut him off sharply, my piercing gaze seeming to see right through him. Dachun, from what I know, you sleep all day and secretly practice boxing in the training room every night. Think about it carefully, those millions of punches you throw daily, the 3 part-time jobs you work to exchange for others' energy stone quotas, all the effort you put in where no one can see. I patted his cheek lightly. Ask your heart honestly, do you truly believe you're worthless? Wake up, challenging opponents above your rank should be the norm for a Class A awakened. It was those mediocre teachers who misjudged you. Don't let their mistakes chain you down. An A-grade awakener was always 1 in 10,000, a genius capable of surpassing levels. It's just that Wang Dachuan, this hidden pearl, had been buried in dust for too long, making even himself forget what a true genius should look like. From today onward, straighten your back and let the entire Modu High Martial Academy witness the genius that is Wang Dachuan. You should be the brightest star among all the freshmen. My words pierced Wang Dachuan's heart like arrows. Teacher Yi, Wang Dachuan's eyes grew slightly red as he listened to my words, reflecting on the past, just 2 short years. I am Yi Ran. Today, I witnessed Wang Dachuan's transformation. He was once the rising star everyone admired, only to become despised as worthless trash, going from a prized pupil to a repeat offender in the worst class of the grade. Those vicious rumors, a waste of school resources, good-for-nothing trash. Why don't you just drop out already? Tormented him endlessly. He gradually grew numb, transforming from a spirited youth into a timid fellow who let others bully him, but I knew how unwilling he truly was inside. Day after day, he threw punches, scrimped and saved while working odd jobs, swallowed his pride to exchange for energy stone quotas, all in hopes that one day, the clouds would part and he'd see the light. After nearly 2 years, I made him see the light amidst the mire. When I brushed off the filth clinging to him and declared to the world that he wasn't trash but treasure, that numb, hardened shell of his shattered. Teacher Yi, I'm sorry, sob. This burly, grown man choked on his words, unable to speak through his weeping. I just watched him silently as his voice choked with emotion. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, ding, congratulations host for successfully completing the mission, guiding a student, now distributing the rewards for this guidance session. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 bronze tier lottery ticket. Then it continued, ding, detecting high admiration from the teaching target. Would you like to bind them as a direct disciple? Just as I was filled with doubts, the system automatically explained, the host will receive a reward of 10% of the personal disciple's cultivation progress every day. Moreover, if the direct disciple achieves a major breakthrough, the host will receive corresponding rewards. I mentally clicked yes. Ding, congratulations, host, you've gained a personal disciple. Instantly, an inexplicable connection formed between Wang Dachuan and me. My aura became more concentrated, showing faint signs of breaking through to the silver tier, likely a boost from Wang Dachuan's cultivation progress. Ding! Achievement detected, recruit a personal disciple, 1/1. The current lottery ticket is undergoing special upgrades. Ding! The current lottery ticket has been specially upgraded to a rainbow lottery ticket, allowing you to draw from special rainbow treasure chests. Would you like to proceed? I never expected that by inspiring Wang Dachuan, I not only gained an A-rank personal disciple but also completed a hidden mission. Without hesitation, I chose to activate it. Ding! Opening special colored treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining the legendary constitution, innate Tao body. As soon as the system's voice faded, a silent and formless rhythm began to cleanse my body, resonating with it. A faint glow enveloped me before disappearing. The rhythm flashed by in an instant. I only felt my body grow tougher, my muscles brimming with explosive power, and my five senses becoming unusually sharp, so sharp that I could even detect the faint vibrations of someone walking outside the testing room. Every movement carried the rhythm of the Grand Tao. I was thrilled beyond measure. This must be the legendary innate Tao body. The innate Tao body is said to be impervious to all arts, the most coveted constitution among cultivators. It represents the pinnacle of comprehension, removes all bottlenecks in cultivation, and surpasses ordinary efficiency, a direct path to transcending mortality and attaining sainthood. With a mere thought, I ignited the Ink Dragon spiritual art, inherited from the Yi family. Dark emerald flames surged, now towering more than 3 times higher than before. Truly, the innate Tao body grants far greater innate talent in harnessing energy than ordinary beings. Wang Dachuan stared at me, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Though I was outwardly unchanged, every gesture I made now felt natural and soothing to him. Even a single glance seemed to accelerate his cultivation progress. He naturally didn't know I currently possessed an innate Tao body. When I exerted my full power, my entire being would be enveloped in the rhythm of the great Tao, bringing comfort to cultivators. He recalled being similarly drawn to the demeanor of the Magic City High Martial Academy's principal during the special college entrance exam recruitment, but felt my aura was even more naturally pure. Instantly respecting me deeply, he grew ashamed of previously suggesting I bribe Lo Wani. Waving my hand, I told him to remember that improving strength was the true path. He declared firmly that he'd stake his life to win first place for our class. I chuckled and said many prodigies emerged this year, no need to go that far. He insisted that since I'd never looked down on him and given him a second chance, he'd follow me forever, even offering his life, leaving me utterly speechless. I pondered about the next steps. The system had not only optimized the cultivation techniques but also devised an enhancement plan for superpowers, though this plan was somewhat outrageous. Fortunately, with the previous groundwork laid, I believed Wang Dachuan should be able to follow through. I said to him, Dachuan, the cultivation techniques have indeed been optimized, but you mainly rely on the physical fitness of an A-grade awakener. It seems your superpower hasn't been utilized much. Hearing this, his mood darkened. Indeed, as I had pointed out, despite his impressive achievements, his superpower had shown little progress. His mutant-type superpower, the Devouring Direboar, was a high-tier mutant beast possessing innate abilities like defense, immense strength, and devouring charge. Yet, apart from a pitiful strength boost, none of these traits were connected to him. His cultivation progress hadn't accelerated due to his A-grade superpower talent. In fact, it was even slower than that of lower-grade superpower users. If this continues, even if I manage to barely keep up with the top tier through optimized techniques and my A-rank physical abilities, the fatal flaw of missing supernatural effects will ultimately leave me a step behind in strength. Wang Dachuan simply chuckled sheepishly and said to the teacher, Teacher, my school has tried so many methods to fix my supernatural abilities flaw, they all failed. I stopped caring about it long ago. Having suffered hardships, he was philosophical about it. But I shook my head and declared earnestly, word by word, how can I allow my student to lag behind others? Hearing my words, Wang Dachuan's previously depressed spirits lifted again. Disbelieving, he stammered, Teacher Yi, you really have a way? I looked at him and asked, Dachuan, do you believe in me? He thought to himself that since I could revise techniques compiled by transcendent-level grandmasters, perhaps I could also find a way to help with his supernatural abilities. At this thought, his expression grew excited. Faced with such a precious opportunity, naturally he didn't want to miss it, so he nodded vigorously. Teacher Yi, I believe in you. Whatever you say now, I'll do it immediately. Watching his eager expression, I began to explain patiently, Dachuan, I know many people have studied your abilities before. They all proposed various theories and suggestions, but in the end, they concluded that your abilities are flawed and advised you to absorb more energy, right? Seems like it. Wang Dachuan recalled his past experiences. Dead wrong. I interrupted his reminiscence, firmly refuting all previous judgments with unwavering confidence, declaring, Dachuan, your ability is absolutely not defective. The reason your power hasn't manifested is that your awakened devouring savage boar contains traces of some higher-level bloodline. It's this bloodline suppression that makes your devouring savage boar ability difficult to utilize. In other words, your ability isn't flawed, it's actually too extraordinary. Hearing my words, Wang Dachuan was completely stunned and asked, Teacher, are you absolutely certain you're not joking? It's like a person lying sick in bed suddenly being told by a doctor that not only are they not ill, but their physical condition is so good they could compete in the Olympics. Anyone hearing this would doubt whether the doctor was being serious. Seeing he still couldn't believe it, I stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Dachuan, trust your master's judgment, you're a dust-covered pearl, truly extraordinary candidate. You're the 1 in 10,000 S-rank talent." S-rank. Listening to my words, Wang Dachuan's breathing grew somewhat rapid. A-rank awakeners cultivate quickly and possess formidable power, they represent the pinnacle of human genius. But S-rank talent? That belongs to the realm of monstrous prodigies. Among the top 10 outstanding youths of the younger generation in Dragon Country today, 9 are inheritors of major aristocratic families and superpowers, while the remaining one, an S-class awakened, has firmly held the top spot for several months, suppressing the millennia-old legacies of all superpowers with sheer personal talent. This shows just how monstrous S-class talent can be. Wang Dachuan's eyes began to glow faintly red, his breathing roughening slightly as he asked excitedly, "So, what should I do, teacher?" I waved my hand casually. "It's simple, a second awakening." My words struck like thunder out of a clear sky, snapping Wang Dachuan out of his reverie. He stared at me in disbelief. A second awakening was far too difficult. The most recent attempt, orchestrated by the Ability Alliance to assist Andrew in his second awakening during their campaign against the Demon God's territory, had cost 3 Diamond-class elite fighters just to forge a single warrior capable of standing at the world's pinnacle. It was a Pyrrhic victory at best. Wang Dachuan said, "Teacher, maybe I should just keep practicing martial arts. Don't worry, if I work several times harder than usual, I can still make something of myself." I asked, "Dachuan, do you not trust your teacher?" He replied, "No, Teacher Yi, it's just that achieving a second awakening is truly too difficult. There's really no need." I brushed off his concerns with a wave of my hand and said, "Dachuan, your understanding of secondary awakening is far too shallow." He was completely stunned. After just a few hours of talking with me, his worldview and understanding had been thoroughly trampled upon. I continued, "The method of secondary awakening varies from person to person, and many are extremely arduous, requiring one to throw themselves into the fray and endure great calamities. But you don't need to." He murmured to himself, I don't need to?" I repeated, "Yes, you don't. You are like a pearl covered in dust. A true S-class candidate capable of secondary awakening is 1 in 10,000. Wang Dachuan's breathing grew rapid as he listened to my words. I went on, "From now on, you must follow my 3 demands. If you violate even one of them, you'll lose your chance at secondary awakening and you'll never get another opportunity. Do you understand?" He straightened up and said, "Rest assured, teacher. From now on, I will follow your instructions to the letter. If I step even slightly out of line, you can have my head." I raised one finger. "First, starting today, you must stop all energy stone absorption practices. Can you do that?" He froze for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "Understood, teacher. I can do it." I raised a second finger. "Second, starting today, you must eat 30 jin of meat every day. Can you do it?" His head spun slightly, feeling this was putting the cart before the horse, but he still nodded and said, "Teacher, no problem, I can do it." I continued, "Next, this is the final requirement. If you can accomplish this, a second awakening definitely won't be an issue." These words ignited his fighting spirit. He said, "No problem, Teacher Yi. Go ahead and say it. I'm certain I can do it." I looked at him seriously and slowly spoke, "I require that these 30 pounds of meat must be raw and bloody, and this meat must come from magical beasts. Can you do it?" The question wiped all confidence from his face, leaving only bewildered question marks dancing in his whitened eyes. 30 jin of bloody raw magic beast meat per day, that absurd demand must have made him think this would kill even livestock raised this way. Chapter 7, Director Lee's Shock. This requirement was truly beyond all reason. Even kindergartners in this world know that eating raw monster beast meat will drive people insane. Consuming it in large quantities could even be life-threatening. Eating 30 jin of bloody raw monster beast meat daily. At that point, it's no longer a question of whether you'll go insane, but rather where they should bury you. Any normal person would probably already be mentally criticizing Yiran by now. But Wang Dachuan was only shocked for a moment before saying to Yiran, "Teacher, I'll go get the meat now." His tone was so calm, as if he were just preparing an ordinary lunch. Looking at Wang Dachuan's indifferent demeanor, Yiran couldn't help but feel curious. "Dachuan, aren't you the least bit suspicious? This is raw magical beast meat, eating it could drive you mad." Facing Yiran's question, Wang Dachuan nodded solemnly. "Teacher Yi, of course I know. When I was little, someone in our village accidentally ate raw magical beast meat. Now the grass on his grave stands 2 meters tall. So you just agreed like that?" Yiran asked curiously, finding Wang Dachuan's reaction a bit too calm. So calm that Yiran began to suspect whether this guy was just paying lip service while planning to ignore it behind his back. Wang Dachuan looked at Yiran, his clear eyes reflecting simple honesty. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and said, Wasn't this Teacher Yi's order?" Listening to Wang Dachuan's simple and honest reply, Yiran was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. This time, it turned out that he had been judging an upright person by his own mean standards. As Yi Ran looked at the simple and sincere Wang Dachuan before him, a warmth rose in his heart. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I'd been an adult for so long. It was rare to feel such pure trust. Yi Ran patted Wang Dachuan's shoulder and said, "Work hard. Trust me, within a month, you'll be reborn like a phoenix." Listening to Yi Ran's encouragement, Wang Dachuan nodded solemnly. "Alright, Teacher Yi, I'll carry it out diligently and conscientiously." Yi Ran was growing more and more pleased with Wang Dachuan the longer she looked at him. Which teacher wouldn't be proud to have a student willing to place such trust in them? With a student like Wang Dachuan on board, achieving solid results in the final exam's individual competition is practically guaranteed. Watching Wang Dachuan leave, Yi Ran also packed up his things and prepared to return to the classroom. There was still 1 month left until the end-of-term exams. Having just one outstanding student wouldn't be enough. The final assessment included not just individual battles but team battles as well. I still need to push myself harder and put in more effort to uncover a few more geniuses from the class. However, judging from Wang Dachuan's situation clearly shows that there must still be many untapped prodigies waiting to be discovered in our own class. After all, Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy is among the nation's top 10 institutions. Every student admitted here was a proud prodigy when they first stepped through its gates. As for why they ended up in this dead-end class of his, each probably had their own story. At this thought, Yi Ran couldn't help but stroke his chin, his eyes revealing anticipation. At this very moment, inside the faculty office, Lo Wani was hunched over her desk grading papers. She was in a foul mood today, her handwriting becoming increasingly erratic. Just thinking about standing at the podium in Class 2 Grade 1 and seeing all those lazy students below made her furious. And then there was Yi Ran. His grades are already in complete shambles. Yet there he is acting all nonchalant like nothing's wrong. That rotten Yaran. How can he still be smiling when he's in such a state? Thinking this, Lo Wani muttered to herself in frustration, her slightly puffed-up cheeks adding a playful touch to her otherwise aloof expression. Thinking about Yi Ran's indifferent expression, Lo Wani couldn't help but frown. "You really don't know why I came here, do you?" Lo Wani murmured to herself, staring blankly at a doll on the office desk. It was an adorable little girl ceramic figurine. This was a gift Yi Ran had once given her, one that Lo Wani always carried with her. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Lo Wani's train of thought. Instantly, Lo Wani regained her composed, formidable businesswoman demeanor. "Come in." The person who entered was Yu Wani's assistant, Wang Xiaoman, followed by a portly man, Su Yukai, the head of the first-year supplies department. "Director Yu, Professor Su has an urgent matter he wishes to report to you." "Professor Su? Quite a rare guest. You usually avoid our academic affairs office. What brings you here today?" Magic City Advanced Martial Arts Academy separates academic administration from financial affairs to ensure checks and balances and smooth operation of the school. Lo Wani gestured for Wang Xiaoman to pour water while curiously glancing at Su Yukai beside her. Su Yukai patted his bulging belly and said in his distinctive southern accent, "Director Lu, surely you're being too formal. As I always say, we're all part of the same grade, shouldn't we visit each other occasionally?" Lo Wani lightly blew on the tea leaves floating in her cup. "I'm just afraid our rooster Su has come specifically to pinch supplies allocated to freshmen." "Director Lo, what nonsense are you spouting? I, Su Yukai, have poured my heart and soul into day, shedding blood and sweat for our cause. Every drop of my passion has been for the faculty and students. Director Lu, you're chilling the heart of a loyal servant like me. Offering kindness without cause is either deceit or theft." Yu Wani narrowed her eyes at Su Yukai. "You even fight with the academic office over an eraser, Su Yukai. How am I supposed to trust you? Spit it out, what's your real agenda today?" Su Yukai, standing nearby, wiped the sweat from his face and offered an awkward smile. "Director Lu, since you put it that way, I do have a small favor to ask of you." "What are you talking about, Director Su? Look at how shabby our academic affairs office windows are, they're so drafty I can hardly hear what you're saying." Before Su Yukai could finish speaking, Lo Wani directly cut him off. Su Yukai gazed at Lo Wani in silent contemplation. The windows of the academic affairs office are made of full alloy, there couldn't possibly be any damned hole. Seeing Lo Wani's stance, Su Yotsai's heart sank slightly. "This is bad, really bad. It seems if I don't bleed a little today, this matter won't get done." Su Yotsai's face turned hesitant, and he spoke with some visible pain. "I can't just approve the last maintenance budget from the academic affairs office, Director Lu. You really must lend a hand this time." Lo Wani continued to smile as she watched Su Yotsai's pained expression, remaining unmoved. Seeing that his appeal wasn't working, Su Yukai took a deep breath, covered his heart with a chubby palm, wore a sorrowful expression, gritted his teeth, and extended one finger. "Director Lo, I even approved your request for 3,000 ink dragon flesh portions last time, this is my final offer." Hearing a satisfactory answer, Yu Wani finally spoke up. "Alright, what's the matter?" Su Yukai looked at Yu Wani with resentment. "Director Yu, no offense, but for an unmarried woman, you're incredibly shrewd with money. Whoever marries you would be blessed for 8 lifetimes, I tell ya. Do you still want my help or not? Yes, yes, damn it. Su Yukai hurriedly took out the tablet and swiftly handed it to Lowani, as if fearing she might change her mind. Lowani curiously took the tablet and began examining its contents. Meanwhile, Su Yukai stood nearby with a resentful expression, unable to hold back his complaint. Damn it, I must have offended some deity today. Some blasted youngster actually broke the rune alloy robot. Do you have any idea how expensive that thing is? Our entire materials department's annual performance bonus is gonna be wiped out. Director Lu, you must sign this for us. We in the materials department absolutely did not cut corners with this magical alloy. Su Yukai stood to the side, grumbling incessantly like a resentful housewife, terrified that Lowani wouldn't sign the certification for him. Yet Lowani remained fixated on the images displayed on her tablet, completely oblivious to Su Yotsai's complaints. A shattered enchanted alloy robot? 1012's value? Or is it still in the freshman exclusive training room? Any experienced instructor knows exactly what it means when these 3 conditions are simultaneously met. A sharp gleam flashed in Lowani's eyes. She put down the tablet and stared fixedly at Su Yukai, enunciating each word deliberately. Tell me, where is this person? Chapter 8, a rare prodigy among 10,000. Lowani exuded overwhelming presence. Unaware that the platinum-level aura had already filled the entire venue, Wang Xiaoman couldn't help but stand by the door. While Su Yukai, at the center of this mental storm, also showed slight signs of labored breathing on his chubby, round face. Finally, like a magician performing a trick, he pulled out a shimmering golden mask from his pocket. After Su Yukai put on the mask, the golden glow radiating from it blocked Yuani's intimidating aura, allowing Su Yukai to recover somewhat before he spoke. Director Lu, don't get so worked up. Let's talk things through calmly. As an administrator in the logistics department who typically only cared about finances rather than student development, he had no choice but to keep trying to soothe Lowani when seeing her this emotionally agitated. Glancing at Su Yotsai's gold-colored face mask, Lowani curled her lips and muttered sarcastically, using top-tier disposable goods just like that, the logistics department truly spares no expense. Then, Lowani composed herself and reined in her imposing manner. Alright, speak up. Where exactly is that student? Su Yukai listened to Lowani's words and said with a heartache, don't even mention it, just talking about it pisses me off, I tell you. Today, we really took a huge loss. Not only was the magic alloy shattered, but the cameras in our training room were wrecked too. If I find out which student caused this mess, I swear I'll make them pay. While Su Yukai was still cursing angrily, Lowani seemed lost in thought. Then, without hesitation, she signed the document Su Yukai had brought over and handed it back to him. Alright, I've signed as proof for you. Su Yukai couldn't understand why Lowani had agreed to sign so readily, but this was good news. The next moment, Su Yotsai's face, which had been full of grief and indignation, was instantly wreathed in smiles. Director Lu certainly works with remarkable efficiency. You're always welcome to visit us when you're free. As he spoke, he hastily moved to retrieve it, terrified that Lowani might change her mind. Just as Su Yukai was about to grasp the documents, Lowani firmly pressed her hand down on them. Lowani looked Su Yukai squarely in the eyes and said earnestly, I haven't finished speaking. As the first-year department head, I can sign this for you, but I need you to promise me one thing. Director Lu, no problem. As long as it doesn't cost us money, even 100 requests would be a piece of cake. Su Yotsai's eyes remained fixed on the pinned document, fidgeting like a monkey that couldn't scratch an itch. Lowani smiled and said, don't worry, I don't want money from the logistics department. I need you to give me today's original access records for all first-year training rooms and delete all backup copies. Hearing this, Su Yukai finally looked up at Lowani with some hesitation. Director Lu, I'm afraid this might be against regulations. Lowani heard Su Yukai say those words. Her palm tightened slightly, and the once neat certificate began to crumple. Oh dear, Director Lu, please don't. Alright, I promise you. Only upon hearing this did Lowani loosen her grip, allowing Su Yukai to finally retrieve the certificate. He smoothed out the creased paper on the table with a pained expression. Director Lu, remember our agreement now. I'll tell everyone this master file was damaged just like the surveillance equipment, but you absolutely must keep this confidential. Su Yukai handed the records to Lowani. Don't worry, Director Su. When has Lowani ever double-crossed anyone? Feel free to visit again, Director Su. Ugh, enough already. I'm never setting foot in the academic affairs office again. With that, Su Yukai fled the office as if making a great escape. Yuani, this young girl, appears quite young in age. But her methods are both highly skilled and ruthless. Every time someone comes here, they can't leave without being thoroughly fleeced. Watching Su Yukai depart, Yuani toyed with the source document in her hand, lost in thought. Master, what do we need this source document for? In the absence of others, her assistant Wang Xiaoman finally voiced the question. The Demon Capital High Martial Arts Academy stipulated that platinum-level instructors could take on personal disciples. Wang Xiaoman was both Lo Wani's close friend and personal disciple, though she usually held the title of assistant to assist with work, making their relationship naturally far closer than ordinary colleagues. Lo Wani glanced at Wang Xiaoman. Go take a look at the photo Su Yukai sent over. Wang Xiaoman glanced at the photo, then covered her mouth in shock. 1012? Another genius in our freshman class? Congratulations, Master. Our freshman squad strength has climbed another level. But surely this wasn't worth breaking regulations over? Take another look at the picture. What else do you see? Wang Xiaoman examined it carefully before exclaiming, the magic etched alloy got shattered? Looks like this genius of ours has already reached mid-tier gold rank. Yuani shook her head. Wrong, it was the silver rank. Hearing Yuani's words, Wang Xiaoman was stunned. How is that possible? Demon pattern alloy, known as a metal that absolutely cannot be broken below the gold rank. How could someone at the silver rank manage to shatter it? Yuani countered. If you were the attacker, using the same method to strike, how far back would the test robot need to retreat to shatter the magic pattern alloy with a single hit? Wang Xiaoman was, after all, a genius. A quick mental simulation revealed the outcome. Once she calculated the result and glanced at the photo again, a look of astonishment gradually surfaced in her eyes. With a hint of bitterness, she said, they'd have to retreat at least twice as far as the test robot in this photo. So that means the energy efficiency of this tester. Absolutely correct. Lo Wani said calmly, the tester's energy utilization efficiency must be at least 70% or higher to inflict this level of damage on magical alloy with such a short striking distance. At this point, she took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with disbelief. Therefore, this tester's energy utilization efficiency is something only diamond-tier masters can achieve. When this conclusion was voiced, Wang Xiaoman was already too stunned to speak. A silver-ranked student whose energy utilization efficiency and precision could already rival those unreachable grandmasters. Such solid foundational skills, such profound comprehension of techniques, such perfect affinity with the cultivation methods. This goes beyond being 1 in 10,000, this is 1 in 10 million. Lu Wani continued. With such energy efficiency alone, it would be absolutely invincible in battles of the same level, even capable of taking on 10 or 100 opponents single-handedly. After all, there's already a precedent for this in our school's history. Lo Wani narrowed her eyes slightly, as if reminiscing about something. That precedent is none other than the current new generation S-class legendary awakener, the one who dominates all contemporary aristocratic families, Zhang Hedong, the peerless powerhouse of his generation. Wang Xiaoman's expression grew excited, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Master, we must not let this information get out. We need to find this freshman as soon as possible. Once the news spreads, not only will the reclusive elders within our school become restless, but even external forces would start making moves. Who in this world wouldn't be tempted by the prospect of discovering a second Zhang Hedong? So you think a mere genius is worth all this trouble I'm going through? Lo Wani toyed with the documents in her hand. The news can't be contained anymore. Given how those fools at the supplies department handled it, this photo will probably go viral on the forums by tomorrow. Fortunately, the surveillance footage is missing, and the only access record is still in my possession. We have the upper hand. Lo Wani then flipped through the access records once more. When she came across the record for Class 2, Grade 1, she froze momentarily. But after a moment, he shook his head. What was he thinking? That kind of genius couldn't possibly come from Yi Rant's deadbeat class. Xiaoman, don't worry about Class 2, Grade 1 anymore. From today on, keep a close eye on Class 1 and Class 5, Grade 1. We must locate this prodigy as soon as possible. Understood, Master. Chapter 9 Masters Gather. As Lo Wani had anticipated, the teachers in the supplies department had no inkling of the photograph's significance. They routinely allowed the training chambers to be casually observed by others anyway. For a time, the incident of the damaged magic pattern alloy testing robot in the freshman training room became widely discussed on the school forum. Shocking, another monster appears among freshmen. Buddy had a sudden epiphany today, gave it a quick try. How would you rate this result? Enough pretending, time to confess. I smashed magic pattern alloy with one punch. Rumor has it that a grandmaster has emerged from seclusion and is heading to the supplies department to demand justice, strongly condemning the supplies department for cutting corners and lining their own pockets. The titles grew increasingly sensational, yet the videos attached to the posts were undeniably real. The incident's popularity skyrocketed straight to the top of the school forum's trending list, turning even that practice room into a must-visit landmark. At first, it was only discussed among the students, but as the situation developed, gradually even the most respected masters at the core began to take notice. In a master's courtyard at the Supreme Martial Academy in the Magic Capital, the Fire Sect leader, Diamond Rank Tuowen, scolded his beloved disciple Huang Dongdong as if he were his own son. I told you to focus on your training, and you dare to slack off and play with your phone. Master, I wasn't. I was keeping tabs on our competitors. Still talking back? Who in our circle has nothing better to do than post updates online? Really, master? I'll beat you to death. The hot-tempered Huo naturally didn't tolerate it. With a single-handed wave, flames were practically bursting from Huang Dongdong's rear end. The pain sent him scrambling to sit on the ground to put out the fire. Humph, sloppy cultivation, and you still have time to stand around chatting nonsense. Master Huo scolded his disciple. Today, this master will put you through an extra round of the 36 fire techniques. At which point Huang Dongdong indignantly pulled out his phone. No, master, look at this. What's all the fuss about? Your master here has traveled far and wide all these years. What strange thing haven't I seen? When will you ever learn to be as composed as your master? Seeing Huang Dongdong insisting on handing it over, Huo could only grab the phone with annoyance. But the moment he saw the photo of that test robot in the forum, Huo fell silent. His naturally thick eyebrows and large eyes widened to their fullest extent, his gaze gradually shifting from calmness to shock, then from shock to disbelief, ultimately culminating in fanatical intensity. Not a trace of the venerable master's steadiness remained. Huo was so exhilarated it seemed he'd been rejuvenated with a second youth. Outsiders watch the bustle, insiders see the knack. Luwani could instantly recognize the extraordinary qualities of this test-taker, let alone Huo, who was at the pinnacle of the diamond rank. At this very moment, only one thought occupied Huo's mind. Make him my personal disciple. This is my final disciple. This is the pride of my remaining years. This is the one who will carry my coffin in the future. To put it mildly, when Huo saw this photograph, he had already envisioned his grand disciple's name. Huo's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Tell me quickly, where is this? Teacher, this is the freshman's training hall. With those words, Huo transformed into a streak of fiery wind and flew straight out of the courtyard. Master, where are you going? Huang Dongdong stood dumbfounded, not yet realizing that Huo had already flown away, leaving only a sentence lingering in the wind. Keep your cool, your master is going to snatch a junior disciple for you. By the time Huo flew into the courtyard of the freshman complex building, the scene before him made his jaw drop in astonishment. At this moment, the place was already crowded with old men, each at least at platinum peak, with many being long-established diamond-tier powerhouses, all figures capable of founding their own sects. Elder Hua, you're late. Don't try to cut in line later. Director Hu, you have time to relax here too? What, just because you're the master of the Steel Gate, does that mean I can't go where you are? Hey, Mars Ma, weren't you off stealing the Pope's divine techniques? What are you doing here? Bullshit. I was just going for a friendly chat. A chat. Ha ha ha, sect leader Jing, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't your sect's territory, is it? You underestimate me, sect leader. 20 years ago, I graduated from the Demon Capital High Martial Academy. Is it really too much for me to revisit my alma mater? The old men were all taking subtle digs at each other, their words laced with veiled barbs. Everyone knew exactly why they'd gathered here, so it was no surprise their exchanges were dripping with poorly concealed hostility. Every old man present was a practitioner of cultivation. And naturally, each one released their aura without restraint as they secretly competed. With so many powerful individuals hardly suppressing their presence, the students within a 10-mile radius could feel an overwhelming pressure. Even stray dogs passing by would have to pant their way out. Meanwhile, inside the supplies department, Director Yao Yuqian furiously berated Su Yukai, the freshman in charge of the department. Are you telling me it's just a coincidence that the surveillance equipment conveniently broke down today, and conveniently today of all days the entry logs also got swallowed up by some system glitch? Who do you think would believe this kind of talk? Tell me who would believe it. Take a good look. The lineup standing outside, we haven't seen such gatherings since the last full-scale war with the ninja country. Think carefully before you speak. If anything goes wrong, we might not even make it out of this building alive. The material division was now completely surrounded by Grandmaster-level experts from all directions. They're all just waiting for me to open the door and give them an answer. But ironically, the result my subordinate brought me was that there is no answer. Not only was there no answer, but not even a single shred of information could be provided. Who would believe this if it got out? If we just go out there and tell all those sect masters and mighty cultivators that we have no comment to offer. Yao Yuqian felt like he might not make it out of the supply department in one piece today. Su Yukai was sweating buckets at this moment, constantly wiping the beads of sweat from his face, whilst inwardly cursing his miserable luck. Is it really that serious? What the hell is this all about? Is that test student really that important? Half of the old masters from the magic capital came knocking, confronting me with the National War Dream Team lineup right off the bat. Who can handle this kind of pressure? Su Yukai was momentarily speechless. After all, he had violated the rules first and was feeling somewhat guilty, like a thief with a guilty conscience. Maybe we should beg the principal for help. With the principal here, he can definitely handle the Grandmaster outside. The principal? You dare to ask? Do you think an ascended grandmaster would give you face or me face? Suyukai, I always thought you were such a shrewd man. Why are you creating nothing but trouble now? Just as Yao Yuqian was about to continue his scolding, a white-bearded old man suddenly materialized out of thin air beside them. Upon seeing the old man's appearance, the two were instantly shocked and immediately stood up respectfully. Hello, principal. The newcomer was none other than the principal of Modu High Martial Arts Academy, a true transcendent. One of Modu's three anchors known as Void Venerable, Baisu. Baisu waved his hand, signaling for the two to sit down. I'm aware of the situation. I'll handle it myself, Baisu concluded decisively. The two heads of the supplies department felt as if they'd been granted amnesty, their tense nerves finally relaxing. Especially Suyukai, slumped weakly on the sofa, yet his mouth remained tirelessly active, instantly shifting into bootlicking mode. Principal, wow. I've truly latched onto the right golden thigh. Principal, you are my guiding beacon, the role model of my life, the compass of my progress. Baisu ignored these flatteries and instead said calmly, I want all information your logistics department has on this student, and destroy all backup records. No one else is to be informed. Chapter 10, Mortals under the Transcendent are like ants. Hearing this, Suyukai and Yao Yuqian were completely dumbfounded. Principal, are you here to mediate, or to steal a march on us? Is this student really that damn good? Never mind those powerful diamond tier warriors outside. But you're a true transcendent level grandmaster, the unshakable pillar of Magic City. Even you couldn't resist joining this feeding frenzy? Dean, is this really appropriate? Yao Yuqian stammered. What's inappropriate about it? Principal Baisu said impassively. Time waits for no one. In just a short while, those two will break through my spatial confinement spells. Had he not temporarily trapped the other two superhumans from Moda using spatial magic, the situation might have involved all three legendary pillars arriving simultaneously. After all, the allure of a second Zhang Hedong was simply too great. Upon hearing these words, Yao Yuqian and Su Yotsai's eyes were nearly popping out of their heads. They swallowed hard involuntarily. Anyone who could penetrate the principal's spatial magic. Common sense dictated there were only two people in Demon City capable of that. A mere student had actually drawn the competition of Demon City's three pillars. Thinking this far, Suyukai completely pissed himself. Principal, I confess, the surveillance equipment really was broken, but I gave the original entry and exit records to freshman Dean Luwani. Yuwani, that little girl from the Yu family? When Baisu learned that all the first-hand resources were in Luwani's hands, his brow furrowed slightly. If Wani Yu had it, given his status, he'd feel a bit embarrassed to openly snatch it. Then he stroked his beard and made some calculations with his fingers. Without calculating, he wouldn't have known, but upon doing so, he discovered this matter seemed as if it had never happened at all. It was as if someone had concealed it with magical arts even more formidable than his own. Interesting, most interesting. A faint smile curled at the corners of Baisu's lips. There were very few things left in this world that could pique his interest. Since that's the case, we might as well just let nature take its course. Seeing that Baisu intended to wait and see, washing his hands of the matter, Suyukai anxiously asked, Principal, how should we explain this to those grandmasters outside? Them? When have I ever needed to explain my arrangements to them? As soon as the words fell, Baisu waved a faint hand toward the door. In an instant, all the powerful figures standing in the courtyard of the Item Character Bureau were pulled by an inexplicable void force, leaving no one the chance to resist, as everyone was teleported back to their original locations. At the moment of teleportation, only one sentence remained in everyone's minds. From this day forward, deliberate searching is forbidden. The answers for the final assessment will come naturally. At that moment, Huowen was also teleported back to his own courtyard by Baisu's spatial magic. He stood dazed within his courtyard. They naturally recognized whose hand lay behind such large-scale spatial transference. Since White Void had spoken, what else could these people do? Starting today, if I deliberately seek out that student again, it would be openly defying Baisu's command. Although these platinum and diamond level experts are all founders of their own schools, they truly have no right to challenge an extraordinary being like Baisu who stands at the very pinnacle of the pyramid. At this thought, Huowen couldn't help but heave a heavy sigh. The saying below the extraordinary, all are mere ants, couldn't be more true. Master, where's junior brother? The tactless personal disciple Huang Dongdong came trotting over clumsily. Looking at this tactless personal disciple of his, Huowen's fiery temper made him want to give the boy another beating. But suddenly I had a change of heart. Then, with a smile on my face, I said to Huang Dongdong, your master thinks your foundation is still lacking and plans to have you start over as a freshman again. Starting tomorrow, pack your things and report to the freshman class. I didn't go personally to find anyone. I just sent my apprentice back to freshman year to solidify their basics and incidentally meet some talented young peers. That doesn't break the agreement, does it? At this thought, Huowen couldn't help but stroke his not-too-long beard with pride. Now this is what you call wisdom. Ah, but master, which class should I go to? You, go to whichever class can teach you. With that, Huowen gave a yawn and walked toward the inner room, leaving Huang Dongdong standing alone in the wind, utterly bewildered. The next day, the news of the big shots from Magic City gathering at the High Martial Arts Academy spread like wildfire to every corner of the school. Did you hear? Half of Magic City's top figures stormed our school yesterday. My dude, I witnessed it firsthand. The pressure from those grandmasters was so intense that dogs passing by within 10 miles had to crawl on their bellies. I was on the nearby playground at that time, man, that pressure was something else. Luckily, my willpower's rock solid, so I toughed it out. You're full of crap. Your piss-soaked pants are still hanging in the dorm right now. Half the grandmasters from Magic City have all gathered in one place. Damn, last time we saw this lineup was during wartime. Who knows what's going on this time? They're not planning to start another war, are they? Use that dog brain of yours for once. If we were going to war, would they be gathering at a school instead of the front lines? I heard even the principal got involved in the end. That spatial manipulation technique was absolutely peerless. Not a single diamond rank powerhouse or half-step grandmaster present could withstand it for even a second. They were all sent packing with one swipe. Below Transcendent, all our ants, you think that's just a joke? The grand gathering of top-tier powerhouses at Shanghai Advanced Martial Arts Academy yesterday completely ignited public discussions. Every single student in the school without exception was talking about this event. Especially Class 2 Grade 1, a bunch of academic slackers who had even stopped attending classes. They were now engaged in round-the-clock, high-intensity discussions about the matter. And as one of the chief instigators behind this entire affair, Yi Ran sat on the podium, watching the chattering students below with keen interest. Equipped with his celebrity teacher system, Yi Ran gazed at his students with growing fondness. The more he looked, the more adorable they seemed. These aren't just salted fish at all, they're like uncut diamonds waiting to be polished bright. But the thinking of these diamonds has become rather skewed of late. Their minds aren't focused on cultivation in the slightest. If I truly want to raise the class's overall strength, I'll need to carefully devise ways to remedy this unhealthy collective attitude. Yi Ran gazed at the students below the podium with such intense eyes that the normally chattering students grew noticeably uneasy. Don't you think Teacher Yi has been acting rather intense lately? I thought the same. Ever since Director Lu reprimanded her, Teacher Yi seems like a completely different person. Exactly. She does appear more energetic overall, but something about how she looks at us feels different. Not only has Teacher Yi changed, but even our class monitor has become oddly unpredictable these days. No one knows where he's been disappearing to. Just the day before yesterday, I saw him heading out, but now Dachuan seems to have caught some strange illness. His breath reeks of blood, and he keeps muttering all day, "How many more pounds? How many more pounds?" Ah, Dachuan was such a sturdy, dependable guy. And yet, after just a couple of days with Teacher Yi, he's completely lost his mind. They call this the whisper of the old gods. I'd say Teacher Yi deserves the title of the new Cthulhu. Go crazy, let it all crumble. This class doesn't deserve to exist anyway. Shoo, keep your voice down, lower your head, Teacher Yi is coming. The students' whispered discussions ceased abruptly the moment Yi Ran stepped down from the podium. Everyone kept their heads bowed, terrified of meeting Yi Ran's gaze. As a result, Yi Ran walked straight past them without paying any attention. When Yi Ran reached the last row, he stopped. His interest piqued, Yi Ran gazed at the girl in the last row who sat upright and continuously recited her textbook. Among all these slouching students, she could still sit so properly. In such a noisy environment, she could still focus on memorizing her lessons. No matter how you look at it, it seems like this girl has walked into the wrong classroom. At first glance of this girl, Yi Ran's mind naturally conjured up a phrase. Lotus rising untainted from mud. Chapter 11, The Earnest Maiden, Inheritance of the Night Priest. The foremost principle of being a good support healer is to harbor kindness in your heart and strictly follow the rules. The girl recited the text with her eyes closed, completely unaware that Yeren had already approached her side. Only when she noticed the entire class had fallen into such complete silence that not even a chirp could be heard, she barely opened her eyes. Looking up, she saw Yi Ran smiling at her. Startled, she immediately stood up. Yet even so, she didn't forget to bow respectfully to Yi Ran. Yi Laosher, I didn't know you were here. Yi Ran flipped through the girl's book, clicking his tongue in admiration. Basic Principles for Treating Superhumans, Zhang Xiaoru. I never expected you'd already be studying material meant for second-year students. Impressive, truly impressive. Before the words had fully left Yi Ran's mouth, Zhang Xiaoru's face turned beet red. Suddenly flustered and anxious, she didn't know what to say. In her confused state, she blurted out something completely unexpected. I'm sorry, Miss Yi, I won't recite from memory anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire classroom burst into laughter. The classmates' ridicule made Zhang Xiaoru even more flustered. Nervously shrinking into a corner of the classroom, her two hands anxiously clutching and twisting the hem of her clothes back and forth. Yi Ran remained silent at the sight. In a classroom, those who study diligently are actually mocked and forced to apologize to the teacher for reciting texts? What a ludicrous scene this is. What's so funny? Yi Ran's tone was calm, yet immensely powerful. A single plain-spoken sentence brought the roaring laughter to an abrupt halt. What exactly are you all laughing at? Faced with Yi Ran's further questioning, most students remain silent. Teacher Lin, she studies so hard but can't even cast the simplest healing spell. We just think studying is pointless. Suddenly, these words came from among the students. Words like these made Jiang Xiaoru even more flustered, her face flushing visibly redder. Jiang Xiaoru, a problem student who awakened healing abilities but couldn't even cast the simplest healing spell. Despite studying harder than anyone, working more diligently than anyone, and following rules more strictly than anyone in daily life, the most obedient and well-behaved student in all the teacher's eyes. Even the theoretical grades were the highest in the entire grade. Yet the practical combat results turned out to be the worst in the whole school. According to the school's regulations, this would also be Jiang Xiaoru's final year if she couldn't pass the lowest level practical test again. Jiang Xiaoru was going to be notified of her expulsion. The awkward situation and her classmates' words, they struck Jiang Xiaoru like an ice-cold arrow piercing straight through her heart. Bitterness and grievance welled up inside her, as her eyes began to moisten. Yi Ran gazed at the students, silent and wordless. This was class 2 of the first grade, where the belief that studying was useless thrived, where indulgence in food, drink, and entertainment reigned supreme, where diligent practice was instead mocked, where it made one an outcast. One by one they sink into the mire, neither thinking of how to escape it nor wishing anything except to drag down everyone who stands beyond its edges, to turn the tide completely, to achieve a true class rebellion. Yi Ran's most urgent task is to strangle this utterly rotten class atmosphere. Since Jiang Xiaoru's case has already become their ironclad proof of the uselessness of studying, then what he needed to do was overturn this ironclad evidence. Yi Ran silently walked towards Jiang Xiaoru, standing like an impenetrable wall that shielded her from all those prying eyes. Classmates, I don't want to pursue who made those remarks. I know many of you share similar thoughts to some degree. You all mock those who work hard, ridiculing them for doing useless work every day, and using this to prove your own belief that studying is pointless. But is this really your excuse for not making an effort? Every one of you here got into the Demon Capital High Martial Academy based on your own abilities. Each of you possesses extraordinary talent. But look at you now, complacent, idle, and willingly letting others trample you underfoot like worthless mud. Yi Ran swept his gaze across the room, his sharp eyes causing every student who met them to lower their heads in shame. You preach the doctrine of futile effort, mocking everyone who tries to work hard. Think carefully, aren't you actually mocking yourselves? At the slightest setback, you choose to escape. Terrified you might not be jade, you dare not carve yourself through hard work. Yet half convinced you are jade, you indulge in self-delusion, seeking solace in fantasies, too afraid to lift your eyes to the great rivers and bright moon. Yi Ran's words struck home, leaving the students speechless, some even flushing with shame and anger. Yi Ran stood at the center of the podium with Jiang Xiaoru. Jiang Xiaoru's efforts will never be in vain. One day, she will break free from her cocoon like a butterfly and stand at the center of the stage. I know you might all be scoffing inside, but every single one of you better watch closely. I'll show you what learning is worth through Jiang Xiaoru. I'll show you the value of hard work. Then, Yi Ran turned towards Jiang Xiaoru. Jiang Xiaoru, come with me. Jiang Xiaoru stared blankly at everything before her. At this moment, under the sunlight's glow, Yi Ran appeared like an angel descended to the mortal world. Oh, okay, teacher. With that said, Jiang Xiaoru hugged her textbooks and followed Yi Ran out of the classroom, leaving the remaining students behind, exchanging bewildered glances. Along the corridor, Yi Ran walked ahead while Jiang Xiaoru trailed behind. The two walked one after the other. Over time, Yi Ran noticed that whenever he walked faster, Jiang Xiaoru would speed up too, and when he slowed down, she would also slow her pace. But she absolutely refused to walk side by side with him. You don't need to be so formal, Xiaoru. Jiang Xiaoru shook her head earnestly. According to school regulations, we must respect teachers and maintain half a step behind when walking together as a sign of respect. Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. Have it your way, but why are you still holding those books? Teacher, according to school regulations, we're required to review textbook content daily, so I need to keep flipping through them. Watching Jiang Xiaoru mention school regulations at every turn, Yi Ran finally stopped walking and turned around, looking at the serious-faced little girl before him with a helpless smile. For a moment, Yi Ran recalled the introduction about Jiang Xiaoru in the system. Jiang Xiaoru, female, aged 19, awakened ability, B-grade healing talent. Current cultivation method, Shanghai Advanced Martial Arts Institute's Body Temper 2.0, Public Edition. Advantages, possesses an almost flawless knowledge system of priestly arts, perfectly mastering all fundamental priest skills. Disadvantages, unable to wield healing abilities. Guidance plan. Extremely compatible with the Night Priest profession. Recommended to undergo Night Priest vocational inheritance. Specific inheritance details are as follows. To be honest, when Yuran first heard that Zhang Xiaoru was suited for the Night Priest inheritance, even he was somewhat surprised. Professional inheritance is a cultivation method unique to sects, fundamentally different from both the randomness of awakened supernatural abilities and the bloodline continuations of noble families. Each sect has its own cultivation methods, especially those great sects with theological overtones. Their so-called deities would bestow the inheritance of power, and the sects would seek and recruit successors suited to their own systems among the multitude. Take for example the angelic inheritance and paladin inheritance of the Holy See, the ancient Buddha statues and Bodhisattva statues in the Grand Buddha Hall. Moreover, the more compatible an inheritor is with their heritage, the higher the integrity of the heritage, and the greater the effects it can unleash. The heritage of the Knight Cleric originates from a superpower faction with 3 transcendents, known as the Free Tavern. Its members are neither purely good nor evil, acting entirely as they please, and they worship deities who defy convention, each extraordinarily eccentric. Many power lineages have never produced a single inheritor, like Zhang Xiaoru's compatible Night Priest. But if Yuran hadn't heard the system's introduction today, he might never have known of this professional inheritance path in his lifetime. However, according to the system's introduction, the Dark Knight Priest lineage is exceptionally powerful. It ranks among the most elite class lineages, and is one of the Free Tavern's most prized hidden legacies, though no one has succeeded in inheriting it thus far. Chapter 12 The Furious Yuani. In fact, Yuran had also curiously asked the system why Zhang Xiaoru was so perfectly suited to be a Dark Knight Priestess. The system didn't give a clear reply, only quoting a line from the Dark Knight Priestess's awakening introduction in response. Birth is but the starting point of death. All this mystical talk is incomprehensible, Yuran muttered to herself in silent criticism, watching as Yuran stared at her while whispering something under her breath. Zhang Xiaoru mistakenly thought she had done something wrong. He said somewhat awkwardly, "Teacher, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Zhang Xiaoru's words snapped Yuran out of his thoughts. Yuran looked at the visibly uneasy Zhang Xiaoru and smiled faintly. This child Xiaoru was fine in every way except for her temperament that truly needed some improvement. Then, Yuran quickly stepped forward, directly grabbing the textbook from Zhang Xiaoru's hands and taking it away. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoru hastily tried to snatch it back, only for Yuran to effortlessly dodge her attempt. "Xiaoru, we don't need textbooks for where we're going today." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoru grew somewhat anxious. "But teacher, according to school regulations, I really need to." Yuran completely disregarded Zhang Xiaoru's anxiety and instead counter-questioned. "You know the rules so well, then tell me what the first school rule is?" Zhang Xiaoru recited fluently. "The first rule is to respect teachers and uphold moral principles." Before Zhang Xiaoru could finish, Yuran abruptly cut her off. "Then that settles it. Starting today, your top priority is to respect your teacher, understand?" I understand." "Good. Today this master commands you to refrain from reading, just follow your teacher's arrangements." Having said this, Yuran strode dashingly toward the school gates. Watching Yuran walk toward the school entrance, Zhang Xiaoru said anxiously, But teacher, according to school rules, freshmen aren't allowed to leave campus without reason." Zhang Xiaoru's voice grew softer as she spoke. "Respecting teachers is the first commandment to follow. But what if the teacher is leading me to break the rules?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaoru felt for the first time in her life that the carefully constructed rules and order in her heart had become disordered, as if a computer program had encountered a bug, leaving her torn between choices. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat to her comfort zone, but then she remembered how Yuran had defended her in the classroom moments ago. She hesitated. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoru gritted her teeth and quickened her pace to walk behind Yuran. Yuran watched this scene unfold, the corners of her lips curling slightly. "Xiaoru, your master commands you to walk beside me. But, aren't you going to respect your teacher anymore?" Okay, teacher." Yuran then took Zhang Xiaoru into his sports car, leaving the school in a cloud of dust as they sped away. The very second Yuran left with Zhang Xiaoru, the door to Yuani's office swung open abruptly. At that moment, Yuani was preoccupied with studying the identity of the hidden genius and didn't even look up. "Xiaoman, what is it?" Wang Xiaoman looked at Yuani nervously. "Master, there's something I need to report to you." Seemingly noticing Wang Xiaoman's nervousness, Yuani raised her head. "Has that genius been found?" Wang Xiaoman shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "It's Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi has left the school with a student now. Male or female?" A female student. Snap! A crisp sound rang out on Yuani's desk. She had actually snapped the fountain pen clean in half. "Master, are you alright?" Yuani remained perfectly calm. "What could possibly be wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine." With that, she grabbed her overcoat and strode out the door. "Master, where are you going?" Burning leaves. With that, he left the office directly, leaving Wang Xiaoman utterly bewildered. Burn leaves? By the time Wang Xiaoman reacted, she hurriedly chased after Luwani. She knew this master of hers better than anyone else, who could remain calm in any situation, yet always lost control of her emotions when it came to Yiran. For a moment, she was genuinely afraid Luwani might burn the leaf to nothing. Inside the sports car, Wang Xiaoman was still earnestly trying to reason with Luwani. Master, listen to me, maybe things aren't as bad as you think. Perhaps Teacher Yi just took that student, on a home visit? Did you even think before you spoke? Master, if things really go south, you must keep your emotions in check. Don't worry, I won't kill him. That's good. I only burn leaf roots. Upon hearing this sentence, Wang Xiaoman's hanging heart finally died. Whatever, I'm tired, let everything be destroyed. Yiran, still ahead, remained unaware of Luwani's tailing. Still engrossed in chatting with Jiang Xiaoru. Xiaoru, relax a bit, just treat it like going out for leisure. Jiang Xiaoru, sitting by the side, appeared somewhat uneasy, yet managed a not-so-natural smile. The youthful smile on Jiang Xiaoru's round face carried a distinctly sweet freshness of youth. She's actually quite cute like this. You should smile more often, remember, smiles bring good luck. Yi Ran's compliment left Jiang Xiaoru momentarily flustered, making her deflect with abrupt topic change. Teacher, where exactly are we heading? You'll find out when we get there. Just remember, the only thing you need to do today is listen to your master's words. Okay. With that, Yiran stepped on the accelerator, and the red sports car sped away in a cloud of dust. Yiran's sudden acceleration left Luwani and the others following closely behind momentarily stunned. Where are they going? Wang Xiaoman said somewhat uncertainly, judging by the route, it looks like TACC. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wang Xiaoman wished she could slap herself. TACC, the most luxurious nightclub in Magic City. A teacher taking a female student to such a place, no matter how you look at it, it just doesn't seem quite right. Wang Xiaoman had no idea how to explain this away now. Luwani remained silent, only pressing the accelerator harder. The roaring engine seemed to scream Wang Xiaoman's name. This situation has really gotten out of hand. Chapter 13, Taking Students to a Nightclub? As night fell, just as most people were preparing to rest, the lights of TACC finally flickered on. Countless handsome men and beautiful women have successively entered this enchanting city that never sleeps. Jiang Xiaoru timidly followed behind Yiran, clutching at the hem of his clothes, stubbornly refusing to take half a step forward. She stared at the enormous neon sign of TACC, her eyes filled with terror as if she were looking at some monstrous beast. Teacher, can we please go back? Jiang Xiaoru pleaded with Yiran in a near-beseeching tone. She never expected that the place Yiran took her to would be here. Go back? Why? Because, this doesn't seem like a place we should be. People like us? What kind of people are we? Jiang Xiaoru felt a bit flustered. Unable to explain herself coherently, she stammered. It's someone who shouldn't be here. Yiran looked at the uneasy Jiang Xiaoru, feeling somewhat helpless inside. Did you tell the teacher whether this place is legal? Legal. If it's a legal place, why can't we go as law-abiding citizens? With that, Yiran grabbed Jiang Xiaoru's hand and walked straight into the nightclub. He completely ignored Jiang Xiaoru's objections. And this scene was witnessed clearly by Yuani and Wang Xiaoman, who were hiding to the side. Master, are you alright? What could possibly be wrong with me? It's someone else who should be worried. Maybe Teacher Yi was thirsty and needed to go in for a drink of water. Wang Xiaoman seemed utterly shattered inside, and even she found the reason she gave absurd. Luwani paid no attention to Wang Xiaoman. Her face as cold as ice, she walked straight toward the nightclub. Wang Xiaoman could only anxiously follow along. Inside the nightclub, the enormous mirrored disco ball kept spinning, with pounding music, flashing lights, and reckless flows of sweat spreading everywhere, and the air was filled with the mingled scent of aromatherapy and alcohol, mutually glowing, revealing a unique kind of magic. Xiaoru, never been here before, huh? Shouting over the DJ's deafening waves of sound, Yiran asked. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoru simply dared not respond to Yiran, and could only sit alone in the corner of the sofa, quietly sipping from a can of carbonated drink. Professor Yi, you truly have good fortune. Just as Yiran was questioning Jiang Xiaoru, suddenly a cold, detached voice came from behind. Yiran turned his head, and saw two breathtakingly beautiful faces, though the expressions on those stunning visages didn't seem particularly friendly. Isn't that Director Lu? Yiran smiled and waved to Luwani and Wang Xiaoman. Come sit over here. Yiran's natural and confident demeanor left Luwani and Wang Xiaoman slightly stunned. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. At this moment, Yiran should have been utterly embarrassed, blushing furiously and hiding under the table. Facing Yiran's invitation, Luwani responded with a cold snort, then gracefully took a seat at the center of the sofa, deliberately positioning herself between Yiran and Jiang Xiaoru. Wang Xiaoman, unsure what to do, simply followed suit and sat down beside Luwani. After these two had taken their seats, the four of them sat in awkward silence. The atmosphere in the booth froze instantly. In stark contrast to the chill here, the entire nightclub grew livelier after Yuani and her companions settled in. Look at that booth over there, the one with 3 women and 1 man. My eyes aren't blind, that's an absolute stunner. Especially that icy beauty sitting in the middle. I've truly never seen a woman with such poise and looks before. And isn't the sweet young thing following behind that queen just as beautiful? I actually think that cute lowly looking girl from earlier was the prettiest. Damn, what's this guy's deal? Never seen him before? Probably another young master from some elite family. So damn envious. Fuck, why does this alcohol taste so sour today? It's not the wine that's sour, but some people's bitterness of heart. Since Luwani and the others took their seats, the murmurs of discussion never ceased. There was no helping it, whether it was Luwani or Wang Xiaoman, both were rare beauties, 1 in a million. Moreover, years of cultivation had refined their figures to near perfection. Anyone standing there would become the center of attention, let alone 2 people sitting together in a booth. For a moment, even the massive shimmering disco ball paled in comparison to that booth's brilliance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the nightclub, in an even larger, top-tier booth, a man reclined comfortably on the sofa, one hand wandering freely over the young woman beside him. There were several business-attired men beside them continuously flattering and offering toasts. Professor Han, you truly are a man of exceptional talent. For my son to become your student is truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Indeed, who in all of Shanghai's college entrance exam prep schools hasn't heard of the famed genius mentor Professor Han? Professor Han, we truly must thank you for guiding my son. Without your instruction, how could my son possibly have achieved top 10 in his grade for this midterm ranking? This man addressed as Teacher Han was none other than Han Kun, the star freshman instructor at Demon Metropolis High Martial Arts Academy. A platinum-tier genius mentor with an S-class supernatural aptitude. Often mentioned alongside Luwani as the twin prodigies among the freshman teaching staff. The vocational class was also one of the top key classes in the grade. Han Kun waved his hand with a smile. Everyone here is a friend, a brother, no need for such formalities. Those flattering onlookers grew visibly excited upon hearing Han Kun's words. Teacher Han, no more words, it's all in the liquor, declared a middle-aged man as he grabbed a bottle of imported liquor and downed it in one go. Old Zhang, drink slower, take it easy, oh dear, why must you go so hard? Though Han Kun spoke these words, the pleasure in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Clearly, he was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being fawned over. Just as the men were drinking their fill and reveling, the murmurs of discussion beside them also reached their ears. Upon hearing those conversations, Han Kun couldn't help but raise his head and glance in that direction. With his platinum-tier vision, he could clearly spot Yuani and the others in this dim environment with just one glance. He froze momentarily. As a platinum-tier individual, he considered himself exceptionally well-matched with Luwani. He had frequently invited Luwani out, but each time was sternly rejected. Yet he never could have imagined that. I actually saw Yuani at the club today. What baffled him most was that Yuani was sitting in a booth with Yiran. Yiran, isn't that the soon-to-be-fired deadbeat class advisor? Yuani rejected a genius like him, yet she's out drinking with trash like that. For a moment, Han Kun's expression darkened. He picked up his wine glass and walked towards Luwani's direction. Chapter 14, I demand to see the boss of Free Tavern. After signaling Luwani and others to take their seats, Yiran, he then turned and walked toward one of the bartenders. The bartender noticed Yiran approaching and offered a professional smile. Sir, how may I assist you? Yiran looked at the bartender. I want to meet the person in charge here. Very well, sir. I'll contact our lobby manager for you immediately. With that, the bartender reached for his walkie-talkie. The result had not yet spoken when a hand pressed down on the intercom. Yiran shook his head. The person I want to see isn't this manager. The bartender's expression flickered uncertainly, but he still asked, Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Yiran fixed his gaze on the bartender and said word by word, I want to see the person in charge of your Liberty Tavern. When the bartender heard the words Freedom Tavern, his expression turned serious, even his bearing suddenly elevated a noticeable degree. Truly worthy of a major faction, actually using a golden-ranked drinker as bartender, Yiran clicked his tongue in admiration. To be honest, the moment he learned from the system that Magic City's largest nightclub was actually a branch of Freedom Tavern, Yiran had been somewhat astonished too, but upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable after all. After all, the Free Tavern tradition specifically seeks those who relentlessly pursue individuality, desire, and chaos, which aligns perfectly with the clientele of nightclubs. Hearing Yiran accurately identify his professional lineage, the bartender stopped playing dumb. May I ask what business you have with the person in charge of our Liberty Tavern, sir? Yiran narrowed his eyes and said coolly, Tell your manager that there's a professional successor who meets Liberty Tavern's standards waiting for him here. The bartender listened, then nodded faintly in response. This is precisely why they had to secretly establish branch offices, even without official recognition from Dragon Country. After all, with Dragon Country's massive population, there were bound to be no small number of people suited to their professional inheritance. Could you tell me which professional inheritance sequence in our free tavern this inheritor is suited for? Yi Ran looked at the bartender and replied calmly, Knight Priest. Upon hearing these words, the bartender gave a slight involuntary shudder. For anyone who could utter the words Knight Priest must possess deep familiarity with their freelance tavern. Yet the bartender still harbored some uncertainty. The lineage of the Dark Knight Priest has yet to see a single successful successor, a matter even the 3 overseers of the Free Tavern have been powerless to resolve. Yet this young man before me insists there is someone compatible. His confident demeanor and earnest tone suggest he isn't joking. For a moment, uncertain how to respond, I could only cautiously ask, how can I be sure you're telling the truth? Yi Ran said unhurriedly, tell your boss this, birth is merely the beginning of death. She will instruct you to bring me to her. The bartender was half convinced, half doubting. Might I ask for your distinguished name? Yi Ran. Yi Ran responded with a smile before walking back to his booth. Director Lu, aren't you planning to order some drinks? Noticing the chilly atmosphere at his booth, Yi Ran attempted to break the ice. Luwani glanced at Yi Ran, then turned her frosty gaze towards Jiang Xiaoru beside him, her expression icy. Teacher Yi, shouldn't you first explain why you brought students to a nightclub? The cards are on the table now, the battle begins, drama is about to unfold. Wang Xiaoman's heart leaped to her throat, her eyes instinctively squinting slightly, afraid that blood might splatter on her. Well, about that. Listening to Luwani's questioning, Yi Ran remained silent for a long moment without offering a reply. There's definitely something fishy. Seeing Yi Ran hesitate to answer, Luwani narrowed her eyes slightly, her icy aura carrying a faint hint of killing intent, as if ready to strike him down the moment he dared utter anything improper. Even Wang Xiaoman by the side nervously tightened her grip on Luwani's arm, fearing that if her sis was in a bad mood, she might stir up some trouble. Yet Yi Ran, standing at the eye of the storm, seemed completely unfazed, remaining as composed as ever. I brought my students here to boost their strength, of course. Do you think I wanted to come? My ears are practically ringing from all the noise. Yi Ran even complained as he dug at his ear irritably. Hearing Yi Ran's response, Luwani and Wang Xiaoman were completely stunned. A teacher bringing students to a nightclub and you're telling me it's to improve their abilities? Are you trying to fool a ghost? Luwani didn't even have time to lose her temper when a mocking voice suddenly sounded from behind. Professor Ye's teaching methods are truly one of a kind, actually instructing students to improve their skills in a nightclub. Just what kind of skills are we improving here, exactly? Luwani and the others turned toward the source of the voice, only to furrow their brows slightly upon seeing who it was. Han Kun had often flaunted his status as a famous mentor at school, acting arrogantly and domineeringly. Luwani naturally had an extremely poor impression of him, never expecting to run into this nuisance again at the nightclub. It was truly annoying. Han Kun, utterly oblivious to Luwani's disgust, remained smug and self-satisfied. With exaggerated elegance, he settled onto the couch, wine glass in hand, posing in what he imagined was a gentlemanly manner as he raised his glass to her. Director Lu, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect you to enjoy nightclubs too. Next time, let me show you around. Honestly, this spot, TSK. Han Kun shook his head and clicked his tongue in displeasure, expressing his disdain for the isolated booth seat, completely disregarding Yi Ran sitting at the head seat. Yuani, who was already somewhat irritable. At this very moment, Han Kun kept flaunting his so-called superiority, which only intensified the irritation in my heart. Naturally, there was no pleasant expression on my face, and I simply ignored Han Kun. Seeing his words fall flat, a momentarily embarrassed Han Kun turned his gaze toward Yi Ran and Jiang Xiaoru. Professor Yi, so this is the student you claimed you wanted to mentor, huh? Quite a pretty face. Professor Yi really has good taste. Han Kun smirked maliciously. Obviously, he mistook Yi Ran for someone like himself, another professor preying on female college students at nightclubs. Come here, let Professor Han take a closer look at your qualifications. Jiang Xiaoru stood up somewhat woodenly upon hearing Han Kun's words. Oh, okay, alright. As she spoke, she started to rise and move toward Han Kun, only to have a strong hand grab her the moment she stood up. Jiang Xiaoru looked down and saw it was indeed Yi Ran. Where did this mutt come from barking so fiercely? It's hurting my ears. Yi Ran slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze tinged with disgust, looking at Han Kun as if he were staring at a beast. Han Kun was stunned on the spot. He could never have imagined that the usually obscure and unremarkable salty fish advisor at school could suddenly show such sharp edges. By the time Han Kun regained his composure, his face started burning with anger. Being humiliated by a soon-to-be fired salty fish advisor, especially in front of Luwani, felt utterly unbearable. Han Kun now had the intense urge to tear Yi Ran apart with his bare hands. Narrowing his eyes, Han Kun threatened with malice. Yi Ran, do you want to be thrown out? In this nightclub, Han Kun was an SSVIP. In Han Kun's perception, even if he threw Yi Ran out, the nightclub wouldn't offer any resistance. Yi Ran couldn't help but laugh at Han Kun's threat, then calmly popped open a can of cola and said evenly, "Go ahead and try it." Chapter 15. This isn't how the script's supposed to go. Great, just great. Han Kun clapped his hands and said great 3 times in succession. Yi Ran's attitude had provoked him to bitter laughter. Then he subtly gestured to summon one of the hotel managers. The manager clearly recognized Han Kun too, ingratiatingly speaking first. "President Han, may I ask what instructions you have? Call your manager here. There's a matter I need to address." This lobby manager was quite sharp and adept at reading situations. After observing the circumstances on site, he immediately deduced precisely what Han Kun wanted to do. "No need to trouble yourself with such matters, Mr. Han. Leave it to me, I'll ensure you're thoroughly satisfied with how it's handled." Hearing such flattering words, Han Kun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Seeing Han Kun's silent acquiescence, the lobby manager immediately understood and walked straight up to Yi Ran. "Sir, considering you have violated the rules, please leave here now. Baseless slander, clearly trying to drive you out." Listening to the lobby manager's words, Han Kun looked at Yi Ran with a hint of smugness in his eyes, as if he had already envisioned Yi Ran's humiliating expulsion from the nightclub. Yet Yi Ran behaved as if he hadn't heard anything, picking up his cola once more and taking a casual sip. Watching Yi Ran ignore him, the lobby manager felt his pride stung. "Sir, please leave this place. If you refuse, we will have to resort to forcible measures." Hearing the lobby manager's words, Yi Ran smiled playfully and said, "Are you sure? This hall manager was hired mainly to handle daily operations. He probably doesn't even know this place is a branch of the Free Tavern." Yi Ran's mockery made the manager flush with anger. "Don't push your luck when given face. Here, I'm the fucking supreme authority. If I say you leave, you leave." Not yet, waiting for the lobby manager to finish his tantrum. Suddenly, a group of people dressed in black uniforms strode briskly up to Yi Ran's booth. Leading them was a bald man wearing sunglasses, with the bartender who had just been chatting with Yi Ran standing beside him. Upon seeing the newcomers, the lobby manager was instantly drenched in a cold sweat, then immediately turned to address the bald man. "Good afternoon, Chairman." Never could he have imagined that such a trivial matter would attract the attention of tax chairman. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Zhe, tax official public representative. He also serves as the deputy head of the Freedom Tavern's Dragon Country branch. Han Kun stepped forward to shake hands upon seeing Zhang Zhe. "Hello, President Zhang. I'm Han Kun from the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy." Zhang Zhe, who controls Magic City's largest nightclub. In the entertainment industry, they were colossal figures of immense stature. Even if Han Kun wasn't aware of Zhang Zhe's hidden background, these superficial credentials alone were enough for Han Kun to curry favor. The lobby manager nearby picked up the conversation. "Professor Han is our nightclub's SSVIP client and a star instructor at Modu High Martial Arts Academy." Hearing the introduction, Zhang Zhe also politely shook hands and offered a ceremonial remark. "I've long heard of your esteemed reputation." Hearing Zhang Zhe say "I've long heard of your great reputation" to him, Han Kun couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up. Then he looked provocatively at Yi Ran, as if telling him who the real winner here was. Witnessing this scene, the lobby manager naturally didn't miss the chance to slander Yi Ran. "Chairman, this guest got drunk and tried to bully Professor Han. I'm handling the situation now." Hearing these words, Zhang Zhe furrowed his brows. The bartender nearby leaned in and whispered something briefly into Zhang Zhe's ear. Seeing Zhang Zhe frown, Han Kun's lips curled slightly upward. "I'm already picturing the scene where Yen Ran gets humiliated and kicked out by Zhang Zhe, way more satisfying than some petty lobby manager throwing someone out." After hearing what the bartender had to say, Zhang Zhe strode over to the booth. His hulking frame blocked out the light as he approached, casting the area into noticeable shadow. Zhang Zhe looked at the young man before him. "Excuse me, are you Yi Ran?" As soon as these words were spoken, Han Kun and the lobby manager standing nearby were completely stunned. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Wasn't Zhang Zhe supposed to fly into a rage and order Yi Ran's permanent expulsion? Why was he being so polite? Yi Ran then set down the cola, calmly looking at Zhang Zhe. "I asked to meet the person in charge, not you." This single sentence left everyone present stunned. Was Yi Ran out of his mind? Who else could be the head of TACC if not Zhang Zhe? And this is Zhang Zhe we're talking about, a man whose mere stomp makes the entire entertainment industry tremble. While Zhang Ze's personal prowess remains unclear, the power he wields is undeniable to all. Rumors say even platinum-ranked warriors work for him. Daring to speak like this, aren't you afraid of ending up dead in the streets today? Instantly, the atmosphere froze over completely. Even Yuani instinctively inched closer to Yi Ran, ready to intervene if Zhang Zhe flew into a rage. Just when everyone was waiting for Zhang Zhe to lose his temper, Zhang Zhe burst into laughter instead, then opened a bottle of cola and took a big gulp. It seems Brother Yi knows us quite well. Zhang Zhe was naturally delighted. The more Yi Ran and the others learned, the greater the proof became that the successor of the Night Priest was genuine, and the higher the likelihood that the Free Tavern would once again unlock a top-tier legacy. As the second-in-command, he naturally stood to gain considerable benefits as well. Zhang Zhe finished a bottle of cola in one gulp and stood up with a smile. "Come with me, Big Sis is waiting for you inside." With that, Zhang Zhe waved his hand, signaling his men to clear a path for Yi Ran. Without hesitation, Yi Ran stood up and followed Zhang Zhe out. As he approached the lobby manager, the manager was already paralyzed with fear, dumbly rooted to the spot, bewildered and unsure what to think. Yaren gently patted the man's cheek. "Of all people to lick up to, you chose a damn mutt, right, Professor Han?" Yi Ran looked at Han Kun with an utterly harmless expression. The word struck Han Kun's face like a vicious slap. Han Kun only felt his face burning fiercely, but he dared not make even the slightest move. After all, circumstances favored others. If a conflict erupted now, it seemed certain that Zhang Zhe would break his legs on Yi Ran's behalf. Zhang Zhe frowned slightly at the sight, then whispered a few words to the bartender beside him, before saying with a smile, "Young man, let's go. No need to trouble yourself here anymore, everything will be taken care of." Someone like Han Kun, a celebrity mentor, might be a big deal to ordinary people, but to the real titans, he probably doesn't even qualify to sit at their table. Hearing Zhang Zhe's words, Yi Ran nodded and then called Zhang Xiaoru to prepare to leave. But then he thought better of it and turned to Lu Wani and the others, saying, "Director Lu, you should come along too, so you won't accuse me of neglecting my duties again." Lu Wani and the others exchanged glances. She never imagined things could take such an unexpected turn. Weren't we just out to catch a cheating spouse? How did we end up tangled in something so extraordinary? For a moment, her gaze toward Yi Ran was tinged with confusion. She couldn't help but feel like she didn't quite understand her usually lazy and laid-back mentor anymore. "Come, Director Lu, there's something here that should particularly interest you." Faced with Yi Ran's repeated invitation, Lu Wani and her companion found it hard to refuse and followed him out of the place. After everyone had left, the bartender instructed by Zhang Zhe turned his gaze towards the lobby manager. "You blind bastard, don't bother coming back tomorrow." Then he turned to Han Kun and said, "Starting today, you're no longer welcome at TACC. We'll transfer all the liquor credits and remaining balance from your card to your account." With that, the bartender left without looking back, following them out. The lobby manager collapsed to the ground like a lost soul, while Han Kun's face was flushed with shame and indignation. Never expecting the boomerang to come back so swiftly. Just 5 minutes ago he had confidently vowed to drive Yi Ran away, yet now, 5 minutes later, it was he who was being expelled. Not only had he lost his qualification to be here, but he had also completely humiliated himself in front of Lu Wani. For a moment, he felt like a clown, as if the entire nightclub was laughing at him. The overwhelming shame left him utterly out of place. With a cold snort, he could only leave TACC. Chapter 16, Transcendent, Master of the Grey Mist. On the way toward the inner hall of the TACC, Yi Ran asked Zhang Xiaoru softly, "When Han Kun called you over just now, did you know he had ill intentions?" I know. Zhang Xiaoru's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, though obedient, she remained clear-minded at heart. "Then why did you still listen to him?" Zhang Xiaoru spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Since I was little, my family always told me to be obedient if I wanted a better life." Hearing Zhang Xiaoru's words, Yi Ran fell silent. Zhang Xiaoru's words were no different from what her parents had repeatedly told her in her previous life. At school, listen to your teachers. In society, obey your superiors. Learn to endure hardship, learn to read people's expressions, this is how you'll live well, how you'll make something of yourself. These circumstances are particularly common in ordinary families, especially those with unfavorable original conditions. They are everywhere. These parents lacking power and influence, without the foresight of visionary insight, and even suffering endless injustices in society. They didn't know how to change, so they could only warn their children in this helpless way, hoping only that their children would suffer fewer beatings and less hardship. The original intent of love isn't wrong, but how many children have lost their youthful passion and high-spirited fighting will right from the butt of their lives? Society didn't dull their edges, they were already gone when they left home. But can youths without edges still be called youths? Listening to Zhang Xiaoru's words, everyone fell silent. As for Zhang Xiaoru's story, Lu Wani was naturally quite familiar with it. A young girl incapable of casting any healing spells, yet ranked first in theoretical knowledge across the entire grade. Previously, she had only heard the stories, but today, seeing Zhang Xiaoru in person, Lu Wani gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Xiaoru, especially the phrase obedience makes life easier, which struck a deep chord within her heart. The thought that they had initially come here to catch Zhang Xiaoru in an affair made Lu Wani blush slightly, as waves of shame washed over her. Just as Lu Wani was about to step forward to comfort Zhang Xiaoru, Yaren spoke first. "Xiaoru, I've told you before, you're not inferior to anyone. Teacher, I know. I don't want you to know it, I want you to prove it. Yi Ran interrupted Zhang Xiaoru's words, looking at her intently. Listen, Xiaoru, after tonight, you will be reborn from the ashes. I will build the ladder to godhood for you, but you must promise me one thing. With unwavering determination, Yi Ran looked at Zhang Xiaoru and spoke word by word. Starting today, live for yourself. Yi Ran wished Zhang Xiaoru could become the phoenix that spreads its wings, not just a kite flying in the sky. Yi Ran's sudden seriousness left Zhang Xiaoru somewhat at a loss for how to respond, forcing her to nod half understandingly. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Luwani momentarily froze, her beautiful eyes flickering with stirred emotions. At this moment, Yi Ran wasn't just finding ways to enhance his students' abilities, he showed such genuine concern for their psychological growth as well. Is this still the same laid-back mentor she knew before? Calm, confident, assertive, and responsible. In just one night, Yi Ran's every action showcased all the qualities a great teacher should possess. Especially those final words to Zhang Xiaoru. How many teachers who only care about grades rather than character should feel ashamed? In a daze, Yuani felt as if that brother Yi who had always protected her as she grew up had returned. Yes, Yi Ran used to protect her just like this when they were children. We're here. Just as Yuani was still lost in memories of the past, Zhang Zhe opened his mouth and spoke. He looked at the four people before him and spoke earnestly. Big sister might have a bit of a temper, so remember to mind your manners when we go in. Before Zhang Zhe could even finish speaking, the nearly 5-meter-tall gates were violently flung open. You fat bastard, ruining my reputation out there again? Hearing this, Zhang Zhe knew trouble was coming, so he immediately activated his protective energy field. In an instant, the scent of alcohol emanated from Zhang Ze's body as a faint purple alcoholic mist formed to tightly seal the doorway. The drunken master's unique skill, Chaotic Wine Mist, can confuse all incoming attacks, nullifying attack damage. Supreme-level drunken masters can even disrupt the power of natural laws. Seeing this scene, Luan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured, Diamond class. Who would have thought that a diamond rank expert would stoop to being a manager in a nightclub? What secrets could this nightclub possibly hide? And how is Yeren connected to these people? At that moment, Lei Wani's gaze at Yeren was filled with confusion. Right now, in her eyes, Yeren seemed wrapped in a mysterious veil that she couldn't penetrate. Boom! Even though Zhang Zhe activated his skill in advance, he was still blasted away by the tremendous force emanating from behind the door, crashing into the wall and raising a cloud of dust. Big sis, was that really necessary against your little brother? Especially with so many outsiders watching. The dust settled as Zhang Zhe wordlessly tore off his already tattered suit. Revealing his muscular arms, he spoke helplessly toward the door. Does your reputation even need me to ruin it? Any normal person can see how terrible your temper is. Not only did the person behind the door show no appreciation, they instead began reprimanding Zhang Zhe. Fatso, get that kid Yi Ran and the successor in here, no one else is allowed inside. Zhang Zhe turned his head with a resigned smile. Please, you two, come in. The other two will have to wait a moment. Then, Yi Ran led Zhang Xiaoru into the room. Zhang Xiaoru was immediately stunned by the luxury inside as soon as she entered. A resplendent chandelier entirely crafted from diamonds and jewels, extravagantly ornate relief sculptures, not to mention those priceless calligraphy and paintings whose names she couldn't even recognize. Everything here exuded aristocratic opulence. As soon as he entered, Yi Ran cupped his hands in salute. Your junior pays respects to the Lord of the Grey Mist. As soon as these words were spoken, a fierce gale swept through the room as a grey mist instantly materialized before Yi Ran. Like an incorporeal specter, you actually guessed it was me? Yi Ran gave her a wry smile. In the entire free tavern, only 3 people dare to beat up Zhang Zhe like this, and the other 2 certainly aren't women. The person before them was one of the 3 transcendent beings of the free tavern, known as the Shepherd of Souls, the Lord of Grey Mist. Truth be told, Zhang Ze's cry of sister outside the door had already revealed the Lord of Grey Mist's identity. Hearing Yi Ran's analysis, the Lord of Grey Mist waved his hand impatiently. Damn fatty, ruining my plans again. Though it seems you're quite familiar with our free tavern. The Lord of Grey Mist floated to his side, his intimidating aura not receding in the slightest. The overwhelming pressure forced Yi Ran to unconsciously activate his innate Dao body. Only then did a sliver of clarity emerge. I can't sense you anymore. How intriguing. So intriguing that I'm tempted to see what your soul truly looks like. The Lord of the Grey Mist flitted about, studying the youth before him with keen curiosity. Yi Ran, with his primordial Dao body awakened, could even perceive the threads of energy converging from all directions, preparing to entangle his own soul. Madman! Yi Ran couldn't help but curse inwardly. Chapter 17, Awakening the Dark Priest Inheritance. Such an unruly and eccentric character. It's truly difficult to find such extraordinary beings anywhere other than the free tavern. Lord of the Grey Mist, wouldn't you like to see your future night priest? Yi Ran's words interrupted the Lord of the Grey Mist's frenzied actions, and successfully captured the attention of the Lord of the Grey Mist. Then, the Lord of the Grey Mist flew directly toward Jiang Xiaoru. Within the grey mist, a pair of sharp eyes seemed to pierce through everything about Jiang Xiaoru. So this is the so-called successor you mentioned? She looks rather ordinary to me? Ordinary or not, one can only know the moment she comes into contact with the inheritance. Yiran calmly responded to the Lord of the Grey Mist's interrogation. The Lord of Grey Mist turned to look at Yiran and suddenly laughed. Your calmness makes me doubt whether you're truly just a little silver-tier youngster. Standing before me, don't you feel afraid? The free tavern follows its heart's desires, but it never harms its friends, especially one who comes bearing such generous gifts. The Lord of Grey Mist gazed at Yiran in silence for a moment before speaking. Do you truly believe she can inherit the Dark Knight Priestess? Do you know how much effort the three of us have expended? How many people we've searched through, just for this lineage of the Dark Knight Priestess? Yiran gazed at the Lord of the Grey Mist, meeting his eyes levelly without a trace of fear, as if at this very moment he was the transcendent one. Please initiate the inheritance. You will see the answer you seek. The Lord of the Grey Mist's eyes flickered slightly, his ethereal form wavering unsteadily. Even some diamond-tier powerhouses would display restraint and fear when facing her. No matter how well hidden, it would still be futile before her mastery of souls. Yet today, she couldn't detect even the slightest trace of tension or unease in this silver-tier youngster before her. She found herself unable to figure out this young man standing before her. Do you know the consequences of provoking the extraordinary? If I fail, take my life, it's yours for the taking. A glimmer shone in Yiran's eyes, carefree, confident, and carrying a trace of madness. Teacher, perhaps we should just forget about it. Hearing Yiran ready to wager his life, Jiang Xiaoru standing nearby froze in shock. She grabbed Yiran's hand, trying to make him withdraw his dangerous bet. Yiran smiled and gently patted Jiang Xiaoru's head. I've told you, as your master, I would build the ladder to godhood for you. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoru was completely stunned. She truly never expected that Yiran's so-called building the ladder to godhood for you would be constructed with his life as the wager. For a moment, complex emotions surged within him. She couldn't comprehend why Yiran would go this far for her sake. Hearing this, the Lord of the Grey Mist danced up and down joyfully, as if encountering something amusing. Excellent, excellent. Little one, you're even crazier than us from the free tavern. Since you're willing to gamble, very well, I'll oblige you. Having spoken, the Lord of the Grey Mist lightly waved his grey robe. A surge of grey energy swept through the living room. Suddenly, a statue of a woman bowing in prayer appeared abruptly in the living room in a manner beyond mortal comprehension. The woman depicted in the statue bore a countenance of kindness, benevolence, and gentleness. The entirely pitch-black appearance of this sculpture gave it an indescribably eerie feeling. Carved distinctly on the back of the sculpture was the phrase the system had previously told Yiran. Birth is but the starting point of death. This inscription was already here when we obtained this inheritance. All cryptic and mystical, we still haven't figured out how to activate the legacy. If you hadn't suddenly uttered those words, we wouldn't have bothered with you at all. Alright, enough dawdling. Let's get started. The Lord of the Grey Mist said impatiently. Yiran turned her head and looked tenderly at Jiang Xiaoru. Go ahead. No, I won't go. I just want to be your student. I don't want those strange things. Jiang Xiaoru shook her head. For the first time in her life, she learned to refuse others. For the first time in her life, she chose disobedience. Jiang Xiaoru recalled how Teacher Yi would always smile and say good morning to her before morning reading. Recalled those nights when she studied late and Teacher Yi would treat her to midnight snacks when she got hungry. Recalled how today when classmates mocked her, Teacher Yi stood before her, shielding her from all those scornful gazes. Recalled that moment when Han Kun harassed her, and Teacher Yi's hand firmly grasped her wrist. And now there's the inheritance statue that Teacher Yi literally bet his life to win for her. From childhood till now, besides her parents, she had never experienced this kind of love from anyone else. That unconditional love that genuinely wishes the best for you. That purest form of love. The pent-up emotions finally erupted completely at this moment. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Jiang Xiaoru's eyes. Yiran looked at the weeping Jiang Xiaoru with some helplessness. He could only continue while patting Jiang Xiaoru's head. Go, trust your master's judgment, you will succeed. Yiran's continuous reassurances gradually calmed Jiang Xiaoru's heart. Jiang Xiaoru wiped away her tears and shakily approached that pitch-black, eerie statue, reaching out to place her palm upon its surface. In an instant, the black energy spread wildly, transforming on the ground into an eerie primordial magic circle. The energy of this magic circle was so intense, it actually made the entire room begin to tremble. TSK, the energy surge is too intense, we need to relocate. The Mist Sovereign's eyes flickered with excitement evident in her voice, because this unremarkable girl had actually awakened the inheritance of a shadow priest. As the gray energy dispersed, Sculpture, Jiang Xiaoru, Yiran, and others were directly transported to a void. This is the Grey Mist domain, also my personal space, the Grey Mist Lord responded calmly. Then, with visible excitement, he looked at Jiang Xiaoru. Don't worry, nothing here can be destroyed. Push it to the limit, show me just how compatible you truly are. As the Grey Mist Lord spoke, Jiang Xiaoru no longer hesitated. Closing her eyes, she began to forge a spiritual connection with the sculpture with all her heart. Boom! In an instant, the black magic circle expanded more than tenfold. The Grey Mist realm nearly failed to withstand such rapid expansion, actually developing faint cracks. TSK, I might have overestimated myself. The Lord of Grey Mist churned restlessly, continuously releasing wisps of grey energy as it frantically expanded the Grey Mist realm, only stopping when the black magic circle was completely enveloped. At this very moment, even the Lord of the Grey Mist showed a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. Yet beneath that weariness, there was far more astonishment and excitement. Good. Not only capable of receiving the legacy, but so perfectly compatible with it. A talent found once in a million. Despite his exhilaration, the Lord of the Grey Mist couldn't suppress a faint sense of disparity within him. Why was it so difficult for those three transcendents to find such a promising candidate despite all their efforts? Yet this little silver rank easily stumbled upon it. She glanced at Jiran, her expression complex. The statue of the Night Priest had never been publicly displayed since they acquired it. How did Jiran know about the text hidden behind it? Moreover, how could Jiran be so absolutely certain that the student he brought along would inherit the Night Priest's legacy? Such a bizarre and enigmatic kid. For a moment, the Lord of Grey Mist narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn it, I really want to extract his soul and study it thoroughly. Chapter 18, Transcendent Reserve. As if sensing the malice in the Lord of Grey Mist's gaze, Yiran quickly forced out a nervous laugh. Respected Lord of the Grey Mist, what level of inheritance completeness can Jiang Xiaoru's current performance achieve? The completeness of the inheritance determines Jiang Xiaoru's future potential. With the status of a Dark Knight Priestess, if the completeness reaches 50%, Jiang Xiaoru will undoubtedly become a diamond-tier powerhouse in the future. If the completion rate exceeds 60%, Jiang Xiaoru's future will hold limitless possibilities. The Lord of Grey Mist heard Yi Ran's words, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Xiaoru in the middle of the inheritance ceremony. What he sensed astonished even the Lord of Grey Mist himself. It was beyond belief. The aura of this inheritance has already surpassed 60? Any inheritance involves inheriting the power bestowed by that legacy. Monstrous. The Lord of the Grey Mist's eyes burned with fanaticism. A top-tier professional legacy welcomes an inheritor with over 60% compatibility. The Lord of Grey Mist could scarcely imagine what heights this girl might reach in the future. Unconsciously, another thought surfaced in the Lord of Grey Mist's mind. If everything goes smoothly, in the near future, they will welcome the fourth transcendent being to the Free Tavern. For transcendent beings under one roof, be it the Holy Court of Light's mightiest angel, the Night Church's blood progenitor, or the Thunder Lord of Ragnarok, from now on, they'll all be left to lick the boots of the Free Tavern. At this thought, the Lord of the Grey Fog became somewhat excited. Even the grey fog around him trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing the words perfect inheritance, Yi Ran's lips also curled into a faint smile. Perfect inheritance. The system truly didn't deceive her. Jiang Xiaoru's compatibility with the Night Priest class was exceptionally high. This was the Night Priest we're talking about, the top-tier legacy profession from the Free Tavern. Even among extraordinary legacy professions, it stood firmly at the pinnacle, which meant Jiang Xiaoru only needed to continue cultivating steadily. Then she would inevitably arrive at the outcome Yi Ran had predetermined. Ascension. As the inheritance ceremony reached its conclusion, suddenly the grey mist above began to spiral into chaos. An inexplicable power began to condense above the domain of Grey Mist. The Lord of Grey Mist let out a cold snort. At this very moment, the Lord would absolutely not permit any disturbance that might interrupt the inheritance ritual. In an instant, countless strands of grey energy surged toward the nearly ruptured void like they were mending the heavens. Boom! Yet faced with the full interception of the Mist Lord, that energy showed no hesitation, blasting straight through the misty domain, and struck Jiang Xiaoru's body. The sheer force of the breakthrough was so overwhelming that even a transcendent being like the Mist Lord couldn't suppress the turbulence in his chi. A surge of blood rose uncontrollably to his throat. For a moment, the Lord of Grey Mist felt a profound shock. What kind of immense power was this, to effortlessly shatter his strongest defenses and break through his domain? This, even among those country-destroying supernaturals, only a handful could accomplish something like this with such ease. Moreover, during his contact with this energy, the Lord of the Grey Mist actually felt a faint shiver. This shiver originated from a suppression of hierarchy. The last time he had experienced such a sensation was when facing that white-bearded old man from the demon capital. A slight unease settled in the Lord of the Grey Mist's heart, hoping this wouldn't affect the young girl's succession. The energy awaiting impact dissipated, marking the complete conclusion of the inheritance ceremony. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoru's entire aura began to surge wildly. Bronze tier mid-stage, bronze tier late-stage, silver tier early-stage, silver tier mid-stage, silver tier late-stage, gold tier early-stage, gold tier mid-stage. Her climbing power finally came to a halt only upon reaching gold tier mid-stage. It was merely an inheritance, yet it directly spans 7 tiers. Seeing this, the Lord of the Grey Mist finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this was just part of the inheritance ritual. But it seems that the rank of this dark priest is indeed high enough. A casual strike actually made her soul tremble. Just as Jiang Xiaoru achieved consecutive breakthroughs in rank, her power surging dramatically, Yi Ran's mind echoed with the system's voice. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission guiding a student. The rewards for this guidance are being issued now. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained a bronze level lottery ticket. Ding, host's disciple holds you in high reverence. Would you like to bind them as your personal apprentice? Here we go again, feels good. Yi Ran accepted without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining a direct disciple. In an instant, Yi Ran felt that a subtle connection had also formed between him and Jiang Xiaoru. Yi Ran's aura began to swell. The ink dragon within his body began to materialize, coiling around Yi Ran's figure. The Yi family's ink dragon. Observing the ink dragons coiling around Yi Ran, the Lord of the Grey Mist murmured, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Roar! The ink dragons surrounding Yi Ran let out thunderous roars. Yi Ran felt his meridians begin to continuously expand. The ceaseless force surged like a mighty river, scouring every inch of itself. As the force continued to surge, the physical manifestation of the ink dragon surrounding Yi Ran's body became more solid. The binding cultivation practiced by Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru. Yi Ran had finally accumulated sufficient foundation and was preparing to break through the golden threshold. Roar! The ink dragon grew restless, transforming into a surge of energy that charged toward Yi Ran's consciousness, beginning its assault on those invisible shackles. Reckless, muttered the Lord of Grey Mist indifferently. As a transcendent being, she could naturally discern at a glance the inherent flaws in Yi Ran's physical constitution. It seems Yi Ran was once a proud son of heaven who must have attempted to break through to the golden rank long ago, only to fail. After repeated failures to reach the golden rank, the golden shackles on Yi Ran's body had become so thick they were visible at a glance. Typically, reaching this state means one's hope for further cultivation advancement is practically severed. Practitioners also refer to such shackles as natural chasms, insurmountable gaps that cannot be crossed. Attempting to break through golden shackles of this level with one's own strength is nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree or a mantis blocking a chariot, merely reinforcing the shackles further. Yet Yi Ran couldn't care less at this moment, as he was brimming with boundless ambition, riding the ink dragon of his inner self toward the golden gate in a reckless charge. Just as he was about to touch that unyielding golden shackle, Yi Ran's innate Tao body activated once more. In an instant, the operation of his innate Tao body completely dissolved that indomitable golden restraint. Yi Ran charged straight to the heart of the enemy's stronghold without encountering the slightest resistance, shattering the golden barrier. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Yi Ran's body. Golden rank, BRAKTHROUGH. Chapter 19, The Deity of Sequences in Person, the System's Reward. The Lord of the Grey Mist stared at this scene with bewilderment. SUC, succeeded? How is this possible? The Lord of Grey Mist narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing intently. As a transcendent being, she could naturally sense that Yi Ran's aura had grown considerably more substantial. This level was already no weaker than the late-stage gold rank. Everything in existence has two sides. Repeated failures during breakthrough attempts carried significant risks of completely derailing one's cultivation path. However, long-term suppression and impact can also solidify a cultivator's foundation to an unprecedented degree. At this moment, Yi Ran was like a bamboo shoot. 10 years of rooting underground allowed him to grow 3 feet in a single day after breaking through the soil. Even though his strength was only at the early stage of gold rank, the profound depth and quality of his cultivation were already no weaker than those at the late stage of gold rank. Since Yi Ran immediately concealed his aura after the breakthrough, the Lord of Grey Mist didn't notice that the ink dragon power within Yi Ran's body had faintly begun to emit a golden glow. Yi Ran, who had successfully broken through, showed no trace of excitement on his face, as if he had merely accomplished an utterly ordinary task. The Lord of the Grey Mist naturally witnessed this scene as well. For a moment, the Lord of the Grey Mist even doubted whether this fellow had deliberately created these difficulties for himself just to solidify his foundation. After numerous failed attempts, he had finally succeeded one day. Normally, any ordinary person would have gone mad with joy, much like Fan Jin passing the imperial examination. Yet this young man before them remained as composed as ever. Not elated by external gains, not saddened by personal losses, as if the person who achieved such a remarkable feat wasn't himself at all. With such temperament, such depth of mind, given time, it seems the Yi family will produce another extraordinary figure. Jiang Xiaoru ran excitedly towards Yi Ran. Teacher, I succeeded. The overwhelming joy and endless gratitude made Jiang Xiaoru unable to resist hugging Yiran. Teacher, look, this is what the statue gave me after the legacy just now. Having said that, Jiang Xiaoru acted like a student showing off their achievements, as a black staff materialized in her hand out of thin air. The staff was pitch black, with faintly visible intricate patterns carved into it. Just looking at it for a moment longer made one feel as though their soul might be sucked in. Eerie, mysterious, powerful. Xiaoru, are you feeling any discomfort? Jiang Xiaoru thought for a brief moment before shaking her head. I don't feel any discomfort, but I keep sensing this staff has become connected to my bloodline. Using it feels like commanding my own arm. Just as master and apprentice were examining the inexplicably appeared staff, the voice of the Lord of the Grey Mist rang out once more. Though for some reason, this transcendent being's voice carried the faintest tremble. Little girl, can I take a look at that staff? Upon hearing the request from the Lord of Grey Mist, Jiang Xiaoru unexpectedly didn't immediately obey and hand over the staff to him like she had previously complied with Han Kun's requests. Instead, she turned her head to look at Yiran. Teacher, may I? He acted as if without Yiran's approval, not even a superhuman could command him. A superhuman? At this moment, in Jiang Xiaoru's heart, not even a single strand of Teacher Ye's hair could be compared. Seeing Jiang Xiaoru's reaction, Yiran felt a warm glow in his heart. He patted her head and said with a smile, go, show it to our senior. After all, the Lord of Grey Mist is one of the 3 transcendent beings of the Free Tavern. She knows far more about the tavern's secrets than Yiran ever could, and gaining a bit more understanding would only benefit Jiang Xiaoru's development. Hearing Yiran's words, Jiang Xiaoru obediently manifested her staff in her hand once more. Upon witnessing this scene, the mist around the Lord of Grey Fog trembled slightly as he muttered to himself. Exclusive. It's actually exclusive. Yiran watched the Lord of Grey Fog lose his composure and couldn't help but ask, Senior, is there something wrong with Xiaoru's inheritance? After all, everyone had seen that energy beam that pierced through the domain earlier, so Yiran naturally worried that Jiang Xiaoru's inheritance might have encountered some mishap. The Lord of the Grey Mist snapped out of his daze at Yiran's questioning. She remained silent for a moment before speaking to the two of them. You don't come from a sect organization, so naturally you wouldn't understand about inheritances. Sect inheritances have continued for tens of millions of years. All their power originates from one mystical artifact after another. Some organizations call them divine effigies, others name them spiritual attainments, while some refer to them as occupational sequences, yet all paths lead to the same destination. Those of us who resonate with these artifacts undergo a baptism of energy during the absorption process, with varying degrees of potential unlocked depending on one's innate compatibility. But among them, an exceedingly rare few achieve perfect resonance with an artifact, gaining exclusive ownership, while countless may be transformed by a single artifact. Its exclusive bearer can only ever be one. The Lord of the Grey Mist paused briefly, the astonishment in his eyes still undimmed. Perhaps you cannot yet fully grasp what exclusivity truly represents, but I can tell you with certainty legendary weapons like Gungnir, Mjolnir, and the Archangel's Blade that have appeared throughout history, these were all exclusive manifestations of their artifacts. Hearing this, Yiran took a slight, sharp breath in. The names mentioned by the Mist Sovereign were far too illustrious. They were all the weapons of the most formidable warriors of that era. Each one had left an indelible mark in the annals of history. Now you understand the significance of exclusivity, said the Mist Sovereign, her eyes gleaming with intensity as she gazed at Jiang Xiaoru. Among our sect, there's a saying, when a person receives a token as their own exclusive possession, the compatibility of her heirloom inheritance should be at least 90% or higher. The Lord of the Grey Mist paused for a moment, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xiaoru. In other words, she was the deity of this sequence in person. Just as the Lord of the Grey Mist finished uttering these words, the voice of the system resounded once again in Yiran's mind. Ding, the system has detected that the host has successfully completed the achievement task, guiding a student to achieve perfect level inheritance, 1/1. The lottery ticket for this round is undergoing special upgrades. Ding, this lottery ticket has been specially upgraded to a chromatic lottery ticket, which can be used to draw a special chromatic treasure chest. Would you like to open it now? Chapter 20, The True Face of the Grey Mist Lord. Yiran chose to activate it. Ding, special colorful treasure chest is now opening. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining a sect token. Would you like to bind it? A sect token? Just as bewilderment flickered through Yiran's mind, the system promptly responded with an answer. Sect token, a consumable rules-based item used to establish a sect. The token user will become the sect master and can admit personal disciples into the sect. Disciple induction ceremony. When admitting disciples, the sect master can randomly copy one of their talents, skills, weapons, etc. Inspiration. The sect leader can temporarily enhance all disciples' attributes in all aspects, currently boosting attributes by 100%, duration 10 minutes, 3/3. Current passive bonuses of the sect. 1. Increases cultivation speed by 10%. 2. Boosts attack power by 10%. 3. Raises combined attack damage of sect disciples by 10%. Such an overpowered effect. This means that I will randomly obtain any one attribute from all my personal disciples. At the same time, he could administer stimulants 3 times a day to all disciples, doubling their combat power. Not only that, but all internal sect members would also receive bonuses to their cultivation speed, attack power, and combined attack damage. It seemed the higher the sect's level, the greater the bonuses would become. Without even thinking, Yiran directly chose to establish a sect. Ding! Detected that the host is creating a sect. Please name the sect. After pondering for a moment, 2 words finally surfaced in Yiran's mind. Celestial Court. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Heavenly Court has been successfully established. Please hurry and recruit disciples into your sect. Yiran directly brought Wang Dachuan and Zhang Xiaoru into his sect. Congratulations, host. Successfully recruited disciple, Wang Dachuan. Copying in progress? Congratulations, host. Successfully copied talent, Herculean strength. Host's strength bonus increased by 30%. Yiran then felt his muscles swell a bit more, and his strength seemed to have improved considerably, though that was about the extent of it. Seeing the replication results from Wang Dachuan, Yiran curled his lips in disdain. Figures it'd be you, Wang Dachuan. The replicated talent you pulled out is practically decorative, barely even worth mentioning. Congratulations, host. Successfully recruited disciple, Zhang Xiaoru. Initiating replication process. Congratulations, host. Successfully replicated weapon, Staff of Life and Death. Unique artifact, a creation woven from the twin laws of life and demise, a merciful executioner's tool. Staff of Life and Death. User may freely switch between attacking and healing effects, with 300% potency enhancement. Embedded skills, Gift of the Life Goddess, fully heal any living being, 1/1. Gaze of the Death Goddess, curse any living being to death, 1/1. Effectiveness may vary depending on the power disparity between user and target. Good stuff. When Yiran saw the description of the Staff of Life and Death, his eyes lit up. This time it was definitely a huge bargain. Setting aside the triple enhancement for a moment, even just the 2 attached skills alone could be considered downright broken. Instant revival, and targeted death curse. It's entirely methodical means, without any reasoning whatsoever. This guidance session for Zhang Xiaoru's heritage path was absolutely worth the trip. Just as Yiran was studying the system rewards, the Lord of Grey Mist nearby spoke up. Yiran, we need to talk. This time, the Lord of the Grey Mist didn't address Yiran as kid as usual, but instead spoke to him in a consultative tone. An ordinary person might have felt flattered by such treatment at this moment, but Yiran remained as composed as ever, neither haughty nor humble. Elder, please go ahead. The Lord of Grey Mist said. First, I must thank you for bringing us such a perfect successor for the Free Tavern. From today onward, you are a friend of our Free Tavern. With this token, you may mobilize personnel at any of our branches whenever you wish. As a swirl of grey mist rose, Yiran suddenly found a token in his hand, emanating the same mysterious aura as the Lord of Grey Mist. I'm also quite fond of the Free Tavern's way of handling matters. Should the need arise, you may call upon me, Yiran replied to the Lord of the Grey Mist, expressing his approval and gratitude toward the Free Tavern, his tone consistently maintaining an equal footing between himself and this colossal establishment, in no way resembling a superpower's condescending favor to an individual, but rather like 2 equal powers establishing diplomatic relations. The Lord of the Grey Mist gazed at Yiran in prolonged silence. Yet these seemingly arrogant words from Yiran didn't strike this transcendent being as wrong in any way. This eerie sensation filled the Lord of the Grey Mist with indescribable complex emotions. Truth be told, I find you somewhat inscrutable. The Lord of the Grey Mist voiced her genuine thoughts, but no matter. Our Free Tavern differs from those hypocritical orthodox sects. We don't casually pry into our friends' affairs. The Lord of Grey Mist paused, then continued, secondly, I hope Zhang Xiaoru stays by my side. Having just received the inheritance, she needs my help and guidance. Senior, such matters should be asked of Zhang Xiaoru herself. Yiran turned to look at Zhang Xiaoru. Are you willing? Zhang Xiaoru looked at Yiran, then glanced at the Lord of the Grey Mist, before speaking earnestly to Yiran. Teacher Yi, I won't be going back to school. I want to stay here. Hearing this, Yiran froze momentarily. He hadn't expected the usually obedient and timid Zhang Xiaoru to make such a choice. Nevertheless, he nodded slightly. Follow whatever choice your heart makes. Zhang Xiaoru seemed afraid that Yiran might misunderstand and hurriedly explained, Mr. Yi, staying here is the fastest way for me to improve, because... Zhang Xiaoru hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage, because I don't want Mr. Yi to break his promise. I want to fulfill every word you said on the podium one by one. I will become the strongest, and I'll make the school understand that Mr. Yi is the best teacher. Hearing Zhang Xiaoru's words, Yiran froze slightly. He hadn't expected that she had memorized every single word he'd spoken on the podium. The timid little girl from before seems to have summoned tremendous courage to speak such bold words. Yiran patted Jiang Xiaoru's head and said warmly, "Our little girl has grown up." Jiang Xiaoru, who had been hanging her head, suddenly looked up at Yiran. Teacher and student exchanged a knowing smile, as if reaching an unspoken understanding at that very moment. Then Jiang Xiaoru looked up at the Lord of Grey Mist and said earnestly, "Senior, I can stay, but I must take the freshman final exams. Before that, I want to become the strongest among all first-year students at Modu High Martial Academy." Jiang Xiaoru's tone was resolute, without a trace of her previous timidity, though the Lord of Grey Mist didn't know the full context, but still burst into laughter. "You really underestimate your own talent too much. Don't worry, if you get second place, our free tavern will disband on the spot." I'm really looking forward to the expression on that white-bearded old man's face then. Listening to the excitement in the Mist Lord's tone, it's not hard to sense that the Mist Lord has quite a grudge against one's own school principal. Having spoken, Yiran turned to the Lord of Grey Mist and said, "Now that our business is settled, let's discuss something unrelated." "Speak your mind. If you need someone killed, I'm happy to oblige," replied the Lord of Grey Mist, clearly in an exceptionally good mood. Yiran looked at the Lord of Grey Mist and solemnly said, "Wani is right outside the door. She misses you terribly. Won't you at least see her once, Aunt Enjing?" Chapter 21, The Ants Passed. "Aunt Enjing?" Upon hearing this, the scene fell into silence abruptly. Jiang Xiaoru glanced left at Yiran, then right at the Lord of Grey Mist, tactfully stepping aside to study her own staff in solitude. The Lord of Grey Mist remained shrouded in grey fog, not a trace of expression visible. Moments later, the Lord of Grey Mist let out a long sigh. "Let it be." As the words fell, the Grey Mist domain dissipated like smoke. The three of them returned to the room once more. Along with it, the mist surrounding the Lord of Grey Mist also dispersed. Jiang Xiaoru stole a glance out of the corner of her eye and froze in place. At this very moment, a woman stood motionless in place, clad in a form-fitting long gown, her curvaceous figure breathtaking enough to evoke involuntary sighs of admiration. Yet even under the harsh white lighting of the room, it couldn't diminish the porcelain fairness of her skin. Her cascading, slightly curled hair fell gently onto her arms, while her delicate yet striking features effortlessly carried the bold makeup's intense visual impact. With fiery red lips and exquisite beauty, if Lawani was the snow lotus atop an iceberg, then the woman before our eyes was a blooming rose, exuding the ultimate feminine allure, both mesmerizing and dangerous. Who could have imagined that beneath the veil of smoke hid a woman of such extraordinary beauty? The woman wore a complicated expression, as sharp as ever, Xiaoran. With that, the woman magically produced a cigarette from her hand, lit it, and placed it between her lips. "So tell me, when did you realize it was me?" Yiran looked at the woman before him and replied, "From the moment you lost your temper and punched Zhang Zhe at the entrance." Yiran didn't actually guess at all, it was plainly written in the free tavern materials the system had provided to him. Luanjing, one of the three transcendents of the free tavern, was a genius of the previous generation from the Lu family. Due to special circumstances, she left the Lu family and accepted the inheritance of the free tavern's Grey Mist sole emissary deity statue, breaking through to the transcendent realm. Yiran was essentially finding clues based on the answer he already knew, so he'd spotted the oddity from the very beginning. "Aunt Enjing, we hadn't even gotten close yet when you started attacking Zhang Zhe. Your real purpose was to make us stop 10 meters away, wasn't it? You were afraid that getting closer would trigger recognition from the Lu family's cultivation technique." Yiran's meticulous analysis. "Afterwards, using my fiery temper to forcefully demand you Wani and the other not to enter would be perfectly logical. Additionally, you could immediately identify me as from the Yi family, and during my advancement when you couldn't have observed closely, you directly described me as rash. This shows you know me extraordinarily well." Yiran concluded firmly, "A woman who knows me this intimately, yet isn't part of any noble family, and is particularly averse to interacting with you Wani. Aunt Enjing, I truly can't think of anyone else but you." Listening to Yiran's analysis, Luanjing irritably ruffled her voluminous waves. "Freak, you actually had the capacity to care about external things while sprinting toward advancement." Luanjing took a drag to mask her awkwardness. After all, as a transcendent, having so many flaws exposed by a mere golden rank youngster was rather unbecoming. Yuanjing, being someone who could readily accept things as they came, didn't dwell on the minor issue at hand. Instead, she spoke frankly. "Alright, you've always been a clever rascal since you were little. It's no surprise you found out. But forget about meeting Wani, after all, I'm no longer part of the Yu family." As Yiran observed Yuanjing's attitude, countless thoughts swirled in his mind. From the way Yiran addresses Luanjing as aunt, one can tell how close the Yi and Lu families are. Therefore, Yiran was well aware of Luanjing's affairs. Back then, Luanjing was just like the present-day Luwani, exceptionally talented and breathtakingly beautiful, a favored child of heaven blessed with every excellence, especially the ancestral technique of the Yu family, the serene heart scripture of strings. could influence the very souls of diamond-level grandmaster experts even during her golden age. She was once hailed as a once-in-10,000 years prodigy of her sect, her talent far surpassing even that of today's Yuani. Yet the way of heaven is to diminish the excessive and supplement the deficient. The heavens bestowed countless virtues upon Eunkyung, but also gave her an insurmountable trial of love. She fell in love with a common young man, Wang Xiang'a. When this affair came to light, it immediately caused an enormous uproar. Even in this sufficiently open era, love between aristocrats and commoners faces countless obstacles, let alone in the era of Lu Wenjing. At the first moment the incident broke out, Lu Wenjing was placed under house arrest by the head of the Lu family, who was none other than Lu Wani's grandfather. Lu Wenjing also agreed to the house arrest conditions set by the Lu family head under the pretext of protecting Wang Xianghe's situation. But after half a month had passed, Yuna received news of Wang Xianghe's death. At that moment, she rushed frantically to confront her father in a furious argument. After their heated quarrel, Yuna's figure was never seen again in the Lu family household. Antinjing, you also knew the situation at that time. Grandpa Lu did this as a way to protect you, Yiran spoke up. After all, the mindset of that era was even more extreme, with aristocratic families valuing status above all else. Once this kind of relationship between an aristocratic family and a commoner came to light, they would face mockery from other aristocratic families whenever they went out, and worse, some might even resort to underhanded schemes against them. The head of the Lu family chose to place his daughter under house arrest, which was actually his way of protecting her in disguise. You're right, the old man did protect his daughter. Lu Wenjing exhaled a smoke ring, her thoughts drifting. It's been nearly 20 years now. Right or wrong doesn't matter anymore, and I can't be bothered to pursue it further, Lu Wenjing continued. But I'm just disgusted by the hypocritical ways of those aristocratic families. All talk of fairness and justice, but in the end, it's all about self-interest. Oof. Lu Wenjing glanced at Yiran. Xiaoran, you must feel it just as keenly as I do. Yiran let out a bitter laugh. After all, his former self had obviously been engaged through a childhood betrothal, yet it had been deliberately shelved and left to grow cold, even to the point of mutual indifference. Wasn't this hypocritical behavior just the standard practice of aristocratic families? Lu Wenjing looked at Yiran, gleefully continuing. But the Lu family might have truly misjudged this time, letting go of such a real dragon. TSK, I can't wait to see the old man's expression when you rise to prominence. During this short time spent with Yiran, as a transcendent being, Lu Wenjing was absolutely certain that Yiran was no ordinary talent destined for obscurity. Destined to stand at the center of the world stage with the grace of dragons and phoenixes. When the hypocrites of the Lu family realize they've missed such a true dragon, they'll probably cough up blood in frustration. Chapter 22, Is your school blind? Yiran responded to Lu Wenjing's praise, you flatter me, aunt, but you should still meet Lu Wani. Ever since you left, she's changed completely, she hardly ever smiles anymore. Although Yiran was a transmigrator, he still retained his previous memories, especially those concerning Lu Wani which remained quite vivid. After all, the two were childhood sweethearts who grew up together with their marriage arranged since infancy. If he could incidentally help untangle the knots in Lu Wani's heart, Yiran wouldn't mind lending a hand. Hearing Yiran's words, Lu Wenjing suddenly had an epiphany. She stubbed out her cigarette, her face lighting up with excitement. Oh, so that's what you're after. I thought you two were already done for because of all that drama. You should have told me sooner. No, Auntie. Yiran sensed something was off. It seemed Antinjing's romantic idealism had completely overwhelmed her rational faculties. Lu Wenjing cut him off. Enough, stop right there. Consider this your auntie's personal mission. Nothing boils my blood more than seeing lovebirds torn apart. As long as there's still a spark between you two, I'd burn down the ancestral Lu family compound to make this match happen. Compared to seeing the Lu family suffer setbacks, Lu Wenjing naturally hoped her little niece could find a good husband even more. Since Yiran still had feelings, there was no reason for her not to help Lu Wani keep hold of him. Wait. Before Yiran could finish speaking, a force abruptly pushed him out the door. Let Lu Wani come in, the rest of you wait outside. The command from inside the door was heard clearly. Lu Wani looked at Yiran in bewilderment. How did that transcendent being inside know her name? Not only that, but they specifically called for her to enter? Yiran gave her a wry smile and said, there's no danger. Go on in, but don't believe everything she says. Yiran's words left the already confused Lu Wani even more bewildered. Yet she still stepped into the room. Bang! As Lu Wani entered, the door slammed shut once more. Not only that, but gray smoke began to spread around the door, cutting off all spiritual senses and sound. As if afraid that anyone might catch even a whisper of information, Yiran stared speechlessly at the tightly shut room door. Is this the charm of the free tavern? Hopefully Jiang Xiaoru won't end up influenced like this in the future. Inside the room, Yuani stood at the doorway, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Come in already, what danger could there be? A careless remark shattered the silence within the room. Only then did Yuani notice the stunning woman with wavy hair reclining on the sofa. When she saw the woman's face, Yuani froze instantly, the words escaping her lips before she could stop them. Auntie? Luanjing looked at Lo Wani with a smile. What? Can't recognize me? Or did you think I was already dead? Then, Luanjing stood up and walked forward, studying Lo Wani as if appreciating something. Not bad, already reached the platinum rank, huh? Your looks now have about 80% of your aunt's charm. At this moment, Lo Wani finally snapped out of her shock. Auntie, it really is Auntie. Lo Wani was overjoyed, her usually icy expression softening considerably. She directly hugged Luanjing. Aunt, I've missed you so much. Ever since childhood. Because Lo Wani's parents passed away too early. In daily life only Grandpa, Aunt, and Yiran treated her well. It can be said that these people occupied most of the happy moments of her upbringing. Now, Grandpa was too busy managing the Lu family to pay her much attention, while her aunt had left the Lo household due to certain reasons. And even Yiran had gradually grown somewhat distant from her because his cultivation progress had stagnated. It could truly be said that in the days without them, over the years, Lo Wani's life in the Lu family had been exceedingly bleak and joyless, where nearly every day and night was spent either cultivating her skills or entangled in the power struggles within the family. It was during these days that Lo Wani gradually grew accustomed to solitude and learned to hide her smiles away, treating everyone with an icy demeanor. No wonder Yuani, upon seeing Yuanjing, immediately abandoned her usual reserve, and threw herself into Yuanjing's embrace. Yuanjing stroked Yuani's head with a tender expression, chuckling indulgently as she teased. A platinum-ranked expert, yet acting like a little girl, snuggling into someone's arms. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you? I'll snuggle if I want to. As she said this, Lo Wani clung even tighter to her aunt's arm, as if afraid her aunt might slip away the very next moment. Alright, silly child, if you keep pushing like this your auntie's old back is about to break. Luanjing pushed Lo Wani away in annoyance, but Lo Wani acted like she was throwing a tantrum, refusing to budge an inch. In fact, she even squirmed in closer, leaving Luanjing utterly helpless. I'm saying, why can't you learn a thing or two from that Yi family boy? Could you try to be a bit more mature and steady? Luanjing said. Hearing this, Lo Wani froze for a moment. She looked up at Luanjing. The Yi family, which one are you talking about? That guy standing right at the door, who else could I possibly mean? Him? Yuani stretched this single syllable endlessly, as if such prolongation were the only way to adequately convey her astonishment. Yuanjing asked, what's the issue? After not seeing Yiran for several years, the boy has truly matured tremendously, steady, magnanimous, visionary, and even skilled at mentoring disciples. It's just that his strength hasn't quite caught up yet, but given time, he'll undoubtedly become the backbone of the Yi family. Hearing Yuanjing's appraisal of Yiran, Yuani couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart. But upon further consideration, I froze in realization. Apart from the phrase lacks matching ability, none of these other adjectives seem to align even slightly with the Yiran in my memory. Seeing Lo Wani's bewildered expression, Luanjing slightly furrowed her brows. She naturally had no idea about Yiran's previous state at school, and even thought Lo Wani might resent her praising Yiran. Luanjing pondered slightly. Seeing this situation, it wasn't that Yiran had any problems, but rather our little princess here must have other thoughts. But why would such an outstanding child like Yiran do this? It doesn't make sense. This won't do. Such promising potential shouldn't be wasted. We must nurture it in our own field. At this moment, Luanjing's matchmaker spirit flared up intensely within her. Today, no matter what, she was determined to unite this destined pair. Wani, what kind of reaction is this? Hearing Luanjing's question, Lo Wani finally snapped out of it, then said to her, Auntie, maybe you've got the wrong idea? Yiran isn't as great as you're making him out to be. Do you think your aunt is lying to you? Lo Wani waved her hand at Luanjing's words. What are you talking about, Auntie? But right now, I'm the freshman year academic director at Modu Advanced Martial Arts Academy, and Yiran is a freshman homeroom teacher. Do you really think I wouldn't know his situation? Then why don't you tell your aunt what his situation is? Hearing Luanjing's question, Lo Wani replied. The worst performing instructor in the freshman year, he's already been demoted to amateur level. If there's no improvement by the end of this term, he might be dismissed. Hearing this, Luanjing was stunned, looking at Lo Wani in disbelief. How can they fire you for this? Is your school blind? Chapter 23, Lo Wani's shock. Luanjing's words only made Lo Wani more confused. Luanjing looked at the silent Lo Wani and couldn't help but sneer. Seems like that white-bearded old man of yours is just about as capable as expected. To think such a mentor could end up on the brink of being expelled. TSK, that senile old fool might as well hurry up and die so I can take his place. Whether it was the influence of lingering too long at the Freedom Tavern or finally breaking free from aristocratic constraints, Luanjing now spoke with complete abandon, embodying nothing but unbridled audacity. Listening to Luanjing's words, Lo Wani couldn't help but cover her mouth. Auntie, lower your voice, principal by consensus. They say Principal Bai, as one of the most elite superhumans, has basically transcended the realm of ordinary humans. They say the principal can even perceive people's words about him through unseen means. Don't you guys have too much of a hero-worshipping filter for supernatural beings? No matter how powerful Bai Su is, he's still just a human. Luanjing brushed off Luwani's hand impatiently, saying, "And what are you afraid of? Your aunt here speaks the plain truth. I dare say this even to old Bai's face." Luwani watched her unruly aunt with visible distress. "Auntie, what kind of bewitching potion did Jiran give you to make you praise him like this? Hey, little girl, you still don't believe your aunt's words?" Luanjing, seeing that Luwani remained skeptical, waved her hand toward the back without hesitation. "Xiaoru, come over here for a moment." Soon after, Jiang Xiaoru stepped out from the inner room. Gone was her previous shy demeanor. Instead, she now looked at Luwani with a smile, her round face adorned with charming dimples that beautifully complemented her two cute little canine teeth. The adorable charm of a Lolita was perfectly embodied in Jiang Xiaoru's presence. "Hello, Director Yu. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Jiang Xiaoru, a student of Teacher Yi from Class 2, freshman year." The moment Jiang Xiaoru appeared, Luwani's gaze remained fixed on her without pause, even unconsciously rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Composed, confident, calm, and graceful. Is this really the same Jiang Xiaoru I just saw earlier? How on earth can someone's demeanor undergo such a dramatic transformation in less than half an hour? It's almost as if it's like she's become a completely different person, right? Luanjing seemed to read Luwani's mind, voicing her exact thoughts. "This is just the surface. Look more carefully." Following Luanjing's guidance, Luwani began to focus her energy, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaoru intently. Had she not inspected closely, she wouldn't have noticed, but one glance nearly made Luwani lose her balance, her breath becoming erratic with shock. Before she could stop herself, she blurted out, this is impossible? She's risen from bronze to gold?" At this moment, Luanjing was brimming with pride. "Don't ask me exactly how it changed. All I can say is that Yeren gave her a new life." Luwani looked at Luanjing in disbelief, her expression seeming to say, "Are you kidding me? Director Lu, it's true. Teacher Yi brought me to the nightclub precisely to enhance my abilities and help me find my own path of cultivation." Jiang Xiaoru vouched for Luanjing's words, seeing that Luwani didn't believe her. Listening to Jiang Xiaoru's speech, Luwani suddenly recalled the time when she questioned Yiran, and the reply Yiran gave her. For a moment, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her lips, realizing she had truly wronged Yiran. Yiran wasn't lying to himself. Bringing students to the nightclub was genuinely for the sake of improving their abilities. Just thinking about the nonsense she'd spouted to Wang Xiaoman earlier, things like cutting leaf roots, Luwani wished she could crawl into a hole and hide. So, managing to get a student promoted from bronze to gold in just half an hour, with skills like these, and you still claim that old geezer Bai of yours isn't nearly blind? Luanjing gloated smugly. As long as Yiran's image is established in Luwani's heart, then acting as their matchmaker would naturally fall into place. That's all well and good, but this seems a bit too exaggerated. Luwani responded, still unable to fully believe how this could have been achieved. Seeing Luwani remain skeptical, Luanjing grew somewhat impatient and recounted the entire incident from start to finish to persuade her. After attentively listening to Yuani, her shock still simmered intensely. "So, you're saying Yiran not only possesses complete knowledge about the Free Tavern, but also instantly recognized Jiang Xiaoru as the perfect inheritor for the Night Priest legacy? Moreover, he even saw through Auntie's hidden identity from the very beginning? Unbelievable." The revelations from Yuanjing shattered her long-held perceptions. If everything were true, it would mean that Yiran single-handedly dragged a student who was on the verge of being eliminated by the school straight into the ranks of geniuses. And not just any geniuses, but the top-tier kind destined to transcend the ordinary. Such achievements eclipse not only celebrity mentors, but even the lifelong guidance records of Principal Bai Su, the void sage of the Advanced Martial Arts Institute. Yet ironically, such a teacher, according to the school system, is actually about to be eliminated. For a moment, a bitter smile surfaced on Liang Yanyi's lips. No wonder your aunt said the school must be blind. If this were made public, the pressure from public opinion would probably drown the entire university. Well, are you tempted? Your childhood betrothal isn't as bad as you imagined, is it? Watching Liani emerge from her state of shock, Luanjing struck while the iron was hot, continuing her grand matchmaking endeavor. Upon hearing this, Luwani flushed with embarrassment. "Auntie, what are you talking about?" "What do you mean? What am I talking about? You're at the age to settle down now. He's unmarried, you're unwed, and you even had an arranged marriage promise from childhood. Are you really planning to let such a fine catch slip away? As I recall, didn't you used to like Yiran very much?" Listening to Luanjing's words, waves of emotion stirred in Luwani's heart. Indeed, with such results, if she were to mention it to her grandfather again, perhaps there really was a possibility. For a moment, Luanjing's face also brightened with joy. Yet in the next instant, Luwani's excitement was tempered by reason. Auntie, let's just drop it. Grandfather probably won't agree. Luanjing's expression darkened upon hearing this, for she had suffered from such situations before. How dare that old fool? I'm going to confront him. The matter of that stubborn old La family member ruining her marriage still remained unsettled. Now I have to challenge my little niece again. Luanjing was so angry that gray mist began to swirl around her, clearly ready for a fight tonight. Luwani quickly grabbed Luanjing's hand. Auntie, it's not what you think. Grandpa, he had his reasons. Luanjing's expression turned frosty. This explanation had better convince me, or I swear I'll tear down the ancestral home of the Lu family. Chapter 24. Who told you Yiran is still at the silver tier? Seeing Luanjing show such concern for her, Luwani felt a warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since she'd experienced this kind of familial warmth. Auntie, do you still remember the reason Yiran became so dejected? Luwani began to reminisce. Back then, Yiran was exceptionally talented, but for some reason, he chose not to tell any of the adults about his attempt to break through to the gold tier. You already know the final outcome, the failed attempt to break through to the gold rank. After that, the stubborn Yiran made multiple attempts, all ending in failure, ultimately solidifying his golden gate into an insurmountable barrier that even external forces couldn't open. At this point, Luwani couldn't help but sigh. If not for that incident, she would probably already be married to Yiran by now. I heard about it. Back then, Yiran was too confident due to his extraordinary talent, which led to that result, Luanjing continued. But Yuani shook her head. No, Auntie, things aren't as simple as you think. Yuani continued recounting. After Yiran became depressed and stayed at home, Grandpa once had a serious talk with me about this matter alone. At that time, Grandpa told me that when Yiran failed to break through to the gold rank for the first time, Grandpa had carefully examined his injuries. To cure the root of Yiran's condition, Grandpa even used our Yu family's innate technique, the clear heart sacred art. You know our Yu family's techniques excel in soul cultivation, especially the clear heart sacred art, which can sweep away all impurities in one's soul wherever it's applied. Originally, Grandpa thought this was just an ordinary incident, but when he used the sacred clarity technique to treat the root of the illness, he discovered that Yiran's injuries weren't caused by a failed breakthrough. Luwani's expression darkened slightly as she repeated the words her grandfather had told her back then. Grandpa only said 8 words to me at the time. 2 prodigies join forces, Python and Sparrow devour the dragon. Upon hearing Luwani's words, Luanjing also calmed down, reigning in her furious aura. So you're saying the reason Yiran repeatedly failed in his attempts wasn't due to his own negligence but deliberate sabotage? Luanjing pieced together Luwani's words. The Python and Sparrow devouring the dragon. This dragon naturally represents the Yi family's black dragon, while this Python and Sparrow. Luanjing fell silent. In this world, which 2 families' techniques could possibly be related to this Python and Sparrow? It's all too obvious. Luwani smiled bitterly. Auntie, I believe you've guessed it too. It's precisely those 2 families. We just don't know the reason behind it. But ever since Grandfather discovered this, he warned me to avoid too much contact with the Yi family. After all, while the Yi family can afford to provoke those 2, our Lu family. At this point, Luwani's expression darkened slightly. The greatest ailment of the Lu family lies in the lack of younger talents to succeed the older generation. To this day, the family headship is still barely sustained by Luwani's grandfather. The mainstay of the second generation, Luwani's father, passed away early. As for the other uncles of Luwani's generation, not only have they achieved nothing in cultivation, but they have also exhausted their efforts in power struggles and fighting for positions. The backbone of the family and its discord. For such a precarious noble lineage to participate in the life or death struggles between clans would spell nothing short of catastrophe. Yuanjing contemplated silently for a moment without uttering a word. Who could have imagined that behind Yiran's failed golden impact lay the covert struggles of 3 top-tier noble families? No, Yuanjing suddenly spoke up. Given how things have escalated, according to that old man's thinking, you should be under house arrest at the Yu family estate right now. There's no way he'd allow you to make such a public appearance, let alone become a freshman mentor at Modu Advanced Martial Arts Academy. Yuanjing knew her father all too well. This was exactly how he had handled situations involving her before. Listening to Yuanjing's doubts, Yuani gave a bitter smile. My leaving wasn't grandfather's decision, it was the uncle's. At the family council meeting, they unanimously agreed that with my exceptional talent and maturity, it was time for me to gain experience outside. Finally, Grandpa couldn't withstand the pressure and asked where I wanted to go, so I chose the Demon Capital High Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this, Luanjing's face darkened. Luwani's branch belonged to the direct lineage of the Lu family, and her father was the heir personally designated by the old patriarch. Now the direct lineage of the Lu family had actually been driven out during the clan meeting. The intentions of these collateral branches are all too apparent. At this thought, Luanjing's eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke in a hostile tone. Has the old man's control over the family already weakened to such an extent? Luwani nodded. Grandfather is getting on in years. Every time he exerts his power, it potentially shortens his lifespan. To safeguard the family, he's rarely used his full strength lately, even delegating many family affairs to those uncles. Damnable bastards, Luanjing cursed. The gray mist around her body began to swirl once more as her aura surged relentlessly. Now that big brother is gone, all these rotten fish and prawns dare to surface? Luanjing looked at Luwani with a hint of murderous aura. Next time you go back to the Lu family, let me know, I'll go with you. If the old master won't deal with them, someone else will. Luanjing's words carried a thick undercurrent of killing intent, though she normally couldn't be bothered with the Lu family's affairs. This treasured daughter of her eldest brother was someone she'd watched grow up. Bullying Luwani meant bullying her by extension. Not knowing might have been one thing, but having discovered it, how could she, after all her time at the Free Tavern, possibly swallow such an insult? By the way, why did you end up choosing Demon Capital High Martial Arts Institute when you didn't select anywhere else? Luanjing's inquiry was met with silence from Luwani, who merely lowered her head slightly. Seeing this, Luanjing clapped her hands cheerfully. Excellent, excellent. Since both parties are willing, Luanjing declared imperiously, next time we visit home, bring that boy Yi Ran along too. I'll help settle this marriage for you. Don't worry, with me around, the Lu family won't dare break up yet another loving couple. But, Grandpa said the conflict between those three families isn't something our Lu family can withstand. Luwani still had some reservations. Luanjing shook her head, setting aside your feelings for each other, just speaking of Yi Ran's potential even if it meant dealing with conflicts between three aristocratic families, or even enduring the pressure of a three-nation war, he'd be worth fighting for. Luwani was taken aback by Luanjing's high praise of Yi Ran, but Yi Ran might only reach silver tier in this lifetime. She liked Yeren so much that she could overlook the gap in their abilities and firmly believe he was the finest gentleman under heaven, yet she still maintained some self-awareness. After all, this Yeren was merely at the silver tier. How could his worth possibly be as exaggerated as her aunt claimed? Who told you Yeren is still at the silver tier? Luanjing's remarks left Luwani stunned once again. Chapter 25, A Maiden's Heart is Always Full of Love. Whatever the reason might be, it was evident to all that Yi Ran's chances of advancing to the gold rank were slim. Even the Yi family's exhaustive efforts had failed to help Yi Ran break through, and now my own aunt was saying that Yi Ran was no longer silver. This more or less gave Luwani a somewhat unreal feeling. Looking at her little niece's stunned expression, Luanjing said, "You're right, even I didn't expect that punk Yi Ran could break through successfully, but just now that kid really did manage to break through his gold barrier right before my eyes and advance to gold." Recalling Yi Ran's composed expression after his successful breakthrough, Luanjing continued, that brat not only succeeded in his breakthrough, but because he had been stuck at the silver rank for so many years, the moment he broke through, his aura became so profound that it could rival even those at the late gold stage. Upon hearing the news of Yi Ran's successful breakthrough, Luwani's heart first swelled with joy, her eyes noticeably brightening. Her delight was such that she might not have been this excited even if she had achieved the breakthrough herself. But auntie, even if Yi Ran succeeded in breaking through to gold, is he really worth such high praise from you? Luwani pressed Luanjing further, her eyes brimming with anticipation. It was as if she wasn't questioning Yi Ran at all, but rather trying to squeeze more compliments about Yi Ran from Luanjing's mouth. This feeling was precisely like how a wife enjoys hearing others praise her husband's excellence. Looking at Luwani's expectant face, Luanjing couldn't help but poke Luwani's forehead in exasperation. Keep some restraint, you're not married yet. Luwani scratched her head somewhat sheepishly. Auntie, just tell me. Luanjing heard Luwani's plea and recalled all the astonishment Yi Ran had brought her. Why did she value Yi Ran so much? Was it because he had nurtured Jiang Xiaoru, the perfect inheritor of the Night Priest? Or was it because he alone defied the odds and broke through the golden barrier that many superhumans believed impossible to breach? Perhaps these were all reasons, but they don't tell the whole story. The main reason I firmly believe Yi Ran is no ordinary talent lies foremost in the virtues that define him. Whether it was Jiang Xiaoru's sense of responsibility, the composed calmness after breaking through the golden milestone, or the confident yet humble attitude when interacting with her. Every word and action of Yi Ran gave Luanjing the illusion that she was facing a transcendent of equal standing. As a transcendent well-versed in matters of the soul, Luanjing was more confident than anyone else in her intuition never being wrong. With a gleam in her eyes, Luanjing turned to Luwani and said, "The exact reason cannot be put into words, but trust your aunt's judgment. Yi Ran will inevitably grow into someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, or even surpass me." Hearing Njing's assertion, a slight chill ran through Yuani's heart. She hadn't expected her aunt, as a transcendent, would hold Yi Ran in such high regard. But then it occurred to her, the person her aunt was praising was Yi Ran. And Yuani couldn't help but let the corners of her lips curl upward. Looking at Lei Wani's expression, Lei Njing shook her head helplessly. A grown daughter belongs to another family, she hasn't even crossed the threshold yet, but her heart's already turned toward them. Auntie, What are you saying? Lei Wan echoed at Lei Enjing. Lei Enjing shot her a mock-stern glance. What happened to all that worry about grandfather not giving permission? Lei Wani chuckled mischievously. Well, isn't that what I have you to shield me for? Inside the door, the aunt and niece were chatting happily, while outside, Yuran was struggling to keep up. Ever since Yuran told Zhang Zhe about Zhang Xiaoru perfectly inheriting the Night Priest legacy, the smile never left Zhang Zhe's face. He promptly dragged Yuran and Wang Xiaoman into the private room, beckoning his subordinates to bring in all kinds of expensive liquors. He immediately declared he'd drink Yuran under the table. Yet who could have guessed this burly, shaved-headed brute Zhang Zhe turned out to be a lightweight who collapses after one drink. After barely a couple shots, he was already clinging to Yuran and sobbing uncontrollably. Little brother Yuran, your older brother here has had it rough these past few years. The Dragon Kingdom won't give us legal status, but still expects our tavern to do all their dirty work, ideally sweeping away all of Dragon Kingdom's scum in one fell swoop. All Dragon Kingdom sends us are a bunch of useless trash, not a single talented recruit to be found. I admit our free tavern's hiring standards require free-spirited, unconstrained individuals, but that doesn't mean we'll take in any worthless scum. What do they take us for? A damn garbage bin? Not only is Long Country bullying us, but even the damn headquarters is pushing us around, constantly pestering your brother here for manpower. Where the hell am I supposed to pull people from? And now they're setting up KPIs for every branch? If we underperform, they'll revoke the supervisor's authority? Damn it, I pursued cultivation to live freely and not be some workhorse, yet here I am stuck as a lousy branch manager, doing drudgery day in and day out, suffering like a beast of burden. If it weren't for my good brother bringing me such a grand gift this year, I truly wouldn't have been able to deliver on my duties. Zhang Zhe hugged Yuran and cried uncontrollably, his expression filled with intense emotion. Crushed in the embrace of this burly man, Yuran felt as if she might shatter at any moment. She cast a pleading glance toward Wang Xiaoman standing nearby, but Wang Xiaoman acted as if she didn't notice at all, lowering her head as she frantically devoured watermelon. It's all about sharing the good times but leaving you to face the troubles alone. Watching Zhang Zhe about to wipe his snot on his own sleeve, Yuran helplessly pulled out a tissue and comforted him. Mr. Zhang. Too formal, call me brother. Brother Zhang, there's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Isn't our Dragon Country branch hall personally overseen by Lord Greymist? Don't even mention big sister, bringing her up makes me furious. She never handles any affairs, just focuses on cultivation all day. And her temper is absolutely terrible. She vents all her frustrations on me over the slightest displeasure. Once the topic turned to Lord Greymist, Luwenjing, Zhang Ziyuan seemed to open another floodgate of complaints, pouring out his grievances non-stop. He didn't even notice the private room's door had quietly swung open. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yuran abruptly cut off Zhang Zhe's words. The Lord of the Grey Mist is wise and mighty. He must have done this to temper you. Can't you feel how much your resistance has improved? Completely oblivious to Yuran's frantic eye signals, Zhang Zhe continued ranting. Cut the crap, little bro. Do you seriously know how foul Big Sis's temper is? Once she actually beat me up just because I walked in left foot first. What kind of logic is that? Is there even any goddamn justice left in this world? Zhang Zhe, still thirsting to vent more, suddenly shuddered as killing intent seeped from behind him. Zhang Zhe's hair stood on end all at once. Chapter 26. My students, they can work miracles. Zhang Zhe turned his head shakily towards the door. When he saw the appearances of the two people outside the door, his heart leapt into his throat. However, Zhang Zhe reacted extremely quickly, hurriedly picking up the wineglass on the table and walking toward Luwenjing with his face full of smiles. Big sister, when did you arrive? Look at you, not informing your little brother in advance. This is so sudden, I didn't prepare anything for you. Luwenjing looked at Zhang Zhe with amusement as she accepted the glass. When did I come in? Of course, it was when you, President Zhang, were objectively evaluating me. Hearing these words, Zhang Zhe's suspended heart completely sank, his features nearly twisting into a knot. Big sister, all that nonsense I said was just drunken ramblings, really don't take it seriously. Zhang Zhe hurried to explain, but Luwenjing simply waved her hand dismissively. How could it be nonsense? I found Director Sang's comments extremely insightful, so I've decided starting today, you'll have full authority over our branch location. Hearing this, Director Zhang's face practically overflowed with distress. Come on sis, don't tease me like this. We genuinely can't function without you here. The branch in Dragon Country never obtained legal status to begin with, making operations extremely difficult every step of the way. Now if Luwenjing were to also drop the load and quit, without a single superhuman holding the fort, Zhang Zhe truly felt it would inevitably collapse. I'm not joking with you, starting today I'm taking Zhang Xiaoru to train. From now on, handle the branch affairs if you can, but if you can't resolve them, don't come looking for me either. Luwenjing waved her hand dismissively. Elder sister, this could really collapse, Zhang Zhe said with a worried expression, his tone almost pleading as he spoke to Luwenjing. Well then, let it collapse, Luwenjing replied carelessly, as if discussing a trivial matter without the slightest concern. Zhang Zhe listened to Lu Wenjing's words but remained silent, unable to find any response. The people of the Free Tavern were known for their carefree nature, but even they wouldn't just abandon their own headquarters. Such nonchalance was beyond reckless. Lu Wenjing glanced at the dazed Zhang Zhe and impatiently continued, "Alright, enough nonsense. It's decided. But, what if those two blame us? Let them blame all they want. At worst, we'll just send you back to deal with it." Hearing Lu Wenjing's words, Zhang Zhe felt like crying. "Alright, I'm done playing with you. I've already talked to those two old men. Right now, cultivating Zhang Xiaoru is more important than anything else. As for the branch, do whatever the hell you want with it." Then, Lu Wenjing took Luwani's hand and walked towards Yiran, boldly placing her hand in his, before wordlessly pulling Zhang Xiaoru behind her. "1 for 1 is just right. Alright then, I'll be taking Zhang Xiaoru for cultivation training. The rest of you can go wherever you need to go." With that, Lu Wenjing gave a knowing look and left the private room, pulling Zhang Xiaoru and Zhang Zhe along with her. Only Yiran and Luwani remained in the room, along with Wang Xiaoman, who was eagerly enjoying the drama on the side. The three of them exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiaoman tactfully clutched her stomach. "Something must be wrong with this melon. Why does it hurt so much? Ouch." As she spoke, she clutched her belly and dashed out of the room in a hurry. At this moment, the trio had become a duo, and the atmosphere began to feel peculiar. Yiran looked on speechlessly at this miraculous collective vanishing act. "What kind of nonsense is this?" "Yiran," Luwani suddenly spoke up. Yiran, who was about to leave, was suddenly called back by Luwani. Yiran turned his head at the sound. "What is it, Director Lo?" At this moment, the usually aloof Luwani seemed somewhat hesitant. "I'm sorry for what I said about you in class earlier." Hearing Luwani's apology, Yiran waved his hand dismissively. "It's normal. As the Director of Academic Affairs, you should focus on academic quality. Neglecting that would actually harm the students. I'm not talking about that. I mean my attitude toward you wasn't very good." Luwani continued. "Hey, is that all? That was so long ago, and you still remember?" Yiran casually sat down and started eating from the fruit platter on the table. "This melon isn't bad. Director Lu, want some? Is this atmosphere meant for you to enjoy the drama?" Luwani looked at Yiran with a slight frown, somewhat annoyed by his lack of romantic sensibility. Seeing Luwani remain unmoved, Yiran thought she was still hesitating and spoke up. "Director Lo, if you really feel bad, just give me a higher score on the instructor's evaluation during the final assessment." Yiran hadn't forgotten the system's mission. After all, getting first place in the whole grade was the goal. Although the mentor's comments didn't carry much weight and had minimal impact, every single point still mattered when squeezed out. Hearing Yiran discussing work, Luwani actually became serious, her entire demeanor turning significantly more professional. "That goes without saying, I'd do it even if you didn't mention it." After this evening's experience, Luwani's understanding of Yiran had undergone a complete transformation. Based on Yiran's performance, he absolutely deserved the title of an outstanding mentor. "That's great," Yiran nodded in satisfaction. When it came to work, Luwani no longer seemed hesitant and began analyzing earnestly. "Yiran, whether it's your teaching skills or your sense of responsibility towards students, you're truly an exceptional teacher. So regarding the matter of dismissal during the final assessment, I'll explain carefully to the principal and try to exempt you from this assessment round." No, that simply won't do." Hearing this, Yiran hurriedly cut her off. "Are you kidding me? You still expect to complete the system's tasks? If I'm not allowed to take the assessment, how can I possibly rank first?" Hearing Yiran's refusal, Luwani looked puzzled. "Didn't you highly value this position?" After a brief pause, Luwani continued speaking. "Yiran, don't let pride get in the way. If you want to stay at the school this time, this is the only path available. Given your class's current performance, you'll need to rank in the top 3 by the end of the term to avoid expulsion. You've fallen too far behind already. With your class's foundation, the chances of reaching the top 3 are practically non-existent." Luwani genuinely wanted to help Yiran, but he just waved his hand dismissively. "I appreciate the sentiment, but please don't withdraw our class from this assessment." Hearing this, Luwani grew flustered and frustrated. "Why not? Do you really plan to keep slacking off indefinitely?" Yiran looked at Luwani. "Who said anything about giving up? For our class's year-end assessment, we're definitely going to turn the tables this time." Listening to Yiran's words, Luwani's expression turned somewhat complicated. "But Yiran, you know perfectly well that our final assessment isn't just about individual competitions. Even if Zhang Xiaoru takes first place in individual events, how will the rest of your students handle the other components with their current skill levels?" Luwani thought Yiran was pinning all his hopes on Zhang Xiaoru making a splash single-handedly. But while solo battles offered guarantees, what about other events? After all, Zhang Xiaoru is a rare exception, 1 in 10,000 among students. We can't very well expect to dig up several more Zhang Xiaorus from our class. Facing skepticism, Yi Ran lifted his head with absolute conviction in his tone. My students, they can work miracles. Chapter 27. Oh no, Dachuan got beaten up. Dummy. Lawani. I watched as Yaran remained stubbornly insistent on taking the assessment, no matter what anyone said. Pouting angrily with puffed cheeks, she sat aside ignoring him. Thus, the room fell into awkward silence once again. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lee Eunkyung watched the surveillance footage anxiously, pacing around in distress. You went through all that trouble to create alone time for you two, and this is what you show me? All you do is talk about work and evaluations. Is this supposed to be a romance meeting or what? Oak for brains. Lu Enjing was so furious it slipped out. You look so bright-eyed, yet you didn't pick up even half of my charm. Lu Enjing grew angrier the more she spoke, completely forgetting to rein in her overpowering aura. The overwhelming aura forced Zhang Zhe and Wang Xiaoman back against the wall, especially Wang Xiaoman, trembling uncontrollably due to the vast difference in strength. Zhang Zhe somewhat embarrassingly shielded Wang Xiaoman from the pressure, his lips curling into a bitter smile. Among all supernatural beings in the world, who else but this one would get so worked up over someone else's romance? To be honest, this is so embarrassing. Zhang Zhe, get over here, don't you dare hide and stay silent. Lu Wenjing suddenly called out to Zhang Zhe. It's not like I'm hiding by choice. Zhang Zhe complained inwardly, but kept it strictly to himself. He forced a smile. Big sis, what did you want to tell me? Take out those things from the nightclub right now. Lu Wenjing looked at the screen and said somewhat angrily. Big sis, what things are you talking about? Zhang Zhe felt slightly uneasy in his heart. What else could there be? Don't pretend to be innocent with that big build of yours. Hearing Lu Wenjing's words, Zhang Zhe felt his soul leaving his body. Miss, this isn't appropriate. She's your own niece. By now Zhang Zhe had learned about the relationship between Luwani and Lu Wenjing, but it was precisely knowing this relationship that made him even more shocked. What's good or bad about it? The lad's willing, the maiden's willing, just a layer of window paper between them. What's wrong with me helping to poke it through? What the hell kind of shameless talk is this? Wang Xiaoman also gaped at Lu Wenjing in horror, then turned to look at Zhang Zhe, her silent expression seeming to ask Zhang Zhe, is this really Aunt Luwani? Are they actually blood relatives? Being stared at like that by Wang Xiaoman, Zhang Ze's already lowered head became completely limp. How embarrassing, utterly humiliating. For an overhuman to meddle in young people's romantic affairs is shameful enough, and now he's even considering using some questionable methods for software hardening engineering. After all, the Free Tavern is one of the top-tier major factions, yet now they're acting like sneaky, back-alley thugs, when the Dragon Kingdom already held some prejudice against the Free Tavern. Now the situation has worsened. Their leader is setting an example by being trash, directly confirming those biases. Big sis, we really can't do it like this. Zhang Zhe braced himself as he refused Lu Wenjing. Calling you Director Zhang once and you're really putting on airs? Take it quickly. Big sis, it really won't work. Young people's relationships can't be forced like this. You'll mess it up doing it your way. Speaking so decisively, as if you actually know anything about it? Elder sister, I truly understand. What you're doing is absolutely wrong. Fine then, you're responsible for matching these two blockheads. I'll match them if you say so. Zhang Zhe stood firm against Lu Wenjing, feeling at this moment that he was practically the last backbone upholding the dignity of the Free Tavern. His whole face was etched with the word justice. I'll defend the dignity of Freedom Tavern. We absolutely cannot let Lo Eunkyung's poisonous claws reach innocent young people. As the words fell, Lo Eunkyung sharply turned her head to look at Zhang Zhe, whose face radiated righteousness. A sudden bright smile bloomed across his face. Then it's settled. With that, Lu Wenjing was no longer irritable, his aura receded, and he took on an appearance of serene tranquility, so drastically different from his earlier frenzied state that it was like seeing two completely different people. Zhang Zhe? His massive head was filled with big question marks, while his bewildered, wide eyes brimmed with pure foolishness. What's going on? What happened? How did this suddenly become my job? Weren't you just yelling about forcing things ahead? Why'd you suddenly stop making a fuss? I gave the organization my whole heart, and you're playing warfare tactics with me, sister? Big sister, I don't care, I only look at the results. With that, Lu Wenjing instantly transformed into a wisp of grey mist and whisked Zhang Xiaoru away from the room. Only Zhang Zhe and Wang Xiaoman were left staring at each other in bewilderment. You're Yuani's personal disciple, right? Wang Xiaoman nodded. Starting today, you're responsible for keeping me updated with their information. Can you do that? I can, but can I? Don't you dare tell her. Zhang Zhe directly blocked Wang Xiaoman's attempted words. Wang Xiaoman looked up at Zhang Zhe, who stood 3 heads taller than her, not daring to refuse, and could only stutter out her reply. Oh, okay. After all, Zhang Zhe was a diamond-level grandmaster. Given how boldly Lu Wenjing had confronted Zhang Zhe, she didn't dare to do the same. Zhang Zhe grinned. Don't make that face, you're just concerned about your master's marriage prospects. Wang Xiaoman nodded pitifully after Zhang Zhe. The matter of the Freedom Tavern came to an end. Yi Ran's school life returned to normal once again. But from that day onward, the only difference was Jiang Xiaoru's leave of absence, and Luwani became even colder toward him than before, especially on the night they left the nightclub. Even though Yi Ran had been drinking, she refused to take him back to campus. In the end, it was Zhang Zhe who arranged for someone to send Yi Ran back to school. Is it just about taking an assessment? Is it worth getting so angry about? On the podium, Yi Ran thought about Luwani's behavior, his face full of speechlessness. One second she's apologizing, the next she treats you like air. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Has anyone noticed Teacher Yi being absent-minded lately? Yeah, he keeps spacing out during class. Don't tell me his 3-minute enthusiasm has passed, and he's about to slack off again. Who knows? But honestly, my skills have improved visibly during this intensive training period. You really wouldn't believe it, I've already advanced from mid-silver rank to late silver rank, all because Instructor Yi helped me reorganize my energy circulation paths. Absolutely true. Ever since Instructor Yi helped me expand my thinking and upgraded my Black Tiger seizes the heart into the monkey steals the peach technique, I've won several one-on-one training matches, especially against female classmates, they just surrender on sight now. You really didn't need to share that last part. To be honest, I suddenly find myself not wanting Instructor Yi to change back anymore. Yeah, I'm totally addicted to cultivation now. If Teacher Yi suddenly slacks off and quits, what are we supposed to do? Save the children, I want to study. The classmates were all abuzz with discussion. Ever since Yi Ran criticized the students indirectly through Jiang Xiaoru at the podium, it seemed the class atmosphere of Grade 1, Class 2 was undergoing some sneaky changes. Bang! At this very moment, the classroom doors suddenly burst open. Teacher Yi, it's terrible. Dachuan got beaten up in the cafeteria. Chapter 28, Huang Dongdong saves Dachuan like a hero. The student who came to deliver the message was named Lianren, a rather lean kid overall, since the ability he awakened was also related to lightweight physical enhancement. Everyone called him Monkey. At this moment, he was panting heavily, with some bruises on his face, leaning against the doorframe with a grimace, clearly injured as well. Yi Ran stepped forward, supported Lianren, and helped him sit down on a chair. The student clutched his ribs in pain. The surrounding students had already gathered around. Monkey, what happened to Dachuan? Wasn't Dachuan always the nice guy? How could he get into a fight? Yeah, Dachuan usually doesn't argue back when scolded or fight back when hit. How could he possibly get into a fight? Holy shit, if even Dachuan got into a fight, the other guy must have been way out of line. Come on, Posey, stop beating around the bush and spit it out already. The classmates in the classroom talked over each other. Lianren also grew somewhat anxious, opening his mouth but unable to speak for a long while. Anren, don't rush, take your time. Yi Ran pressed his palm downward, quieting the classmates' chatter as he comforted Lianren. Lianren looked at Yi Ran with reddened eyes, his emotions unwittingly settling under Yi Ran's calming presence. Teacher Yi, Dachuan was eating in the cafeteria when suddenly a group of students came over. Without saying a word, they directly knocked over Dachuan's tray. Even then, Dachuan didn't say anything. He just picked up his food, washed it off, and was about to continue eating. But those people wouldn't let it go. They knocked over his tray again and started hurling insults at him, really vile ones. What did they say? Yaren asked calmly. They called Dachuan a beast for eating raw meat. Listening to Lianren's words, the classmates became increasingly indignant. What kind of shit is this? How dare they bully someone like this? What a bunch of beasts. Let's go, we're getting revenge for Dachuan. Just a fight. Let's go. Wang Dachuan was the class monitor and had great popularity in the class. Naturally, everyone wanted to help Dachuan when he was being bullied. Keep it down, can't we talk about this privately? The teacher is still here. Someone quickly reminded the students. For a moment, everyone turned their gazes towards Yi Ran. After all, teachers in school wouldn't openly support fighting, especially considering Yi Ran's notoriously lazy disposition. Who could guess what stance he might take? He might very well try to smooth things over, minimizing major incidents and brushing aside minor ones, just muddling through as usual. All the students were waiting for Yaren to give a clear answer. Yaren glanced at his classmates and said without another word, "Lead the way." At once, the freshmen from class 1-2 became exhilarated, marching toward the cafeteria in an imposing procession. At this moment, though none of the students spoke aloud, their eyes were shining with anticipation. Class 2 no longer seemed like a disorderly mess at this moment. Right now, inside the school cafeteria, Wang Dachuan, panting heavily, stared at the 4 students before him. With his brow injured, his vision had already started to blur. Who would have thought this useless class was hiding such a genius? Almost got overturned. Damn it, this beast's strength is insane. In a one-on-one, I might not actually win. No kidding, a beast that dares to eat raw meat, how could it not be strong? Luckily it hasn't broken through to gold rank yet, or we'd really be screwed today. One silver player holding off against 4 of us golds for this long, what a fucking beast. Beasts are beasts, even their breath reeks of blood and foam. Stupid as hell, brainwashed by some damn animal of a teacher, eating raw meat every single day. The 4 students before him were mocking Wang Dachuan without restraint, blatantly calling him a beast. Who the hell are you calling an animal? Wang Dachuan roared furiously, raising his fist in anger, ready to strike at a student. Seeing this, the student immediately tensed his gaze. Channeling energy throughout his body, he readied himself for an all-out confrontation. Though they had been mocking with their words, but Wang Dachuan's hammerhead had just given them quite a beating. Bam! After a dull thud rang out, Wang Dachuan was sent flying once again. Standing in Wang Dachuan's previous position was a long-haired young man. The young man's gaze was piercing as he looked at Wang Dachuan. I told you, I'm also acting under someone's request, just a light sparring match. Why must you persist like this? Wang Dachuan clutched his chest, wiping away the blood that had trickled down his brow. Staggering to my feet, though already barely able to hold on, I still managed to utter, "Apologize to me." "Apologize my fucking ass," another student nearby exploded in fury. He was about to leap forward and kick Wang Dachuan, but before he could even take off, the young man standing in front stopped him. "In Hai, that's enough." At the young man's words, the student called In Hai showed a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, but he quickly settled down. "See that? Someone's giving you a break, now scram." In Hai spat disdainfully at Wang Dachuan. Instead of appreciating the gesture, Wang Dachuan continued addressing the 4 men before him. "Apologize. You fucking looking to die?" In Hai instantly flew into a rage upon hearing this. He turned his head to the long-haired young man and said, "Zheng Haoren, I'm giving you face here, aren't you going to stop me now?" With that, In Hai turned around abruptly. His eyes immediately transformed into vertical slits, scales began to cover his body, and a forked tongue flickered in and out of his mouth. His entire demeanor became eerie and sinister. B-rank metamorphic ability, Phantom Viper. Hee, it's been ages since I last heard someone scream, can't say I don't miss that sound, In Hai murmured while advancing toward Wang Dachuan. The twin fangs at the corners of his mouth faintly glistened. Seeing this, Wang Dachuan, swinging his fist in an attacking motion. The strike was fierce and powerful, compressing the air with an explosive sound. But as shadow flickered past, In Hai dodged Wang Dachuan's attack with an eerie, serpentine grace. And what's more, ding, 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 3 sounds rang out. At the very moment the punch was thrown, Wang Dachuan's arm was bitten 3 times consecutively by In Hai with such speed that Wang Dachuan simply couldn't react in time. "TSK, this pigskin is really tough," In Hai grumbled in frustration, rubbing his chin. To his surprise, his sharp fangs failed to pierce Wang Dachuan's skin. He flicked his tongue, his gaze fixed on Wang Dachuan's neck. "I refuse to believe every inch of your pigskin is this thick," In Hai hissed coldly. Then, his figure instantly vanished. Swish! A black shadow directly darted toward Wang Dachuan. So fast, though Wang Dachuan's eyes could barely track In Hai's silhouette, but his injured body could no longer keep up, and he could only watch helplessly as In Hai's fangs closed in on his neck. Boom! At the very moment In Hai was about to sink its teeth into Wang Dachuan's throat, a ball of scorching flames suddenly materialized in the air, blocking the path between Yun Hai and Wang Dachuan. "Which bastard dares to interfere?" Yun Hai cursed inwardly. Yet his charging speed remained undiminished as he resolved to break through the fiery barrier by force. Boom! Who would have thought the fireball would come alive as if sentient, seeing In Hai still advancing to attack, instantly transforming into a flaming spear, that thrust straight toward In Hai's face. The temperature radiating from that fiery spear was so intense. Before even getting close to In Hai, his face was already burning with intense, stinging pain. "If I charge forward recklessly, I might die." This thought flashed through In Hai's mind. He glared fiercely at Wang Dachuan and gave a cold snort. He darted back in a flash. As the flames dissipated, a boy with a youthful face stood before Wang Dachuan, his heroic features evident as he leveled the fire gun at the 4 from In Hai. Had Huowen, the sect master of the Firewalkers, been standing here, he would surely have recognized him. This is her precious disciple, Huang Dongdong. Chapter 29, The Zhang Family's Majestic Righteousness. You 4, bullying others is forbidden. With an indomitable spirit, Huang Dongdong brandished her musket at the 4 students before her and scolded them angrily. Then, he poked Wang Dachuan behind him. "Stand behind me, I'll protect you." Because Huang Dongdong was relatively young, he hadn't fully developed in height yet, making him look significantly smaller than the others. Especially when standing behind Wang Dachuan, Huang Dongdong's height didn't even reach Wang Dachuan's shoulders. When this statement was made, no matter how you looked at it, there was a tremendous sense of irony. "Classmate, stay away from here." Wang Dachuan mustered his last ounce of strength and said to Huang Dongdong. Even though he was severely injured, he still didn't want others to suffer because of him. Huang Dongdong glared at Wang Dachuan in irritation. "I say, Big guy, why are you so dawdling? Just stand at the back if I tell you to and quit your nonsense. Although Huang Dongdong appeared clever and well-behaved in front of Huaying, but in truth, he's cut from the same cloth as Huowen, hating evil as if it were a personal enemy, straightforward and hot-tempered. You could say the same tree doesn't bear two kinds of fruit. Wang Dachuan still wanted to advise Huang Dongdong, but suddenly felt his mouth clamped shut by some inexplicable force. Try as he might, he couldn't open it. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan with undisguised triumph. Stop struggling. Today I'll save you whether you want me to or not. I've made up my mind. Without the constraints of a master, Huang Dongdong had long dreamed of indulging in the heroic fantasy of punishing evil and upholding justice. Meanwhile, the four from Manhwa stood nearby, glaring coldly at the sudden appearance of Huang Dongdong. For a moment, no one made a move. Though they didn't know Huang Dongdong's origins, none of them were fools. For someone so young to force back an expert of Manhwa's level with a single shot, to say he had no master behind him would be sheer nonsense. Even if it were true before, after this battle, he most certainly would have won. Manhwa narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Wang Dachuan with some resentment as he said, "This can't be the result the teacher wanted." The four of them came from class 1 of the freshman year, which was precisely the class taught by the star mentor Han Kun. After the incident at the nightclub, Han Kun had singled out Yi Ran as someone he could not abide with, constantly thinking of ways to exact revenge. Not only did he behave this way himself, he even egged on the gifted students in his own class to deliberately pick fights with Yi Ran's class, and promised them that it wouldn't matter even if they crippled someone. The more brutally they fought, the higher his secret rewards would be. Thus, calling Wang Dachuan a beast or such was just an excuse. Even without this incident, they would have found some other pretext to attack. Manhwa looked at Wang Dachuan, who was still panting heavily, knowing that this guy was thick-skinned and tough. Although he looked miserable, there were no fatal injuries. There was no need to even mention crushing him. Now, going back, it wouldn't be easy to explain to Han Kun. "Zhang Haoran, if you hadn't stopped us earlier, we'd have been back long ago. You're responsible for this mess." Manhwa directly shifted the blame. After all, if Zhang Haoran hadn't stopped him just now, Wang Dachuan would probably already be incapacitated by his snake venom by now, and there wouldn't have been this inexplicable brat suddenly showing up, making the situation impossible to handle. Without paying attention to Manhwa, Zhang Haoran instead walked straight towards Huang Dongdong. Watching Zhang Haoran not even glance his way, Manhwa's eyes gleamed with malice. He had always loathed how Zhang Haoran played the saint from morning till night. But alas, Zhang Haoran perpetually topped him, the eternal runner-up, with his undisputed academic dominance. Zhang Haoran walked up to Huang Dongdong and spoke with utmost sincerity. "I need to complete this assignment." Huang Dongdong looked at Zhang Haoran, frowning slightly. "I don't care about your assignment or whatever. Just don't you dare lay another finger on simpleton." Seeing Huang Dongdong remained unmoved, Zhang Haoran could only flex his palm slightly. "My apologies, but I must act." Zhang Haoran spoke concisely, his aura beginning to surge violently. The surrounding tables and chairs were instantly sent flying by his terrifying energy. At this moment, Zhang Haoran's eyes were clear and bright, appearing even more heroic and righteous than before. Vast righteous energy. Huang Dongdong narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you from the Zhang family?" The Zhang family, as a hereditary clan of Zhangzhou, has cultivated vast righteous energy as their legacy, and every clansman who emerges is known for their upright and honorable character. Sharp eyes. "My apologies." Zhang Haoran spoke of apologies, but his actions showed no signs of stopping. Zhang Haoran pointed directly in Huang Dongdong's direction with a finger. "Open flames are prohibited here." In an instant, the flaming spear in Huang Dongdong's hand dissipated into nothingness. "Cheater!" Huang Dongdong muttered under his breath, pouting as he stared at his empty palm. This is the awe-inspiring righteous energy that can alter the surrounding rules, reaching the level where words manifest into reality. Of course, it's also related to one's strength, but this uncanny ability indeed holds overwhelming advantages in battles of equal rank, making opponents extremely hard to deal with. Though Huang Dongdong was cursing, he didn't dare pause for even a moment, directly crossing his arms as internal energy gathered along his forearms. Bang! Zhang Haoran's fist landed heavily on Huang Dongdong's arm. The tremendous force sent Huang Dongdong stumbling back 2 steps. "Ow, that hurts." Huang Dongdong shook his arm, grimacing in pain. Zhang Haoran also praised, "Impressive internal strength." Then, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he continued speaking to Huang Dongdong. "No defenses allowed here." Immediately after, Zhang Haoran's next fist came straight at him. "Do you really think I'm made of mud?" Hearing Zhang Haoran repeatedly announce restrictive rules, Huang Dongdong was beginning to lose his temper too. This fight is unbearably frustrating. Then, golden red flames began to flicker in his eyes. A 3-petaled flame pattern ignited between his brows. In an instant, the majestic righteous energy enforcing the restrictions vaporized into smoke. "Samadhi true fire?" Zhang Haoran exclaimed in astonishment. Yet the fist momentum didn't retreat, instead it strengthened considerably. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Haoren's powerful strike was about to land on Huang Dongdong's face, the fiery light in Huang Dongdong's eyes instantly conjured a lotus of flames before him. The fist charged towards Zhang Haoren. Boom! An explosion of tremendous force occurred. Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoren were sent flying backward, but Zhang Haoren twisted his waist midair and landed, steadying his stance. Huang Dongdong crashed headfirst into Wang Dachuan's arms, sending both of them flying several meters backward, before landing in a heap, looking thoroughly disheveled. Ow, that really hurts. Huang Dongdong clutched his face as he disentangled himself from Wang Dachuan's embrace. With a defiant look at Zhang Haoren, again. Good courage, Zhang Haoren roared, then gathered Haoren Chi energy on his fist, ready to strike at Huang Dongdong once more. Huang Dongdong also refused to be outdone. A golden red musket materialized in his hand, thrusting straight toward Zhang Haoren. Boom! Moving at blistering speeds, they collided before anyone could process the movement. The colossal impact erupted in a dust-churning explosion. As the settling dust cleared, everyone was surprised to discover that there was a person standing between Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoren, who held a flintlock in one hand and Zhang Haoren's fist in the other, with such a calm gaze that it seemed as though he wasn't exerting much effort at all. Wang Dachuan, standing nearby, cried out in shock as he recognized the approaching figure. Yi, Teacher Yi? Chapter 30, without my permission, none of you four are going anywhere. Yi, Yaran? Zhang Haoren and the others also clearly saw who had arrived. At this moment, Zhang Haoren and his companions wore expressions of utter shock. Impossible. Others might not realize, but Zhang Haoren knew exactly how much force he had put into this punch. In order to compete with Huang Dongdong, he had imbued this punch with the righteous energy of Haoren. Ordinary gold would find it hard to withstand. Not only that, but Huang Dongdong's golden red spear strike didn't weaken in the slightest against his own momentum. It must be his ultimate lifebound technique as well. These full-strength attacks from left and right. Who could have imagined Yiran would block them so effortlessly? Wasn't it said the Class 2 instructor was just some silver-ranked trash? Didn't your teacher teach you that the cafeteria is meant for eating? Yiran stood in the center with a cold snort, his arms slightly tensing. Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoren were directly flung aside by the force. The tremendous strength left them in pain, both involuntarily flexing their wrists. Yiran strode directly towards Wang Dachuan. Seeing Yiran approaching him, Wang Dachuan hastily wiped the blood from his brow. Master, I'm fine, just a minor injury. Shut up. Unlike his usual calm demeanor, Yiran abruptly cut off Wang Dachuan's words today. He lightly tapped Wang Dachuan's forehead and carefully examined his body using the system. After confirming Wang Dachuan was unharmed, he finally spoke. Look at you, getting into fights outside now. Hearing the reproach in Yiran's words, Wang Dachuan immediately knelt down, ready to kowtow an apology. But halfway through, Yiran stopped him and helped him up. What are you kneeling for, you idiot? Can't you see your knees are still injured? Yiran's words were sharp but her heart was soft. Though she scolded Wang Dachuan, her gaze lingered tenderly on his bloodied knees. Even a fool could sense her concern. Although Wang Dachuan was scolded by Yiran, he still felt warm inside. He habitually rubbed the back of his head, grinning foolishly as he said, Master, this disciple admits his mistake. Yiran glared at Wang Dachuan with annoyance. Where did I go wrong? Wang Dachuan replied without hesitation. The mistake was fighting in public. Thwack! A sharp knuckle rap landed on the only remaining uninjured spot of Wang Dachuan's forehead. Wang Dachuan covered his head and looked at Yiran with grievance. Yiran glared at Wang Dachuan, whose face was covered in blood, in annoyance. Hopeless idiot. Can't learn even after being taught. Fighting 4 people alone, were you just standing there like a fool taking hits? Did I ever tell you not to run when you're in trouble? I only said don't go looking for it. So what if they cursed at you? If you can't swallow it, find an opening to get back at them later. Even if you don't want to run, can't you at least go find some backup first? Do you even know what 4 against 1 means? Do you even know? Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan with exasperation. Those 4 fingers nearly swung straight into Wang Dachuan's face. Though the words were harsh, every line carried nothing but concern. It's just that this scene didn't quite resemble a teacher scolding a student. It was more like the boss lecturing his underling. Yiran's words left all the students present stunned. These weren't words a teacher should be saying. I think you've misunderstood, big dummy. Just as Yiran was thoroughly enjoying berating Wang Dachuan, Huang Dongdong suddenly stepped forward. Yiran heard Huang Dongdong's voice. His stern expression finally softened, and he turned to look kindly at Huang Dongdong. Little one, honestly, I'm very grateful for your righteous intervention. Without you, my foolish student might have suffered even more. Upon hearing Yiran's gratitude, Huang Dongdong placed one hand on the dining table, standing there rather proudly with a street-smart attitude. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, as fellow travelers in this martial world, drawing our swords to uphold justice is but a trifling matter. Watching the young Huang Dongdong carry himself with such worldly poise, a faint smile crept across Yi Ran's lips. Where on earth did this amusing little brother prodigy come from? Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran with a pompous air and began lecturing him. To be honest, you're really not doing a good job as a master. Inadequate, truly very inadequate. Hearing Huang Dongdong say this, his own teacher Wang Dachuan quickly stood up. How can you talk nonsense like that? Hey, you big oaf, I'm speaking up for you, and you turn around and bite me? Ungrateful wretch. You. Wang Dachuan still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yi Ran, who looked at Huang Dongdong. Seems there's some story behind this? Hearing Yi Ran's question, Wang Dongdong also raised her small hand, cleared her throat, and said, let me speak fairly here, that big oaf didn't run away because he was being scolded. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran and said, and do you even know why your apprentice got beaten in the first place? Hearing this, Yi Ran fell silent. Seeing that Yi Ran wasn't responding, Huang Dongdong continued. You wouldn't even know if I didn't tell you why your disciple got beaten up. Huang Dongdong then pulled Wang Dachuan up and pointed at Zhang Haoran and the other three. Those 4 students knocked over your big dummy's lunch tray for no reason at all, saying the meat he was eating disgusted them. They kept mocking your big dummy, calling him a beast who only eats raw flesh. He didn't get angry over this, just kept swallowing his pride again and again, even forcing a smile. Do you know why that gentle giant finally stopped enduring and chose to stand his ground against those 4 in the end? Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran. Because those 4 started insulting you. They said any teacher whose students turned into beasts must be lower than a beast themselves. Huang Dongdong grew increasingly furious as he spoke. Did you hear that? Big guy fought for your sake, and what did you do? Without even bothering to find out the truth, you just blamed him for not fighting properly. Are you even qualified to say that? Huang Dongdong and Huo Wen were originally from the same school of thought. His fiery temper flared up instantly, getting himself all worked up as he spoke. Seeing Huang Dongdong getting more and more agitated, Wang Dachuan grabbed him and said, alright, stop it. Teacher Yi was actually just concerned about me. Wang Dachuan tried to stop Huang Dongdong from speaking, but was then grabbed by the arm by Yi Ran. Don't stop him, Dachuan. What the kid said was right. Yi Ran's tone was calm. Then he turned his head to look at the 4 students opposite him, releasing his full imposing aura. His overwhelming killing intent enveloping the 4 like a shroud. For a moment, Zhang Haoran and the other 3 felt as if a weight of 10,000 pounds had descended upon them, forcing them to channel their energy to resist the crushing pressure. But even so, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed. The 4 stared at Yeren in astonishment. This overwhelming pressure felt as massive as a mountain, and you're telling me this is the school's most inept slacker of a mentor? You've all heard what was just said. I'm asking you, is it true? Yi Ran's icy interrogation hung in the air, his overwhelming presence suffocating them into silence. I'm asking you, is it true? Yi Ran roared again when the 4 students remained mute, his commanding aura instantly subduing everyone present. Zhang Haoran spoke up. True enough. Yi Ran cast a slightly surprised glance at Zhang Haoran, then continued. Alright, since that's the case, it saves me the trouble of pressing you further. Hearing Yi Ran's words, In Hai, who had been blending in among the 4, sensed that trouble was brewing, and instantly activated his special ability, preparing to seize the moment to escape. However, just as In Hai's ability finished transforming, inky flames bloomed around his body out of thin air. The slightest touch against the Yin Si made it bare its teeth in pain. None of you 4 can go anywhere without my permission. Yi Ran's indifferent voice came again. The voice was like a demon lord emerging from the deepest abyss, step by step advancing towards those 4 students. Chapter 31, Shameless Han Kun. Teacher Yi, don't forget, this is a school. We're students. The 4 students felt oppressed by Yi Ran's aura, their hearts beginning to waver with unease. One of the students couldn't hold back and shouted at Yi Ran, using the school and student status as their shield. Generally, in such situations, even an angry mentor would choose to relent. This move never failed. Do you even realize this is a school? Yi Ran looked coldly at the student. If you dare to bully classmates here, what would you do when you enter society? As he spoke, Yi Ran directly raised his palm. A black blur flashed by. Ah! A cry of pain rang out. The student clutched his arm in agony, sweating profusely from the pain. At this moment, all the students froze in shock, for they had never seen a teacher so ruthless and decisive. In this moment, the long years of peace have awakened humanitarian ideals. Protecting the vulnerable, especially students, has become a prevailing social sentiment. Under the scrutiny of such public opinion, many teachers now strictly follow protocol. When encountering school bullying issues, they've shifted from reprimanding to glossing over conflicts, avoiding involvement whenever possible. Even if such issues are truly discovered, at most they'd only be criticized a few words. Sometimes, ideological trends and supervision truly are a double-edged sword. It can be said, under this prevalent trend of protecting certain ideologies, Many students have indeed been protected, but it has also indulged a whole bunch of bastard students to engage in wrongdoing. The truth is, from the very beginning, everyone has harbored a deep-seated hatred for school bullying. Yet amidst these prevailing sentiments, who can really control how much, or who dares to intervene meaningfully? Yi Ran's strike. No one could have truly anticipated this. Yet it did seem undeniably satisfying. You, how dare you hit a student? What kind of teacher are you? Watching the groaning student collapsed on the floor, the other 3 students were astonished. One of them immediately started yelling profanities, despite the loud voice. It somehow gave off a sense of bluster without real substance. Beating students? You should pray I don't have the intention to kill you. Yi Ran paid no heed to the student's threat, instead continuing to walk forward on his own. Students? You dare call yourselves students? Hearing Yi Ran's words and watching his approaching footsteps, they were truly panicking at this moment. Professor Yi, listen to me. It's really a misunderstanding, actually. It takes a villain to handle villains. Yi Ran's fierce aura instantly subdued these students. One of the students stared at the murderous Yi Ran. At this moment, he completely panicked. Just as he was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Oh, isn't this Professor Yi? What brings you here? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see Han Kun walking over with a broad smile. Oh no, here comes that hypocrite. I said those people looked so familiar. Turns out they're from that hypocrite's class. That explains everything. Their class has a notorious record of bullying students. The most infuriating part is how this hypocrite keeps using his celebrity teacher status to brush off complaints whenever students or teachers confront them. You think their class runs wild at school for no reason? It's all because that two-faced bastard enables them from behind the scenes. It's over, this matter might just end unresolved. When In Hai and the others saw that the newcomer was Han Kun, their eyes lit up slightly. Their mentor had arrived. Han Kun walked up to Yi Ran with a radiant expression, looking around at the crowd in surprise. Wow, what a lively scene. I never expected the cafeteria to be this packed. Han Kun then patted In Hai's shoulder and turned toward Yi Ran with a smug grin. I almost forgot to introduce you, Professor Yi. These are all my students, currently at the gold tier level. Just as Han Kun finished speaking, he turned his head quite naturally to look at the student clutching his arm. Zhang Daming, why are you holding your arm? Has someone bullied you? Han Kun then walked up to the student who had been hit, lifted his arm, and examined the injury. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, not even the King of Heaven himself could let any student in our class suffer the slightest injustice. Han Kun's voice grew softer and softer, because he couldn't find the slightest trace of a wound on his arm. As if Yi Ran had long anticipated this scene, the beating technique was extraordinarily refined, causing immense pain without leaving a single visible bruise, leaving Han Kun no pretext to take retaliatory action. This time, Han Kun, who had come ready to demand an explanation, was left utterly speechless. Professor Han, seen enough? Yi Ran remarked indifferently, watching Han Kun perform like a clown. You came at the perfect time. Why don't you tell me how we should handle this situation? Han Kun looked curiously at Yi Ran, then at his own student, his expression as bewildered as if he'd just arrived on the scene. I just got here. What's going on? Yi Ran gave Han Kun a long, penetrating look. You were nowhere to be found during the fight, yet magically appear the moment students are about to be punished. Say you just arrived now? Who do you think you're fooling? Like anyone would believe that. Seeing Han Kun play dumb, Yi Ran didn't hesitate and spoke outright. These students have all admitted to bullying their classmates. What do you think should be done? Han Kun looked at Yi Ran. Teacher Yi, how do you want to handle this? Yi Ran didn't stand on ceremony and spoke directly. You want me to handle it? Simple. For every hit these 4 students gave Wang Dachuan, I'll return a punch. Whether they can take it or not, that's up to their luck. Upon hearing these words, Han Kun was taken aback, then his tone turned displeased. Teacher Yi, that's going a bit too far. Is this too much? Yi Ran cut off Han Kun's words, his eyes blazing, fixed on Han Kun's hypocritical face. When they insulted my students, you didn't say it was too much. When they assaulted my students, you didn't say it was too much. Now that it's their turn, you suddenly speak up? Yi Ran went all out. Han Kun abruptly froze, never expecting Yi Ran to display such intense anger. For a moment, Han Kun's expression turned rather unpleasant. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in the argument with Yi Ran, he began fixating on Yi Ran's emotional outburst instead. Professor Yi, with such fury, may I take this as your provocation against me? Are you threatening me? Yi Ran narrowed his eyes at Han Kun. Since Yi Ran had been arranged to enter through family connections, there wasn't any grand publicity about his arrival. On top of that, when he first came out, his father had specifically warned him that the family wouldn't offer him any assistance, so he shouldn't go looking for trouble. This also indirectly led to Yi Ran maintaining a low profile and slacking off all along. Such phenomena left many teachers completely unaware of Yi Ran's true capabilities. Clearly, Han Kun was one of them. No. How could this be a threat? Teacher Yi, you were the one who provoked first. According to Demon Martial Academy's regulations, I have the right to challenge you to a duel. Suddenly, Han Kun's attitude abruptly shifted as he began putting on a show of forgiving Iran. Forget it, Teacher Yi. The disparity in our abilities is too great. I shouldn't bully the lesser party. In this matter, it takes two to tango. If my students were at fault, can you truly say yours were completely blameless? Why don't we have them apologize to each other and simply let this matter pass? What do you say? Han Kun looked at Yi Ran with a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, suddenly feeling he had regained the upper hand in the conversation. This was his usual tactic, often steering discussions toward duels by leveraging his superior strength. Many less capable teachers found themselves swallowing their losses in silence. After all, no teacher wants to be publicly defeated and humiliated. Chapter 32, Step back and watch how your master trains a dog. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze in astonishment, especially the students from Class 2. His eyes were practically spitting sparks. I've seen shameless people, but never one as shameless as Han Kun. Two light and airy sentences, directly shifting unilateral fault into shared blame, then smoothing over major issues as minor ones, trivializing them completely. This polished technique clearly shows an experienced offender. No wonder Han Kun's class has always had such a poor reputation. It seems that Han Kun and their classmates had bullied quite a few students in their usual routine. Han Kun's actions completely ignited the anger of everyone in Class 2. At this very moment, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in Yi Ran's mind. Detected improvement in class cohesion under host's leadership. Triggering emergency mission, unity is strength. Emergency mission unity is strength. Host must quickly raise class cohesion to over 95%. Upon completion, system reward will be granted. Teacher's soul. Teacher's soul. Possessor gains teaching enhancement benefits, increasing instructional ability by 20% and student comprehension by 10%. Damn, this ridiculous drama actually triggered a hidden quest? Indeed, when heaven is about to place great responsibility on a person, it must first discuss them thoroughly. Now, for some unknown reason, Yi Ran found that looking at Han Kun wasn't quite so disgusting anymore. After all, who would harbor malice toward an experience farm that drops loot, even if it's just a goblin? Professor Yi, what do you think? While Yi Ran was still examining the system, Han Kun's voice came through once more. Yi Ran looked at Han Kun's hypocritical face, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. What do I think? I already wanted to beat the shit out of you, but now there's the system's reward. Then sorry, I want to punch you even more. Then, Yaren laughed. Seeing Yaren laugh, Han Kun thought Yaren had given in. He naturally started laughing too. Since Teacher Han wishes so strongly to protect his student, why not do this? You can take these beatings in your student's place. Han Kun, who had been laughing moments earlier, the smile froze instantly on his face. What the hell? Why did the script suddenly change? When did Yi Ran, a mere silver level, become so bold? Is he crazy? Han Kun continued asking in disbelief. So, Teacher Yi, you mean you want to fight me? Yi Ran gave Han Kun a glance as if looking at an idiot. Drinking foreign liquor every day until you can't even understand Dragon Country's language anymore, is that it? You think you can bully my students and sweep it under the rug so casually? Other teachers might let it slide, but with me, that won't work. Class cohesion plus 5%, current class cohesion 75%. Effective. Yi Ran stared at the system. Good. It's a deal. Han Kun looked towards Yi Ran. The corners of her lips curled slightly upwards. At first glance, he thought Yi Ran wouldn't dare to challenge him. As a platinum-level master, he couldn't possibly degrade himself by dealing with some worthless loser. So he could only resort to underhanded tricks, making Yanran suffer in silence. But he never expected Yanran to be this bold, actually choosing to confront him head-on? Perfect timing. This way I can properly teach Yi Ran a lesson, and vent my anger over the humiliation he caused me at the nightclub earlier. Han Kun holds grudges fiercely, starting with the student who incited others to provoke Yi Ran. It was actually all to retaliate for that humiliating scene Yi Ran caused him at the nightclub. Of course, he might have already forgotten that the whole incident was entirely his own fault. He was the one who shamelessly walked into that disgrace. To be honest, Professor Han, you look even more disgusting than those students of yours. Although Yi Ran was talking, his movements were extremely swift. The sharp jab slicing through the air produced whistling wind sounds. Watching Yi Ran's fist charging toward him, Han Kun's lips curled up in excitement. If you're the one starting this, then don't blame me for not holding back. Though he didn't understand why Yi Ran was being so bold, this just gave him the perfect excuse to retaliate. Beating Yi Ran to a pulp was far more satisfying than letting him swallow a bitter defeat in silence. As he spoke, Han Kun's aura surged violently, ready to counter Yi Ran's attack. Before delivering his own devastating blow, then we'll make sure to thoroughly beat him up. Han Kun thought while the sweet taste of vengeance already rose in his heart. Just as he was indulging in his beautiful fantasy, Yi Ran's fist came flying in an instant. Humph! Han Kun was also prepared, his body shimmering with white light. Just as Yi Ran's fist was about to strike his face, it instantly transformed from a fist into an open palm, moving with incredible speed as it swept sharply toward Han Kun's cheek. Han Kun reacted with lightning speed, adapting his stance accordingly, using his arm to block Yi Ran's palm strike. Yet the moment his forearm made contact with Yi Ran's palm, some inexplicable tremendous force erupted from that palm, violently repelling his own arm away. The heavy-handed slap came down with unstoppable force. Smack! A sharp, crisp sound of flesh meeting flesh rang out precisely across Han Kun's cheek. Caught completely off guard, Han Kun was sent flying by the tremendous impact. His left cheek immediately swelled up. Blood even began flowing from his nostrils. Han Kun stood frozen in place, staring at his hands that had just been flicked away by Yi Ran. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. What happened? How did Yi Ran manage that? Me, a platinum-level expert, couldn't block the trash mentor's slap? Even Han Kun was stunned. The others present were also stunned. What's happening? Did I see that right? Teacher Yi just slapped that hypocrite, and actually landed the hit? Wait, how is this possible? That hypocrite may be morally bankrupt, but his strength is legit platinum tier? Just moments ago, Teacher Yi single-handedly silenced 4 gold tier opponents, which was already terrifying enough. But now she's openly slapped a platinum tier expert? Am I still dreaming? Anyway, that was truly satisfying. Serves him right. Been sick of this hypocrite for ages. Holy shit. But just considering that move, barely any teachers in our entire grade level could pull it off so effortlessly, right? When did Professor Yi become so amazing? Wasn't he just silver rank before? This is called still waters run deep, and hiding one's light under a bushel you wouldn't understand. Professor Yi is insane. From now on, if anyone dares call Professor Yi a loser, I'll fight them. The students of Class 2 were both shocked and overjoyed. Who wouldn't want their teacher to be the strongest in the world? To be fair, their shock wasn't unwarranted. The gap in strength between platinum and ranks below it was simply too vast. A platinum rank expert, standing at the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. If practitioners before the platinum rank were still studying the paths of their predecessors, then beyond platinum, one begins to comprehend the laws of nature, attempting to walk their own unique path, reaching a level where they can truly enlighten and instruct others. This is precisely why Demon City Advanced Martial Academy agrees to allow platinum tier warriors and above to take personal disciples. In short, platinum level powerhouses possess what can only be described as a dimensionality reduction strike against those below their tier. Even that monstrous S-class genius who suppressed aristocratic families, Zhang Hedong, once suffered defeat when attempting to challenge a platinum tier warrior beyond his level. This gap can no longer be bridged by merely possessing an S-rank talent. And now, it's clear that Teacher Yi hasn't yet forged his own path and is definitely not a platinum level powerhouse. Yet with only gold level strength, he managed to slap a guarded platinum powerhouse hard enough to leave their face swollen. This situation is unheard of, utterly unbelievable. Class cohesion increased by 5%. Current class cohesion 80%. Chapter 33, beat him into submission. How is this possible? Han Kun covered his face, desperately trying to reduce the swelling while staring at Yi Ran in utter disbelief. A sense of unreality made him stumble over his words. Di-chun, I have indeed taught you to be kind to others, and it brings me joy that you've taken it to heart. But your actions today, I do not approve of them. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran and reflexively scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond to Yi Ran's words. Remember, Dachuan, the precondition of being kind to others is interacting with people, not just blindly doing good deeds. Yaren pointed at Han Kun, this master has been negligent too. I've only taught you how to treat people, not how to deal with dogs. Hearing Yaren address him as a dog, Han Kun, recovering from his shock, felt his eyes beginning to turn red. There had never been a time when Han Kun was the one being bullied. How could anyone dare to cross him? And yet here he was, scolded like this in front of so many people, by some useless nobody of an advisor? Narrow-minded by nature, Han Kun's fury had now skyrocketed to its peak. Yi Ran, you're looking for death. As he spoke, Han Kun's aura surged instantaneously, his formidable presence forcibly pushing back the surrounding students. A snow-white lion materialized behind Han Kun, its eyes blazing with fury, the nearly tangible killing intent leaving deep gouges across the ground. A-class paranormal entity, the White Jade Lion. One of the most formidable among A-class ferocious beasts, rivaling even the devouring dire pig in racial strength. Its hereditary ability is the Jade Transformation, capable of turning any touched object into jade. Once this ability is activated, most likely during combat, the opponent's arms and legs would all suddenly turn to jade. This bizarre ability combined with the ferocious physical prowess of an A-grade beast, makes close-quarter combat with the White Jade Lion an absolute nightmare for any adversary. As Han Kun urged it on, the White Lion directly mutated and fused with Han Kun's body. Han Kun's entire figure grew noticeably larger. His taut muscles brimmed with explosive power, and his scarlet eyes radiated unbridled aggression. You'll regret what you've done today. Han Kun's lips curled slightly as his spine arched like a predator locking onto its prey, advancing menacingly toward Yiran. The Korean group came with overwhelming force, yet Yiran at the epicenter of the pressure remained as calm as a gentle breeze. He pointed at the furious Korean group while continuing to lecture Wang Dachuan, "Remember my words, disciple. When you encounter a barking dog, there's only one thing you need to do." Yiran looked at the Korean group, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Beat it until it obeys." In an instant, Yiran's aura began to surge violently, as an ink golden dragon coiled around his body. Roar! The ink golden dragon let out a resounding dragon cry, roaring at the massive White Jade Lion. Its overwhelming momentum clashed with Han Kun's in an instant. Yet astonishingly, it didn't lose any ground. The fierce battle is about to erupt. Holy crap, is Teacher Yi insane? He actually chose to directly confront that hypocrite? Platinum against gold. Teacher Yi is gonna get killed. This is getting out of hand, getting way out of hand. Quick, find help, we need to save Teacher Yi. Hurry to the academic office and fetch Director Liu. Yes, go get Director Liu now. Without hesitation, Li Muron dashed straight toward the academic office. Unconsciously, the hearts of Class 2 students had begun to unite tightly around Yiran. Who exactly are you? Han Kun gazed at the phantom shadow behind Yiran, his originally fierce expression suddenly becoming hesitant. He had initially thought Yiran was just a washed-up, lazy mentor content to lie flat, but now, judging by Yiran's aura and cultivation techniques, it seems there's some background behind him after all. These developments suddenly made Han Kun hesitate somewhat. Who am I? I'm an instructor from the Demon Martial Academy. Listening to Yiran's reply, Han Kun furrowed his brows. He seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Yiran's answer. That's not what I asked. Yiran looked at Han Kun with disdain. Am I obligated to answer you? You're just a coward who picks on the weak but fears the strong. Then, Yiran looked at Han Kun with a provocative gaze. Too scared now? Spineless dog. Lies don't wound, but the truth cuts deep. Publicly humiliated by Yiran. And everything he said was true. The repeated provocations made Han Kun's eyes turn slightly red. In the heat of the moment, Han Kun roared at Yiran. Yiran, you asked for this. No matter what backing you have today, you're going down. For a moment, the White Jade Lion behind Han Kun had swelled considerably. Its enormous eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Yiran, as if it couldn't wait to tear Yiran to pieces. Yiran gazed at Han Kun releasing his full intimidating aura, yet remained as composed as drifting clouds. He looked at Han Kun. I was quite troubled about how to deal with those students. After all, among those four, there was one boy who didn't even look like the type to enjoy bullying others. After much thought, it's only scum like you who could force students into using such despicable methods. He waved his hand dismissively at Wang Dachuan. Step back and watch how your master trains a dog. Han Kun laughed in extreme anger. Honestly, the first thing I want to do later is tear your mouth apart. At this moment, Han Kun was practically boiling with rage. Yiran's every word seemed precisely calculated to hit Han Kun right where it hurt. Get the swelling on your face down before you speak again. This single sentence from Yiran sent Han Kun's rage skyrocketing to new heights. Whoosh! A sound cut through the air. Han Kun transformed into a white blur as he charged toward Yiran. His speed so incredible it generated a sonic boom. With a thunderous boom, like the explosive sound of two mountains colliding, a shockwave erupted through the air. The nearby classmates were directly sent flying by the powerful shockwave. When the aftershocks subsided, at the center of the explosion, Yan Ran and Han Kun stood locked in place. Han Kun's ferocious punch was actually blocked single-handedly by Yan Ran. How is this possible? Han Kun roared with his massive lion's head, his eyes filled with disbelief. If being slapped before was due to underestimating his opponent, then this time he had given it his all, aiming to kill Yiran outright. Yet even with his full force strike, did this damn advisor actually block me again? Why doesn't the ironclad rule about not challenging platinum-ranked players apply to Yiran? An intense sense of unreality made Han Kun feel rather disoriented. To be fair, no one could blame Han Kun for feeling this way. Right now, even if you placed anyone else here, no one would believe that Yiran merely at the gold rank could withstand a full power strike from a platinum-ranked powerhouse. Han Kun snapped out of his daze, refusing to accept reality as he pressed forward with another punch. Each blow carried immense force, infused with the full might of a platinum-tier expert. The howling fist winds tore through everything in their path, even splintering hardwood tables and chairs with sheer brute force. Facing the onslaught of the raging storm, Yiran calmly wielded the power of the Ink Dragon, precisely defending against each of Han Kun's attacks. leaving Han Kun with no strategy to employ, every assault forced to retreat in vain. For a moment, the two fought back and forth in perfect balance, evenly matched. Completely unlike the typical crushing dominance a platinum-level expert should have over a gold-rank opponent. Chapter 34, This is Murder, do you even realize that? This scene left every watching student utterly stupefied in disbelief. Holy shit, what am I seeing? Platinum versus gold? Shouldn't it be impossible for any genius to challenge a platinum tier player from a lower rank? What is this? Teacher Yi shouldn't be called a genius, he should be called a monster. I'm convinced, Teacher Yi is insane. Who the hell dares call Teacher Yi a deadbeat again? I'll fucking lose it with them. Damn it, Director Le called it too early. Who would have thought Teacher Yi could actually hold his own against this hypocrite? What do you mean too early? Let Director Le see for himself whether our Teacher Yi is just that formidable, or if this hypocrite is all bark and no bite. All the students were utterly absorbed by Yi Ran's sheer badassery. Yi Ran's natural talent itself belonged to the top tier among noble families, with profound bloodline gifts. If it weren't for that series of unforeseen events, Yi Ran would now at least be on par with Lo Wani as one of the aristocratic geniuses. Now that Yi Ran has broken through his golden barrier, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, he has transformed into a dragon in a single bound. The foundation that had been consolidated for nearly a decade experienced sublimation and eruption at the moment of breakthrough. The purity and quality of its energy were extraordinarily high, so profound that it completely surpassed what one would expect from a golden tier powerhouse. With just these conditions alone, Yi Ran's overall strength already matched what an S-rank Esper could unleash at the same tier. Not to mention Yi Ran's innate Dao body constitution. With the system's support, at this moment, Yi Ran had gathered numerous miraculous factors within himself, possessing the full capability to rival platinum tier powerhouses. What unbreakable iron laws could possibly exist? It's merely that one's fists aren't hard enough or strength isn't sufficient yet. Perhaps influenced by emotional factors, Han Kun's attacks became increasingly impatient, revealing more and more flaws. The on-court dynamics shifted from Han Kun launching full assaults while Yi Ran defended, to gradually evolving into exchanges where both took turns attacking. Even Han Kun occasionally found himself forced to shift to defense now. At this moment, Han Kun felt that every punch he threw was being anticipated by Yi Ran at its crucial point. Despite launching attacks with all his strength, Yi Ran only needed to respond at the critical moment of each assault to effortlessly neutralize it. This feeling was as if he'd been completely seen through, filling Han Kun with unbearable frustration. Bang! Seizing the opportunity when Han Kun showed the slightest lapse in attention, Yi Ran delivered a direct punch to his face. Caught completely off guard, Han Kun was sent stumbling back several meters by the blow. The supposedly healed nose was bleeding profusely again, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Han Kun stared at the continuous stream of blood dripping from his nose, his lips twitching slightly, though he was extremely reluctant to admit it, without invoking the power of the laws. If this continues, I'm bound to lose for sure. Yet at this moment, Yi Ran slightly furrowed his brows. What's going on? He hadn't heard the system notification about class cohesion increasing for 3 whole seconds now. The emotional demands of these students seem to have reached saturation point. Even if we keep pushing like this, we probably still won't complete 95% of the tasks. No, we can't go on like this. How could the system's reward possibly slip away once it's within reach? The plot needs to get a little more dramatic. Yi Ran pondered this as he continued thinking. Then he looked up at Han Kun and simply uttered 2 words. Take me as your disciple. This classic online taunt from his past life truly possessed an enduring charm all its own. Just 2 simple words. Yet they once again flooded Han Kun's mind with rage and humiliation. How dare he, how dare a useless trash who couldn't break through the silver rank for 10,000 years, now manage to pin down a platinum genius like himself who had been the center of attention and rub his face in the dirt? Intense shame and indignation sent Han Kun's blood pressure skyrocketing, and blood that had already stopped began to flow once more. Yi Ran curled his lips in disdain. If this is all you've got, you're not even fit to guard the house. Every word was a pearl, not a single mention of dogs, yet each sentence implied Han Kun was nothing but a dog. You're courting death. Narrow-minded by nature, how could Han Kun endure such humiliation? In an instant, as a flash of white light flickered in Han Kun's eyes, the white jade lion on Han Kun's body began to emit an eerie radiance. When the light faded, its white form became as smooth as porcelain, even reflecting glimmers under the sunlight. Beware, this is a platinum-level expert's Dao manifestation. Huang Dongdong, who was standing nearby, witnessed this scene. His eyes filled with alarm. He urgently shouted at Yi Ran. The calm and composed demeanor he had while watching the show moments ago completely vanished. Huang Dongdong, who emerged from the sect organization. After all, his vision was far beyond what ordinary students could compare to. He observed the changes in Han Kun. It was completely the unique Dao transformation characteristic of post-platinum level experts. Han Kun was an awakened ability user. the Taoist principles naturally associated with the white jade lion. It was no exaggeration to say that every punch and kick infused with that jade-like power would crush Yi Kun if landed. Then the body part Yi Ran was touching would soon undergo an irreversible jade-like petrification mutation. Mild cases might lose arms or legs, while severe cases could result in instant death. Clearly, Han Kun's actions had already gone far beyond ordinary petty squabbles. He's coming straight for Yi Ran's life. While sparring between fighters from Shanghai's top martial arts academies is encouraged, deadly combat is strictly forbidden. But Han Kun, blinded by rage, couldn't care less about these rules. Han Kun's jade-white fist came crashing down directly toward Yi Ran's forehead. The plot twist is here. Yi Ran looked at the jade-like fist coming at him and, instead of being frightened, was actually delighted, not intending to dodge at all. Bam! Han Kun's speed was so fast, it seemed Yi Ran had no chance to react. The cannon fist strike landed squarely on Yi Ran's head. A peculiarly dull thud resounded. Had it not been for the protective black dragon mystic art, Yi Ran's head might have already been severed from his body at this very moment. It's all your own doing, Han Kun said with sinister malice. Once this punch lands, even if Yi Ran can withstand Han Kun's attacking power, he won't be able to resist the jade-like petrification disease, and Yi Ran will still die in the end. Indeed, things unfolded exactly as Han Kun had predicted. Although Yi Ran blocked the strike, a white radiance began emanating from his hair, gradually enveloping his entire body. As the white luminescence continued its downward spread, it glided past Yi Ran's hair, eyebrows, nose, lips, until reaching his chin. Yi Ran's entire head gradually transformed into a white jade-colored relief. At this moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at the white relief, unable to utter a single word. Huang Dongdong hurriedly ran over, examining Yi Ran's jade-carved head from left to right, staring at Han Kun with a stern expression and sharp tone. Do you realize what you've actually done? This is murder, do you understand? Those words, murder, exploded like a sudden thunderclap on calm ground, stunning the hearts of everyone present. The students watched everything with fearful eyes. If it had just been a fight between two parties, it would have been easier to handle. But this incident escalated into murder within the school itself. And what's worse, it was a teacher killing another teacher at the school. Things were about to get really messy. Chapter 35, Go ahead, try to kill me today. Han Kun had also withdrawn his special ability, reverting to his original appearance. Having regained his senses, a faint flicker of panic surfaced in his eyes. His expression finally returned to normal. He scoffed coldly. Murder? Don't go throwing around baseless accusations. How is self-defense considered murder? You? Huang Dongdong's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he listened to Han Kun's words. He never expected Han Kun to be capable of such shamelessness. Having blatantly committed such an act in full view of everyone, he could actually turn around and fabricate an excuse without batting an eye. At this moment, Han Kun calmly walked up to Yi Ran's face. Facing the students, he said, "This was clearly during a sparring session with Teacher Yi, when he kept provoking me with words and attacked me viciously, even going for lethal strikes. Under threat to my life, I lost control of my emotions and struck harder than intended, resulting in an accident. How can this be considered murder?" At this moment, Han Kun continuously downplayed his own responsibility, shifting all blame for the incident onto Yi Ran, turning white into black and black into white, with pitiful expressions, feeble excuses, unshakable tones, and utterly disgusting behavior. Class 2 students. Every face burned with indignation, especially Wang Dachuan. He endured the pain and walked up to Yi Ran. This usually simple and honest man was now consumed by fury beyond measure, his whole body trembling, his eyes fixed fiercely on Han Kun. He stretched out his hand and roared angrily. "Have you no sense of justice left? It was you who killed Teacher Yi. You're a murderer. A life for a life." Wang Dachuan's words were like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples far and wide. All the students from Class 2 joined Wang Dachuan in unison, shouting, "Blood demands blood. Blood demands blood. Blood demands blood." The voices roared, the students' fury threatening to blow the cafeteria roof off. The scattered and disorganized Class 1 to 2 unexpectedly displayed an unimaginable force of unity at this moment. Han Kun witnessed the scene of Class 2 working together in perfect harmony, his eyes darting away uncomfortably, before quickly transforming into furious embarrassment. He roared at the Class 2 students, "Shut up!" With that roar, a powerful platinum aura burst forth uncontrollably, coupled with the unique authority of a teacher. It momentarily silenced all the students present. "This isn't the place for you students to make irresponsible remarks." Han Kun looked at the students with disdain. In a bad mood. "A bunch of useless fools about to be kicked out. Instead of focusing on how to work hard and stay, you've got time to worry about other people's business? Loitering here during class hours? Count of 3, any students still here after that will be reported to the school and have credits deducted." Class 1 to 2 was already the lowest ranked freshman class. All the students had poor grades to begin with. If everyone gets points deducted, there's a real risk of being expelled. Han Kun believed he had them cornered with this knowledge. He arrogantly threatened the students before him. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Han Kun finished counting down the 3 numbers, these students, who logically should have scattered like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree, remained steadfast in their place. One person chose to leave. At this very moment, all the students glared with burning rage. To hell with this school. Give our teacher's life back. Give back our teacher's life. Murder demands retribution. Murder demands retribution. The students' fury erupted once again. They stood in front of Yeren without prior arrangement, using their voices despite being stuck in the mire, still striving to speak out, to demand justice for Yeren. Han Kun, who failed to intimidate the students, froze where he stood. Watching this group of students protecting Yi Ran without retreating a single step, an inexplicable anger surged in his heart. Perhaps it was hatred by association, or perhaps it stemmed from some jealousy. His already irritated mood became even more aggravated by these students. Han Kun's gaze swept around before he glared at the students before him and growled fiercely. I'll count one more time, 3 counts. If you still don't leave by the count of 3, I'll treat it as defiance toward a teacher. According to the rules of magic martial arts, offending an instructor grants me the right to mete out punishment. 3, 2, 1. Yet again, Han Kun didn't get his wish. The students of Class 2 stood firmly before Yi Ran. Seeing this scene, a ruthless glint flashed through Han Kun's eyes. Since you insist on going to the infirmary, don't blame me for what's coming. With those words, Han Kun actually went all out right in front of the students. The white jade lion directly mutated upon his body. The overwhelming platinum aura forced these students, who probably hadn't even reached silver tier, to stumble backward, their breathing becoming labored under the pressure. A blatant threat, forcing all the students present into submission. Whoosh! Han Kun hadn't even started counting when suddenly a golden red fire spear thrust straight towards his face. Humph! Han Kun snorted coldly, not even bothering to raise his hand. A jade barrier instantly materialized before me, blocking the oncoming flintlock shot with ease, which dissipated into nothingness the moment it touched the smooth jade surface. Damn it all! Is there no justice left in this world? This makes me sick. No sooner had the words been spoken than the crafty young Huang Dongdong appeared right before the students. How could his hatred for evil tolerate these shameless bastards twisting right and wrong before his eyes? Han Kun slightly furrowed his brows. Once again, he turned his gaze toward this child. I never imagined such a brash kid would appear in the university cafeteria. And this brash kid's abilities far surpassed those of a freshman. Someone like this clearly has powerful backing, likely coming from a formidable mentorship. For a moment, Han Kun frowned slightly. Classmate, I don't believe we've met before? Nonsense. I've been training at the fire sect all this time. Who do you think you are to demand an audience with me? Fire sect? Han Kun's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He then asked aloud, could you possibly be the direct disciple of fire sect's master Huo? Huang Dongdong heard these words, his tone carrying a mix of hostility and confusion. You know my master? Upon hearing this, Han Kun's brow furrowed slightly. Huo, the sect master of the fire gate, was a grandmaster at the peak of the diamond level. Rumor had it that his temper was quite fiery, and he was extremely protective of his disciples. Upon learning of Huang Dongdong's master-disciple lineage, Han Kun felt somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, he assumed an extremely professional demeanor and said to Huang Dongdong, little friend, we need to handle some internal affairs of our school now. Please refrain from interfering too much. Huang Dongdong completely ignored Han Kun. In his hand materialized once again a fire spear pointed directly at Han Kun, spitting contemptuously. Pa! Who do you think you're fooling with that act, you murderer? Listening to Huang Dongdong's merciless insults directed at him, Han Kun's expression also grew somewhat unpleasant. Young friend, please make yourself clear, do not casually slander others. Fine then. Murderer, murderer, murderer. Huang Dongdong looked at Han Kun with disdain. How many times do you need to hear it? I'll say it again for you. Then Huang Dongdong pointed at Han Kun and said sternly, if you've got the guts, kill me today. If you don't kill me, I swear I'll expose all your dirty deeds to the public. Then let's see how this Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy deals with scum like you. Chapter 36, pushing the entire class's unity to its peak. Hearing Huang Dongdong's words, Han Kun narrowed his eyes slightly. If they were all just fellow students, things would still be relatively easy to control. Even if some students want to stir up trouble, there are ways to keep it under control. At worst, it would just mean offering a few more guaranteed admission spots to major factions, something he could easily afford. But unfortunately, Huang Dongdong isn't a student at the school, he's a personal disciple of the Firewalk sect, so his status as a mentor gives him no leverage to suppress the boy whatsoever. And this young man before him appeared to be the type with an overwhelming sense of justice. Material temptations didn't seem likely to work either. For the moment, Han Kun found himself in a dilemma. While Han Kun was still pondering over a solution, Huang Dongdong was still cursing violently. Calling you a coward would be giving you too much credit. You're nothing but a beast, a bloodthirsty monster who kills without blinking. You're not even human. Perhaps it was a common trait among fire element cultivators, for Huang Dongdong grew increasingly agitated the more he shouted, especially when he saw Han Kun's punch-worthy expression. He couldn't help but start gathering his strength. Whoosh! This time, the fire spear shot straight towards Han Kun's face. Seeing the incoming fire spear, Han Kun hesitated for a moment, then a look of pleasant surprise dawned in his eyes. I was just worrying about how to solve this problem, and here comes this fellow delivering me a reason on a silver platter? Since you're so eager to kill me, it's not too much for me to act in self-defense, right? You asked for this. Han Kun shouted coldly, his entire body transforming into a white blur as he charged toward Huang Dongdong. Roar! Han Kun's punch faintly carried the roar of a lion. The direction of the attack was precisely Huang Dongdong's forehead. Clearly this time he intended to finish the fight with a single, lethal blow. The speed of Han Kun's attack was beyond anything Huang Dongdong could have anticipated. Before he could react, the force of Han Kun's fist was already rushing toward his face. But just as Han Kun's fist was about to strike Huang Dongdong's face, a powerful hand firmly clenched Han Kun's fist, blocking this deadly blow for Huang Dongdong. When Han Kun saw the face of the person blocking his attack, he gasped in shock. Yi Ran? That person was none other than Yi Ran, who smiled as he looked at Huang Dongdong. Saved your life. No need to thank me. Yi Ran then turned her head, her eyes turning icy cold. His palm clenched with hidden strength. Han Kun felt as if a steamroller had pressed down on his fist. The bones began to crack. The sharp pain forced him to swiftly retract his fist, unable to resist shaking it behind his back. At this moment, Han Kun had no time to check his hand as he stared in disbelief at the very much alive Yi Ran. This is impossible? How did you do that? Ever since advancing to the platinum rank, Han Kun's white jade lion transformation had never failed before. Whether facing platinum-level geniuses or half-step grandmasters at late platinum stage, anyone who managed to adhere to his petrification ability would inevitably end up missing limbs or worse. Han Kun had even managed to kill a platinum-level beast stronger than him despite the odds. But tonight, his always reliable petrification ability had failed spectacularly when used against Yi Ran, leaving him utterly unable to accept it. At this moment, Yi Ran bent down to pick up the petrified fragments from the ground. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. The innate Tao body was hailed as the darling of cosmic laws, impervious to all phenomena, unharmed by myriad principles. Although the petrification ability appeared extremely bizarre, when all was said and done, it was merely another application of the law governing attribute transformations. This ability could never harm Yi Ran, who possesses an inherently divine physique. Yi Ran tossed away the petrified fragments, gazing at Han Kun with a look of pity. White Jade Lion. A fine supernatural power, it's just a shame it found its way onto a beast. When the students of Class 2 saw Yi Ran standing alive before them, all the students swarmed forward, gathering eagerly around Yi Ran with concerned questions about his condition. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Yes, Professor Yi, how are you feeling? Professor Yi, should we take you to the infirmary? Professor Yi. Wang Dachuan didn't even care about his own injuries. He quickly squeezed in as well, looking at Yeren with simple honesty. Only when Wang Dachuan saw that Yeren was unharmed did he finally relax. He grinned. Teacher Yi, you're amazing. How did you even survive this? I was ready to die with you. Teacher Yi was safe and sound, and no one was happier than him. It's just that this dumb mouth of mine really doesn't know how to speak properly. Yi Ran gave Dachuan a helpless look. Dachuan, that was completely unnecessary. Wang Dachuan also knew his words probably didn't sound very pleasant, but he didn't know how to make amends either. He could only sheepishly scratch his head. Well, as long as nothing's wrong, that's fine by me. But then, after a second thought, Wang Dachuan suddenly turned to Yi Ran and said, Teacher Yi, let's just go. We shouldn't stoop to their level. Hearing Wang Dachuan's words, the students also realized this wasn't the time to be concerned. They all hurriedly said to Yi Ran, That's right, Teacher Yi, let's go. Teacher Yi, come on, let's go find Director Lo to set things right. That's right, Teacher Yi, let's escalate this to the school administration. Let's see how the school handles it. Yeah, Teacher Yi, a wise man knows when to retreat. Wang Dachuan's suggestion resonated with the students. After all, Han Kun is a platinum-level powerhouse. Everyone could clearly see his formidable strength. Who knows if Teacher Yi might face danger again if these conflicts continue. After all, in their eyes, Teacher Yi has already walked through the gates of death once. Yi Ran gently pressed his hands down, signaling the students to settle. He saw how much the students cared, and with a smile, he said to them, Don't worry, there's no danger. That strike just now, to be precise, was deliberately allowed by Yi Ran to land on Han Kun, because the moment he chose to bring the Class 2 students to back up Wang Dachuan, he immediately received a mission from the system. The current class cohesion has reached 90%. The mission Unity is Strength is about to be completed. Keep it up, host. Looking at the system's introduction, Yi Ran's lips curled slightly upward. It seems that forcefully taking Han Kun's hit was totally worth it. Actually, deliberately taking Han Kun's killer move head-on was Yi Ran's plan all along. Yi Ran possessed a natural Dao body, making him inherently immune to the erosion of rule-based skills. Moreover, based on their confrontation, Yi Ran was confident he could withstand the full force of that attack. The outcome was also obvious. Han Kun's attack not only failed to harm himself, but also successfully ignited the anger of all the students in Class 2. And successfully solidified Yi Ran's class into an unbreakable unit. The class cohesion has successfully reached 90%. And now, what Yi Ran needs to do is to ignite the entire room and push the class's cohesion to its peak. Chapter 37. Congratulations, host, you've gained Teacher's Soul, the fuse that ignited the entire arena's explosion. Yi Ran turned his gaze toward Han Kun. He said to Wang Dachuan, "How can we end now when the dog training lesson isn't finished?" Yi Ran waved his hand, turned around, and stood in front of the students. He rolled his neck, then extended a hand toward Han Kun and beckoned, "Keep shouting." This posture, it eerily resembled the gestures a beast tamer uses against untamed animals. Ha ha ha, honestly, I truly admire your courage. Han Kun, seeing Yi Ran's blatant provocation, laughed in extreme anger. Seeing you miraculously survived, I was planning to spare your wretched life. Seems I was being presumptuous. Killing once is killing, and killing twice is no different. Judging by Yi Ran's performance, Han Kun now felt that even if Yi Ran were torn apart by 5 horses, it wouldn't quell the fury in his heart. The snow-white lion's head reappeared, and the familiar white light once again coalesced around Han Kun's body. "Teacher Yi, look out!" Wang Dachuan cried out in alarm. Before Wang Dachuan's voice had even faded, Han Kun was already upon them. Bang! Yi Ran and Han Kun's fists collided mid-air. The massive shockwave sent nearby students flying backward. Your reflexes aren't bad, but how will you handle this petrification technique? You got lucky neutralizing my petrification once, and now you think you can challenge me? How many more treasures do you have left to burn? Han Kun glared at Yi Ran with fury. He exerted every ounce of his petrification ability. Though astonished that Yi Ran had dispelled the petrification, Han Kun refused to believe it was achievable through his own power alone. He must have relied on some precious treasure to dissolve it. However, treasures are ultimately finite. Once they're exhausted, Yi Ran's death would naturally follow. Everything unfolded exactly as Han Kun had anticipated. As fists made contact, Yi Ran's fists began radiating a white luminescence. Han Kun's face contorted with malice, his eyes fixated on Yi Ran's facial expression. He desperately wanted to catch a glimpse of fear in Yi Ran's expression to satisfy his perverse pleasure. Yet instead of terror, he saw only a hint of mockery on Yi Ran's face. You don't really think your petrification ability is invincible, do you? As Yi Ran's voice fell, the white glow on Yi Ran's fist began to fade, and flesh tones gradually reappeared on his knuckles. Within moments, the jade-like transformation dissolved into nothingness. This can't be possible? Han Kun's pupils contracted slightly, the unexpected change catching him completely off guard. Next time try learning more than one phrase when mimicking others. Don't just keep shouting the same thing over and over, it's grating on my ears. Yi Ran's sharp tongue showed no mercy. Then, Yi Ran spun his right hand around, transforming his horizontal palm into a blade that struck straight for Han Kun's elbow joint. Snap! There was a sound. Han Kun's right arm was directly snapped in half by the tremendous force. Han Kun, overwhelmed by the pain, clutched his arm and hastily retreated. Yet, Yi Ran appeared before Han Kun like a ghost, closing the distance in an instant. Coiling with the power of the ink dragon, it thrust straight into Han Kun's right shoulder. Long-term reliance on supernatural abilities has left your physical conditioning weak, unqualified. As Yi Ran's words fell, the ink dragon's power clamped down viciously on Han Kun's shoulder. With a sickening crack, Han Kun's right shoulder joint was forcibly dislocated. Poor cultivation technique, subpar energy quality. Fail. Yi Ran raised 2 fingers, thrusting straight toward Han Kun's Tanjong acupoint. PFFTT. The dark dragon force pierced through Han Kun's Tanjong like a sharp thorn. Han Kun felt all his strength dissipate as his body went limp. Misconduct in thought and action, leading students astray, utterly unqualified. Yi Ran's left fist turned into a palm and struck Han Kun squarely on the left side of his head with tremendous force. Boom! Han Kun took the full impact of the blow to the left side of his head, the immense force sending his entire body flying sideways. Mid-air, Han Kun could barely make out Yi Ran's scolding anymore. Every move and stance of Yi Ran precisely targeted his hidden injuries and fatal weaknesses. Before Yi Ran, he was like a ragdoll full of flaws, utterly defenseless. Beyond enduring excruciating pain, Han Kun's eyes had begun to fill with terror. Right elbow, right shoulder, the Danjong acupoint, and his left brain. These vulnerabilities and hidden injuries, he had never revealed them to anyone. How could Yeren possibly know them in such minute detail? Intense bewilderment and this brutal reality continuously assailed Han Kun. Could it be that there truly exists a genius in this world, who can instantly decipher all of an opponent's weaknesses after just a few exchanges? What kind of monstrous talent is this? A bitter smile tugged at Han Kun's lips. Why had he ever provoked a monster like Yi Ran in the first place? Nowhere near qualified. How dare you call yourself a teacher? Yi Ran's movements didn't cease. At the very moment Han Kun floated mid-air, the power of the ink dragon instantly gathered at Yi Ran's elbow, carrying the force of 10,000 weights, straight into Han Kun's chest, slammed downward with full force. Han Kun, who should have been sent flying backwards, was instead redirected by this tremendous power. Bam! The immense force smashed Han Kun straight into the ground. The floor instantly cracked like a tortoise shell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, only Yi Ran remained standing proudly amid the aftermath, while Han Kun lay motionless in the shattered crater, completely immobilized, limp as a dead dog. Yi Ran looked down contemptuously at the barely alive Han Kun. In this moment, the entire hall fell silent. Pinch me, am I dreaming? Is this really a battle between platinum and gold? Did I time travel? What on earth is going on here? Could something this absurd actually happen in this world? Teacher Yi actually defeated a platinum-ranked opponent while still at gold rank? It's not just about winning, it's a complete annihilation, can't you fucking see? Freak of nature. At this moment, all the students stared at the scene in shock, unable to snap out of their daze for the longest time. Yi Ran's seamless execution was like watching a father effortlessly discipline his son. Simple, yet brutal. They completely dismissed Han Kun as if he weren't even human. But, no matter how you look at it, Han Kun was still a platinum-ranked powerhouse, and even among the stronger platinum-level fighters, was utterly crushed by Yen Ran, a mere gold rank, to the point of complete humiliation. At that moment, all the Class 2 students felt an unfamiliar aura radiating from Yen Ran's retreating figure. This is what you call a lazy, good-for-nothing instructor? This is what you call a slacker mentor? Only Wang Dachuan excitedly clenched his fist. From the very first guidance session, he had firmly believed Yi Ran was an extraordinary master emerging from obscurity. Yet every time he discussed this with others, people would merely think Wang Dachuan had lost his mind. But now, with these heaven-defying achievements, who dares to question his judgment? At this moment, Wang Dachuan felt an exhilarating sense of being the only sober one among a crowd of drunkards. He shouted cheerfully, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen someone challenge above their rank and win before?" Everyone looked speechlessly at Wang Dachuan, such a diehard fan. Breaking through ranks isn't unheard of, but such effortless domination is truly unprecedented, especially as a gold defeating a platinum. That's not even something we've ever heard of before. Congratulations, host. Class cohesion has successfully reached 95%. Dispatching rewards now. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Mentor's Soul, LV1. Host's current teaching ability increased by 20%. Students' comprehension ability increased by 10%. Chapter 38. Slowly go collect Yi Ran's corpse? Almost 1,800 words. This chapter is free to subscribers. The remaining 60% of the content requires unlocking through advanced subscriptions. Outside the hall, two figures rushed past one after another at lightning speed. Master, slow down. I can barely keep up. Wang Xiaoman looked bitterly at Luwani charging ahead. Ever since students from Yi Ran's class told Luwani about his fight with Han Kun at the cafeteria, Luwani didn't even attend the school board meeting, sprinting towards the dining hall with all her might. Anxiety and fury were written all over Luwani's face at this moment. Slow down? Slowly go collect Yi Ran's corpse? Yuani's murderous aura was overwhelming, while Wang Xiaoman wore a bitter smile at the corner of her lips. Master, you must remain calm when you arrive at the scene. Calm? How could you expect me to stay calm? Seeing that Yuani was no longer receptive to any persuasion, Wang Xiaoman ventured cautiously. If Teacher Yi was really critically injured, would you? I'd kill Han Kun on the spot. Lu Enjing narrowed her eyes. A murderous aura radiated from her body, while Wang Xiaoman beside them broke out in goosebumps. But master, we're at school. Do I look like I care? Hearing Yuani's response, Wang Xiaoman wore a bitter expression. She opened her mouth as if to say something more, but seeing the murderous glare in Liang Yi's eyes, she had no choice but to shut her mouth, and could only obediently follow behind Liang Yi, rushing toward the grand hall. In short, when it came to anything involving Yeren, this master of hers seemed to lose all rationality. Forget it, I'm tired, let everything be destroyed. The two moved with incredible speed, reaching the canteen's entrance in the brief time it took for those few exchanged words. With a thunderous boom, the violent force blasted the canteen doors wide open. Everyone immediately turned to look. Yuani approached the cafeteria center with a murderous expression. Director Yu is here. Let's run. What are you running for? Do you really think you can escape looking like this? The students lowered their heads one by one, as if they had encountered a natural predator, their first instinct being to flee. Humph! None of you present are allowed to leave. Luwani gave a cold snort as an invisible ripple expanded outward from her. Instantly, an imperceptible domain enveloped the center of the restaurant. The students who had tried to flee suddenly found their legs disobeying them, utterly incapable of taking another step. Music family, pure heart technique. It can interfere with a person's six senses at the soul level. Yuani disrupted the students' control over their own legs. Where's Han-kun? Tell him to come out and face me. Luwani's voice was icy, her tone so commanding that no one dared refuse. Yet all the teachers and students exchanged glances among themselves, none responding to Luwani's demand. Seeing no movement, Luwani impatiently roared in anger. Han-kun, you had the nerve to beat someone up but lacked the courage to face me? Get out here now. As these words were spoken, the expressions of all the students present grew even more peculiar. Then, someone from the crowd cautiously spoke up. Director Lu, Teacher Han might not be available right now. Not available? What do you mean not available? Luwani snapped sharply, her voice icy. If you don't dare face me, then I'll go find him myself. Tell me where he is. At this moment, Lian Yi's aura was fully unleashed, radiating an attitude ready to kill Han-kun. All the students listened to Lian Yi's words with increasingly bizarre expressions, yet still not a single one revealed Han-kun's whereabouts. Yuani narrowed her eyes at the sight before her. Is no one daring to speak? Are you also afraid of Han-kun's retaliation? Every single one of you so cowardly and afraid of death? Is this the kind of courage my students have? Today, whoever fails to point out where Han-kun is will be marked as failing their final assessment. Yuani's intimidating aura radiated fiercely. Hearing the dean speak to this extent, all the students unanimously stepped back, clearing a path. One that led straight to the deep pit created by Yi Ran's impact. Yuani frowned but still walked toward the pit. Director Lu, Teacher Han, over here. When Yuani saw the scene inside the deep pit, she remained speechless for a long time. The cafeteria once again fell into an eerie silence. So, this person lying in the pit, is Han-kun? Luwani asked in disbelief. Not a trace remained of the confrontational aura she had carried earlier. She glanced at Jiran standing by the pit's edge, then back at Han-kun lying inside. My brain is crashing. What's going on? Why is Han-kun the one lying in the pit? Why is Jiran standing perfectly unharmed by the edge of the pit? Am I mistaken about who's platinum? Luwani's mind was now filled with question marks. Who can tell me what's going on here? Luwani uttered woodenly. None of her earlier commanding presence remained now. At this moment, Wang Dachuan stepped forward and said to Luwani, Director Lu, here's the thing, Teacher Han instigated the students to gang up on me, and then Teacher Yi came to mediate. But then Teacher Han suddenly intervened, defending his students, and a conflict broke out. In the end, Teacher Yi ended up beating him to this state. After Wang Dachuan finished speaking, he didn't forget to add to Luwani. Director Lo, it was Teacher Han's group who were in the wrong first. Our Teacher Yi didn't do anything inappropriate. But at this moment, Luwani was in no state to heed Wang Dachuan's words. Her mind was consumed by just one thought. Did gold really defeat platinum? Had someone told her this under normal circumstances, she would have just scoffed in disbelief. After all, the ironclad rule that no one could challenge those above their rank was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. But here and now, the scene was unfolding right before her eyes. There's no way Han-kun would have beaten himself into such a state and then lay down in a deep pit, right? The overwhelming sense of unreality made Luwani feel dizzy and faint. She cast a deep, lingering glance at Jiran. Ever since learning that Jiran had broken through the golden barrier, she could already imagine Jiran stunning everyone with his genius. But never did she expect Jiran's dazzling debut to be so earth-shattering. For a moment, Luwani recalled the words her aunt Luwenjing had told her. Jiran's potential is worth fighting for, not just in the struggles between three noble families, but even under the pressure of a three-nation war. Luwani took a deep breath. Extraordinary vision was indeed sharp and penetrating. She had previously suspected those words were exaggerated, thinking Luwenjing deliberately said them to bring the two of them together. But now, not only did she no longer feel her aunt had exaggerated, she even realized Jiran's capabilities had been somewhat underestimated. To break the platinum rule with golden prowess unprecedented since time immemorial. Once this spreads far and wide, Yuani wouldn't even need to think to know. Jiran would become the hottest commodity for all the superpowers, with suitors, marriage proposals, and long-lost relatives flocking incessantly to his doorstep. Wait, an arranged marriage? At this thought, Yuani's heart tightened. Chapter 39. Can I audit your class then? Yuani calmed herself down. She silently walked to the edge of the deep pit, glancing at Han-kun before turning her gaze to Jiran. Teacher Yi, are you aware that unauthorized fights are strictly prohibited on school grounds? Jiran nodded in acknowledgement. As a mentor, not only did you fail to set an example, but you also took the lead in violating discipline. Your offense is doubly severe. Hearing that Yuani seemed ready to punish Yiran, the students of Class 2 grew anxious. Wang Dachuan urgently pleaded. It's not like that, Director Yu. Teacher Yi was just trying to protect me. The students of Class 2 chimed in immediately. Yes, Director Lo, it was Teacher Han and their students who started it first. Director Lu, this isn't the first time Teacher Han's class has done something like this. If you don't believe us, you can ask other classes. Director Lo, there's absolutely no problem with Teacher Yi. The students were eagerly pleading for Yiran's sake. Yuani pressed down with her wrist, signaling the students to quiet down. Then said calmly, Class, quiet down. I have my decision. Yuani's commanding presence filled the room, and sure enough, the students fell silent all at once. Luwani turned her head and said to Yiran, Teacher Yi, are you convinced? Yiran looked at Luwani and nodded. Since he had chosen to take action, he was prepared to face the consequences. Teacher Yi, do you know the rules in our school's code of conduct? Yiran looked up at Luwani and smiled. I know, the serious cases will face expulsion. Instantly, the cafeteria atmosphere grew tense once more. Everyone waited for Luwani to deliver the final verdict on this matter. Luwani pressed her lips together, then pronounced the decisive judgment. In this altercation, considering the incident was primarily instigated by Mentor Han Kun, he bears major responsibility. Half of the class's assessment points will be deducted, with additional disciplinary measures to be handled by the school disciplinary committee. As for Mentor Yiran, Yuani paused for a moment. Mentor Yiran bears secondary responsibility, resulting in a 5-point deduction from the class assessment. Given it's her first offense, only an oral warning will be issued. Should there be a next time, punishment will be severe without leniency. For Yiran, this punishment amounted to much ado about nothing, all thunder but no rain, causing neither pain nor itch. For a moment, Han Kun's students gazed at Luwani in stunned silence. They exclaimed urgently, Director Lu, this isn't fair. Luwani's glacial demeanor made In Hai and the others feel as though they'd plunged into an ice cellar. I nearly forgot about you students. Do you really think no one would report your daily misdeeds to me? I've always considered you students deserving of more tolerance. I repeatedly warned Han Kun to discipline you properly, but instead you formed this unholy alliance among yourselves? All 4 of you received major demerits. Report immediately to the school disciplinary committee for investigation. If you have any objections, you may submit your withdrawal applications. As Yuani announced her decision, the entire room erupted in cheers. Dean Yu is absolutely brilliant. Director Lu is the modern-day incarnation of Judge Bao. Long live Director Lu. Everyone was overjoyed that Yiran wouldn't face any punishment. Except Yiran himself, whose mouth twitched slightly. Damn, deducting class evaluation points? The system's mission is to get first place in our grade. Director Lo, let's not deduct the points, okay? If you must punish someone, just send me to the school disciplinary committee instead. To complete the system mission, Yiran was genuinely desperate. Luwani was somewhat bewildered. She had genuinely never seen someone make such a request. Yet upon reflection, she found it reasonable. After all, Yiran's class really didn't have many credits left. If they were to deduct another 5 points, it might indeed become possible for them to finish last in the assessment once again and face expulsion from the school. So Yiran was afraid of being expelled from school. Luwani thought to herself, feeling a hint of satisfaction in her gaze at Yiran. So he refused to listen to my advice earlier, stubbornly insisting on taking the assessment to save face. Now he's panicking. Of course, she couldn't let these thoughts show on her face. Luwani still pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, then said to Yiran, it's not convenient to talk here. Come with me to the office. With that, Yiran followed Luwani and left the scene. After watching Yiran and Luwani leave, the students also began preparing to leave the cafeteria. Wang Dachuan picked up his dropped backpack and was about to leave, when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, big dummy, where you headed? Wang Dachuan turned his head left and right, but couldn't spot who had patted him. Big dummy, where you looking? Down here. Only when Wang Dachuan lowered his gaze did he notice the speaker was Huang Dongdong. Recognizing Huang Dongdong, Wang Dachuan chuckled and rubbed his head sheepishly. It's you? I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If it weren't for your chivalrous intervention, I might have ended up in the hospital by now. Huang Dongdong waved his hand. Think nothing of it. By the way, the big oaf is asking, where are you headed? Wang Dachuan pointed at himself. Me? I'm just going back to our class, naturally. Huang Dongdong's gaze drifted slightly outward upon hearing these words, as if unwilling to let others see his thoughts. So can I audit your class? You? Wang Dachuan froze for a moment. What would you come to our class for? Just say yes or no. Geez, why must you drag it out like this? Huang Dongdong said impatiently. Fine, if I'm not allowed to go, I don't even care to go. Wang Dachuan chuckled and said, you can go. Let me tell you, our teacher Yi is really great. Alright, I'm not blind, I can see. Huang Dongdong clasped his hands behind his head and muttered, this die-hard fan. Unbothered by Huang Dongdong's interruption, Wang Dachuan still wore his simple and honest expression. Then come with me, I'll help you set up a desk and chair. You go first. I know the way, I'll catch up in a bit. Huang Dongdong waved dismissively with all the self-importance of a child wise beyond his years. After Wang Dachuan departed, Huang Dongdong stood staring into the deep pit for a long while without uttering a word, his thoughts drifting far away, recalling Yi Ran's crisp and decisive final moves. I couldn't help but shudder unconsciously, that was brutal. Huang Dongdong muttered to himself, a golden rank crushing a platinum. What kind of monster is this? The master was right, there's always someone better, and mountains beyond mountains. Compared to that Yi Ran, I still have a long way to go. Then he snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared out of thin air in his hand. Huang Dongdong spoke to the flame. Master, your disciple has found the class you mentioned that could teach me. This class's instructor is very strong, guiding me will definitely not be a problem. This must be the most powerful class in the entire freshman year. I bet my junior brother is definitely in this class. So your disciple won't be coming home for now. In a while, I'll bring junior brother along to the sect with me. Don't worry about me. Love, Dongdong. With that, Huang Dongdong lightly rubbed two fingers together. The flame promptly vanished, sending a wisp of smoke drifting skyward, as she watched the smoke slowly fade into the distance. Within the firewalk gate, Huo Wen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed a disturbance in his spirit, then reached out with an identical technique to Huang Dongdong's, grasping at empty air, and deftly rubbed his two fingers together. A wisp of smoke instantly transformed into flames. Huang Dongdong's earlier words emerged completely from the flickering fire. After hearing it, Huo Wen stroked the beard on his chin, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That damned kid, still as cunning as ever. When Huang Dongdong went out, he hadn't told Huang Dongdong that he actually intended to use this chance for Huang Dongdong to find that hidden super genius. Indeed, the apprentice had grown up. Not only is it effortless for oneself, but it also helps the master recruit new disciples now. Oomph, I'm still the smartest. Those old fools are still laboriously buttering up the principal with soft words and hard begging, while I've already gotten a head start. Thinking of this, Huo Wen couldn't help but laugh out loud, his beard bristling with mirth beneath his chin. Chapter 40. Our class must win first place. Dean Yu, please, just send me to the school disciplinary committee. I'm willing to accept any punishment without complaint. Inside Yuani's office, Yi Ran kept pacing back and forth as he promised Yuani. Yuani waved her hand, looking at Yi Ran with amusement. No, Professor Yi, the matter is already very clear. The punishment I gave you is absolutely objective and fair. Based on your offenses, I absolutely cannot send you to the disciplinary committee. But I physically assaulted a teacher, and I severely injured him. As if afraid Luwani wouldn't believe him, Yi Ran started counting on his fingers emphatically. Look, I fractured Han Kun's elbow, dislocated his right shoulder, gave him a concussion on the left side of his brain, and with the final strike, I broke at least 5 to 6 of his ribs. Director Lo, it's horrifying to witness, my actions are utterly unforgivable. Yi Ran stated solemnly to Luwani. Dean Lo, I truly have committed too many offenses to enumerate. As a first-year advisor, I'm utterly ashamed of having done such things. To uphold justice and fairness for our freshman class, Dean Lo, I sincerely plead with you to send me to the University Disciplinary Committee. Listening to Yi Ran's confession of these various transgressions, Luwani continued to gaze at him with a smile, remaining completely unmoved. No, Teacher Yi, while you did physically strike someone, it was clearly motivated by your deep concern for your student. These subjective factors must naturally be considered by me as the academic dean. Therefore, I believe my decision is entirely appropriate. Teacher Yi, just deduct some class evaluation points. You absolutely don't need to report to the disciplinary committee. Watching Yuani's adamant refusal to yield, Yi Ran was pacing around in sheer frustration. Standing at the side of the office, Wang Xiaoman couldn't help but twitch a corner of her mouth as she witnessed the two of them playing this duet. A truly extraordinary spectacle. For the first time in her life, she witnessed a teacher desperately volunteering to take punishment, and also for the first time saw a dean stubbornly refusing to let the teacher accept it. Dean Lo, aren't you afraid this verdict will make your future work difficult? How will students view you? How will other teachers see you? Yaren blurted out anxiously. Not afraid. Lei Wani remained smiling, utterly unmoved. For some reason, watching Yaren fretting in circles gave her a faint, secret sense of delight. Serves you right for not listening to my advice back then. Seeing that he simply couldn't persuade Luwani, Yi Ran completely gave up. He plopped down onto the sofa and decided to embrace the adversity recklessly. Then I don't care either. Fine me, punish me however you want, but you absolutely can't deduct our class's assessment points. Watching Yiran finally settle down, Luwani raised her head and signaled Wang Xiaoman to bring the tea that had been brewed long ago, speaking deliberately. I understand your feelings, and I know what you're thinking. With the final exams approaching and your class still at the bottom, every point is crucial if you want to turn things around. Yiran took a sip of tea and shot Luwani an annoyed look. If you know all this, then why are you doing it? Are you deliberately making things difficult for our class too? Don't be impatient, let me analyze this for you slowly. Yuani continued speaking at her leisurely pace. Actually, after our argument at the nightclub that time, I seriously calculated your class's scores too. Based on your class's current scores, if you can achieve first place in the individual battles and top 8 in the team battles during the final assessments, your class will undoubtedly advance to the middle tier of our entire freshman year. Today I saw that Wang Dachuan from your class, his progress seems quite astonishing. Combined with Zhang Xiaoru, there's strong potential to meet the standards in both individual and team battles. Even if your class has lost a few points now, with results like these, your final assessment targets will definitely be met. Don't worry, you won't be expelled. Hearing Luwani's words, Yiran set down his teacup and shook his head. Really can't do it, Director Li's points aren't enough. Luwani looked at Yiran in confusion. How could they not be enough? I calculated these points stroke by stroke, absolutely impossible. Yiran looked at Luwani and said earnestly, if we were just aiming for middle rank, these points would definitely be enough. But our class is going for first place in the grade. We were already lagging behind in points, and now losing a few more would really put first place in jeopardy. Thwack! Upon hearing this, Luwani spat out the tea she had just sipped. You what? First place? What's the problem, Director Lo? Faced with Yiran's inquiry, Luwani's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Not just sure, I'm supremely confident. Our class definitely has what it takes to win first place, so Director Lo really shouldn't deduct points in other areas. Watching Yiran speak with such unwavering certainty, Luwani rubbed her temples. I couldn't tell whether I was hallucinating or Yiran had gone mad. Luwani hesitated to speak but finally couldn't hold back and said, Yiran, do you know there are quite a lot of genius freaks in our freshman year? Luwani began counting them carefully. You must have seen those 4 students from Han Kun's class. Besides them, in our freshman year, there are 3 more A-level awakened ability users and 5 heirs from aristocratic families in our class, not to mention those 2 exchange students from the sect organizations. Almost every student has already reached the late gold tier stage. Yiran listened to Luwani's words and replied nonchalantly, I know, but what does that have to do with me? These are all your class's potential rivals. Based on your class's current performance, if you want to secure first place in the final exams, you can't afford to lose to any of them. Then we'll just have to defeat them all. Yiran's matter-of-fact words left Luwani speechless for a long while. She had no idea where Yiran had gotten such overwhelming confidence from. Could it really all depend on Zhang Xiaoru alone? With a complicated expression, Luwani finally couldn't resist speaking up again. Let me share another piece of information with you. Recently, a freshman with talent comparable to that freak of nature Zhang Hedong has emerged in our class. Even if Zhang Xiaoru can overcome all obstacles and defeat the students I mentioned earlier, what about this one? Does she truly still have a 100% chance? Zhang Hedong? Although Yiran had been idle before, he'd still heard of the legendary Zhang Hedong who dominated aristocratic families. For a moment, Yiran's expression grew serious as well. He truly couldn't guarantee that Zhang Xiaoru could directly confront Zhang Hedong head-to-head. After all, Zhang Xiaoru only had a few short months left from cultivation to the final exams. No matter how prodigious one might be, the improvement would still be limited. Which class is that Zhang Hedong the second in? Yanran asked seriously. Luwani rolled her eyes at Yanran. If I really knew which class he was in, I wouldn't be unable to recall his name either. Then, Yuani took out that photo from the drawer again. You're also a teacher, so naturally you can understand it. What do those marks in the photo mean? Such a monstrous talent is simply unimaginable. After receiving the photo, Yiran remained silent for a long time. After all, those crack marks on the test robot were all too familiar to him. Chapter 41, Zhang Hedong 2. Director Lo, I presume this is what you called Zhang Hedong 2, punched out by him? Yiran held the photo with a look of speechlessness. A value of 1012, the shattered robot, the familiar training room. Isn't this clearly Wang Dachuan's handiwork? Yuani nodded earnestly. As a mentor, I'm sure you can see it too. With just 1012 points of output delivering this kind of effect, the energy efficiency must be at least 70% or higher. Seeing Yiran remain silent, Yuani continued speaking. Shocked, right? To be honest, when I first saw it, I was just like you, speechless for the longest time. Never imagined we'd have such a monster in our freshman year. Why, a monster, definitely a monster, Yiran absent-mindedly agreed, his lips twitching slightly. No clue which class this monster even belongs to, still keeping a low profile somehow. Honestly, Wang Xiaoman and I have been investigating for almost half a month now, but we found absolutely nothing. Luwani took a sip of water before continuing. It's like they vanished into thin air. Ever since the jaw-dropping move in the training room, there hasn't been a single trace of this monster's genius. It shouldn't even make sense after all. True talent can hardly hide its own brilliance. Yuani said confusedly, and Yiran looked at Yuani with a complicated expression on his face. Are you really sure you seriously investigated for half a month? Why would I lie to you? Wang Xiaoman and I have been checking the attendance records and surveillance footage during practice every single day, especially for those top-ranked classes. We even conducted daily checks on the students' statuses, but this genius truly seems to have vanished. We simply can't find any trace. I see, Yiran replied dismissively to Yuani. Serves you right for not finding him. You've been looking in the wrong direction from the very beginning. Ever since that guidance in the training room, Wang Dachuan never stepped foot in there again, stubbornly enduring the excruciating pain of his daily 30-gene slab of raw meat regimen. If you're not checking the cafeteria and instead searching the training room, of course you won't find him. Watching Yiran's distracted expression, she showed no sign of surprise. Luwani, slightly indignant, dropped another bombshell. Do you remember that incident at the supplies department a month ago, when all the martial arts grandmasters suddenly gathered there? Yiran nodded. Of course I remember. That day caused quite a stir. I heard even our principal got involved. Luwani I flashed a mysterious smile. But do you know why all these grandmasters gathered at our supplies department? Was it for that Zheng Hedong II? Luanjing nodded. Yes, it's all for that genius. After all, what diamond-level grandmaster wouldn't want to take an untaught super genius as their personal disciple? If the principal hadn't intervened at the time, I suspect those old men would have come to blows right outside the supplies office. Listening to Luwani's words, Yiran felt a complicated mix of emotions. A group of diamond-level grandmasters coming to blows over Wang Dachuan, fighting until they were bloodied. Yet Wang Dachuan was precisely the same person whom no one at the Shanghai High Martial Arts Institute had wanted before, a complete waste of talent. This kind of thing sounds downright surreal as hell. Seeing the complex expression on Yiran's face, Luanjing thought he was stunned by the matter, so she said with some smugness, how about that? Didn't I say not to aim too high? Still want first place? Just follow my plan. Securing a mid-tier ranking would already count as making a spectacular debut. Looking at Luwani, Yiran responded with absolute certainty. I hadn't felt very confident at first, but hearing you say that. At this point, Yiran paused, the corners of her lips curling up into an exceedingly self-assured smile. I'm even more certain our class will take first place in this final assessment. Yiran's words left Luwani completely dumbstruck. She frowned. Why does the script always seem off whenever talking to Yiran? Yiran ignored her, and Yuani continued speaking. So Director you absolutely must not let our class be penalized in this evaluation. If you must punish someone, punish me. Looking at the ever-persistent Yiran as usual, Luwani felt inexplicably annoyed. She muttered softly under her breath, dummy. Finally, Luwani sat down and said to Yiran in a huff, Alright, I get it. But this penalty has already been made public, and I can't just take it back now. Luwani folded her hands, pondered slightly, and continued speaking to Yiran. How about this? During this final assessment, I'll specially establish a Most Improved award. If your class can truly take first place, it'll just make up for the credits you lost this time. How does that sound? Hearing Luwani's words, Yiran finally nodded in satisfaction. In her joyful mood, Yiran couldn't help but give Luwani a hug. It's settled then, Director Lu. No going back on your word, Yiran said before promptly taking his leave. With that, Yiran vanished from Luwani's office like a gust of wind, as if fearing she might change her mind and call him back. After witnessing Yiran's departure, Wang Xiaoman, she quietly tiptoed in from the outer room of the office suite and said to Luwani, Master, is everything settled? But at this moment, Luwani couldn't hear Wang Xiaoman's inquiry at all. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she mumbled to herself, he hugged me, he hugged me, he hugged me. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoman instantly guessed the general situation. Wang Xiaoman quietly took a few steps back, and inadvertently pulled out a small notebook, quietly noting this matter down in her little notebook. May 24th, Yiran took the initiative to hug Yuani in her office. Yuani didn't resist and even became love-struck after leaving. Their relationship is progressing exceptionally well. Shortly after finishing this entry, several lines of text suddenly appeared on those notebook pages. Did they kiss? Did you find out for me? Did they actually kiss or not? Big sis, this isn't a voice call, you promise not to interfere. Whatever, do what you want, too lazy to care, but if you fail to set them up, just wait and see how I deal with you. After a while, these sentences in the notebook suddenly disappeared, leaving behind one final line. You can skip reading the previous sentences, good job. Keep investigating and report back. Oh, and I already got you that autographed photo of Diva Wang Ufa. I'll have someone deliver it to you another day. Reading these words, Wang Xiaoman closed her notebook with complete satisfaction. Sorry, master, for the sake of your happiness, your disciple has temporarily chosen to betray you. Also, your disciple definitely didn't betray you just because I wanted some pop divas autographed photos. Wang Xiaoman proudly raised her head as she thought this. Love spy, Wang Xiaoman, reporting for duty. Chapter 42, you can attend the lecture, but not as an auditor. Xiaoman, what are you doing? Having regained her composure, Yuani had restored her usual demeanor, cold as frost. One would hardly recognize her as the same love-struck girl from earlier. Oh, it's nothing really. I've recently taken a liking to writing diaries. After saying this, Wang Xiaoman symbolically shook her notebook before putting it away with a smile. Luwani frowned slightly as she watched Wang Xiaoman. Who keeps diaries these days except nerds? But since it was just a personal hobby, she didn't probe further. She looked out the window, watching Yi Ran's retreating figure, and murmured to herself. Xiaoman, do you think that hidden genius might be in Yi Ran's class? After all, Luwani was naturally sharp-witted. Though she'd acted slightly unreasonable in front of Yi Ran, she'd already picked up on hints from the tone of Yi Ran's voice. Listening to Yuani's question, Wang Xiaoman was taken aback for a moment before responding. What? That couldn't be possible, Teacher Yi. Given the backgrounds of the students in their class, it shouldn't be possible for such a genius to appear. Watching Yi Ran's gradually disappearing figure, Yuani also sat down, thoughtfully twirling her pen. But over these past few months, we've exhausted all possibilities, haven't we? When all possibilities are ruled out, the only remaining impossibility must be the truth. Listening to Yuani's words, Wang Xiaoman thought for a long time but couldn't find any reason to refute. Yet this conclusion still struck her as utterly unbelievable. She opened her mouth and finally managed to say, "That can't be possible, right?" Luwani's eyes brightened slightly as she lifted her gaze to Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, starting today, there's no need to monitor those other classes anymore. Focus your attention on Yi Ran's class. If any new situations arise, inform me immediately. Upon hearing Luwani's command, Wang Xiaoman nodded. Understood, master. I'll get right to it. At this very moment, in classroom 1-2, Yi Ran and Huang Dongdong, who sat in the last row, stared at each other wide-eyed. After a moment of silence, Huang Dongdong still couldn't hold back and blurted out. What's the matter, Teacher Yi? If you're not welcoming this young master, I can leave right now. Sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes, where grievances and favors are repaid freely. I, Huang Dongdong, won't take this crap. Alright, you can leave now, Yi Ran said calmly. Huang Dongdong was stunned upon hearing Yi Ran's words, standing dumbfounded for a long while without managing to speak. Clearly, he hadn't expected Yi Ran to answer so bluntly. Huang Dongdong's stubborn temper flared up again instantly. I was wrong about you. After I went through fire and water for your class, biting the hand that feeds me, I'm outta here. With that, Huang Dongdong reached into his desk, ready to pack up his things and leave. Though they were just a few comic books, ones that Wang Dachuan had only recently given him. Time ticked by. Huang Dongdong moved slower and slower as he packed those few comics in the drawer. Yi Ran stood silently, watching Huang Dongdong pack his things without saying a word. Hey, I'm really leaving. Go ahead. I swear I'm really leaving. Seeing Yi Ran's attitude, Huang Dongdong felt his pride wounded. He glared at Yi Ran with irritation. What's with you being so petty? What's the big deal if I sit in on a few of your classes? With that, Huang Dongdong plopped down on the bench with an air of reckless abandon. You want this young master to leave? Well, guess what? I'm staying put. Your school never said teachers could kick out auditors. I'll drive you crazy. Yi Ran shook his head with an amused smile as he watched Huang Dongdong's shameless antics. Noticing this, Wang Dachuan quickly sidled up to Yi Ran and whispered in his ear. Professor Yi, Huang Dongdong saved me before and even spoke up for our class. He's actually quite a good person. Yi Ran waved his hand. You don't need to tell me, I already know. Then he narrowed his eyes at Huang Dongdong and said with a smile. Of course you're welcome to attend the lecture here, but I have one condition. Hearing Yi Ran agree to his request to attend classes here, Huang Dongdong's pride finally eased somewhat. Yet he still put on airs as he said to Yi Ran, just say whatever requests you have. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said earnestly, you're welcome to attend classes here, but I don't want you coming as an auditor. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran in confusion. Besides being an auditing student, what other identity could I possibly have to attend classes here? Yi Ran sat across from Huang Dongdong, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. Of course, as an exchange student from the sect. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Dachuan, who was standing nearby, froze for a moment. He looked at Huang Dongdong with disbelief. Dongdong, so you're actually part of a sect organization? I always thought you were just a fire type awakened. Huang Dongdong glanced at Yi Ran, his eyes flickering, before speaking in a low voice. Are you mistaken? I don't belong to any sect. Before Huang Dongdong left, Huan had warned him not to flaunt their sect's name everywhere. But he never expected to be immediately seen through by Yi Ran upon arriving here. Seeing Huang Dongdong's refusal to admit it, Yi Ran remained unhurried. People say the fire element battle technique is peerless in combat, relying entirely on controlling flames with the heart and burning the heart furnace. What a pity though! Yi Ran glanced at Huang Dongdong's hand. Fire element cultivation techniques use anger as their catalyst. Anger harms the liver, disrupting the flow of qi through the triple burner. All fire element cultivators will involuntarily twitch their right ring fingers to some degree. No sooner had Yi Ran finished speaking, when all gazes in the room turned toward Huang Dongdong's right ring finger, just in time to catch an unmistakable, involuntary twitch. Huang Dongdong quickly withdrew his palm, staring at Yi Ran as if looking at a monster. Just what kind of demon are you? Though their firewalk sect was famous, that reputation was entirely built upon sect master Huo Wen's trouble-seeking nature, carved out single-handedly through his fights. In truth, the fire element sect only practiced single lineage inheritance. There were just him and his master, no more. Otherwise, the fire element sect wouldn't have had to be confined within the Magic Capital Academy. Thus, outsiders had no way of uncovering the operational secrets and unique aspects of fire element combat techniques. Yet here before them was this Yi Ran. He doesn't look very old, yet he can accurately divulge the secrets of fire element battle techniques. It's truly unfathomable. Hearing Huang Dongdong's accusatory questions, Yi Ran simply smiled nonchalantly. Which demonic faction I belong to doesn't matter. What matters is that I can help you. What can you possibly help me with? Hearing these words, Huang Dongdong sneered with contempt. Although their fire technique lineage was single-threaded in its transmission, after all, it was a top-tier cultivation method that had been passed down for thousands of years. Given Yi Ran's tender age, to think he could offer guidance on cultivation techniques, Huang Dongdong felt Yi Ran was somewhat overestimating himself. Seeing the expression on Huang Dongdong's face, Yi Ran naturally understood what was going through his mind. Oh really? Then who is it? Every night, suffering the torment of scorching flames, unable to sleep for ages? At these words from Yi Ran, Huang Dongdong froze completely. Despite his best efforts, his ring finger began twitching involuntarily again. Chapter 43, Tempering the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body. This isn't a problem, it's the tempering our firewalking sect must undergo. Huang Dongdong stiffened his neck and declared stubbornly. Yet even Wang Dachuan beside him could detect the lack of conviction in Huang Dongdong's tone. Seeing Huang Dongdong's stubborn refusal to admit the truth, Yi Ran chose not to expose him. Instead, he merely turned away and left behind these words. Whether it's experience or a flaw, you know it in your heart, Dongdong. I believe your master must have had some deeper meaning when he gave you that name. In the end, Yi Ran turned around and walked straight out the door. If you want to resolve this, come with me to process your sect exchange student credentials. Otherwise, you won't be permitted to audit classes. Yi Ran finished speaking and began counting silently in his heart. 1, 2, 3. Then a small figure appeared by his side, none other than the stubborn-faced Huang Dongdong. At that moment, Huang Dongdong pouted exaggeratedly, his neck stiff as he refused to even glance at Yi Ran, his eyes brimming with resentment. Naturally gifted and quick-witted, never once had his master forced him to do anything since childhood. Yet today, he was coerced into submission by a young teacher barely older than him. Looking at Huang Dongdong's mix of grievance and stubbornness, Yi Ran's lips curled slightly as he comforted him. Don't pull such a long face, cheer up. While studying here, I'll help you temper the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body. Hearing this, Huang Dongdong stared at Yi Ran in fearful astonishment, unable to speak for a long while. The Three Pure Flames Golden Body is the most ideal cultivation aptitude among fire attribute practitioners and the ultimate aspiration pursued by flame sect disciples through the ages. As the name suggests, achieving the Three Pure Flames Golden Body requires refining one's entire body through burning tempering until it completely harmonizes with true flame, reaching a state of perfect fire attunement completion. Once the Three Pure Flames Golden Body takes form, the cultivator shall become a true master of flame control. Their progress in fire attribute techniques will yield double results with half effort, possessing overwhelming potential to transcend mortal limits. Even ordinary superhumans couldn't withstand it. The power was at least at city-destroying level or above. Throughout their 1,000-year history, the only Doomsday-class superhuman from their fire sect achieved it precisely by mastering the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body. Of course, such promising potential for this constitution precisely indicates how extraordinarily difficult it is to cultivate. At least throughout the fire sect's millennia-long legacy, those who succeeded in cultivating it could be counted on one's fingers. Especially in the past 100 years, not a single disciple of the fire sect has achieved this feat. During their time in the sect, Huo Wen thought about Huang Dongdong tempering the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body day and night. He would whisper in Huang Dongdong's ear every single day. Dongdong, you're the most talented disciple our fire sect has recruited in the past century. Dongdong, restoring the glory of the fire element is our unshirkable duty. Dongdong, this old master is nearing the end of his days. Before I die, I just want to see you achieve the golden body of Samadhi True Fire that would let me close my eyes in peace. Talk like this had practically given Huang Dongdong calluses in his ears from hearing it so often. Alas, achieving the golden body of Samadhi true fire proved far too difficult a feat. Huang Dongdong couldn't fulfill Elder Huowen's long-cherished wish no matter how hard he tried. Teacher Yi, do you even realize what you're saying? The Samadhi true fire golden body, even my master couldn't figure out a way. Huang Dongdong stared at Yi Ran intently. Yi Ran chuckled. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Narrowing his eyes, Huang Dongdong asked, are you really that confident you're stronger than my master? Hearing this, Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Huang Dongdong. You can choose not to believe me. There's only one chance. Huang Dongdong gazed into Yi Ran's eyes, recalling all the shocking moments Yi Ran had brought him before, and finally let out a long sigh. You win, but how the hell do you know everything? Are you my master's secret love child or something? Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran with a complicated expression. Bang! A crisp sound rang out on Huang Dongdong's head, so fast that Huang Dongdong didn't even have time to react. It feels good, but don't let it happen again. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes as he looked at Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong clutched his forehead in pain, looking up at Yi Ran with a pitiful expression. So if I become the sex exchange student, you'll really help me temper my golden body? Go ahead. Huang Dongdong pouted. A man of the Jianghu keeps his word. Yi Ran listened to Huang Dongdong's precociously old-fashioned words, the corners of his lips curling slightly upward. A gentleman's promise is as unbreakable as a four-horse carriage cannot overtake. Hearing Yi Ran's guarantee, Huang Dongdong grew visibly more excited. Teacher Yi, please focus on preparing your lessons. Don't worry about the exchange student paperwork, I'll take care of it myself. Huang Dongdong transformed into a ball of flames and charged straight towards the academic affairs office. It left behind a long, lingering afterimage. Watching Huang Dongdong's excited figure recede into the distance, Yi Ran muttered to himself. Helping to temper his golden body, this doesn't count as child abduction, does it? Logically speaking, Huang Dongdong had righteously stood up for their class. Merely asking for an auditing student position, by both sentiment and reason, Yi Ran should have agreed. It's not that Yi Ran intentionally wanted to make things difficult for Huang Dongdong either, but blame could only be placed on how irresistibly tempting Huang Dongdong happened to be. At such a young age, blessed with a golden physique and inheritor of a millennium-old sect. What is this? Isn't this practically the perfect ace for the final exams? If you want to take first place in the final exams, Yi Ran had also carefully calculated that, given the current state of their class, to secure the top position in the class scoring for the final assessment, Yi Ran needed not only to achieve first place in both the individual and team battles of the final evaluation but also to claim the points awarded to the top two individuals. According to his current plan, with Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru alone, they already had a 99% certainty of claiming the top spot. But after all, 99% is still not 100%. Yi Ran still didn't consider it secure enough. He left absolutely no room for error, which is why Yi Ran needed 3 people to strive for the top 2 positions in the grade. The moment Yi Ran saw Huang Dongdong in the classroom for the first time, he knew immediately, this was the final missing piece of his galactic battleship for the end-of-term assessment. And that's how all these theatrics began. Speaking of which, the final assessment isn't that many days away. Yi Ran muttered to himself. Yi Ran raised his hand to glance at his watch. Indeed, the date was drawing nearer. He wondered how Wang Dachuan's training was progressing these days. At this very moment, in the school cafeteria, Wang Dachuan looked at the flesh before him with a pained expression. This was already the 42nd day he'd been eating raw meat. He genuinely couldn't stomach it anymore. Yet strangely enough, an ordinary person would typically suffer epileptic seizures after eating blood-tainted magical beast meat for just a few days, being affected by the beast's energy, with severe cases potentially lapsing into delirium and requiring hospitalization. Yet here I was, after eating raw meat for over 40 days, not only did nothing bad happen, but his strength had also increased significantly compared to before. If he were to go to the training room and fight the test robots now, Wang Dachuan felt he could at least punch a robot's head right off with one strike. Not only is my mental state completely normal, there are absolutely no auditory hallucinations or disorders whatsoever. Despite these advantages, Wang Dachuan still felt somewhat distressed, for no other reason than, this raw meat is absolutely fucking disgusting. It's tough and bitter, with an utterly nauseating bloody taste. Wang Dachuan now yearns for donuts, craves twice-cooked pork, misses big plate chicken, and longs for lamb skewers. He missed all the crystallization of human culinary culture. As Wang Dachuan thought about it, tears involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. What are you thinking about? So absorbed. Just as Wang Dachuan entered his fantasy time, a voice came from behind. Yi, Teacher Yi. Wang Dachuan hurriedly stood up. No need to be so formal, Dachuan, have a seat. Yaren sat down opposite Wang Dachuan. He looked at the mountain of flesh and blood piled before Dachuan. then turned his gaze to Wang Dachuan, his heart aching slightly. You've really suffered. Dachuan. Hearing Yaren's words, Dachuan didn't know how to respond, nearly rubbing the back of his head out of habit. He chuckled. Through the system, Yiran could clearly see that Wang Dachuan hadn't slacked off at all. This progress meant he was definitely consuming the 30 gene of bloody beast meat every day as required. You have to understand this was 30 pounds of raw, bloody meat every single day. For over 40 days? Even a real wild beast probably would have gotten sick of it by now. Yet Wang Dachuan carried it out with unwavering discipline day after day. This kind of torment could probably only be endured by someone with Wang Dachuan's simple and honest nature. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, that stuff must taste pretty disgusting and awful, huh? Hearing Yi Ran's inquiry, Wang Dachuan didn't try to hide it at all. Nodding slightly, he said, Teacher, this raw meat is really quite unpalatable. As he spoke, Wang Dachuan glanced at the raw meat, the disgust in his eyes nearly overflowing. Yi Ran took note of this. Right now, even the most thick-head Wang Dachuan was probably on the verge of breaking down. In that case, let's administer some strong medicine to accelerate the process. De-chan, come with me. Upon hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan hurriedly followed. Teacher, where are we going? Think of a way to end the suffering as soon as possible. Chapter 44, Teacher Yi, is this your solution? Materials Department, Warehouse. The pot-bellied Su Yukai directed his subordinates to unload the goods. Be careful, be careful. How many times must I remind you, crystal porcelain must be handled with care. Bloody hell, you idiot, how dare you carry the Spring Eternal Scroll barehanded? This is a masterpiece by the transcendent painting saint. If you damage it, you'll pay for it. Damn it, if you mess up this sword's scabbard, I'll sign you up for casualty insurance tomorrow. Don't worry about this doll, just leave it in my office later. Su Yukai worked while shouting orders, though sweat poured down his face from exhaustion. He labored with extraordinary enthusiasm. Being miserly by nature, he absolutely adored the feeling of moving goods into his own warehouse. To be honest, Su Yukai sometimes wondered if he'd been a hamster in his past life. Director Su, what should we do with these 3,000 slabs of ink dragon meat? A worker carrying the load approached Su Yukai and asked. Su Yukai stared at the large crate behind the worker, his face twisting in visceral agony. This was the supplies he had promised Lo Wani to provide for the freshmen at the Academic Affairs office earlier. 3,000 strips of ink dragon flesh. They probably wouldn't stay in his warehouse for more than a day before being shipped out. The mere thought of it made Su Yukai feel like his heart was bleeding. What's the big deal? Just leave it here and give it to Director Lu tomorrow. Do you really need to ask me that, you idiot? But it's so valuable, shouldn't we store it in the refrigerated vault for safekeeping? Valuable my ass. It's being sent off tomorrow, what the hell do we need the vault for? Su Yukai angrily turned his head away, deliberately avoiding another glance at the large box. The look in his eyes carried the finality of a lover resolved to end things for good. By the way, don't turn on the indoor surveillance for me, I wouldn't want these paintings damaged. But Director Su, according to regulations. You bastard. Who's the director here, you or me? Oh, okay, Director Su. After all the moving work was completed, Su Yukai finally looked with satisfaction at the warehouse now packed to the brim, closed the large doors, and left the warehouse. After Su Yukai had left, two black figures appeared outside the warehouse door. One large and one small, both dressed in tight black outfits, their faces even concealed by masks, tiptoeing quietly toward the warehouse door. Teacher Yi, this isn't right. The big fellow cast an uneasy glance at Yi Ran walking ahead. Clang! Wang Dachuan clutched his forehead in pain. Shut up, how many times do I have to tell you? Address me by my official title when we're working. Yi Ran glared at Wang Dachuan with annoyance, rubbing his own fingers, which felt stiff and inflexible, clearly not as nimble as Huang Dongdong's when typing. But, Teacher Yi. Ha! Brother Thief Saint, this is illegal. Yi Ran glared exasperatedly at the dumbstruck Wang Dachuan behind him. Just tell me, do you want to keep eating raw meat or not? Hearing this, Wang Dachuan shook his head vigorously, his eyes filled with fear. He's got PTSD from eating raw meat. Then you choose, do we pull off a job tonight, or keep eating like this for several more months? Yi Ran pointed at the warehouse, then at Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan remained silent for a moment. Brother Thief Saint, shall I lead the way? Yi Ran nodded in satisfaction, this fellow knew how to read the situation. Wang Dachuan walked ahead, guiding Yi Ran through a series of twists and turns. Brother Thief Saint, there's a detection wire here, we need to jump over it. Brother Thief Saint, come this way, it's a blind spot for surveillance. Brother Thief Saint, crawl along the wall, they sweep this area with searchlights every minute. Brother Thief Saint. Yi Ran followed closely behind, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such professional prowess, such masterful evasion techniques, every step skillfully avoided the surveillance equipment of the supply department. In front of Wang Dachuan, why did he suddenly feel like the inexperienced rookie? Dachuan, you dare lecture me about breaking the law? Brother Thief Saint, have you forgotten our agreement? We must address each other by our official titles when working. Oh. Yi Ran was caught completely off guard by this reprimand. Wang Dachuan, aren't you being a bit too professional? Looking at Yi Ran's shocked expression, he gave an awkward chuckle. Before, to save up for spirit stones, I got into taking side jobs. The materials department often hires manual laborers. Over these past 2 years, I've spent nearly half that time working there. Upon hearing Wang Dachuan's words, Yi Ran composed his shock, feeling a twinge of bitterness in his heart. At that time, teacher Yi Ran was perfectly aware of the dire situation Wang Dachuan was in. Yet despite this, Wang Dachuan still refused to give up. This persistence was truly remarkable. Under Wang Dachuan's command, they didn't trigger even the slightest alarm. The two men walked into the warehouse with practiced ease. Brother Thief Saint, we've reached the warehouse. What exactly are we looking for? Wang Dachuan inquired. Yaren glanced at the dazzling array of goods in the warehouse and curled his lip. The supplies department is truly filthy rich. Then, he approached various crates and began rummaging through them. Find their stored bestial meat. There must be top-tier magical beasts here. With some luck, eating once could end this suffering. Wang Dachuan indeed consumed raw bestial meat daily as per the standard. But after all, they were just students. The quality of the monster beasts' raw meat they could afford wasn't too high. It was either something like tendon rabbits or gale wolves. Although they met the standard, they truly just barely scraped by. If we can find some grade A monster beast meat at the supplies department, it would be far better than eating 100 soft-boned rabbits. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan's eyes lit up immediately. He too started rummaging through the boxes and cabinets with great effort. Yi Ran couldn't help but remind the anxious-looking Wang Dachuan, "Don't be hasty. Though this is just the outer warehouse, there's a high chance of finding monster beast meat rated B grade or above. With some luck, we might even stumble upon A grade. Take your time looking, and be careful not to damage the calligraphy or paintings from the supplies department. Remember, we're the Thief Saints duo, not some bandit gang. Got it, Brother Dao Shang." Wang Dachuan's eyes were turning red with determination, swinging his arms so hard they nearly smoked. This is what they mean by pressure creating motivation. Seeing he could solve months of suffering in just one night, Wang Dachuan was now even more diligent than an ox plowing the fields. After a moment, Wang Dachuan just stood there dumbly staring at the massive wooden crate. "Yi, Teacher Yi, I've told you so many times, address colleagues by their titles when at work. Bandit, Brother Bandit Saint, come take a look at this." Hearing Wang Dachuan's call, Yi Ran walked over to him. "What are you staring at a big crate for instead of looking for raw meat? What, do you think that huge crate could hold raw meat for you?" When Yaren walked up to Wang Dachuan's side, and looked at that enormous wooden crate, his gaze completely froze in disbelief. Has the materials department really gotten this wealthy? Chapter 45, Prepare well to welcome the glory that belongs to you alone. Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan stood dumbfounded before the enormous wooden crate. Inside the crate lay. This was the 3,000 strips of ink dragon flesh that Su Yukai had promised to Luwani. The flesh was crimson throughout, with occasional inky glimmers containing unimaginable power, and the densely coiled muscles vividly showcased the formidable strength of their original owner. Never mind cultivators, even an ordinary person standing here could tell these flesh and blood were anything but ordinary. Wang Dachuan stared at the contents of the crate and swallowed hard. "Professor Yi, do you know what kind of meat this is?" Yi Ran stared blankly at the flesh and blood, completely forgetting about addressing by official titles. As a descendant of the Yi family, how could he not know what this flesh and blood was? He carefully stepped forward to caress the flesh, silently contemplating for a moment before speaking. "That's the flesh and blood of the ink dragon, a true S-class magical beast, one of the overlords among demonic creatures. S-class." Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan found it hard to even breathe. He had originally thought obtaining A-class beast flesh would be an incredible windfall, but now, who would have thought I'd hit the jackpot today? Actually finding S-rank magical beast flesh in an ordinary warehouse. As shock washed over him, Wang Dachuan's eyes filled with confusion as he muttered to himself. This doesn't make sense. Even if the flesh of an S-rank magical beast isn't particularly valuable, there's no reason it would just be casually stored away in a regular warehouse like this. Yi Ran also shook his head. "Who knows, but whatever works out nicely for us. Come over here." "Oh, right away, teacher." At Yi Ran's call, Wang Dachuan came scampering over eagerly. Yi Ran pointed at the enormous wooden crate. "Eat it." "Oh, huh?" Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran, then at the wooden crate roughly 20 times his own size, pointing at himself with his middle finger. "Me?" Wang Dachuan's eyes revealed a pure foolishness, his facial features twisting almost together, the forcing someone beyond their limits meaning practically overflowing. asking him to consume the flesh of an ink dragon nearly 20 times his size. Isn't this like asking a small horse to pull a heavy cart, expecting ants to climb an elephant, or sending a weakling to defeat the Tang monk and his disciples? Yet, Yaren acted as if he didn't notice Wang Dachuan's hesitation, nodding earnestly instead. Obviously, it's not me going through the second awakening. Hurry up, or if the patrol catches us, we'll both end up in the disciplinary office. But I really can't eat this. Wang Dachuan was on the verge of tears. Eating 30 catties of raw meat in a day would make him sick enough. Now they expected him to finish this enormous box. Even if he could stomach it, his digestion wouldn't allow it. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan and patted him on the shoulder. Dachuan, after eating raw meat for so long, haven't you noticed any changes in yourself? Wang Dachuan listened to Yi Ran's words, looking completely bewildered. Seeing the utterly confused expression on Wang Dachuan's face, Yi Ran offered some encouragement. Think hard, try to feel it carefully. Wang Dachuan recalled as he spoke. After eating for so many days, my belly got bigger, yet I grew taller, and my strength increased noticeably. And what else? Looking at Yi Ran's expectant gaze, Wang Dachuan hesitated for a moment. And recently I've started snoring in my sleep, and my farts have become louder than before. You really didn't need to share that. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan speechlessly. Have you noticed any other changes in your supernatural ability? Supernatural ability? You haven't even tried transforming once in all this time? Didn't you feel anything when you fought those students from Han Kun's class back then? Wang Dachuan carefully recalled. It seems like I have some feelings about it. Though I'm still at the silver rank, I feel that in one-on-one combat, apart from that guy surnamed Zhang, none of the others would be my match. And also what? Feel it carefully, speak it out. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran, scratching his head in confusion. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but after that ENC mutation ability, I had this strange urge. I wanted to bite through his neck and devour him. With that, Wang Dachuan quickly shook his head. It must be an illusion. I must have been so angry that I was hallucinating. How could I possibly eat people? Yet the movement of his Adam's apple as he swallowed nervously betrayed him. Yi Ran glanced at Wang Dachuan and said earnestly, don't shy away from this feeling. You're absolutely right to feel this way. You really do want to devour it. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan froze, then shook his head in horror. But I'm really not a psychotic killer. Yi Ran patted Wang Dachuan on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Calm down, no one said you're a serial killer. But master, didn't you just say my feeling wasn't wrong? Master, am I going crazy? Wang Dachuan was so anxious he nearly cried. Yi Ran continued, do you remember what I told you during your training? I told you back then that the devouring savage boar you awaken contains some higher level bloodline. It's because of that bloodline suppression that your devouring savage boar ability couldn't be fully utilized. As he spoke, Yi Ran pointed at Wang Dachuan's mouth. But now, after days of nourishing with flesh and blood, the mutated bloodline within you is evolving toward that more advanced ferocious beast. It's precisely this evolution that's giving you the urge to bite through necks. But master, no matter how much I evolve, I shouldn't have such urges. Yi Ran waved his hand and continued. Listen, the evolution of your psychic ability isn't guiding you to devour Inhai the person, it wants you to consume the mutated beast parasitizing Inhai's body. Think carefully, besides Inhai causing these urges in you, has that Zhang boy or anyone else ever made you feel this way? Hearing this, Wang Dachuan gradually calmed down as he carefully began recalling. Except for Inhai, it seems other students really haven't given me this feeling. Oh right, there's one more person. Wang Dachuan chuckled honestly. And then there's that bastard Han Kun. By this point, even though Wang Dachuan wasn't the brightest, he'd basically figured it out. He also felt something for Han Kun. It must also be because Han Kun possessed the mutant-type fierce beast ability. Watching Wang Dachuan catch on, Yi Ran pointed at the massive wooden crate. So, Dachuan, try unleashing your ability at full power. The fierce beast within you will naturally sense the allure of this S-grade flesh. Second awakening is just around the corner. Prepare yourself to embrace the glory that belongs solely to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachuan quietly began gathering his energy and focusing his spirit. In an instant, the fierce red boar's head reappeared. Only this time, the crimson energy grew even more bewitchingly vibrant, faintly shimmering with a scarlet hue as vivid as fresh blood. Like a bloody mist, it began to disperse. Chapter 46, The Perfect S-Class, Master and Disciple's Power Surging in Tandem. Roar! From Wang Dachuan's enormous boar-like head emerged a low, rumbling growl. Professor Yi, I feel a bit hungry. Wang Dachuan spoke with great difficulty, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the motionless flesh of the ink dragon. Before Wang Dachuan could finish speaking, the last glimmer of clarity in his eyes vanished. At this moment, Wang Dachuan's pupils were a deep, ominous red. His eyes burned with a bloody hue, his lips slightly parted. Amidst his low, heavy breaths, one could sense a primal, untamed wildness. Roar! With Wang Dachuan's low roar, the appearance of the crimson devouring savage boar underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. The savage beast within Wang Dachuan's body was finally fully awakened by the flesh and blood of that ink dragon. At this moment, Wang Dachuan's body had grown several sizes larger. The purple scales that originally covered Wang Dachuan's body had begun to take on a reddish hue. Each piece was hard as steel, smooth as jade, reflecting the glow of blood. Wang Dachuan's broad forehead framed eyes that burned like coals, fixed unblinking on the ink dragon's flesh. The hot breath flaring from his nostrils strong enough to whip up miniature whirlwinds, like vents from a roaring furnace. Most striking was Wang Dachuan's mouth, which when opened revealed not human teeth but rather rows of sharp fangs, each gleaming coldly like polished blades. Meat, flesh and blood. Muttering to himself, Dachuan moved toward the wooden crate, driven by primal instinct. Every step made the entire warehouse tremble. Yiran gazed at the monster transformed from Wang Dachuan before him, sharp glints flashing in his eyes. So you finally awakened. The level of completion is surprisingly high. Through the system, Yiran could already discern every change in Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan, male, 20 years old. Awakened ability, gluttony, incomplete S-class. Current technique, Demon Capital High Martial Academy Body Refinement 2.0, Revised Edition. Advantages, S-rank physical attributes, S-rank combat talent, SS-rank damage resistance. Innate abilities, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Devour Heaven and Earth, Flesh Regeneration. Disadvantages. The secondary evolution was incomplete, causing the entity to become disoriented and unable to distinguish friend from foe. Guidance solution. Consume large quantities of monster beast raw flesh to thoroughly complete the Taotia's secondary evolution. Within Wang Dachuan's awakened devouring savage boar bloodline lies the heritage of Tao Tai, one of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts. The 10 great fierce beasts, Tao Tai, reigns supreme in ancient times, devouring all creatures as its sustenance. Standing as the undisputed overlord even among S-class ferocious beasts. Legend has it that Tao Tai conducts a grand feeding ritual every century. Unleashing Heaven's endowment devours heaven and earth, capable of consuming all living creatures within a 100-mile radius. Thus, places where the Tao Tai dwell are known as forbidden zones of life. Its power is so immense that even numerous S-class creatures are included in the Taotia's feeding list. Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan's attributes, clicking his tongue in wonder. With Wang Dachuan currently in this state, if he were to face those golden students again, he could probably take on all four by himself. Roar! With a low roar, Wang Dachuan had already reached the side of the wooden crate. The whole person immediately sprawled over the open corner of the wooden crate and began gnawing voraciously. The ink dragon flesh, tough as steel and iron, was actually torn apart by Wang Dachuan's teeth through sheer force. This biting power, this level of sharpness, was something completely beyond what a silver rank ability user could achieve. At this moment, the Wang Dachuan was fiercely biting with all his might. He never once considered tearing open the wooden crate completely to devour its contents. Instead, he clung stubbornly to that single corner, gnawing bit by bit. His efforts seemed both clumsy and frantic. Indeed, the mind hasn't fully cleared yet. Yiran shook his head slightly. Then, Yiran lightly tapped the wooden crate. All the nails on the front of the wooden crate directly fell off. With a boom sound, the ink dragon's flesh and blood lay completely exposed before Wang Dachuan's eyes. Roar! Wang Dachuan glanced at Yiran with his crimson eyes, as if expressing gratitude. Then leaped entirely into the wooden chest. Gazing at the mounds of flesh and blood, his eyes grew even more crimson. Drool dripped from the corners of his mouth like a beast. Bzzzzz. A strange sound arose. Wang Dachuan's mouth fell open. A black hole-like space abruptly manifested before his mouth. Boom! At Wang Dachuan's mental command, the void began radiating astonishing gravitational force, sucking in all the ink dragon's flesh and blood. Torn right off the bones by this terrifying suction force, it went straight into Wang Dachuan's mouth. This was the flesh and blood of an S-class magical beast, its sinews and bones already tempered to a terrifying degree. Yet before even reaching gold rank, Wang Dachuan used his innate divine ability to suck the flesh clean off the bones. The Taotia's innate divine ability, devour heaven and earth. Have they already used their innate abilities? Yiran muttered to himself as he watched the scene, to actually tear off S-grade flesh. What an overpowered talent. Yiran observed the extent of Wang Dachuan's feeding, silently calculating. They're eating incredibly fast. At this rate, the battle will be over within 3 hours. And so, Yiran simply moved a chair and sat right in the middle of the warehouse, keeping watch while observing Wang Dachuan's evolution progress. Time passed bit by bit, and Wang Dachuan had already devoured more than half of the ink dragon's flesh. At this moment, the energy within Wang Dachuan began to surge wildly. Silver stage late phase, gold stage early phase, gold stage mid phase, gold stage late phase. Wang Dachuan consecutively broke through 4 entire realms. All within a single night, he achieved what others might not accomplish even in 3 years. This effect is absolutely comparable to Jiang Xiaoru's perfect level inheritance, an S-rank talent, utterly monstrous. Meanwhile, as Wang Dachuan levels up wildly, the power within Yiran, who's bound as Wang Dachuan's personal mentor, also begins to surge insanely. Roar! The ink dragon power within Yiran seemed to have received a tremendous boost, releasing a resounding dragon's roar. Golden middle stage, golden late stage, golden perfection. The increase in power only gradually ceased when Yiran reached the pinnacle of gold rank. At this moment, Yiran could feel that the distance between himself and platinum was thinner than a sheet of paper. Awesome! In just a few short dozens of days, Yiran had gone from being a perpetually struggling silver tier player to nearly breaking through to platinum, reaching the point where he could comprehend his own path. Such astonishing progress, even more excessive than Jiang Xiaoru and Wang Dachuan. Burp! As Wang Dachuan swallowed the last piece of black dragon flesh, Wang Dachuan let out a contented burp and then, his eyes had regained their clarity. He turned his head as if drunk, grinning foolishly as he greeted Yiran. Professor Yi, hic I'm done eating, hic feeling a little sleepy. Boom! Wang Dachuan hadn't even finished speaking when his entire body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Hoo! The instant he hit the floor, Wang Dachuan's labored breathing had already begun its noisy symphony. Yiran walked forward in annoyance and gave Wang Dachuan a kick. Yet Wang Dachuan was sleeping like a dead dog. No matter how hard he was kicked, he didn't budge an inch. Eat until you're full and then fall asleep immediately. No wonder gluttony shares the same bloodline with the devouring savage boar. After that, Yiran used the system to check Wang Dachuan's attributes again. Wang Dachuan, male, 20 years old. Awakened ability, gluttony, S rank. Current cultivation technique, Demon City Advanced Martial Arts Academy Body Refinement 2.0, Revised Edition. Strengths, S-grade physical attributes, S-grade combat talent, SS-grade endurance. Innate abilities, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Devour Heaven and Earth, Physical Regeneration. Weaknesses, Unconscious State, Overly Rapid Evolution, Body urgently needs recovery and adjustment. Guidance plan, none. Success. Yiran's eyes lit up. It seemed Wang Dachuan had fully recovered from his confused state. This meant, Wang Dachuan had already become a flawless, perfect S-class superhuman. At this very moment, he was precisely that monstrous talent comparable to Zhang Hedong, the prodigy Lethany had mentioned earlier. Yiran's lips curved slightly upward. When Wang Dachuan next publicly displayed his S-class abilities, countless people must be kicking themselves with regret right now. At this moment, Yiran felt an overwhelming surge of heroic ambition. One could say he single-handedly pulled Wang Dachuan back from the brink of being unwanted onto the right path. And it was his very hands that crafted the miracle of an S-class monstrous genius. At this thought, Yiran brimmed with accomplishment. Snore snore. While Yiran burned with heroic fervor, Wang Dachuan was dead to the world. Gazing at the sleeping Wang Dachuan, Yiran shook his head helplessly. This is no place to sleep. Foolish Dachuan, eating and then sleeping, still leaving this master to clean up your mess. Yiran grumbled under his breath. Carrying Wang Dachuan on his back, he immediately left the warehouse. Chapter 47, Suyotsai's Breakdown. Early the next morning, as day was just beginning to break, Suyukai was still sound asleep, hugging his newly arrived doll, when urgent knocking sounded at his door. Bang, 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 bang. The knocking at the door grew increasingly urgent. Suyukai could no longer keep up the pretense of sleep. Throwing off his anime-themed eye mask, he stumbled out of bed cursing. Bloody hell! Which motherfucker dares disturb my morning dreams? With that, Suyukai stormed toward the door. Once Suyukai opened the door, he fixed his subordinate from the supplies department with a piercing glare and enunciated word by word. You have 2 sentences to explain yourself. You'd better give me a satisfactory reason, or I swear I'll dock your pay. At that moment, a subordinate from the logistics department arrived panting heavily, looking utterly terrified. Director Su, there's a problem with the warehouse. The ink dragon flesh kept in the main hall of the warehouse is gone. Upon hearing these words, Suyukai vanished from the spot, racing toward the warehouse still in his slippers. His subordinates, finally catching on, hurried after him. Director Su, at least change your clothes before going. Damn brat, who's got time to change clothes? Do you even know how valuable those ink dragon remains are? Suyukai kept cursing angrily while speaking, wearing pajamas and giant slippers, completely ignoring all the passing stares as he sprinted full speed toward the warehouse. When Suyukai entered the warehouse, he stared at the large wooden crate and took a deep breath. The crate, nearly the size of over 10 human bodies, held the enormous bones of an ink-black dragon. The bones were completely clean, without even the slightest trace of flesh or blood left on them. Cameras! To the surveillance room! Damn it, how could he possibly haul away this mountain of flesh without anyone noticing? Suyukai shouted, cursing loudly as he stormed into the surveillance room. Moments later, Inside the monitoring room, Suyukai stood staring blankly at the screens. Are you certain there were only these two people? Why yes, Director Su, we've reviewed the footage at least 10 times, didn't see anyone else. Suyukai pointed at the empty wooden crates outside the monitoring room, his eyes bulging nearly out of their sockets. Then tell me, where's the meat? Where did they put all that meat? Don't tell me those two devoured every last piece right here? After all, the flesh and blood of these 3,000 ink dragons amounts to nearly the volume of 10 grown men, and their weight reaches a staggering 16 or 17 tons. Now you're telling me that a pair of thieves, one big and one small, went in once and came out once. Not only is the meat gone, but you came out empty-handed too? If it weren't for the fact that I personally checked the warehouse and locked the door myself at the very end. Suyukai even suspected that some of his subordinates had pocketed the profits, secretly embezzling the meat for themselves. Tell me, how did they do it? Tell me. Suyukai barked furiously at his subordinate in his distinctive southern accent. All subordinates remained silent. Suyukai suddenly spoke up again. What about the indoor cameras? Why is there no footage from the indoor surveillance at all? A subordinate looked at Suyukai tremblingly and responded. Director Su, it was your previous instruction that we keep the indoor cameras turned off to prevent damage to those precious calligraphy and paintings. Suyotsai's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. So, we've got no other leads left at all? Why yes, that's correct, Director Su. Suyukai choked up at his subordinate's reply. Heaven's calamities can be survived, but self-inflicted woes are beyond remedy. Now Suyukai was nearly sick with regret. The intense shock left him struggling to breathe, his face flushing crimson. Director Su, are you alright? Subordinates stepped forward to help Suyukai up upon seeing this. Suyukai shook off their hands, barely managing to squeeze out some breath from his throat as he spoke. Call the police, must catch the damned pair of bastards. Yes, I'll do it right away. Wait, come back, don't call the police. Suyukai realized there were regulatory violations in this matter. Reporting to the police would be like delivering himself to justice. Investigate this privately. You must track down that wretched big guy and little bastard for me. Keep it quiet. Oh, okay, sure. His subordinate acknowledged the order and dashed out in a flash. Watching the departing figure of his subordinate, Suyukai slumped into complete dejection. Collapsed on the ground, he stared blankly at the empty wooden crate while muttering to himself. It's over, all gone. How am I supposed to explain this to that skinflint Lo now? Suyukai suddenly felt so damn regretful for not agreeing to his subordinate last night to store those 3,000 strips of ink dragon flesh in the secure level warehouse. At this very moment, Suyukai couldn't help but shiver at the mere thought of Lu Wani. Having suffered a heavy loss at Yuani's hands last time, he could scarcely imagine how Yuani might fleece him this time. After a long while, inside Yuani's office, Suyukai was pouring out his hardships and sorrows with tears and snot flowing freely. Lo Wani wearily handed Suyukai the 1146th tissue. In just a few short hours, she had nearly heard about every misfortune in Suyotsai's entire life. I swear to God, my life's been tough, bro. Back in kindergarten, the female classmates wouldn't even hold my hand to cross the street. Seeing Suyukai was now recounting his kindergarten experiences, Lo Wani could finally endure no more. So Director Su, what exactly are you here to say? She stared at Suyukai while tapping her pen against the desk, creating clanking sounds. Hearing Lo Wani finally ask about the main issue, Suyukai then wiped away his teary-eyed expression. To Lo Wani, Director Lo, another unfortunate incident has occurred recently. Our warehouse was robbed. I see. Lo Wani nodded slightly as she listened to Suyotsai's words. Director Lu, don't you feel any sympathy for me in this situation? Suyukai grew somewhat anxious and laid his cards directly on the table. After hours of speaking until my mouth was parched about my misfortunes, I initially thought to take this opportunity to make Lo Wani sympathize with me, then gradually ease into the matter of losing the Mo dragon flesh. Yet this woman before me remained utterly unmoved, as if her heart were made of stone. I deeply regret this mishap at the supplies department. By the way, what did the thief steal? Surely my 3,000 Mo dragon flesh strips are untouched. Listening to Lo Wani's words, Suyukai felt like he was about to suffocate. Way to bring up the most uncomfortable topic. What's the point of beating around the bush here? There's no damn bush left to beat around. What's the difference between playing the emotional card with Lo Wani and playing music for a deaf cow? Seeing his emotional pleas having no effect whatsoever, Suyukai completely abandoned all pretense and decided to go all out. Director Lo, let me tell you the truth. None of the supplies in the warehouse were stolen. The only thing missing is your 3,000 pieces of demon dragon flesh. As he spoke, Suyukai threw a stack of crime scene photos at Lo Wani. Drawing himself up to his full height with chin raised, he adopted the demeanor of a martyr ready to meet his fate. Director Lu, do with me as you please. Our supplies department has no money but this worthless life of mine. If you must, sell Suyukai to White Mansion to atone for my debts. Chapter 48, Squeezing Suyukai Dry Again. Lowani silently stared at these photographs, slightly dazed. The silhouettes of one tall and one small figure. Why does this look so familiar? With her sharp intellect, Yuani quickly noticed something amiss after flipping through a few photos. Director Su, where are the surveillance photos from inside the building? Why are there only outdoor shots? Su Yukai, who had been immersed in his heroic martyrdom sentiment moments ago, hearing Yuani's words, his expression grew somewhat awkward. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the supply department's regulatory violations. Instead, he could only laugh it off and say, "Ah ha, strangely enough, it was probably too hot last night. Our supply depot's indoor surveillance system just happened to malfunction." Listening to Su Yotsai's explanation, Yuani gave Su Yukai a deep look. "The surveillance equipment in your supplies department really does break down easily, huh? Who says it doesn't?" Su Yukai rubbed his forehead, his voice fading weakly. Then, Yuani set down the photograph, looked at Su Yukai, and said, "As far as I know, according to your material department's regulations, artifacts of this level should be stored in the high-security materials vault, where the surveillance system was personally designed by the headmaster himself and fortified with transcendent-grade formations." "Don't tell me that malfunctioned too?" Listening to Yuani's interrogation, Su Yukai was nearly scared out of his wits. At this moment, his frowning brows nearly drooped to the corners of his mouth. He opened his mouth but had no idea how to smooth things over. Seeing Su Yotsai's reaction, Lowani understood everything as clearly as a mirror. That bastard must have thought this flesh and blood would eventually end up in the teaching office anyway, so he didn't even bother putting it in. Thinking of this, Lowani narrowed her eyes, drumming the desk rhythmically with 4 slender fingers. "Sorry, Director Su. Since you broke the rules first, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, Lowani decisively stood up. "Director Su, this is a matter of great importance. The loss of this treasure is not just a loss for our 2 departments, it's a loss for the entire school. I think we should report this incident to the principal." When Lowani mentioned going to see the principal, Su Yukai nearly pissed himself. Holy ancestors, the principal was already quite displeased with us last time, and now we have to face him again so soon? Do you really think I've held this position as head of the logistics department for too long? However, knowing he was the one who had violated regulations, Su Yukai didn't dare refuse outright. He could only force an extremely reluctant smile. "Director Su, surely we don't need to trouble the esteemed principal with such a trivial matter." Lowani shook her head. "This won't do, Director Su. We're all fellow magic warriors, what's this talk of being trouble? Besides, we're just following official procedures here, how could this be called trouble?" As he spoke, Yuani immediately stood up and went to fetch her coat. Hearing Yuani's words, Su Yukai felt like he could barely breathe. Finally, he raised the white flag before Yuani once more. "Director Lo, I admit defeat alright? Just tell me your conditions." Upon hearing Su Yotsai's words, Lowani also stopped. She looked at Su Yukai with a beaming smile. Extending 4 fingers, Su Yukai watched Lowani's movements and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible. Even if I were to spend all my personal savings, I couldn't gather this much dragon flesh and blood. Director Lu, you'd better take me to see the principal." Lowani shook her head. "Director Su is overthinking it. How could I force someone to do the impossible?" As she spoke, Lowani wiggled her fingers. "I want 4 spatial rings, exactly like the ones the principal makes. Director Su, surely you can't tell me they're unavailable?" Hearing Lowani's words, Su Yukai hesitated slightly. Although spatial rings are considered supreme treasures in the outside world, only those transcendent beings who have embarked on the path of spacetime possess the ability to craft them. And any single ring can spark fierce competition among all major factions. Yet for their demon capital High Martial Academy, spatial rings indeed still remain in some stockpile. There's no helping it, after all, the principal stands at the pinnacle of the spatial magic department. Every year, even the defective products made by the principal alone number 5 or 6. Naturally, while these items might be considered flawed in by Su's eyes, for everyone else, they're already rare and invaluable treasures. Su Yukai looked at Lowani and spoke with a touch of heartache. "Director Lu, our supplies department does have them, but Director Lu, why do you need so many spatial rings?" At Su Yotsai's question, Lowani immediately stood up and walked toward the coat rack. "Let's go see the principal instead." "Ouch." Su Yukai quickly said, "Director Lu, there's absolutely no need for this, absolutely no need. I'll go look for it right now. Tomorrow it will definitely be in Director Lee's hands." Lowani smiled cheerfully at Su Yukai. Sure, Director Su, I'm in no hurry." Looking at the fox-like Lowani, Su Yukai wiped the sweat from his forehead. "You're not in a hurry, but I am. Every time I come to the academic affairs office, it's like getting fleeced again." Seeing that the matter was settled, Su Yukai immediately rose to leave. "Director Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." "Director Su, what's the hurry? Sit back down and have some more. This is freshly picked Juyin tea." Su Yukai looked at the fragrant tea with a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. he was in no mood at all. "No thanks, I'm leaving first." With that, Su Yukai turned and left the office directly, fleeing almost as if escaping from Luan Yi's office. "Director Su, you're always welcome to come back next time." Hearing Luan Yi's words, Su Yukai, who was already halfway out the door, stumbled in his step. Without turning his head, he waved his hand and disappeared into the stairwell, as if some monstrous beast were chasing him from behind. With Su Yotsai's departure, Wang Xiaoman playfully poked her head out. "Master, Director Su is gone, huh?" Luan Yi nodded her head. Wang Xiaoman looked at Luan Yi. "Master, what do you need so many storage rings for?" Luan Yi shot Wang Xiaoman a glance. "Adult matters, little kid, don't ask too many questions." Although she said this, Luan Yi didn't hesitate to continue discussing the matter with Wang Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, how about setting spatial rings as rewards for the top 2 in our grade's final assessment?" Hearing this, Wang Xiaoman rolled her eyes slightly. "Master, are you so certain that Teacher Ye's class will sweep the top 2 spots in the individual competition?" Luan Yi looked at Wang Xiaoman and said unreasonably. "Don't interfere, I just believe in Yi Ran." "Fine then, don't interfere. Teacher Yi is simply the best." Wang Xiaoman watched Luan Yi with a beaming smile. Ever since Yi Ran's sudden rise to prominence, Luan Yi seemed noticeably more cheerful than before. The feelings toward Yi Ran no longer seemed so hidden and unspoken now. This became especially evident after Yi Ran hugged Luan Yi last time. Now even when Luan Yi and Wang Xiaoman are together, they can openly joke about this kind of thing. The emotional atmosphere is generally improving. Gotta note this down in the little notebook later. "Master, what about the other 2? Surely you're not giving them to your beloved disciple, me?" Wang Xiaoman rubbed her hands like a fly, grinning from ear to ear. Yuan Yi shot her a disdainful glance. "What are you thinking about? The remaining 2 are reserved for Yi Ran and me." "Master, have some restraint." "What restraint? We've been betrothed since childhood, didn't you know?" Hearing Lian Yi declare this so boldly without reservation, Wang Xiaoman's mind went completely blank. "So it's just out in the open now, no more hiding it, is it? When did this happen? How did it progress so fast?" "Fine, so you found your sweetheart and forgotten your disciple, is that it? Not giving your beloved disciple a spatial ring, are you?" I'm writing this down in my little black book. Chapter 49, I absolutely won't play bull battle. Wang Xiaoman was wildly fantasizing about how to tattle on her master in the little notebook Zhang Zhe had given her. Enough about that, let's talk serious business. Luan Yi interrupted Wang Xiaoman's fantasy, looking at her with some confusion. "Xiaoman, what's with that expression of yours? What's gotten into you recently? Why have you been grinning like an idiot every other day?" Wang Xiaoman finally reined in her overly enthusiastic smile and lowered her head. Master, I'm fine. What do you need me to do?" Luan Yi looked at Wang Xiaoman and shook her head helplessly. "I asked you to keep a close eye on Yi Ran's class before. How's that going?" Wang Xiaoman reminisced for a moment. "Nothing much has happened recently, except that their class just enrolled an exchange student from a martial sect, the genius from the fire sect, Huang Dongdong. You've seen him before. The one standing next to Yi Ran in the dining hall that time." Luan Yi reflected for a moment. "Oh, that one. Anything else?" Wang Xiaoman touched her forehead. "Anything else? Well, yesterday at noon after Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan had lunch together in the cafeteria, they both disappeared. No idea what those 2 were up to." Upon hearing this, Luan Yi froze momentarily in her heart. "No way. Xiaoman, do you have any photos of Yiran and Wang Dachuan together?" "Yes, actually. Haven't we been keeping up with their class recently? They appear together in the same frame quite often. Send me one." Upon hearing Luan Yi's command, Wang Xiaoman immediately complied and sent her a document. "All right, you may leave now." "Oh, all right, master." After Wang Xiaoman had left, Luan Yi took out the masked bandit photo that Su Yukai had just given her from the drawer. Then, Luan Yi held the 2 photos and began carefully comparing them. The height difference, the width difference, the walking posture. Suddenly, Luan Yi's pupils dilated and contracted repeatedly. It really is Yi Ran and the others. Yuan Yi tapped lightly on the desk, a somewhat resigned smile curling at the corners of her lips. To think, it was Yi Ran who had taken what belonged to me. But what does he want these things for? Luan Yi was utterly perplexed. Whoosh, just a trifle. Whoosh, just a trifle. The mastermind behind the ruckus at the warehouse was currently fast asleep in bed, snoring loudly. The thunderous snoring rivaled the roar of a lumberjack's chainsaw. Yi Ran stared speechlessly at Wang Dachuan sprawled across the bed, his ears stuffed with cotton yet still aching from the vibrations. No wonder legends say no creature survives within 10 miles of the mythical glutton Tao Tai. What living being could endure this? Fortunately, the Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy placed utmost importance on protecting staff privacy, using only the highest grade soundproofing materials in the dormitories. Otherwise the entire building would have been uninhabitable. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the deafening snoring, Yiran heard the sound of knocking. Yiran opened the door and glanced around. "Teacher, stop looking, I'm down here." Only then did Yaren lower his head upon hearing the voice. The visitor was none other than the darling treasure of the fire element sex leader, Huang Dongdong. The moment the door was opened by Yiran, Huang Dongdong was stunned by the thunderous snoring. He covered his ears, his face twisted in mild agony. Teacher, we have a blast testing chamber in the training hall. Was it really necessary to do this in the dormitory? Hearing Huang Dongdong say this, Yiran also sensed trouble, then swiftly pulled Huang Dongdong inside and shut the door firmly, leaving the corridor silent once again. Is everything settled? Yiran asked Huang Dongdong over the sound of snoring. Huang Dongdong nodded, but his eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the bedroom door. Teacher Yi, this noise is way too loud. What on earth do you have in that bedroom? Yiran gave Huang Dongdong's forehead a light tap. Stop worrying about other things. Let me make you some tea. With that, Yiran headed toward the kitchen. But as luck would have it, right after Yiran left, the bedroom door, having not been properly closed, was pushed slightly by the wind. Creak. Yanran's bedroom door opened. Huang Dongdong couldn't resist his curiosity and peered directly inside. At this very moment, he saw the sleeping figure sprawled across the large bed. The thunderous snoring was so loud it made his bones tingle. At this moment, Huang Dongdong was completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, this earth-shattering noise was actually human snoring? Then Huang Dongdong looked more carefully, and when he saw that the person sound asleep was Wang Dachuan, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. What was Wang Dachuan doing sleeping in Teacher Ye's bedroom so early in the morning? What on earth was going on? Could it be that Wang Dachuan spent the night at Teacher Ye's place yesterday and even slept in her bed? But after looking left and right, this staff dormitory only has one bedroom and it's one bedroom layout. Huang Dongdong's mind kept unraveling threads of speculation, spinning wilder and wilder theories. His eyes showed a hint of shock. Wait, did Wang Dachuan and Yiran sleep together last night? Wait, Wang Dachuan, Teacher Yi, they slept together last night? Boom! Huang Dongdong's mind felt like it had exploded. It seemed he had discovered an earth-shattering secret. No wonder, as he'd heard from Class 2 students that Teacher Yi treated Wang Dachuan exceptionally well, often giving him private one-on-one tutoring sessions. With a monstrous genius like Yiran giving guidance, Wang Dachuan's progress naturally skyrocketed. So when the fight broke out in the cafeteria, even though Wang Dachuan was only at silver rank, he astonishingly managed to hold his own against 4 gold rank opponents alone. It all makes sense now. Everything clicks into place. No wonder even notoriously lazy and hands-off advisor Teacher Yi, who never gets involved in anything, he was so furious that he brutalized a platinum-ranked expert. Turns out it was all for the love of a beauty. Yeah right, what teacher-student relationship? This is clearly some deep romance. Dirty adult backroom dealings. People are like this, once they believe in their own narrative, all known events will madly conform to that very narrative. Thinking this far, Huang Dongdong shivered involuntarily. Could it be that at such a young age, he had already brushed against the darkest aspects of adulthood? Wait a minute. Huang Dongdong suddenly thought of something. If all this were true, then what about Teacher Ye's attitude toward him? Huang Dongdong suddenly recalled. Auditors were clearly allowed to attend lectures here, yet Yiran had insisted on forcing him to become an exchange student for their class. At this thought, Huang Dongdong instinctively broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. No way. Could it be Teacher Yi took a liking to him? At first glance? Thinking this far, Huang Dongdong's spine ached behind his back. A chill shot straight up from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Huang Dongdong's face had already turned ghastly pale. Though I, this young master, am blessed with godlike charm, my looks rivaling even the legendary Panin. But I'm straight, dude. I'll never play Nyo battle in this lifetime. Chapter 50, Wang Dachuan, Gold Level Late Stage? What are you thinking about? Yiran had finished brewing the tea by now. Stepping out, I saw Huang Dongdong staring at the bedroom with an unpleasant expression. Hearing Yiran's call, Huang Dongdong turned his head, eyeing Yiran warily without saying a word. Yiran ignored the brat who was acting strangely, handed the cup directly to Huang Dongdong. Be careful. Seeing Huang Dongdong wasn't holding the bottom steadily, Yiran, who had just let go, was about to reach out again to steady it. But just as Yiran brushed against Huang Dongdong's hand, whoosh! Huang Dongdong swiftly withdrew his hand as if struck by lightning, as though terrified Yiran might touch him. His gaze toward Yiran was filled with wariness. Yiran stared at Huang Dongdong in utter bewilderment. What kind of nonsense is this? Huang Dongdong shook his head and pointed at the bedroom. Teacher Yi, is that Wang Dachuan sleeping inside? Upon hearing Huang Dongdong's question, Yiran, nodding naturally, she said, yeah, whose snoring could be this loud otherwise? Listening to Yaren's response, Huang Dongdong's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it really okay to say it so bluntly, without even trying to cover it up a little? But it's morning now, so Wang Dachuan slept here last night? Huang Dongdong still clung to a last shred of hope. Yiran was about to say no, but then remembered their secret intimacy from last night. It wasn't something Huang Dongdong should know about, so he laughed it off. Yeah, Wang Dachuan came over last night to hang out. We got so tired from playing that he ended up falling asleep here. Got so tired from playing? What exactly were you playing that got you so tired? What could two grown men be doing in a room together that would leave them too exhausted to walk back to their dorm? Huang Dongdong stared blankly at Yiran, transfixed, his innocent young mind utterly shaken. Damn it, such filthy language. My ears are defiled. I'm sorry, master, my cultivation is still too shallow. I fail to perceive the filth and wickedness in this world clearly. I actually fell into this binary den. Huang Dongdong silently murmured in his heart. Yiran didn't want to dwell on this matter and changed the subject. Since you've already processed the exchange student status for the sect, starting today I'll be your teacher. Come, let me examine you. Examine? Examine what? Physical examination? So you guys usually enjoy playing doctor roleplay? Is the segment progressing this quickly? Huang Dongdong's eyes were filled with astonishment. It's starting already? Dirty backdoor dealings, dirty adults. Stop the nonsense, hurry up. Yiran sat on the sofa waiting for Huang Dongdong's performance. Huang Dongdong himself had a fiery temper. How could he tolerate this? In an instant, Huang Dongdong unleashed his full aura. Flames erupted across his body, forming a protective shield. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Yiran. A golden red fire spear materialized in his hand. For some reason, the spear he manifested this time was straighter than ever before. Moreover, the protective flames covering his body, arranged deliberately by Huang Dongdong, were conspicuously thicker around the butt area? What nonsense is this? Yiran frowned in disapproval. Though unsure what was going through the little fellow's mind, it didn't stop Yiran from using the system to scan Huang Dongdong. In an instant, Huang Dongdong's personal information appeared in Yiran's mind. Huang Dongdong. Male, 12 years old. Martial arts sect, Flamewalker's sect. Current technique, Flamewalker combat arts. Strengths, exceptionally solid foundational skills, possesses supreme flame affinity. Weaknesses. The flaws in the technique led to rage overwhelming the heart, causing certain scorching damage to the heart meridian. Guidance solutions. 1. Adjust the cultivation path with detailed optimization plans. 2. Train in the 3 pure flames golden body method with detailed optimization plans. Yiran clicked his tongue in amazement. Though he had seen Huang Dongdong's personal attributes before, every time he saw that Huang Dongdong was only 12 years old, he still felt shocked. With top-tier fire affinity and perfect compatibility with the fire sect's techniques, the fire sect had truly struck gold. Alright, I'm done reading, put it away. Yiran waved his hand, signaling Huang Dongdong to take back the cultivation manual. Huang Dongdong looked at Yiran with confusion, unsure what kind of trick he was playing. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to start fighting? At this moment, Huang Dongdong felt like drawing his sword while looking around in utter bewilderment. Solid fundamentals, fire elemental affinity, full marks for compatibility, you're truly promising seedling. Honestly, I'm even a bit envious of your master. Yiran gazed at Huang Dongdong with genuine appreciation, which made Huang Dongdong immediately wary. Stop looking at me like that. Hearing this, Yiran froze momentarily. Don't even think about it. Just because I'm small, you can't fool me. Aren't you just trying to pull shady tricks on me? Let me be straight with you, no way. I, your little master here, am straight as an arrow. After saying this, Huang Dongdong deliberately, yet seemingly casually, cast a glance toward Wang Dachuan in the bedroom. Hearing this, Yiran also understood the reason behind Huang Dongdong's behavior all along. For a moment, Yiran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy before him was far more interesting than he'd imagined. Stop laughing, what's so funny? Seeing Yiran acting like a mischievous child, Huang Dongdong grew even angrier, shouting at him furiously. Okay, I won't laugh. Though Yiran said she wouldn't laugh, the grin on her face was practically impossible to suppress. Her expression made Huang Dongdong so mad that he stomped his feet furiously where he stood. Creak! Just as Huang Dongdong was stomping her feet in anger, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. Wang Dachuan, rubbing his bleary eyes and yawning, looked at the lively living room with a silly grin. Huang Dongdong, what are you doing at Teacher Ye's apartment too? When Huang Dongdong saw Wang Dachuan, said with deep sorrow, look at what you've done to Wang Dachuan. It's almost noon and he's still this exhausted. Huang Dongdong really misjudged you, these dirty under-the-table dealings. You just saw Wang Dachuan's cultivation setback and took advantage. Wait, what? Huang Dongdong, who had been ready to continue his accusations, now stared at Wang Dachuan with a face full of shock. He looked Wang Dachuan up and down, rubbing his eyes again as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Dachuan, did you break through? Hearing Huang Dongdong's question, Wang Dachuan nodded with simple honesty. Yeah, woke up and broke through to gold, hee. Hearing Wang Dachuan's affirmative reply, Huang Dongdong's eyes widened in shock. What's going on here? If memory serves, wasn't Wang Dachuan barely at the late-stage silver level when they were at the restaurant? He should still be far from breaking through to gold level. And yet merely 2 days apart, just enough time for me to complete some paperwork. Wang Dachuan had already advanced from silver to gold rank? Even cultivating demonic arts shouldn't progress this fast, right? Yi Ran stood by, watching Huang Dongdong's shocked expression with an amused smile. He couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Senior brother Dachuan, give it your all, let our exchange students see your current strength. Oh, yes, master. With that, Wang Dachuan's eyes narrowed slightly as his aura erupted with terrifying intensity. Early gold stage, mid gold stage, late gold stage. When Wang Dachuan reached the late-stage gold realm, his inflated momentum finally began to wane. After Wang Dachuan's aura stabilized, Huang Dongdong's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Late-stage gold realm? Huang Dongdong shrieked in disbelief. For a moment, his gaze darted between Wang Dachuan and Yi Ran. He swallowed hard. Who am I? What am I doing? What kind of outrageous ghost stories are these? Chapter 51, 16 Transcendence. What a grand spectacle. It was all Teacher Ye's guidance. I told you, Teacher Yi is truly amazing. Wang Dachuan characteristically rubbed his head, withdrawing his imposing aura, wearing a foolishly sincere smile. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan with complicated emotions in his eyes. His mind was already running wild with imagination. Just how much had Wang Dachuan sacrificed for Yeren to achieve such tremendous progress? For a moment, he gazed at Wang Dachuan with heartfelt sympathy. Dachuan, can you hold in your poop every day? Wang Dachuan listened to Huang Dongdong's absurd statement, his wide eyes brimming with crystal-clear confusion. What kind of nonsense is that? We martial artists practice Kegel exercises daily, how could we possibly lack control? Could it be you're struggling with this yourself? Huang Dongdong waved his hands dismissively. Of course I'm not. Seeing Wang Dachuan's expression, he grew visibly agitated. De-chun, stop pretending you don't understand. I'm telling you, I know everything now. Bang! Before Huang Dongdong could finish speaking, a sharp cracking sound erupted directly above his forehead. Clutching his forehead in pain, Huang Dongdong glared at Yi Ran with wide, furious eyes. The texture feels nice, and the brainpower's certainly sharp, too bad it's all twisted. Yi Ran flexed his fingers. Huang Dongdong covered his head, glaring at Yi Ran as if to say more. But Yi Ran ignored him, turning instead to ask Wang Dachuan. How does it feel? Wang Dachuan grinned, revealing 2 neat rows of teeth. Master, I feel like I have endless strength now, stronger than ever before. He patted his chest. A loud bang sound rang out, as if something had struck against alloy metal. Yi Ran turned around in a circle and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he clicked his tongue in astonishment and said, those flesh and blood, even if others could manage to eat them, they'd probably explode from the energy contained within. Not only did you consume them, but you completely digested and absorbed them in just one night. Your physical constitution is truly worthy of an S-class ability user. Wang Dachuan listened to Yi Ran's praise. Not knowing how to respond, he just stood there grinning foolishly. S-rank? Huang Dongdong spotted the catch, looking at Wang Dachuan with intense disbelief in his eyes. De-chun, you're actually an S-rank superhuman? It's all thanks to Teacher Ye's guidance. Without him, I'd still be a useless loser. Wang Dachuan smiled sheepishly, looking at Yi Ran with grateful eyes, while Huang Dongdong shook his head in disbelief. If Wang Dachuan's rapid improvement in strength was something he could still accept, an S-class superpower user was truly beyond Huang Dongdong's comprehension. No wonder Huang Dongdong was so astonished, as he had previously known about Wang Dachuan's basic foundations anyway. He was just a problematic Class A awakened ability user. But now they're saying Wang Dachuan is an S-level ability user? And he advanced to S-level through Yi Ran's guidance? This is simply too unreal. Originally, S-rank individuals were as rare as national treasures, let alone ability users who successfully advanced to S-rank through secondary awakening. This is truly 1 in 10 million, no 1 in 100 million. Wang Dachuan's experience alone was already unbelievable enough. Yet Wang Dachuan claimed it was all accomplished with Yi Ran's guidance? What kind of international joke is this? The Ability Alliance is aiding Andrew's second awakening. A great feat accomplished at the cost of 3 diamond-ranked flower card sacrifices. Now it could be easily accomplished just with Yi Ran's guidance? Moreover, if Yeren were truly capable of performing such miracles, why wouldn't he seek fame and glory, instead of holding up as a mere instructor in a small class? Huang Dongdong's eyes were filled with suspicion. He felt that Yeren and Wang Dachuan were jointly deceiving him. Dachuan, I still find it impossible to believe he's S-rank. How could a twice-awakened S-rank be this easy to come by? Huang Dongdong was blunt, always speaking his mind without hesitation. Listening to Huang Dongdong's question, Wang Dachuan chuckled and said, I don't really know what I am now either, but since Teacher Yi says so, then I guess I am. Seeing Wang Dachuan's utterly indifferent attitude, Huang Dongdong said angrily, You big dummy, Do you even know what an S-class superhuman represents? And this is the attitude you're giving me? Wang Dachuan said nonchalantly, I know, but so what? Huang Dongdong rolled her eyes. You big dummy, do you really think he's some kind of god who can magically elevate you to S-level superhuman status? Your power boost must have come from some shady shortcut method he used, who knows what kind of damage it might have done to your body. As the scion of a prestigious family, Huang Dongdong's knowledge far exceeded ordinary people's. He was quite familiar with those unorthodox methods that could temporarily enhance one's abilities. Wang Dachuan shook his head and said earnestly, Dongdong, you shouldn't speak of Instructor Yi that way. Huang Dongdong pouted his lips. I told you, Dachuan, think about it carefully, that's an S-class superhuman we're talking about, if it's really true. Wang Dachuan interrupted Huang Dongdong. Dongdong, stop it. Whether it's S-class or not doesn't matter. Just being able to follow Teacher Yi is enough for me. Huang Dongdong took a deep breath, looking at Wang Dachuan with an expression of hopelessness as he shook Dachuan by the shoulders. Big dummy, wake up. Your brain's about to be completely washed out. Huang Dongdong, seems like you don't believe Wang Dachuan is an S-class superhuman? Just as Huang Dongdong was violently shaking Wang Dachuan, Yi Ran's voice came from behind. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran and said defiantly, that's for sure. How rare S-class superhumans are, Dachuan might not know, but how could you not know? Yi Ran paid no mind to Huang Dongdong's skepticism. He stood up and looked at Wang Dachuan. Perfect timing, I happen to want to see exactly how strong an S-rank superhuman can be. Let's go. As he spoke, grabbing a jacket, Yi Ran strode toward the door. Got it, master. Without even asking where they were going, Wang Dachuan immediately followed Yiran. Huang Dongdong watched as both were about to leave and asked, where are you guys going? Yiran glanced at Huang Dongdong and replied, of course we're going to the training room. Where else would we go? Are you coming or not? I'm coming, of course, and I'm going to expose you myself, so you can't brainwash Dachuan anymore. As she spoke, Huang Dongdong also prepared to leave. Yiran looked at this tiny little kid whose eyes still sparkled with laughter. The kid had an extremely strong sense of justice and a fiery temper to boot. He was the straightforward type, no ill intentions, just speaking his mind without hesitation. Truth be told, it suited Yi Ran's temperament quite well. All in all, the more Yi Ran observed Huang Dongdong, the more amusing he found him. Suddenly seized by a playful whim, Yi Ran deliberately teased Huang Dongdong, saying, what if Dachuan really is an S-rank superhuman? Huang Dongdong stiffened his neck and declared, if Dachuan's truly an S-rank superhuman, I'll jump off this building. Without using any cultivation techniques? Yi Ran poured oil on the fire. Huang Dongdong's explosive temper couldn't withstand such provocation, and he immediately bit back at Yi Ran's words. Fine, I won't use it. If I do use it, I'll be your grandson. I'm not that old, nor do I want such a disobedient grandson like you. Ugh, you're driving me crazy. Huang Dongdong was constantly on the verge of exploding in front of Yi Ran. Upon hearing Huang Dongdong's threat to jump off the building, Wang Dachuan rushed to cover his mouth. Dongdong, you mustn't do this, absolutely mustn't. Breaking free from Wang Dachuan's grip, Huang Dongdong glared at Yi Ran and said defiantly, I'm betting today, if Huang Dachuan is S-rank, I'll jump off. If he's not, then you jump. Hearing Huang Dongdong's wild rant, Yi Ran's smile grew even brighter. A gentleman's word? Not just 4 horses couldn't take it back, even 8 horses couldn't catch it. Huang Dongdong declared resolutely. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a cheerful smile. Looking forward to your performance. Just as the three of them were bickering with each other, 1,000 meters directly above Demon Capital's Advanced Martial Arts Academy, deep within the clouds where no one could perceive, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was slender with a head of white hair, particularly those long white whiskers that nearly reached their waist. If Su Yukai had been present, he would have immediately prostrated himself in worship. This person was none other than the principal of Modu Advanced Martial Arts Academy, one of Modu's 3 pillars, the acknowledged king of space, the void sovereign, Baisu. Baisu lowered his gaze, coldly observing the cookie-sized campus beneath him. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, 16 transcendents, quite the grand spectacle. Not even a courtesy greeting, as if this old man were invisible. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Nation-Slaying Transcendent. Humph. With a cold snort from Whitebeard, the surrounding space began to distort, even the clouds twisting into bizarre shapes. In the instant distortion of space, about a dozen figures emerged. At first, everyone was momentarily stunned, but then they all used their abilities to hover at this kilometer-high altitude. Just as everyone was staring at each other in bewilderment, trying to figure out what on earth was going on, Baisu's coldly detached voice rang in everyone's ears. Esteemed guests, have you barged in uninvited thinking our Demon Magic Academy has no defenders? High in the air above, Baisu's aura expanded boundlessly. Everyone present silently channeled their power to resist Baisu. Only those who have transcended the ordinary can withstand the extraordinary. Good, Good, very good. Bai Su let out a cold laugh and uttered good 3 times in succession, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Who would have thought that our Magic City High Martial Arts Academy could welcome over a dozen Transcendents present simultaneously in a single day? This must be the grandest occasion since our school's founding. Across the entire Dragon Nation with its population exceeding 3 billion, there are barely 30 Transcendents in total. Judging by this proportion, most people might never encounter the extraordinary even once in their lifetime. Yet, those elusive supernaturals who are usually as rare as dragon sightings, have actually gathered at the Gaowu Academy in the Demon Cities simultaneously. If word of this got out, the hype would have already gone off the charts. All the extraordinary beings present listened to Baishu's words in complete silence. Seeing this, Baishu narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you all dared to come here, why not show your true faces openly?" Baishu swept his gaze around, declaring boldly, "If you wish to visit our academy, abandon your disguises, and we'll welcome you with open arms. But if you're here with ulterior motives, turn back to where you came from." As Bai Su's voice faded, suddenly a superhuman spoke to him. "Bai Su, surely you don't think you can stand against all of us alone?" Bai Su narrowed his eyes, and instantly his aura began to surge violently. The surrounding space started to warp subtly, becoming vaguely distorted. The white robe fluttered fiercely in the wind as Bai Su declared with murderous intent, "It's been years since I last took action. It seems you've all nearly forgotten me." Bai Su's overwhelming aura surged toward the assembled Transcendents. Many of the weaker Transcendents had already begun circulating their chi to resist the pressure. Bai Su single-handedly fought against more than a dozen superhumans, yet didn't show the slightest sign of losing ground. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this very moment, one of the superhumans shed their disguise. Instantly, their originally frail and small figure began to expand dramatically. Like a force of nature, a hulking giant floated among the clouds. His colossal frame stood like a mountain, his steely muscles gleaming with metallic luster under the sunlight. Now gazing at Bai Su, he solemnly rendered a military salute. Junior Li Wancheng pays his respects to Elder Bai Su. After clearly seeing who had arrived, Bai Su said indifferently, "Never thought even military personnel would come to join the excitement. It seems that prodigy is truly remarkable. Is the military here to strong-arm and seize again?" Li Changwant, known as the Shield of the Empire, the Steel Great Wall, the Absolute Defense, the S-Class Superhuman, the youngest transcendent cultivated by the military, the unwavering backbone of the Dragon Nation's armed forces, was the rising star of the Dragon Nation's military. Upon hearing Bai Su's words, Li Wancheng replied with a chuckle, "Senior must be joking. We all belong to the same national system. How could we possibly do such a thing? Is that so? How has Zhang Hedong been doing in your military department?" Bai Su mentioned Zhang Hedong's name. Hearing this, Li Wancheng gave an awkward smile. Zhang Hedong, once the super genius of Modu High Martial Arts Academy. It was none other than his superior, Yi Xiaogua, who tricked him into joining the military department in the first place. Bai Su's words now were clearly meant as a reminder to him. Your military department has a shady past, so don't play the innocent saint here. Li Wancheng chuckled good-naturedly to mask his embarrassment before turning serious and saying, "Senior, now is not the time to discuss this. Although our military department values talent, we understand priorities perfectly well. General Yi asked me to convey a message to you." Li Wancheng paused briefly before stating solemnly, "National interests take precedence above all else. As for which institution claims this genius, whether it's any organization within Dragon Country or not, this talent must never go abroad." Bai Su furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. "Is the information accurate?" Li Wancheng nodded. "Yesterday, the military detected 3 supers sneaking into the country, and there are probably several others they didn't pick up on." Li Wancheng narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. "Whether detected or undetected, I believe everyone must be gathered here right now." Li Wancheng's implication was clear. The military had deployed superhumans here with the intention of recruiting that extraordinary genius. But the more important task is, we must never let this super genius be poached by foreign forces. Don't let the fertile water flow to others' fields. We Chinese nationals should keep our talent competition strictly within our own doors. That's perfectly acceptable. But if it falls into the hands of foreign forces, we will never allow it. The immediate priority now is to drive away the foreign superhumans first." Bai Su remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Seeing Bai Su's nod, Li Wancheng silently moved to stand behind him. The situation on the field shifted from Bai Su alone confronting all superpowers to Bai Su and Li Wancheng standing together against them. For a moment, certain supernaturals who had originally harbored intentions now flashed wary looks in their eyes. Not that Li Wancheng's addition made them significantly stronger, but simply because Li Wancheng represented the military might of Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation Military Command. These 4 words carry the weight of Mount Tai. With the backing of the military command, the confrontation between the two sides reached an unusual equilibrium. At this moment, Bai Su wasn't paying much attention to others. He kept squinting at a rather ordinary-looking man. Truth be told, Bai Su hadn't cared about other superhumans from the very beginning. If it weren't for the fact that this particular superhuman before him made him hesitate like one fearing to smash the rat for fear of smashing the vase, he had already made his move. No reason other than this, that all the other supernatural beings were swept up by his spatial transference. Yet only this one not only effortlessly disrupted his spatial shift, he accurately pinpointed the location of his teleportation and flew up on his own. Such formidable strength could only be achieved by a transcendent on his level or perhaps even stronger. In other words, this ordinary-looking transcendent before him possessed power that could truly rival the three pillars of Demon City, a bona fide nation-slaughtering level transcendent. A nation-slaughtering superhuman, as the name suggests, is truly capable of annihilating an entire nation single-handedly, earning the reputation of being human-shaped nuclear weapons. No major power would ever allow foreign nation-slaughtering superhumans to freely enter its borders. It's currently unclear whether this individual is a nation-slaying superhuman from domestic or foreign origins. There's no telling whether this person is friend or foe, so naturally we can't act recklessly. Bai Su carefully observed this nation-slaying superhuman, wanting to guess the origins of this nation-slaughtering grade superhuman from those faint clues, but unfortunately, Bai Su was disappointed. Under his careful observation, this superhuman showed no unusual movements whatsoever, as if it were a stone, impervious to all external influences. Even its aura remained completely concealed, were it not for the fact of hovering a kilometer high in the air. With such presence and appearance, standing among a crowd would, he was simply a complete extra in every sense. Bai Su's eyes grew slightly sharper as he failed to discern this person's identity. Speaking loudly to the mysterious transcendent, he said, "With strength such as yours, do you still not dare to show your true face?" Chapter 53, The Siege Weapon, Lan Moyen. This transcendent looked at Bai Su without speaking much. Buzz. This ordinary-looking transcendent removed his disguise. When the disguise vanished, there appeared an extraordinarily handsome young man, with flowing hair, starry eyes, sword-like brows and radiant features, so beautiful that even women would envy him. However, when this peerlessly handsome youth shed his disguise, all the extraordinary beings unanimously retreated several meters away from the young man. Each regarded him as if facing a formidable enemy, their eyes revealing undisguised wariness. The way they looked at the youth, it was like gazing upon an ancient demon god that had existed since time immemorial. When Bai Su clearly saw who had arrived, his white beard quivered with rage. Yet despite his initial alarm as if facing a formidable enemy, Bai Su, at this moment, he felt considerably more relaxed. After all, the only transcendent here whose strength was on par with his own, was fucking on his side. He narrowed his eyes at the young man before him. Even if the military department is poaching talent, must our education bureau do the same? Or has our demon martial academy already become independent and no longer belongs to the education bureau? The young man looked at Bai Su, his expression still icy. "I'm not poaching, but that genius is mine." His words were brief yet domineering, showing not the slightest regard for Bai Su's dignity. As it turned out, Bai Su wasn't actually angry, he just shot the youth a mildly annoyed look. "Can't even be bothered to pretend, huh? No wonder people say you've got terrible social skills," Bai Su grumbled. The young man simply responded indifferently with 3 words. "I don't care." Then the young man turned around, though no one noticed when he had drawn a sword in his hand. With his back facing Bai Su and Li Wancheng, he looked toward all the transcendent beings around him. "Dragon Nation superhumans, remove your disguises. Non-Dragon Nation superhumans, retreat." These simple words spoken by the young man pierced the ears of every still disguised superhuman like sharp blades. At first, the superhumans hesitated, seeing these transcendent beings persistently refusing to shed their disguises. The young man snorted coldly. In an instant, the sword in the young man's hand vanished. Yet precisely at that moment of disappearance, all the supernatural beings appeared on high alert, each deploying their energy defenses one after another. Ding, ding, ding. No offensive movements could be seen, yet piercing sword chimes resonated directly within every supernatural being's chest. Many transcendents were forced back several meters. Even worse, some failed to block the young man's sword entirely, leaving clear blade marks on their arms. With just one person and one sword, he repelled over a dozen transcendents, even wounding several of them. His strength could only be described as terrifying. One last time, drop the facade. Lan Moyen's 8 simple words solidified into blades of killing intent that stabbed directly between the eyebrows of all the superhumans. Every superhuman fell silent. Although Bai Su was a nation-slaughtering level superhuman, but their sense of responsibility for the greater good made them disbelieve that Bai Su would dare commit indiscriminate slaughter. Yet this one before them was truly capable of following through on his words. When he said kill, he meant it with lethal intent. Moments later, many superhumans reluctantly shed their disguises. As expected of Dragon Nation's ultimate weapon of conquest, I'm thoroughly convinced. Truly astonishing, to cultivate to the point where even one's voice resembles divine weaponry. Lan Moyen, your comprehension of the sword has deepened considerably since last time. Director Lan, how on earth did you manage it to reach the nation-slaughtering level at such a young age? Truly, the world belongs to the younger generation now. For a moment, the disguised superhumans of Dragon Country all removed their facades and began flattering the young man. But even with such lavish praise, yet not a single person dared to approach within 3 meters of the young man, as if this 3-meter radius around him was a terrifying no-man's land of death. The young man, named Lan Moyen, was known as the siege weapon, one throat strike sword, Dragon Nation's sword god, a nation-slaying class superhuman. The most dazzling prodigy the sword god sect has seen in 10,000 years, living a life that could be called a reprint of Wang Tang. Lan Moyen has been one with the sword since childhood, reaching gold at 3, platinum at 9, and diamond at 12. At the age of 18, he evoked resonant sword chimes from the founder's divine blade, the unedged Wufeng of the sword god sect, ultimately gaining the recognition of the divine weapon Wufeng. He broke through to the mirror of swords in one fell swoop, reaching transcendence upon coming of age. With nothing left to learn within the sword god sect, he ventured beyond the mountains to temper himself through experience. Arrived at the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education to take up a post. The reason why it was called Lan Moyen's offensive heavy weapon was that back then, the 3 great sword sects of the Foot Basin country sent their transcendent experts together to provoke Dragon Kingdom's sword arts. And after defeating many sword sect schools, Lan Moyen, alone with his sword, challenged the 3 extraordinary sword masters of the Potsu country. And in the end, Lan Moyen effortlessly slaughtered all 3 without sustaining a single injury. From that moment onward, Lan Moyen was officially recognized as a nation-slaying level extraordinary being. Above the clouds, the ceaseless flattery of numerous transcendent beings filled the air. In an instant, the deadlocked situation was suddenly cleaved open by Lan Moyen's solitary sword. Lan Moyen paid no heed to the adulation of the assembled transcendents. He merely pointed his sword at the other awakened ones who hadn't shed their disguises. 3 seconds. Get lost. Having Blue Mo Yan's sword aimed at them, these supernaturals instantly felt spines creeping down their backs, shuddering with soul-deep tremors. Wait, a foreign superhuman began to speak in broken Dragon Country dialect, trying to say something, when Lan Moyen's icy voice cut through. 3, 2, before the count even reached 1. With a resounding hum, the remaining superhumans who hadn't removed their disguises demonstrated their unique abilities, vanishing instantly from the spot. Bai Su watched with admiration in his heart and couldn't help but marvel. One man, one sword, single-handedly simplified the complex situation involving over a dozen extraordinary beings, making it clear and bright. Lan Moyen's conduct was akin to his sword, clean and decisive. Though Lan Moyen spoke bluntly, untempered by social niceties, who truly possessed the worth to demand such courtesies from this peerless young prodigy? Since the foreign forces have been driven out, those domestic ones will be easier to deal with. Bai Su surveyed the remaining transcendents around him. Good grief! Those from sects, noble clans, even other academies. Basically, all those who should come and shouldn't have come are now here. Seeing this, Bai Su's face darkened slightly, because those who chose not to remove their disguises and oppose him, Bai Su, were mostly members of aristocratic sects and powerful families. Although the Dragon Kingdom is currently flourishing, it still suffers from its own maladies, namely the dominance of sectarian aristocratic families, with many of their members embedded within official institutions. Though some sectarian aristocratic families remain relatively benign, but some sect families, taking advantage of their positions, began recruiting talents and suppressing dissidents, completely disregarding national development, caring only about strengthening their own clans and sects, especially by leveraging their power to pressure various major academies into supplying talent for them, turning them into vassals of their sect families. This leaves many ordinary people with exceptional talents struggling to find opportunities to shine, and today, quite a few of those present are from these sect families. Of course, these issues didn't form overnight, and eradicating them won't be the work of a single day either. To eradicate these forces completely, it's impossible for him to accomplish alone as a school principal. Although Bai Su was dissatisfied, he didn't voice his thoughts. He cleared his throat but didn't speak immediately. Everyone must have come here after hearing the news that our school has produced a genius who crushes platinum-tier opponents with golden-tier prowess. Bai Su's words silenced everyone present. Bai Su paused before continuing. Here, I want to clarify one thing, this matter is absolutely true. Chapter 54, I'm informing you, not asking your opinion. As soon as these words were spoken, all the transcendent beings present exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with concealed excitement while simultaneously betraying faint confusion. The excitement stemmed from Bai Su's statement confirming this genius truly existed, while the confusion arose from they didn't understand what meaning Bai Su intended by speaking so frankly. All present were extraordinary beings, naturally aware of the vast difference between a platinum rank expert who has touched the laws and entered the Tao, and a gold rank who hasn't yet forged their own path. Yet there are those who, by sheer talent and ability, manage to shatter this ironclad rule. If such a monster belonged to one's own family, they would desperately hope that no other faction would learn even a whisper of information. So why did Bai Su openly share this matter with them? They all understood the rarity of such talent. Could Bai Su be unaware of it? Bai Su's move in this chess game truly left everyone bewildered. Yet confusion aside, since Bai Su had been so forthright, the extraordinary beings present chose to play along, ready to counter-move as the situation unfolded. Principal Bai, is this truly the case? Congratulations, Principal Bai. As expected of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, first there was Zhang Hedong, who dominated an entire generation, and now, in just a few years, another prodigy of this caliber has emerged. Magic Capital High Martial Academy, a place of outstanding talent and spiritual energy. Principal Bai, why don't you take us to see the brilliance of this genius for ourselves? The Transcendents were all cunning individuals, immediately launching into a chorus of flattery toward Bai Su. The conversation took so many twists and turns that it eventually came to Bai Su taking them to meet Yuran. Bai Su observed everything unfolding, when suddenly the situation took an unexpected turn. He scanned the assembled crowd. If your purpose in coming here was to recruit this prodigy, I'd advise you all to abandon that notion. At this moment, the superhumans protested. Why, Principal Bai? Principal Bai, everyone has their own strengths. How can you be sure which field suits this genius best? That's right, Principal Bai, we shouldn't hinder his development, should we? Principal Bai, isn't this inappropriate? When did Magic Capital High Martial Academy become so obstinately conservative? Principal Bai, you're one of our foundation stones. How can you bear to see such extraordinary talent denied their brightest future? Since when did Magic Capital High Martial Academy become a place that shackles genius? The crowd clamored with their own arguments, countering Bai Su's stance relentlessly. Bai Su calmly waved his hand and addressed all the superhumans. Everyone, hold on for a moment. I, Bai, am not an unreasonable person. It's just that this genius isn't a student, he's a mentor. A mentor? All the superhumans' minds went blank for a moment. Bai Su nodded solemnly. I know you all have your ways to privately locate this prodigy, but I'm sorry to say, he's a mentor at our Shanghai Advanced Martial Arts Institute, bound by contract. Until his contract expires, none of you can take him away. Ladies and gentlemen, please leave now. Bai Su's tone carried an uncompromising finality, his aura intensifying with undeniable authority. After all, mentors are different from students. Students can be poached by other factions through various means, and the school can do nothing about it. But mentors are different. All mentors have signed contracts. These contracts represent the legally binding rules conferred by Dragon Country. No force can arbitrarily poach someone already bound by contract. For official institutions like universities, all those who have signed contracts are equivalent to disciples who have formally joined a sect. Whoever heard of any faction seeing talented disciples from another sect and simply snatching them by force? Wait for that sect's ancestor to risk his life chasing after you. Of course, matters like contracts not having expired yet. Under normal circumstances, what would such things mean to transcendent beings like them? But Bai Su openly announced the terms of the contract in front of all the extraordinary beings present. It's clear they're looking for a rule that appears reasonable, one that can silence all those with extraordinary abilities. This matter, the Magic Capital Advanced Martial Arts Academy refusing to release personnel is compliant and reasonable. Some rules, when they're of no use, weigh less than a goose feather, but once placed on the table, it carries the weight of 1,000 gold. Such is the principle. By doing this, Bai Su aims to clearly convey to these transcendent beings, here's your way out, know when to quit while you're ahead. Everyone is getting along amicably, let's not end up with lingering resentment between us. Bai Su, as one of the pillars of Demon Capital and a steadfast guardian of Dragon Country, has made considering the bigger picture his foremost principle in conduct. For a moment, the supernaturals fell silent. Suddenly, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. But Principal Bai, we could simply arrange a transfer if needed. Our department happens to require such talent. Have him report to our department tomorrow. Even after Bai Su's firm statement, some transcendents still recklessly spoke up beside him. The tone even carried a hint of command. This individual was precisely one of those transcendent beings from a certain sect, among those enthusiasts fond of forming small cliques. Through the maneuvers of his backing forces, he secured a leadership position within the functional departments of Dragon Country, holding high authority and great power. Long-term indulgence in issuing arbitrary commands had endowed him with an inexplicable self-confidence. After all, Their department had frequently borrowed instructors from major universities. Such matters were already familiar routines to them. The guy looked at the silent crowd with a hint of smugness, thinking he was the first to come up with a solution, unaware that everyone else was looking at him like he was already dead. Bai-Su watched the transcendent with cold indifference. Are you talking to me? Is there a problem, Principal Bai? Temporary transfer doesn't violate any. Before the superhuman could finish speaking, instantly, countless distorted spaces manifested around this superhuman. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The extraordinary forearm twisted a full 180 degrees, forged with superhuman strength into tempered steel, yet it shattered under this terrifying spatial distortion. Before anyone could react, several more crack sounds followed. This extraordinary individual didn't even have a chance to resist, and his knees were snapped directly. His entire body gave out, and he collapsed to his knees before Bai-Su. Excruciating pain drained all color from the transcendent's face. Cold sweat broke out across his skin. Bai-Su silently stepped forward, looking down at him. It seems everyone has truly forgotten me after staying inactive for so long. All the superhumans present witnessed this scene, their eyes brimming with undisguised fear. Yet Bai-Su made no offensive move whatsoever. Merely relying on his comprehension of the laws, he effortlessly crushed a transcendent being. At this moment, everyone finally remembered that this usually amiable old man was in fact a true nation-slaughtering transcendent. He had merely concocted a contract as an excuse, give the major domestic factions some face, yet some reckless fools actually tried to challenge the authority of a nation-slaughtering superhuman. Bai-Su ignored the collapsed superhuman and spoke to the others behind him. Listen well, this is a notification, not a discussion. Gentlemen, is there anything in my words that remains unclear? Bai-Su scanned the room with an unyielding tone. Wherever his gaze fell, none dared meet his eyes. All the supernaturals fell silent. Everyone knows, if one more word is spoken, the next person to collapse on the ground would be oneself. The once excited atmosphere was instantly extinguished by Bai-Su's single remark. Old Bai, what if that kid's contract expires and he's no longer part of your demon martial faction? Suddenly, from the crowd, an elderly transcendent spoke up. This person was none other than from the top-tier noble family of the capital. One of the three ancestral figures of the Zhu family, the ancestor of the Azure Phoenix, the Taoist of the Luan bird, Zhu Qingguan. Clearly, regardless of their relationship, Zhu Changqing was at least an old acquaintance of Bai-Su. Bai-Su cast a glance at the old woman. When the contract expires, we'll rely on our own abilities. Agreed. Then this old soul won't disturb you further. The elderly woman cupped her hands in salute, her form dissolving into nothingness as she vanished. One departed, and the other transcendents saw no hope. One by one, they rose and chose to leave. This farce was finally coming to an end. Watching these transcendents leave, Bai-Su was still pondering the words of the phoenix bird Taoist Zhu Qingguan from earlier. He murmured to himself, have they already discovered this kid's identity? Then, Bai-Su shook his head helplessly. The Zhu family. Never thought I'd get caught up in this dragon-phoenix rivalry. Chapter 55. Two exceptional oddballs among transcendents. Senior Bai, what are you thinking about? Just as Bai-Su was deep in thought, a solid voice came from behind him. Bai-Su turned his head to look. Li Wancheng and Lan Moyan were still standing there, with no intention of leaving. Bai-Su stared at the two shameless stickabouts, first shooting a glare at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng pretended not to notice, as if he were slow to react. Principal Bai, let me tell you, the food at our Magic City Martial Arts School is truly outstanding. Ever since that last meal, I just can't get it out of my mind. How about this? I'll do odd jobs for you here, and you provide me with meals, what do you say? Li Wancheng looked at Bai-Su with a beaming smile. His eyes were brimming with sincerity, with not a trace of deceit to be seen. If you won't let me look for geniuses, then I simply won't look. Surely you wouldn't turn down a transcendent like me just looking for odd jobs here. Bai-Su looked at Li Wancheng, feeling somewhat exasperated. A superhuman like you coming to school for odd jobs. Using a cannon to swat a mosquito, aren't we? Though drunk, the old man's target isn't wine, who can't see what you're really after? This wasn't his first encounter with Li Wancheng either. One could say he's honed his skin to an exceptionally thick degree. What other supers couldn't bring themselves to do, he does without hesitation. The burdens other supers couldn't let go of, he discards at will. Coupled with military orders, this stubborn leech probably can't be shaken off no matter what. Report for orientation tomorrow, you'll be our academy's most unprofessional instructor from now on. Bai-Su couldn't drive him away no matter what, so he could only discuss the guy a bit. Alright, Dean Bai, to be frank, working at Modu Advanced Martial Arts Academy has been the greatest dream of my entire life. Li Wancheng wasn't angry at all, on the contrary, he smiled and expressed gratitude. Watching this, Bai-Su could only shake his head in disbelief. This kind of guy, even if you slap him, you'd only worry he might enjoy it too much. But it doesn't matter, given Li Wancheng's capabilities and the military's caliber. Everything remains well within his control. while that other pest who stubbornly refuses to leave nearby. Bai Su gazed at Lan Moyan's handsome face, his head aching slightly. What about you, Director Lan? Don't tell me you're also coming to our school as a part-time instructor? Bai Su looked at Lan Moyan with speechless exasperation. After all, Lan Moyan belonged to the education department. Strictly speaking, she was his superior in terms of official rank, and when it came to strength, both Lan Moyan and he were slaughter state transcendents. Moreover, Lan Moyan pursued the path of swordsmanship, the apex of offensive cultivation. He might even be slightly superior in offensive combat skills. Lan Moyan, who couldn't be reasoned with verbally nor reliably defeated in a fight, was precisely what gave Bai Su the most headaches. Hearing Bai Su's question, Lan Moyan turned her head around. Beneath the sunlight's glow, this handsome face radiated a captivating brilliance. No need. Hearing Lan Moyan's concise reply, Bai Su let out a long sigh of relief. Which class is he in? I want to be a student there. Bai Su hadn't been happy for long before Lan Moyan's words sent him stumbling, nearly losing control and plummeting from the sky. Even Li Wancheng beside them was choked by Lan Moyan's statement, coughing incessantly. Both men widened their eyes, staring at the unfazed Lan Moyan standing nearby. Are you kidding me? A national-level transcendent choosing to be an auditor? At this moment, Li Wancheng felt his decision might have been somewhat too conservative. You're serious? Bai Su couldn't help but ask. Lan Moyan calmly gazed at Bai Su and pointed at his own face. What, is it against the rules? For a moment, Bai Su and the other person fell silent as they gazed at Lan Moyan's extraordinarily handsome face radiating youthful charm. Although Lan Moyan was undoubtedly the supreme leader among transcendent-level experts, but judging by his age, he really was only college-going years old. If Lan Moyan went through enrollment procedures, he wouldn't even need to forge his age. Truly not against any rules. For a moment, Bai Su opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to say, because he couldn't find a damn reason to rebut Lan Moyan. Lan Moyan, what the hell do you want? Bai Su couldn't help but blurt out. Lan Moyan looked at Bai Su, briefly pondered, then replied, I want to go to school. Listening to Lan Moyan's concise and straightforward answer left Bai Su completely speechless. For a moment, the situation reached a stalemate. Seeing that Bai Su wasn't speaking anymore, Lan Moyan waved his hand dismissively. I need to see my student ID tomorrow. Lan Moyan spoke succinctly, then transformed into a luminous sword and vanished into the sky in an instant. Watching the fading glow of Lan Moyan's disappearance, Bai Su couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He glanced again at Li Wanyan beside him. Two transcendents. One determined to be the most amateur mentor, the other heading straight to the slacker class as a student. Madness, sheer fucking madness. How did we end up with two freaks like you among transcendents? Even the usually well-mannered Bai Su couldn't help but curse at this moment. Principal Bai, I'm still here, Li Wancheng said awkwardly. Bai Su shot Li Wancheng an annoyed glance, before finally vanishing into a twisted distortion of space. Li Wancheng stared blankly at the empty sky, and shouted, Principal, where do I go to complete my onboarding? The supernatural storm had temporarily come to an end. At this very moment inside the training room, Yi Ran, Wang Dachuan, and Huang Dongdong had already reserved a training chamber. But unlike before when they chose an ordinary silver-tier training room, this time Huang Dongdong used his authority from the Flame Sect, a specially designated training chamber exclusive to the Fire Sect. The walls are lined with fire-attributed gemstones. Entering immediately assaults one with waves of oppressive heat. Even the testing robots are constructed from top-grade flame-resistant high-strength materials. Besides, there were also all sorts of fire attribute treasures related to training brought back by previous generations of their fire sect. The moment Wang Dachuan entered, it was just like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, looking left and right, touching this for a while, then fiddling with that. Huang Dongdong let out a smug chuckle at the sight. Big oaf. Never seen such a high-end training room before, have you? Go wild today, if you break anything, it's on me. Wang Dachuan watched Huang Dongdong thumping his chest, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his head. Better not, last time I cracked the school's test robot. Seeing Wang Dachuan didn't believe him, Huang Dongdong anxiously pointed at the test robot. See that? This is the ultimate ice material my master specially traded from the western lands, maxed out in fire resistance and durability. Not only that, my master also installed a diamond-grade defensive formation on it. If you can smash this robot dummy today, I'll even call you dad if I have to. Hearing Huang Dongdong's earnest declaration, Wang Dachuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. After all, he had once accidentally smashed a testing robot. It was said that after the incident, the teacher in charge of supplies strictly investigated for a while. Wang Dachuan, already guilty with a thief's conscience, coupled with having to consume 30 pounds of raw meat daily. That was also when Wang Dachuan completely stopped going to the training room. Seeing Wang Dachuan still refusing, Huang Dongdong anxiously grabbed Wang Dachuan's arm and started pulling him toward the testing robot. You're doing this whether you like it or not. Today you'll take this test even if I have to force you. Huang Dongdong's frantic expression showed, just like little children showing off their toys only to be questioned afterward. Master, Wang Dachuan couldn't win an argument against Huang Dongdong and looked at Yeren with difficulty. Yeren lifted his head and said to Wang Dachuan, since Dongdong insists so warmly, you should go and give it a proper try too. Just right at S-rank strength, not just any training room can withstand it. Chapter 56, Huang Dongdong seen through. As soon as Yeren finished speaking, before Wang Dachuan could even nod, Huang Dongdong made a funny face at Yiran. Still lost in your grand dreams, Professor Yi. Yiran wasn't annoyed by the mischievous Huang Dongdong, merely smiling as he said, don't feel too bad, and burst into tears later. Who are you talking about? Whoever you think it is. You. Unable to win the argument against Yeren, Huang Dongdong stomped her feet in frustration. Just you wait, Huang Dongdong said angrily, I'm so pissed. You're definitely jumping off that building today. With that, Huang Dongdong grabbed Wang Dachuan's hand. Big dummy, come with me. The two of them promptly stood before the test robot. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, watch carefully. With my current strength, there's still some gap compared to an S-class superhuman. If you can't even match the power of this punch of mine, don't even mention about S-class superhumans. As he finished speaking, Huang Dongdong's entire body began to ignite with flames. The once fair and clean child, now turned as red as burning charcoal. With a single thought from Huang Dongdong, the fiery energy on his body rapidly gathered toward his right fist. The intense heat made the air visibly distort. Hey! With Huang Dongdong shouting with all his might, Huang Dongdong's right fist swung out instantly. The fiery energy atop his right fist transformed into a golden red dragon, resounding with a clarion draconic roar, as it blasted toward the test robot, instantly engulfing the machine in golden red flames. The formation array on the testing robot emitted a faint blue glow, resisting the scorching heat of the flames. Yet despite this, the testing robot gradually became red-hot under the burning. Moments later, Huang Dongdong retracted his fist and turned his gaze to the screen above the robot. The giant screen began spinning numbers wildly. Destruction value, 19,250. After seeing this scene, Huang Dongdong nodded in satisfaction. After reaching the golden level, the unique characteristics of various supernatural abilities are beginning to manifest. Damage can no longer be calculated purely by force alone. Thus, after numerous iterations and innovations of the test robots, all gold tier and above test robots are crafted from regenerative magical beast materials combined with specialized formations. When damaged within permissible limits, the array activates itself and restores completely. Even though this test robot was specially made by Hovent, its fundamental principles remain largely similar, just differing in material preciousness and array intensity. The testing standard for golden tier fighters shifts from pure force measurement to comprehensive evaluation of destruction value, thereby quantifying the paper strength of post-golden tier warriors. Destruction value, 19,250. Huang Dongdong pointed at the enormous screen with a triumphant look on his face as he stared at Wang Dachuan. See that, Dachuan, 19,250. A full-powered strike at the golden perfection realm typically yields destructive values between 15,000 to 20,000. Huang Dongdong's attack had reached. It's infinitely close to 20,000. Such destructive power can be said to be among the most supreme existences even within the golden perfection realm. Dumof, see that? This is what true power looks like. After saying this, Huang Dongdong couldn't resist turning her head to look at Yiran, shaking it with a little pride. Teacher Yi, not bad results, huh? That proud expression seemed to be telling Yiran, this building, you're jumping off it for sure. Faced with Huang Dongdong's provocation, Yiran still nodded with a smile on his face. Marvelous. The force of luck was just right, not a single stroke more would be wasted, nor a single stroke less adequate. It seems you've indeed put in considerable effort in your training. Your fire element combat technique has truly reached perfection. Your execution was the strongest strike among the 36 techniques of fire battle dragons in the wild. In terms of damage and destructive power, it ranks among the top-tier skills of all fire-based offensive techniques. Listening to Yiran's comments, Huang Dongdong tried to seem modest and composed, but being too young and inexperienced, he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth turning up. Ah, what can he do? Being invincible is so lonely. Bro, that's just how awesome I am. Ah, this irresistible charm of mine can't be contained, simply can't be contained. While Huang Dongdong swelled with pride, he couldn't help but admire Yiran's sharp eye for talent. It seems Yiran really has some skills when it comes to teaching and demonstrating profound knowledge. Yiran didn't even need to observe closely, yet could immediately discern the force behind his punches and the fluidity of his movements. And what's more, and even recognize at a glance which specific move of the fire element combat technique he was using. Such vision and knowledge are absolutely beyond what any ordinary mentor could possess. Yi Ran's voice suddenly came through again. Even if you could perfectly execute dragon battles in the wild, with your current strength, your destructive power shouldn't reach as high as 19,250. Upon hearing these words, Huang Dongdong, his body trembled slightly as he stared at Yi Ran with astonished eyes. Yi Ran thoughtfully stroked his chin, his gaze seeming to pierce right through Huang Dongdong. A genius idea, to completely concentrate the vent of your fire element technique's energy release at the triple burner meridian point on the ring finger during execution. This focuses all power into a single point to achieve qualitative transformation, massively amplifying its destructive potential. Your fire sect's fatal weakness for generations has always been the triple burner acupoint connected to the heart, yet you dared to invert this logic, using the vital point as a springboard to achieve a revolutionary leap in offensive methodology. Even your master wouldn't dare touch that place lightly, yet you attempted so boldly. Magnificent, brilliant yet reckless. I must say, the fire sect truly struck gold when they found you. Yi Ran meticulously unraveled the clues. Each word from these remarks pierced deep into Huang Dongdong's innermost sanctuary like arrows. At this moment, there was no trace of pride or complacency left on Huang Dongdong's face. Now he couldn't even close his mouth. He was completely stunned. How did he know? This unique technique of his, ever since he developed it successfully, he had never revealed to anyone. Not even his own master, Huo Wen, knew about it. Yet Yi Ran, merely by observing the instant he performed the technique, directly pointed it out? At this moment, Huang Dongdong felt as if he were standing completely naked before Yi Ran. There isn't any secret at all. What kind of ghost story is this? How sharp and piercing this gaze is? Huang Dongdong's gaze towards Yi Ran now carried a trace of fear. After noticing Huang Dongdong's expression, Wang Dachuan felt thoroughly satisfied. At last, he wasn't the only one whose worldview had been completely shattered by Teacher Yi. Yi Ran remained as calm as ever, as if he had done something trivial. He smiled at Huang Dongdong. What's going on? Where's our little reckless Neza who fears nothing? Hearing Yi Ran's teasing, Huang Dongdong thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what to say. He let out a long sigh, his expression complicated as he looked at Yeren. Are you human or a ghost? Hearing Huang Dongdong's words, Yeren smiled. Whether I'm human or ghost doesn't matter. What matters is, I know someone is jumping off a building today. Then, Yi Ran continued. Your perception is correct. Though your combat skills are proficient and your ideas truly ingenious, in terms of destructive power, you do indeed fall short compared to an S-class superhuman. Yi Ran turned to Huang Dongdong. Aren't you dying to see whether Wang Dachuan is really an S-class superhuman or not? Yi Ran turned his head towards Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, after all, opportunities like this training room are rare. Give it your all and truly experience your own strength. Oh, yes master. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan nodded his head. Then he said to Huang Dongdong with a smile. Then I'll begin now. As he spoke, Wang Dachuan walked up to the test robot that had already returned to its original state. Chapter 57. I told you to go all out, didn't you understand? Seeing Wang Dachuan standing firm, Huang Dongdong also held his breath and focused intently on Wang Dachuan. Although he was utterly shocked by Yi Ran's words, deep down he still didn't believe Wang Dachuan could successfully undergo a second awakening under Yi Ran's guidance. With one leap, he became an S-class superpowered being. After all, achieving such a secondary awakening is incredibly difficult. Other factions attempting to achieve even a single secondary awakening must invariably pay a grievous price. With just Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan working together, were they really able to complete a second awakening so effortlessly? Years of experience told Huang Dongdong this was absolutely impossible. Huang Dongdong glanced subtly at Yi Ran. Well, perhaps absolutely should be reconsidered. Huang Dongdong's heart was beating like a drum. Even if he didn't believe it one bit, there seemed to be a sliver of uncertainty in his heart. Though Yi Ran was watching Wang Dachuan walk up to the testing robot, he also caught the subtle change in Huang Dongdong's expression from the corner of his eye. Looking at this somewhat troubled young genius, a faint smile tugged imperceptibly at the corner of Yi Ran's lips. This was precisely the effect he wanted. Huang Dongdong was different from Wang Dachuan and Zhang Xiaoru. Huang Dongdong, famously accomplished from youth and extraordinarily brilliant, a prodigious young man who was accepted as a personal disciple by the fire sect since childhood, whether in daily life or cultivation, was naturally afforded every possible care and attention, with abilities far surpassing ordinary people. It's only natural that an arrogant and conceited character developed, and this arrogance is Huang Dongdong's greatest flaw, because to truly refine and achieve the Samadhi true fire golden body, Huang Dongdong must truly cultivate a peaceful state of mind to withstand the burning flames of inner turmoil. Otherwise, with his current unruly temperament tempering his golden physique, he would only fuel the fire that harms his heart, ultimately being consumed by the Samadhi true flames. And another crucial reason is, Huang Dongdong now resembles that monkey who just finished his training at the Oblique Moon 3 Stars Cave, not giving a damn even if the Jade Emperor himself came calling. Though the Jade Emperor issued several decrees to recruit him, eventually granting the title of Great Sage equaling heaven. Didn't the monkey still grumble about this and refuse that? From Huang Dongdong's previous behavior, it was evident that, even if Yuran could help Huang Dongdong cultivate the Samadhi true fire golden body, given Huang Dongdong's chivalrous nature, he would consider Yuran a very good friend, but as for feeling the kind of reverence one has for a teacher, that would be another matter. Hard. Of course, this doesn't mean either Sun Wukong or Huang Dongdong had particularly bad character. It's just that, life had been too smooth for them, so smooth they couldn't distinguish between what's obligation and what's grace. With such a temperament, if not corrected now, they'll grow up as uncontrollable as the Monkey King, causing heaven-shaking troubles. Since Yaran has requested Huang Dongdong to handle the Academy exchange student matter, becoming Huang Dongdong's teacher, even for just a day as his mentor, one must be responsible for the student. So Yaran felt it was still her obligation to give Huang Dongdong a helping hand, to help him abandon his rebellious nature and properly regain his original sincerity. Otherwise, turning a blind eye to everything, even if it means helping him successfully forge the Samadhi true fire golden body, without a strong character to control such formidable power, would truly do Huang Dongdong more harm than good. From the moment Yuran planned to take Huang Dongdong to witness whether Wang Dachuan was an S-class supernatural being, Yuran had been inadvertently shattering Huang Dongdong's perceptions, planting seeds of doubt in Huang Dongdong's heart, and letting Huang Dongdong taste the bitterness of defeat. Let Huang Dongdong learn that there's always someone better, and the sky beyond the sky. Wang Dachuan stood in front of the test robot, summoning his strength, when Yuran spoke up. "Dachun, don't hold back, throw your whole body into it and fight with all your might." Seemingly aware that Wang Dachuan had deliberately held back some strength, Yuran's penetrating gaze made him sheepishly scratch his head as he admitted, "Hee, don't worry, master, I won't hold back at all." As he finished speaking, Wang Dachuan's eyes began to glow with a bloody red hue. With a sharp swish sound, Wang Dachuan's entire body was instantly covered in jade-like crimson scales. Eyes like burning coals radiated with untamed power. Nostrils stirred scorching whirlwinds with each breath. Around Wang Dachuan, the bloody mist pulsed and contracted with his every inhalation, instilling even more terrifying vitality into this demonic presence. The savage beast Tao Tai descends upon a mortal realm once more. Ever since Wang Dachuan underwent his monstrous transformation, every living creature in the training chamber trembled uncontrollably, including the minor magical beasts who one had kept stored within the practice hall. Many had already fainted from fear, their eyelids flipped upwards in terror. Even Huang Dongdong felt a shiver running deep through his soul, as if it stemmed from some primal genetic terror. For the Tao Tai was one of the most savage beasts of antiquity, renowned for devouring countless lives. Indeed, it has left a profound mark of fear engraved in the genes of countless creatures. What kind of demonic beast is this? Huang Dongdong struggled to resist the tremor arising from the depths of his soul, while the sheer disbelief in his eyes was nearly overflowing. As a prodigious youth, he had always interacted with other geniuses of his generation since childhood. There was no type of exotic superpower he hadn't encountered. Yet Wang Dachuan before him truly broadened his horizons once again. The ferocious beast before him was something he couldn't even name. But none of the mutated beasts I've faced before could match the overwhelming pressure Wang Dachuan is giving off now. Could it be? Is Wang Dachuan truly an S-class ability user from the legends? For a moment, Huang Dongdong turned to look at Jiran, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his lips. Was Wang Dachuan's second awakening truly guided to success by this young teacher who hadn't even reached 30? As Huang Dongdong's thoughts swirled wildly, Wang Dachuan had already gathered his strength, his right fist condensing crimson energy as it smashed directly toward the testing robot. The surging force even caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. Boom! With a tremendous impact sound, half of the test robot's body had completely vanished without a trace. The wound was clean and smooth, without any ragged edges or messy tearing. Such is the terror of S-class strength. Holy shit, Huang Dongdong blurted out. With this single punch, he was utterly shocked. His slightly parted lips remained agape. Never before had he seen a gold-tier individual reduce a test robot to such a state. The test robot was slowly recovering. The display screen suddenly began flickering with wildly jumping numerical values. At this moment, all three individuals focused intently on the fluctuating numbers on the screen. Not a single word was spoken. The atmosphere grew palpably tense all of a sudden. When the numbers finally stopped changing, the last shred of understanding Huang Dongdong had held onto completely shattered. 21,200. This value had surpassed the absolute limit that golden perfection could achieve. Moreover, Wang Dachuan had not yet attained the pinnacle of the gold rank. remaining merely at the late-stage strength of gold. Let alone whether Wang Dachuan was that S-class extraordinary ability user. This single instance of destruction value alone had completely shattered his understanding into pieces. Huang Dongdong swallowed hard, glancing at Wang Dachuan before turning his gaze to Yiran. A tumult of emotions churned within him, as memories of his previous arrogant and domineering behavior toward Yiran surfaced, leaving his cheeks burning with shame. What does it mean to be a frog at the bottom of a well? At this moment, Huang Dongdong, standing between Yiran and Wang Dachuan, finally understood the true meaning of this idiom in a concrete way. When Wang Dachuan saw the numbers, he also nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned to face Yiran and chuckled. Master, is this strength somewhat passable? Huang Dongdong's expression turned complicated upon hearing these words. Is this what you call making do? You delivered damage that surpassed even the absolute peak of the golden stage's maximum potential. And you call that just okay? But when Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan, instead of showering praise, he shook his head with visible dissatisfaction. Dachun, didn't you understand when I told you to use all your strength? Upon hearing these words, Huang Dongdong seemed to choke momentarily, his large eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yiran. His eyes were brimming with utter disbelief. Chapter 58 No, Dongdong, don't cry. Yiran's words sounded to Huang Dongdong like a terrifying ghost story. Huang Dongdong rubbed his eyes, double-checked the numbers again. Not blind after all. That's really over 20,000. What does it mean to not have given it your all? Huang Dongdong felt a wave of dizziness. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was the world that had gone mad or himself. A late-stage gold rank unleashed over 20,000 points of destruction. My advisor actually said I didn't give it my all? What about me? I fucking used every ounce of strength I had and only managed 19k. Huang Dongdong's heart sank into deep self-doubt. For a moment, he even began to question whether he was truly a genius after all. No, it must be Teacher Yi still tricking me, this absolutely can't be real. Wang Dachuan's ability to deliver such destructive force was already at its limit, there's absolutely no way he wasn't giving it his all. This is how people are, once they refuse to believe something, they'll come up with every possible reason to deny it. No matter how absurd the reason might be, he was willing to believe it. Huang Dongdong turned his head to look at Wang Dachuan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. That barely contained expression seemed to be telling Wang Dachuan, quick, hurry up and tell Teacher Yi that you've tried your best, that this is your limit. Wang Dachuan rubbed his head after hearing Yiran's scolding. Master, must we really do that? After all, this is still the fire sect's training chamber. It wouldn't be proper. Hearing these words, Huang Dongdong's heart sank. Dachuan, even you've turned bad. You really took the ladder when someone handed it to you? Huang Dongdong's breathing became somewhat rapid. His whole demeanor was like a gambler throwing good money after bad. No, he must still be trying to trick me. It must be like this, it must be like this. As a genius, one naturally possesses a genius's pride. He could accept Wang Dachuan's slightly superior strength during the late golden stage. At least now he still had the chance to pursue and compete. But he couldn't accept it, that Wang Dachuan had achieved such results without even going all out. It was like in weightlifting, where someone who thought themselves a genius discovers their maximum weight, their unattainable ideal, being tossed around like a plaything. No way, absolutely no way. They're still deceiving me. I'll fight you bastards to the bitter end. I must expose your lies. Still unwilling to give up, Huang Dongdong said through gritted teeth. Hit him, Dachuan. Go ahead and hit him. If anything breaks, I swear no trouble will come to you. Seeing Huang Dongdong in such a state, Wang Dachuan asked with concern. What's wrong with you, Huang Dongdong? Are you alright? Huang Dongdong's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to calm himself. Nothing's wrong with me. Hit me if you dare, Wang Dachuan. Go on. Even if you break something, I won't make you pay a single cent. Yiran witnessed this entire scene. It seems my shock therapy has worked. Now all that's left is to administer one more strong dose, to completely destroy Huang Dongdong's last shred of pride. Yiran turned to Wang Dachuan and said, Did you hear that? Even Huang Dongdong says so. Dachuan, what are you still worried about? Bring out all your innate magical abilities, and show Dongdong exactly what an S-rank's true power looks like. Hearing Yiran's words, Wang Dachuan rubbed his head, his eyes still carrying a hint of anticipation. After all, he also wanted to see the extent of his full strength, just where his limits truly lay. Then, Master, I'll give it my all. With that, Wang Dachuan transformed into the form of a Taotai. The terrifying aura of the ferocious beast Taotai once again made the little demonic creatures tremble in fear. Roar! Wang Dachuan didn't throw a direct punch this time, but instead let out a low growl like a savage beast. Instantly, the blood mist surrounding Wang Dachuan's body began rapidly contracting inward. His entire body rapidly inflated. Within moments, Wang Dachuan had grown 3 heads taller than before. Innate divine ability, bloodthirsty frenzy. As a gluttony-powered mutant, he could burn his own blood to enhance his strength. During Bloodthirsty Frenzy, his power increased by 300%, regenerative abilities rose by 300%, and defensive capabilities soared by 300%. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Dachuan's heartbeat landed clearly in both their ears, rhythmic and powerful, revving up like a top-tier supercar's engine at full throttle. Huang Dongdong was now staring at Wang Dachuan with fear in his eyes. The pressure Wang Dachuan was exerting had clearly intensified by more than double at this moment. How is this possible? Just as Huang Dongdong was muttering to himself, unable to believe what he was seeing, Wang Dachuan immediately unleashed his second innate divine ability. In an instant, Wang Dachuan opened his mouth, and a fathomless black hole materialized before it. This was the same innate divine ability Wang Dachuan had used when devouring the ink dragon's flesh and blood, devouring heaven and earth. Go! With Wang Dachuan's soft shout, the bottomless black hole surged straight towards the test robot. Without making a single sound or encountering any resistance, the entire test robot was utterly annihilated into nothingness by the black hole. After exerting his energy, Wang Dachuan shrank back to his original size, then raised his head to gaze at the crimson testing screen. This time, the red testing screen didn't begin scrolling numbers as it usually did, but instead kept flickering, flickering, flickering. The red test screen ultimately failed to display any numerical values. Instead, a line of text floated into view. Error, error, test robot undetected. Error, error, test robot undetected. At that moment, a deafening silence fell. Huang Dongdong swallowed hard and turned to look at where the testing robot had been, only to find it empty, as if nothing had ever existed there. That single strike from Wang Dachuan had utterly annihilated both the testing robot and its protective formation, reducing them to complete nothingness. There's no way to recover in a short time, leaving the machines unable to measure Wang Dachuan's destructive capacity. Seeing this scene, Wang Dachuan scratched his head sheepishly, then quickly turned to Huang Dongdong and said, "It's really not my fault, but you told me to go all out." Wang Dachuan was still worrying about Huang Dongdong demanding compensation from him, but at this moment, Huang Dongdong was in no mood to bother with Wang Dachuan's petty concerns. His back, stiffly held upright. After Wang Dachuan delivered that final strike, everything was completely severed. For a moment, Huang Dongdong's heart was filled with desolation. What damned nonsense about being the most talented inheritor of the fire element sect in a millennium. What damned nonsense about being a super genius at the Gold Realm in his teens. Compared to Wang Dachuan before his eyes, it was like a frog in a well gazing at the sun and moon. At this moment, Huang Dongdong's pride was completely shattered into pieces. Unconsciously, Huang Dongdong only felt his cheeks grow moist. "Oh, Dongdong, why are you crying?" "Wait, Dongdong, don't cry." Chapter 59, The brittle breaks, the supple prevails. "Nonsense, why would I be crying? I didn't cry at all." Huang Dongdong flatly denied it, but as she spoke, she couldn't suppress two more sobs. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Huang Dongdong quickly turned her head away, walked to the corner, struggling to hold back her sobs, yet her shoulders still visibly shook with each silent cry. After witnessing this scene, Wang Dachuan turned to look at Yi Ran and scratched his head helplessly. With just one strike, Huang Dongdong was made to burst into tears. "What are we supposed to do now?" Yi Ran watched Huang Dongdong's retreating figure and smiled faintly with a hint of helplessness. Always preoccupied with helping Huang Dongdong overcome his arrogance, he'd forgotten that Huang Dongdong was actually just a teenager in his early teens. His maturity naturally paled in comparison to that of university students in their 20s. Then, Yi Ran waved his hand, signaling Wang Dachuan to leave. Wang Dachuan nodded in understanding, and stealthily tiptoed out of the training room. In the corner, Huang Dongdong was still secretly wiping away tears. At this moment, his emotions were extremely complex. He searched his heart. Was he angry at Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan? Was he crushed by Wang Dachuan's overwhelming superiority and strength? Was it because he felt ashamed of his own crying? Huang Dongdong thought yes, but also no. He wasn't sure why the tears had come. In any case, he just felt thoroughly uncomfortable today. Everything that usually went smoothly just wouldn't work today. Frustration, humiliation, torment, and grievance. All these emotions tangled together. Huang Dongdong, who had always sailed through life smoothly, was experiencing this for the very first time. Huang Dongdong became more agitated the more he thought about it, tears involuntarily streaming down his face again. Just as Huang Dongdong was crying his heart out, suddenly, a tissue appeared before his eyes. Warriors of the Jianghu shed blood and sweat. What reason have they to shed tears? Huang Dongdong looked up at the sound. Yi Ran was now standing beside him. Yi Ran extended the tissue in his hand once more. "Clean yourself up, Master Huang." "Humph." Huang Dongdong ignored Yi Ran's teasing, snatched the tissue away forcefully, blew her nose hard, and angrily threw the used tissue into the trash can without lifting her head as she spoke. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you really enjoy watching people embarrass themselves so much? Embarrass? Who's embarrassed? Yi Ran asked softly. Huang Dongdong retorted irritably. You won't be satisfied until I admit that I'm the one who's embarrassed, right? Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a perplexed expression. You embarrassed? Where exactly were you embarrassed? Is losing to an S-class superhuman really that shameful? Hearing Yi Ran's words, Huang Dongdong suddenly appeared startled. He had been so deeply immersed in his own assumptions that he couldn't free himself from them. Suddenly reminded by Yi Ran like this, it does seem to make sense. Across the entire Dragon Nation, the number of freshmen with S-tier abilities barely reaches single digits. The lofty strength of each S-tier ability user remains utterly unattainable for others. Each one stands as an invincible existence among their peers. Losing to an S-rank superhuman doesn't seem too hard to accept. Not just for me. Even my master Huowen, the sect master of Fire Sect, would choose to turn tail and flee when encountering an S-rank superhuman of the same level. So why should I feel embarrassed about something like this? Huang Dongdong was momentarily stunned. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said calmly, Dongdong, the reason you're upset is because the talent you've always prided yourself on was surpassed by a supposedly useless student like Wang Dachuan, and because in terms of insight, you lost to a seemingly mediocre advisor like me. You believe that with your profound knowledge, distinguished background, and exceptional talent, it's impossible for you to lose to people like us. You're upset because we've dethroned you. You're upset because all your pride was trampled underfoot today. Yi Ran's expression remained impassive, yet his sharp words struck straight at Huang Dongdong's core. Each sentence piercing Huang Dongdong's heart like an arrow. I didn't. Huang Dongdong flustered upon hearing Yen Ran's words, hurriedly denying it. Huang Dongdong, dare you not even face your own heart? Yi Ran's eyes glinted sharply, as if they could pierce right through Huang Dongdong. Like a thief with a guilty conscience, Huang Dongdong couldn't quite meet Yi Ran's gaze. Under Yi Ran's overwhelming aura, Huang Dongdong glanced around and struggled for a moment, before ultimately lowering his head and falling silent, as if tacitly acquiescing to everything Yi Ran had said. At this moment, none of Huang Dongdong's former defiant posture remained. Standing before Yi Ran, he looked like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. Seeing Huang Dongdong's silence, Yi Ran simply sat down as well. Huang Dongdong, I know you're heaven's favored one, raised since childhood as the sect's direct disciple. Your path has been smoothed naturally, you've never truly experienced what failure feels like. One who stays long in a room of orchids stops noticing their fragrance. Your master shielded you too well, making you take everything for granted. It's only natural to expect others to treat you well. It's only natural to possess far more resources than others. It's only natural to believe you're always better and stronger than everyone else. Yi Ran paused, his gaze at Huang Dongdong carrying seriousness as he said, Dongdong, right now you're like a sword, its edge too sharp and unyielding. But you must understand, one day you'll meet someone more talented than you, a sword sharper than yours. What will you do then? Clash with them head-on? Get crushed like today and cry your eyes out? Sink into despair and never emerge from the shadows? Dongdong, the hardest steel breaks easiest, while yielding water prevails. Only with an open and humble mind can one reach the highest peak. Huang Dongdong listened to Yi Ran's words with partial understanding. He felt like he hadn't quite grasped everything, yet it seemed he had caught hold of something. But after reconsidering, he pouted his little mouth. What's the use of having an open mind? In the end, it still can't make up for the gap in natural talent. Yi Ran looked at the somewhat dejected Huang Dongdong and patted his little head. Huang Dongdong, you have your talents, and he has his. What we need to do isn't to compare whose talents are better, but to figure out how to maximize the use of our own gifts to reach the top. Some people are born closer to Rome, others farther away, but there's always a path that leads there eventually. Besides, Yi Ran tapped Huang Dongdong's ring finger. Whoever told you that a fire cultivator tempered by the three true flames' golden body would be inferior to an S-rank superhuman? At these words, Huang Dongdong suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Teacher Yi, you mean to say? Yi Ran gazed deeply at Huang Dongdong. Whether you can forge the Samadhi true fire golden body depends not on me, but on you. If you truly comprehend what happened today, then your Samadhi true fire golden body has hope. If you cannot comprehend it, Yi Ran shook his head and stood up to leave. If you can't comprehend this, you'll never achieve your goals. With these words, Yen Ran left the training chamber without hesitation, leaving Huang Dongdong alone, crouched in the corner. Huang Dongdong was an exceptionally bright child. Yen Ran was certain he would find his way out of this inner turmoil. Watching Yi Ran's retreating figure, Huang Dongdong appeared lost in thought. Moments later, he rose gently to his feet. Warriors of the Jianghu shed blood and sweat, what place is there for tears? Huang Dongdong murmured to himself, repeating the words Yi Ran had spoken. He pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped away the tears on his face. Then, silently, he rubbed his hands together, and the azure flame used for voice transmission reappeared. Master, you've always told me there's always someone better, to guard against pride and impatience, but I wouldn't listen because I'd never encountered a genius who surpassed me by far. But today, I witnessed such talent, and even saw two of them. Master, you are right. Your disciple's understanding is as shallow as a frog at the bottom of a well. Never having left the well, I knew not the vastness of sun and moon, often sitting in the well gazing at the sky, arrogant and self-satisfied. Master, starting today I will seriously dedicate myself to learning. I may not be able to contact you for some time as I focus on my studies. Don't worry about me, with love, Dong Dong. With that, Huang Dong Dong gently rubbed his fingers together. The flames dissipated following their natural course, a wisp of blue smoke drifting skyward. After Huang Dong Dong had completed all this, he too left the training chamber in turn, except this time his steps no longer carried their usual bouncing gait, yet every step was taken with perfect stability, extremely steady. Chapter 60, Spatial Transference, by Su and Yiran. Within the fire element gate, Huowen was staring blankly at the wisp of dissipating blue smoke. Was this still the Huang Dong Dong he knew? At this moment, Huowen's face was filled with confusion. He took a deep breath and shook his head. What on earth has this kid been through out there? As Huang Dongdong's master, he knew him all too well. With Huang Dongdong's temperament, to hear such words from his own lips, then these two individuals were absolutely not just slightly stronger than Huang Dongdong. They completely overwhelmed him to make Huang Dongdong speak such words with such conviction. Since when did the faculty and students of Modu High Martial Arts Academy reach such an astonishing level? Such dazzling geniuses, such a dramatic transformation. Huowen couldn't help but worry whether something unexpected had happened to his precious disciple. Yet upon second thought, Huowen realized these were all positive changes. Who would have imagined Huang Dongdong, the notorious bully who'd even kick passing dogs around the sect, had become so humble in his speech within just a few fleeting days? This was something he had been trying to teach Huang Dongdong for nearly a few years without success. The freshman class at Modu High Martial Arts Academy is truly filled with hidden talents. Huowen muttered to himself. With this level of skill, he must have gotten into Li Shuozong's class. The damn kid has good taste. An elder like Huowen naturally wouldn't understand these young mentors. Throughout his freshman year, he only knew one mentor nearly his own age, Li Shuozong. Though Li's personal cultivation talent wasn't strong, his teaching abilities were exceptionally high. Under Li Shuozong's guidance, no fewer than 5 diamond-level experts had emerged. Thus, Li Shuozong came to be known as the mentor of masters. It's an extraordinarily prestigious presence within the industry. Seeing his disciple undergo such transformation, Huowen, as the master, was naturally overjoyed. Having figured it out, Huowen simply reclined on the rocking chair and began lazily waving his fan again. I really ought to pay a visit in person to express my gratitude someday. In the corridor above, Yiran, still pacing towards his classroom, suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation behind him, and then the space around him began to distort. A trap? No, it's magic. Yiran's eyes slightly narrowed as he was ambushed. He was just about to activate his technique to resist this spatial distortion, but never expected that as soon as his technique manifested, before the shadow of the ink dragon could even appear on his body, the distorted space directly disrupted his cultivation technique, leaving Yiran not even a sliver of chance to resist, and completely abducted him away in an instant. In an instant, the corridor fell into utter silence, as if Yiran had never been there at all. Thud! With a heavy impact sound, Yiran emerged from the spatial distortion, landing hard on his backside. Yiran, who had just regained control of his body, had no time to worry about his sore backside. Instantly rolling over, he warily scanned his surroundings. The ink dragon's power around him surged forth protectively, forming a defensive barrier. Yiran narrowed his eyes slightly to survey his surroundings. At this moment, he found himself in an antique-style room. The entire room was predominantly white in color, with bookshelves lining all 4 walls. The bookshelf was crammed with all sorts of aged volumes, their yellowed page edges bearing the marks of time, while at the room's center, a massive hardwood table dominated the space, its surface strewn with various peculiar materials. Where is this? Why have I been brought to this place? At this moment, question marks hung above Yiran's head. That spatial displacement earlier couldn't even be resisted by his innate Dao body. Clearly, the one manipulating this spatial displacement possesses strength far surpassing my own. We're not even on the same dimensional level. Had this person wished to strike me down, I would have been dead that very instant. Given the current circumstances, it's evident this individual doesn't seek my life. Then what was his purpose? Not bad reflexes. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded from behind Yiran. Enough, stop guessing wildly. It was me who brought you here. Just as Yiran's thoughts were tangled in confusion, without noticing when it had happened, someone had already taken a seat in the tall chair behind the solid wood desk. When Yiran turned to look, he was completely stunned. Principal? This person was none other than Bai Su. Bai Su was currently propping up his chin with one elbow, while his other hand kept rhythmically tapping the table with 4 fingers. The sound of clicking echoed through the air. Bai Su's gaze never once left Yeren from start to finish. His eyes were clear yet profound, occasionally flashing with an intensity that seemed intent on seeing right through Yeren. Yeren gazed at Bai Su, and when their eyes met, it felt as though what he saw wasn't a pair of eyes, but the vast expanse of stars and galaxies, so mesmerizing that prolonged staring even induced a sense of vertigo. To be honest, in all my years presiding over Modu High Martial Academy, you're the first young person I've met who feels truly inscrutable to me. After a brief silence, Bai Su spoke slowly. Hearing Bai Su's words, Yiran couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed similar words had been spoken to him before by another transcendent being. Back then, they were more straightforward. They wanted to crack my skull open for research. What, principal, are you thinking of cracking my skull too? But facing one of the 3 pillars of the demon city, a god-slaying superhuman and his highest superior, Yiran naturally couldn't joke like that. He immediately cupped his hands in respect and replied, I'm deeply honored by the headmaster's high praise. To receive such an evaluation would be my good fortune for 3 lifetimes. Hearing Yiran's polite words, Bai Su immediately waved his hand dismissively. Don't speak of high praise. Since your father arranged for you to attend our school, we haven't met even once until now, have we? Bai Su sat up marginally straighter, leaning slightly forward. To be honest, I was completely fooled by your father back then and genuinely took you for someone who got in through connections. Who would have thought you'd become the first person in history to break the platinum rule? Truly unexpected. After teaching for a lifetime, I never imagined there'd still come a day when my judgment failed me. Hearing Bai Su's words, Yiran responded respectfully. Headmaster, with your myriad responsibilities, not only as the principal of our Magic Capital Advanced Martial Academy but also as one of the 3 pillars of Magic Capital, the entire 2 districts and 13 counties of Demon City all rest upon your shoulders alone. Matters like those handled by juniors such as myself truly don't merit the headmaster's attention. Flattery pierces all armor. Though uncertain why the headmaster had brought him here, since the headmaster hadn't summoned him through official channels, but was instead using such brutish spatial magic to forcibly transport himself here, that would indicate the headmaster's current temper probably isn't particularly agreeable. Yiran's survival instincts told him, when facing a world-destroying level superhuman in a foul mood, a bit of flattery could never go wrong. Good, such a sharp tongue indeed. Bai Su gazed at Yiran with a beaming smile. Don't you want to know why I called you here? Yiran responded. As the Academy's principal, your actions naturally prioritize the interests of Modu High Martial Academy. As a mentor of Modu High Martial Academy, my duty is simply to obey. Yiran's attitude was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Unable to gain the upper hand over Yiran, Bai Su could only blow exasperately at his snow-white beard, then snapped his fingers in frustration. A document materialized out of thin air in Yiran's hand. This is the disposition outcome regarding Han Kun after your incident. Please review it carefully. Yiran took the document and began reading intently. Moments later, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Chapter 61 The Absurd Outcome. The document clearly stated, following that incident, Han Kun was immediately taken away by the school disciplinary committee for investigation. You wouldn't know if you didn't check, but the findings are downright shocking. Han Kun has been colluding with some lawless elements. Over the past few years, the violations of school regulations and laws they've committed are far from just 1 or 2 incidents. Embezzling student grants, altering academic records, exploiting female students through quid pro quo arrangements, maliciously stifling students' talents. It can be said that all matters related to violations and misconduct. There's nothing they wouldn't dare to do, only things you couldn't imagine. And this series of incidents were concealed and protected under the threats and inducements of these lawless elements, as well as the dazzling halo of Han Kun's celebrity mentor status. It had gone undetected for several years. If not for this incident leading Han Kun to be brought before the disciplinary committee for a comprehensive investigation, these injustices might have remained buried in the dust. All these crimes were duly recorded in the disciplinary committee's report. The disciplinary committee's proposed measures were also extremely severe, having drafted plans for Han Kun to undergo humanitarian euthanasia as punishment. Up to this point in the report, everything still appeared relatively normal and reasonable. But then on the very next page following the case conclusion, a document issued by the penalty department was added, which clearly stated, in view of Mentor Han Kun's 3 third-class meritorious service awards in teaching competitions at the World Championships, this case is hereby closed with Mentor Han Kun's merits offsetting his faults. Pardoned. Complete with official seals and signatures. All that's left now is the signature of the school's primary responsible person. The punishment division serves as the final link in the judicial decision-making process of the entire Dragon Kingdom, holding the authority to determine sentences for all criminals. So the closing of a case by the punishment division generally represents the final sentencing outcome for the criminal. Generally, the punishment department doesn't interfere too much with each division's own disciplinary actions, but this time the punishment department exceptionally stepped in, not only intervening, but also delivering such an outrageous ruling. All those misconducts were pardoned simply because the individual had received 3 third-class merits. Although there had been precedents in Dragon Kingdom where merits offset faults, Han Kun's case of offsetting merits with faults feels far too forced. It must be said, this kind of verdict may comply with regulations, but not with people's hearts. Yiran narrowed his eyes as he looked at the document, especially when he saw the photos of the assaulted female university students and the current living conditions of those ruined students. An inexplicable anger began to rise in Yiran's heart. Why on earth was the punishment division protecting such vile scum? For a moment, Yiran unconsciously tightened his grip on the document, causing the paper to wrinkle slightly. Do you think it's unreasonable? Are you feeling angry? Baisu's voice came through once more. Yiran stared at Baisu, placed the document on the table with both hands, and remained silent. As if in silent protest, Baisu took the document, smoothing out the crumpled edges left by Yiran's grip, and muttered under his breath. The penal department's recent rulings have grown increasingly absurd. How could such judgments even be handed down? Wearing reading glasses, Baisu looked at the penal department's decision with evident disdain. Then, it was tossed aside like trash. Baisu stood up, staring at Yiran as he spoke to him. I'm planning to sign this document, what do you think? Hearing Baisu's words, Yiran remained impassive, as if pondering something deeply. After a long pause, he fixed his gaze firmly onto Baisu's eyes, and spoke directly to Baisu. What must I do? Hearing Yiran's words, Baisu, who had been holding the initiative in the conversation, suddenly froze. What are you talking about? Yiran looked at Baisu with a calm and confident tone. Given your character and capabilities as principal, it's common sense that you wouldn't sign an unreasonable document, and they wouldn't have the authority to force you to sign it either. Besides, whether to sign these documents or not isn't something you need to ask my opinion about at all. You didn't even have to summon me here. But not only did you insist on signing, you also brought me before you beforehand to ask for my input. Yiran looked up at Baisu and said earnestly, when things go against the norm, there's always a hidden scheme. This series of unusual actions means you must have other considerations in choosing to sign this document. And the reason you're asking for my opinion before signing is quite clear. I'm part of your considerations, an unavoidable element at that. Since you already have ideas, principal. As I mentioned earlier, as an instructor at Demon Capital High Martial Arts Academy, my duty is simply to obey. Baisu listened to Yiran's words, stunned. He never expected Yiran could unravel the complexities so quickly, analyzing so many crucial implications. Aren't you afraid I might be setting you up? Yiran looked squarely at Baisu without flinching. For others, that might be true, but for a nation-slaying transcendent, there's no need. If you truly wanted me dead, the first technique used on me wouldn't have been spatial translocation, it would have been spatial severing. Hearing Yiran's words, Baisu froze in stunned silence for a long moment, before suddenly bursting into roaring laughter, clapping his hands with delight. The younger generation will surpass us, truly awe-inspiring indeed. Baisu continued applauding while grinning at Yiran. It seems your father truly deceived me back then. Such an extraordinary talent, yet your father described him as worse than a scrap of paper in the trash heap. Baisu found himself growing increasingly fond of Yiran, having initially assumed that Yiran was merely a cultivation prodigy, whose sudden awakening of innate talent allowed him to miraculously defeat a platinum-tier opponent while still at gold tier. But who could have imagined that Yiran was not only exceptionally gifted in cultivation, but also possessed monstrous talents in perception, temperament, and even social sophistication, all while facing a transcendent being like himself, a nation-slaying powerhouse. Not only was there no tension, but he could also analyze such a matter with such keen insight. For a moment, Baisu suddenly felt that his previous decision to stand alone against 16 superhumans for Yiran was absolutely right. This demonic creature, if someone were really to snatch him away, even his beard would likely turn black with worry. Baisu gazed at Yiran. Before sitting back down across the table, the scrutiny was gone from his eyes. Instead, he was looking at Yiran intently. At this moment, Yiran truly began earning the respect of this nation-level superhuman. Baisu picked up the document, gazing at Yiran with admiration. You're mostly right, but there's one thing that's not quite correct. I did not choose you because I wanted to choose you, but because this matter concerns your very life. Then, Baisu picked up the Penal Affairs Department document, and handed it to Yiran once again. Take a close look at this document. See who signed it from the Penal Department. Yiran took the document and flipped to the last page. Then his gaze subtly sharpened. Zhu Dacheng. What a familiar name. Baisu continued to elaborate. deputy director of the punishment department, member of the punishment department leadership team, and he has another identity. Squinting his eyes, Bai Su said, the only son of Zhu Qingguan, the monk of the Luan bird. Hearing this, Yi Ran's heart gave a slight shudder as he murmured to himself. The capital, the Zhu family. Chapter 62, the deliberate layout of hidden clues, the Zhu family's scheme. Kyoto, the Zhu family. Yi Ran murmured to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Speaking of which, because of you, this old man has recently offended quite a few people. Bai Su stroked his beard. The day before yesterday, 16 transcendents arrived at our school together. Care to guess what they came for? Hearing this, Yi Ran could pretty much guess what was going on. His lips twitched involuntarily. Noticing Yi Ran's expression, Bai Su huffed in exasperation, his beard puffing out. 16 transcendents, 16 top-tier factions, all here for you, kid. You sure know how to make an entrance. You're quite the hot commodity, young man. If I didn't have some skills of my own, you might have really been snatched up by another faction. Hearing this, Yi Ran clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your high regard, headmaster. Bai Su said semi-jokingly. What, you're not complaining that I've limited your options? Yi Ran continued. Teaching here is my greatest wish at this moment. His words weren't flattery, but came from the heart. Before finishing first in the final assessment, he truly had no desire to go anywhere else. Bai Su stared blankly at the sincerely earnest expression on Yi Ran's face. As an extermination-grade superhuman, he naturally could sense that Yi Ran was speaking the truth. Bai Su felt somewhat astonished, having never expected Yi Ran to respond in such a manner. Of course, he had no way of knowing that Yi Ran had system tasks to complete. In Bai Su's eyes, this kid would rather reject all those olive branches and remain a teaching drudge at school. Such perseverance, such character, are rare in today's impatient society. Seemed particularly precious. For a moment, Bai Su felt somewhat dazed. In this moment, Yi Ran actually gave him a sense that he was not alone in his path. Perhaps because he held Yi Ran in high regard, Bai Su no longer withheld anything and poured out everything directly. To tell you the truth, this time, with 16 transcendents gathering, most of them indeed came to seize a genius like you. But there's one family that probably wants you dead. Yi Ran listened to Bai Su's words, then glanced at the documents from the punishment division on the table, and suddenly realized, the Zhu family of the capital. Your reaction isn't slow. Bai Su nodded. You're also aware of the long-standing grudges between your Yi family and the Zhu family. There's no need for me to elaborate further on these old matters. Now that they've identified you as this prodigy, the Zhu family certainly won't sit idle and let you grow unchecked. Bai Su paused for a moment, leaning back in his chair as if recalling something. Back when I refused all factions from approaching you, the Phoenix Taoist Zhu Qingguan specifically asked me how you would be dealt with once your contract expired. I told her, once the contract expires, it's every man for himself, Bai Su said, looking at Yi Ran. At the time, I vaguely felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. It wasn't until I saw this document that I realized what was amiss. Bai Su pointed at the document. During the contract period, if the Zhu family takes action, aside from the pressure from the Yi family, they would also have to bear additional pressure from the Demon Martial Academy. They wouldn't find it worthwhile. But if there's no contract, by the rules, should the Zhu family strike again, the Demon Martial Academy would have no grounds to stand up for you. So, from the very beginning they had already planned to strip me of my position as a mentor at the Demon Martial Academy. Yi Ran took over the conversation, suddenly realizing the truth. Logically speaking, my contract could still be renewed, but with the freshman year reforms, there's now an elimination mechanism in the assessments. Bai Su nodded in agreement. That's right, they're planning to manipulate the final assessment. It seems the Zhu family has been keeping tabs on you from the start. They actually knew about your class's poor performance and that you're on the verge of being eliminated in the final evaluation. So to deal with you, the Zhu family redeemed some irredeemable bastard, intending to use his hand to pressure the school into eliminating you. By then, even if the Zhu family decides to kill you, this old man would have no grounds to stand up for you. As for your Yi family, the Zhu family probably wouldn't care about adding another Yi family member's life to their tally. Bai Su spoke, unable to help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of the Zhu family, hidden threads and scattered grass, meticulously arranged beyond reproach. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran. If the Zhu family wants to kill you, they must have made thorough preparations. By then, your Yi family will likely find themselves restrained by the Zhu family too, leaving no room to protect you. Bai Su had already explained it very clearly. Since the Zhu family had taken so many actions, they must have factored the Yi family into their considerations. When the time comes for the Zhu family to besiege Yi Ran, they would surely find ways to contain the Yi family. When that happens, even with Yi Ran's monstrous talent, he ultimately hasn't yet fully matured. Facing the full-scale assassination attempt meticulously planned by a top-tier aristocratic family, his life hangs in the balance. Listening to Bai Su's words, Yiran nodded slightly without showing any particular reaction. It felt like hearing that the old man next door won a chess game against the old lady last night, nothing worth reacting to. Watching Yiran's calm expression, Bai Su grew intrigued. You're not scared? In my memory, the Shu family's assassination setups have never failed before. Yiran replied calmly, I am scared. Bai Su looked at Yiran and couldn't help but puff out his mustache. Afraid? Is this how you look when you're afraid? Yiran continued, whether I'm afraid or not, the Shu family will make their move against me anyway. So fear is meaningless. Moreover, Yiran looked at Bai Su with confidence as he said, before the Shu family dares to take action, headmaster, you will surely stand up for me first. Bai Su chuckled at Yiran's words, so confident that this old man would stick his neck out for you, are you? Do you realize since the Zhu family began targeting you, many clans have ceased gathering intelligence about you? When faced with choosing between a gifted genius and the hostility of a behemoth, any faction would instinctively seek profit and avoid harm. Yiran shook his head, it's not that I'm confident principal will stand up for me because of my talent, but I'm confident principal will stand up for one of Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy's instructors. Bai Su narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Do you think they can't eliminate you? Yiran looked at Bai Su and said earnestly, in this assessment, my class will undoubtedly take first place. That's an unchangeable fact. Upon hearing Yiran's words, Bai Su chuckled. Good lad, you've got ambition. Then, Bai Su tapped on the table and gazed at Yiran before saying, ambition is good, but don't underestimate the strength of any top-tier family, especially one like the Shu family. They'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. You can believe wholeheartedly in your students' capabilities, but how can you be certain they'll even make it safely to the examination hall? After all, Bai Su was a nation-slaying level superhuman who had witnessed far more than Yiran ever had. This single sentence jolted Yiran into awakening, while confident his students could dominate the exam hall effortlessly. But what if the Zhu family directly decides to eliminate his student before the exam? Yiran's brows slightly furrowed. Bai Su, noticing Yiran's furrowed brows, calmly asked, what's wrong? Starting to worry about being eliminated? Yiran shook his head, no. Then why are you frowning? I'm worried about my student. Upon hearing this, Bai Su was slightly taken aback, his eyes revealing unconcealed admiration. Even at this juncture, his first concern was still his students. The more Bai Su looked at Yiran, the more he found himself liking the young man. It seems I didn't misjudge this person. Chapter 63, if the judicial process can't resolve it, I won't mind taking matters into my own hands. Yiran cupped his hands toward Bai Su respectfully. Headmaster, your advance warning is deeply appreciated. Yiran saw things clearly. In this matter, the Chu family's decision to act this way clearly indicates their reluctance to offend Bai Su further. So they manipulated the situation to terminate Yiran's contract, logically keeping Bai Su out of it. In summary, the steps have already been taken by the Shu family towards Bai Su. After terminating the contract, Bai Su wouldn't have any moral obligation even if he chose not to help. One could say the Shu family has shown Bai Su more than enough courtesy. Surely Bai Su himself must clearly understand the implications of the Shu family's actions. Logically speaking, Bai Su and Yiran share no ties of blood or affection. The wisest course now would be to remain neutral and assist neither side. This would be the optimal choice for both him and the school. But for Bai Su to notify Yiran in advance was truly going above and beyond in showing goodwill. Seeing that Yiran seemed to have made a decision, Bai Su asked, have you figured out what to do? Yiran looked at Bai Su and replied frankly, I plan to go out and find some helpers. Do you really think the helpers you find can stand against the Zhu family? Bai Su asked. Hearing Bai Su's question, Yiran's lips curled into a bitter smile. We can't just sit around waiting to die, can we? Just as Bai Su had said. Who could I turn to for help? My own family? The Yi family? Caught between two major rival clans, they could barely keep themselves afloat. Where would they find extra hands to spare? Freedom Tavern? Without even legal status in Dragon Country, once conflict arises, it might be better not to come at all. Yiran's thoughts grew heavy. With his current connections and strength, facing such a top-tier aristocratic family, it's all just too insignificant. Bai Su looked at Yiran while tapping on the table. Moments later, Bai Su said to Yiran, how about having the Demon Martial Academy serve as your backing? Upon hearing Bai Su's words, Yiran's pupils contracted slightly. He looked at Bai Su with disbelief. It truly hadn't occurred to Yiran that Bai Su would make such a choice. The Shu family being one of the top aristocratic families, the energy wielded by the Dragon Nation could truly be described as terrifying. Through the Zhu family's dedicated management over these years, their descendants have long permeated key positions across all major departments of the Dragon Nation. With an influence of such colossal magnitude, they had already vaguely secured their position as one of the top 3 aristocratic families in Dragon Country. Otherwise, the Yi family wouldn't have acted so low-key these years. not even launching any drastic retaliation when the family head's youngest son had his path of cultivation severed. But now, Baisu not only forewarned Yiran in advance. How dare you say such things? Though Baisu, as a nation-level transcendent warrior, fears no individual opponent. What about the Demon Martial Academy? The academy would inevitably face the Zhu family's retaliation and attacks. This behavior is utterly irrational for someone at the helm of a faction, especially for someone as cautious and composed as Baisu, who always prioritizes the bigger picture. It's simply unbelievable that he would say such things. Principal, you. Yiran was stunned for a long moment, at a loss for words. Yiran gazed at Baisu without speaking. He naturally understood that Baisu's actions were intended as an invitation to him, but for the sake of this unknown variable that hasn't even achieved transcendence yet, choosing to oppose a top-tier aristocratic family for it would truly be too steep a price to pay. Gazing into the principal's profound eyes, Yiran found himself momentarily unable to decipher Baisu's thoughts. What's wrong? Think I'm being impractical? That I have ulterior motives? Baisu's words pierced through Yiran's thoughts. Yiran remained silent, tacitly acknowledging it. Baisu looked at Yiran, shook his head, and began writing something with his head lowered. People these days open their mouths to talk about benefits, close them to give excuses. So let me ask you this. Baisu looked at Yiran. As the principal, does protecting an outstanding teacher require a reason? Yiran raised his head, stunned for a long moment, unable to respond. Did it? It really didn't seem to. After writing, Baisu held the paper in his hand, admiring it with satisfaction through the sunlight. This was a transfer order. Starting today, I will assign a platinum-level expert to protect your class under the guise of an assistant teacher. With him present, the students in your class will at least be safe from mortal danger. Having said this, Baisu gave it a gentle tap with one hand. The transfer order vanished into thin air. Thank you. After a brief silence, Yiran seriously uttered two words, brief in speech but long in tone. Baisu waved his hand dismissively, and said to Yiran, "Don't thank me, I didn't do this entirely for you. I called you here because I truly need you to do something. To hear what is meant, not just what is said." Yiran, hearing Baisu say this, was reminded of Baisu's earlier intention to sign the document. Suddenly, he asked without thinking, "Principal, are you intentionally wanting the Zhu family to continue pushing this matter forward?" Baisu nodded. "That is my intention." "Why?" Yiran appeared somewhat perplexed. Baisu glanced at Yiran, then spoke deliberately. "To make them perish, first let them swell. Since you're not in my position, naturally you can't see certain things. Matters like Han Kun, certain small factions have done this more than once. These people have already harmed the foundations of this country. It's time to prune the branches." Baisu spoke with a murderous aura, carrying the implication of heads rolling and powers collapsing. Hearing Baisu's words, Yiran felt a chill run through his heart. Though Baisu was ostensibly just the principal of an academy, but everyone knows his background. During the chaotic war era, he abandoned scholarship for military service, a guardian of the nation who survived 13 major and minor defensive battles of Dragon Country, one of the 3 pillars of Demon City, a staunch patriot. He's also the most approachable and big-picture oriented among all the nation-slaying superhumans in Dragon Country. For this normally harmonious nation-slaying superhuman to be provoked to such murderous intent, it must have touched Baisu's reverse scale. National interest. The principal intends to use this matter as a catalyst to wage war against certain interest groups. Yiran gazed at Baisu, his heart churning with emotion. "So, principal, you want me to fire the first shot?" Baisu looked at Yiran and nodded. "Press Han Kun as hard as possible, force out these cockroaches' tactics. Principal, our class is notoriously known as the slacker class. Without your support in terms of resources, I'm afraid we won't be up to the task." Baisu listened to Yiran's question, glared at him sharply. "You little rascal, do you really think I'm blind? I was the one who signed Huang Dongdong's transfer papers. And let's not forget you and Wang Dachuan secretly consumed 3,000 portions of ink dragon flesh without repercussions. I still haven't settled that score with you." Hearing this, Yiran gave an awkward smile. So all his emotional vulnerabilities were already known by the principal. "Principal, after all, our class is currently at the forefront of this storm. We took such a huge risk firing the first shot. Even if there's no credit to be given, there should at least be some consolation for our bitter struggle, right?" Baisu looked at Yiran and replied somewhat helplessly. "Brat, speak up. What do you want?" After a moment's thought, Yiran said, "I need the essence blood of an S-rank ferocious beast, a transcendent-grade fire-type crystal core, and some transcendent attributes." "Stop right there." Seeing Yiran's mouth running non-stop with no sign of ending, Baisu directly cut him off, throwing Yiran an exasperated glance. "So many things, and every single one is either supreme quality or S-class? Are you here to stock up on goods?" Baisu habitually blew on his whiskers and extended a single finger. "You only get one chance, either take one item or leave with nothing." Hearing Bai Su's words, Yiran replied with some regret in his voice. I see. In that case, I'd like a premium quality fire elemental core, but I need it before the competition begins. Here, shut your mouth. Finish speaking, Bai Su snapped his fingers, and a gem abruptly materialized in Yiran's hand. Okay, principal. With that, Yiran promptly pocketed the gem, as if afraid Bai Su might change his mind. Watching Yiran agree so readily and observing that swift pocketing motion, Bai Su was stunned. At this point, Bai Su even suspected that after all this talk, the kid might have just been after this one thing all along. At this thought, Bai Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Then, Yiran said to Bai Su, Principal, I have one more request. Young man, don't push your luck. Bai Su frowned. Yiran looked at Bai Su and shook his head. Principal, that's not what I wanted to talk about. Bai Su raised his head, looking at Yiran with some confusion. Whatever request you have, speak up. Yiran said solemnly. During the assessment, if I get the chance to face Han Kun one-on-one, I hope the principal will stop anyone from interfering at that time. Bai Su looked at Yiran and asked, What are you trying to do? Yiran grinned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. If the legal process can't deal with scum like this, I don't mind taking matters into my own hands. Chapter 64 When Human Stars Shine. Upon hearing this, Bai Su gazed at Yiran for a long moment without speaking. After a pause, Bai Su nodded slightly. You want me to help you commit murder right here? Bai Su narrowed his eyes. Yiran's request was difficult for him to agree to. Maintaining the authority of public power and upholding procedural justice are the keys to sustaining a nation's fundamental stability. Even if Han Kun truly deserved to die, but in Bai Su's eyes, the nation must still judge. This has always been Bai Su's unshakable stance. Even if there are issues with the penalty bureau now, we must not disrupt order through vigilante justice. Bai Su fixed Yiran with an unfathomable gaze. After a long silence, Bai Su spoke. Kid, I want you to remember Dragon Country ultimately belongs to justice and its people. Though villains may temporarily hold sway in the punishment department now, I hope you'll keep faith in our nation. We old folks are still here after all. Yiran looked at Bai Su and said quietly, I did believe, but now? Who was it that let Han Kun out anyway? Yiran stood there as firmly as an unyielding pine, without retreating an inch before the superhuman threat capable of slaughtering nations. Witnessing Yiran's stubborn stance, Bai Su opened his mouth to explain again, but for a long while, he couldn't come up with any justification. After all, the judicial authority was being abused like this. With such clear evidence laid before him, what possible argument could he muster against Yiran? For a moment, an inexplicable fury surged in Bai Su's heart. These bastards, sitting idle in their positions, forming cliques for selfish gains, every unjust verdict they passed, every decision that went against the people's will, they were draining the trust of Dragon Nation's geniuses like Yiran in their own country. This is simply digging one's own grave. Yiran's behavior only strengthened Bai Su's resolve to eradicate these parasites from within. Looking at Yiran, Bai Su couldn't help but sigh with resignation. My child, every great nation carries certain accumulated ailments and chronic diseases within it. Never let facing the shadows rob you of faith in the light. Yiran looked at Bai Su and spoke slowly. Where are those girls? Those expelled students? Can they still see the light of day? They're suffering, their entire lives, can it all be casually dismissed with just a phrase like accumulated maladies and old ailments? Yiran's questions carried quiet yet forceful intensity. His gaze was clear yet resolute, levelly meeting the eyes of this kingdom-slaughtering transcendent. At this very moment, Yiran's stare, burned in Bai Su's vision like the blazing sun. Burning? No, even more heart-wrenching. After a long while, Bai Su let out a long sigh. I'm sorry, I can't condone vigilante justice, but I'll stop the Zhu family faction from disrupting the examination hall. As for others trying to interfere, I won't intervene. Yiran looked at Bai Su, nodded slightly, and said softly, That's enough. Thank you. For me, and for them. Then, Yiran turned around and strode out of the principal's office without looking back. Bai Su watched Yiran's receding figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Facing the threats from the aristocratic families, Yiran remained silent. Faced with his own plan, Yiran didn't say anything either. It seemed from start to finish, aside from shamelessly asking for a gemstone, that was practically the only request Yiran made. The outcome was that such demands weren't even made for his own sake. A heart full of passion. Speaking out against injustice, taking action against unfairness. Yiran at this moment was even more pure than his former self. Bai Su took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering as if he had made a monumental decision. Yiran! Bai Su called out to stop Yiran, who was about to leave. Yiran turned his head. Principal, is there something else? Bai Su gazed at Yiran, his fingers twitching slightly. Then an exquisitely delicate miniature pagoda floated before Yiran. After this matter concludes, bring this little pagoda back to find me. Yiran examined the small pagoda carefully for a while. This spiritually endowed pagoda has a total of 18 tiers. each exquisitely carved with remarkable craftsmanship and beauty, though standing barely the height of a forefinger. Yet every door and window on each tier can be opened and shut. It seemed not so much a carved tower as a real one shrunk down to this size. The entire tower resembled a living creature, periodically emanating an aura both mystical and ancient. Clearly no ordinary artifact. Though uncertain what Bai Su truly meant, Yi Ran nonetheless put away the pagoda and responded, "Understood, Principal." With those words, Yi Ran turned and left the principal's office. After Yi Ran left, Bai Su sat on the chair in deep thought for a long while. After a moment passed, Bai Su spoke angrily toward the emptiness. "Since you've already come, how much longer do you plan to hide?" It seemed to have heard Bai Su's response. Instantly, in the void space Bai Su was staring at, a neat crack appeared as if slit open by a sword. Lan Moyen naturally emerged from within. Lan Moyen gazed at Bai Su. "You gave him the desolate tower?" Bai Su glanced at Lan Moyen. "The desert tower is with me. Who I give it to seems to be none of your concern." Lan Moyen shook her head. "Of course not." After a moment of silence, the usually reticent Lan Moyen couldn't help but speak up. "The rule established back then was that members of desert must be supernaturals. You're breaking the regulations." Bai Su rolled his eyes at Lan Moyen. "Have you forgotten that as a temporary wasteland lord, you have the authority to select potentially extraordinary individuals to become reserves?" Lan Moyen glanced at Bai Su, then pointed in the direction Yi Ran had departed. "Him, late-stage gold rank? Is your vision really that short-sighted?" If you say reaching diamond tier guarantees ascension to transcendence, then Lan Moyen has nothing to argue about. But Yi Ran's only at gold tier. Bai Su, how can you possibly see transcendence in him? Bai Su pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said to Lan Moyen with a smile, "You know strength has never been my primary criterion for selection. That kid Yi Ran, I just took a liking to him. The choice is made. If you're unhappy, go ahead and report me. You lot can replace this old man as acting wasteland lord right now." Lan Moyen looked at Bai Su, then glanced at the direction where Yi Ran had departed, and asked, "Aren't you afraid the 8th floor master will come after you?" Bai Su narrowed his eyes at Lan Moyen's words. "When desolation was first established, we all bound ourselves with soul contracts through oaths. I haven't violated the pact. What can he possibly do to me?" Turning his head fully toward Lan Moyen, Bai Su replied, "What? Do you have any other questions?" Listening to Bai Su's question, a smile bloomed on Lan Moyen's handsome face. "As stunning as a snow lotus blossoming, no more." Then, Lan Moyen extended his hand. "Student ID and documents." Bai Su shot Lan Moyen an annoyed look. "What's the matter? The desert tower isn't important anymore all of a sudden?" Lan Moyen met Bai Su's gaze. "It is important." "Then why did you suddenly stop obsessing over it?" Lan Moyen looked at Bai Su with utter bewilderment on her face. "You'll be mine soon enough. Why should I overthink this?" Hearing Lan Moyen's words, Bai Su irritably shoved the student ID card into Lan Moyen's hand. "Get out, get out, get out, get lost and don't let me see you again." After obtaining the certificate, Lan Moyen ignored the grumbling old man. With a single wave of her hand, she tore through space, vanishing from Bai Su's office in an instant. After Lan Moyen left, Bai Su once again fell into deep thought. "For my sake, and for theirs, that darn kid, dropping hints at me." Bai Su muttered to himself, repeating Yi Ran's words, though Yi Ran's words weren't directly addressed to him. How could Bai Su, who'd lived nearly a century, fail to discern the subtext in Yi Ran's words? All that talk about for their sake and those casual explanations. It's just that they still don't approve of their own actions. Bai Su seeks to protect the stability and harmony of the entire nation, while Yi Ran seeks to save every single person in the world who can be seen and touched. Neither approach is wrong, but in the end, there will inevitably be cognitive dissonance. This kid still hasn't grown up yet. Bai Su thought about Yi Ran's words while leaning back in his chair and beginning to reminisce. In a daze, Bai Su also recalled his younger self from back then. "There was a time when I too, once reveled in swift vengeance, reckless of consequence, stood crimson with wrathful passion for the greater peace, just as Yaren does today. That moment was exactly like this moment. But what about now? For the greater good, for balance, for harmony, for the entire Dragon Kingdom. It seems like it's been ages since I've considered my own personal feelings." "Ha!" Bai Su shook his head self-deprecatingly. "I really am getting old. My blood's run cold." While mocking himself, he gazed at the office door and muttered to himself, "In the bloom of youth, we were at life's prime." Bai Su gently stroked a book on his desk. His mind flooded with endless thoughts, eyes brimming with hope and quiet satisfaction. This book is a miscellaneous collection. Yellowed with age, its pages so fragile they seem ready to disintegrate with each turn. And the title of this book is called, When Humanity Shines Like Stars. Chapter 65 Mismatched Goods. The teaching assistance level was somewhat too high. Yi Ran left the principal's office, without saying a word. His footsteps were somewhat heavy, partly due to indignation at what Han Kun and Wang Changhai had done before, partly because of the absurdly excessive punishment from the disciplinary office, and partly because of Principal Baisu's attitude. The greater good, caution at every turn, protections everywhere. But in the end, what did it bring? Did it bring these vermins harming students? Did it bring the reign of villains in the courts? Having lived 2 lifetimes, Yiran naturally understood what Baisu was thinking. But he disagreed. Why should the ideal of universal harmony be built upon the suffering of good people? Those violated girls, those ruined students, their blossoming youth, their lives just beginning. Yet who will be there to pay the price for them? Thinking this far, Yiran irritably kicked away a crumpled paper ball by the roadside, and strode off towards her own classroom. Han Kun, Zhu Jia. Yiran walked into the classroom while lost in thought, yet not a single student inside noticed his arrival. The classroom was bustling with noise and activity at that moment. All the students were gathered around a table, staring at something. Push harder, Wang Dachuan. Hurry up and use your strength. Didn't you eat today, Wang Dachuan? Wang Dachuan, you're the last hope of honor for the boys in our class. If you lose, our whole class will be completely humiliated. Das Hun, push harder. Das Hun. The students chattered excitedly, each one cheering enthusiastically for Wang Das Hun. None of them noticed that at this very moment, Yiran had quietly squeezed his way through the crowd. Yiran, having squeezed his way in, naturally saw what was happening at this table. At this moment, Wang Dachuan was sitting solemnly on one side of the table, while across from him sat another giant of a man. Though Wang Dachuan's physique was already impressively tall and robust, never had he imagined that the opposing burly man would tower over him by a full 3 heads. The thick, swollen muscles absolutely had the capability to completely overwhelm Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan and this brawny man were pressing elbows against the table, engaged in the most primal one-on-one male contest, an arm wrestling match. By now, Wang Dachuan's face had flushed crimson, his teeth clenched tightly, his entire body trembling violently as if he had channeled every ounce of his strength into his right arm. Yet looking across at that burly man, he remained as composed as ever while watching Wang Dachuan, completely tuning out all the cheering students around him. There wasn't the slightest indication that this enormous man was exerting even a bit of effort. The burly man looked utterly relaxed, even finding time to chuckle as he addressed Wang Dachuan. Not bad, youngster. Your strength is impressive for someone your age, truly rare to come by. Ever considered pursuing a career in the military? Wang Dachuan gasped for breath, his eyes locked on the giant of a man. And when he noticed him chatting and laughing without the slightest exertion, his entire face flushed crimson with frustration. Wang Dachuan grinned at the big man and said, "Don't speak too soon, old man." As he spoke, Wang Dachuan's eyes began to glow crimson, and his entire aura subtly began to shift. Faintly, one could even sense a mist of blood seeping from the pores of Wang Dachuan's skin. The burly man noticed the changes in Wang Dachuan's physique and aura, his eyes gleaming slightly as if he had discovered something akin to a precious treasure. Just as Wang Dachuan was not fully transformed into the Taotai beast, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Wang Dachuan turned his head to look in the direction of the hand's owner. When he saw it was Yiran, he was startled. Immediately withdrawing his hand, he stood up respectfully and stammered, "Teacher Yi." "Hello, Teacher Yi." The students who had originally gathered around the arm wrestling match, upon seeing Yiran, immediately fled back to their seats as if running away, all bowing their heads, not daring to meet Yiran's gaze. At this very moment, only Wang Dachuan, Yiran, and the towering brute remained at the table. The burly man frowned slightly upon seeing this scene, seeming somewhat regretful at not witnessing Wang Dachuan's transformation in action. Yet amidst his regret, there was also a trace of astonishment. This class, the teacher arrived, and all the students quickly took their seats. The discipline was so strict. It was nothing like the lazy class rumored to be. "Sir, may I ask which class you're teaching?" Yiran's voice came through just as the burly man was still looking confused. Hearing Yiran's question, the burly man stood up with a casual grace, felt his pocket, took out a document, and said to Yiran, "You must be class teacher Yi, right? I'm the new assistant teacher for this class. My name is Li Wancheng, pleased to make your acquaintance." Yiran took the document, glanced at the photo on it, then looked at Li Wancheng himself, carefully comparing the two, muttering under his breath, "The teaching assistant the principal mentioned, is that you?" Li Wancheng smiled carefree and said, "You mean the teaching assistant? The previous one had some family issues and couldn't make it, so I happened to fill in." Li Wancheng then stealthily leaned his head closer to Yiran's ear and whispered, "I only got this teaching assistant position through connections." Hearing Li Wancheng's outrageous remark, Yiran couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The principal had said, to assign their class a platinum-level teaching assistant, to guard against the Zhu family's sinister schemes. But who could have imagined that this self-recommended teaching assistant before their eyes is TM a superhuman? Yiran, who possesses a system, can naturally see everyone's panel attributes when they use their abilities? And the moment Li Wancheng exerted force during the arm wrestling, Yi Ran had already clearly seen Li Wancheng's data. Especially when he saw the level category, it downright choked him up. A substitute assistant teacher who filled in casually was already a transcendent level powerhouse? Has Demon Capital High Martial Academy become affluent to such an extent? With such power at hand, the Shu family is nothing but trash. Wait, no, all the factions in this entire world are nothing but trash. Principal, you said you'd protect the class at all costs, but this seems way too considerate. Yi Ran couldn't help but doubt. Did he just lose out by only asking for a supreme-grade fire elemental crystal core? He genuinely couldn't tell whether it was the principal who'd gone mad or himself. He took a deep breath. Calming his emotions, Yi Ran currently wore a complicated expression as he looked at Li Wancheng. Of course he knew the Magic Martial Academy couldn't possibly assign a transcendent as a teaching assistant, so this superhuman must have come here for other reasons. But having a superhuman sit in my class as a teaching assistant, how am I supposed to attend class normally? Just thinking about having my every word and action monitored by this superhuman, Yi Ran felt as if sitting on pins and needles. No, the product doesn't match the description, the level is too high. I need to ask the principal for a refund. However, returning goods must also have a valid reason. To return a teaching assistant, one naturally needs to identify the areas where this transcendent individual failed as a TA. Yi Ran followed up on Li Wancheng's words and asked, so your first act as a teaching assistant in our class is to stir up chaos in the classroom? Li Wancheng helplessly spread his fingers upon hearing this, then swept his gaze around the students, before saying with an indifferent expression, Teacher Yi, I swear it wasn't me who started it. Why don't you ask the other students in our class? Let me digress a bit. Recently, I've noticed many comments discussing Yi Ran's family background. Well, the plotline about the Yi family is coming soon, so please be patient a little longer. Plus, one member of the Yi family has actually already appeared, though a rather special one. I'm wondering if anyone has noticed this detail. Thank you all. If you truly enjoy this book, please consider giving it a higher rating and maybe send some small gifts too. Many thanks in advance. Chapter 66, A handsome new boy joins the class. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students spoke up simultaneously, their voices rising and falling in waves. Teacher Yi, it's not this assistant teacher's fault. We're the ones who insisted on challenging him. Let this teaching assistant see what our class is capable of. Teacher Yi, just stay out of it, he's all show and no strength. We'll definitely beat him. Teacher Yi, if you hadn't shown up just now, Wang Dachuan would have totally won. It was Teacher Yi who told them to keep competing, we're definitely going to win. Yi Ran listened to the students' remarks and glanced at that superhuman being again. His lips couldn't help but twitch, though he couldn't understand why these little monkeys were being so proactive. But freshmen actually dare to think about defeating superhumans using the whole class's strength? You've got some nerve. Did the hedgehog people give you courage? Just as Yi Ran was contemplating, Li Wancheng's voice came again. Teacher Yi, look, this wasn't my idea. Why not let that student Wang Dachuan continue arm wrestling with me? Li Wancheng turned his gaze to Wang Dachuan, eager to try. Wang Dachuan, didn't you say you were bound to beat me? Wang Dachuan sensed Li Wanchuan's provocation, and his competitive spirit flared up. He stood up directly, rolling up his sleeves, revealing his explosively muscular arms. That last round wasn't satisfying at all, now let me show you my true strength. With that, Wang Dachuan walked toward Li Wancheng, ready to challenge Li Wancheng for another showdown. All the classmates excitedly pounded their desks, making whooping noises, setting the mood for this one-on-one battle between men. De-chun, you sit down now. Oh, yes ma'am. Yi Ran barked out the command, and Wang Dachuan, who had been itching to act, he quickly responded to Yi Ran's words, then obediently retreated to his seat, sitting with his back perfectly straight, as prim and proper as a first grader just taught proper sitting posture. The other students, no longer jeered either, each bowing their heads one by one as they began studying intently, and silence once again fell over the entire room. Li Wancheng watched the scene unfold, his expression revealing a somewhat grudging sigh, while inwardly he marveled in amazement. Evidently the rumors circulating outside were completely inaccurate. What lazy class, what slacker teacher, nothing but nonsense. They've already achieved perfect obedience through strict discipline. Could anyone possibly slack off like this? In that moment, Li Wancheng's impression of Yi Ran deepened considerably once again. Assistantly, may I call you that? Yi Ran asked politely. Li Wancheng nodded. Teacher Yi, I'm very familiar with the teaching assistant job. Just let me know if there's anything you need. Hearing Li Wancheng's words, even though Yi Ran had prepared himself mentally, the corner of his mouth still twitched uncontrollably. An extraordinary being saying, let me know if you need anything to someone at the gold tier. No matter how Yi Ran listened to it, it felt utterly bizarre. If there's nothing else, I'd appreciate if you could sit at the back of the classroom every day. That way you can observe all our students' learning progress and manage them more effectively. Yi Ran spoke exactly as one would to a genuine teaching assistant. He just wanted to see how long this so-called extraordinary person could keep up the act. If this supernatural pretender grew impatient with acting, he'd have a legitimate reason to demand a refund from the principal. Yet Yi Ran's calculations proved completely wrong. Li Wanchang, upon hearing Yi Ran's arrangements, stood up respectfully straight and addressed him saying, "No problem, Teacher Yi." With that, Li Wanchang walked straight to the back row. Sitting by the wall, the back was held perfectly straight, keeping a close eye on every detail of the class. That expression, that posture, was even more meticulous than a real teaching assistant. Yi Ran, who had been expecting Li Wanchang to lose his patience, at this moment, there was nothing left to say. If even an awakened could stoop to this level, he really couldn't find any other reason to say it was inappropriate. Yi Ran looked at Li Wanchang with a complicated expression. Where's the dignity befitting an awakened? Doesn't it bother you at all to be ordered around by a golden mentor like this? At the very moment Yi Ran was mentally complaining, Li Wanchang, noticing Yi Ran's attention on him, even smugly whipped out his little notebook and waved it at Yi Ran. With Yi Ran's gaze, she could clearly see what was written on that little notebook. Row 1, Column 2, Daydreaming and Dozing Off, deduct 1 point. Row 4, Column 5, Secretly Eating Snacks, deduct 1 point. Row 8, Seat 7, Reading Comics During Class, deduct 1 point. At this moment, Yi Ran was completely bewildered. He had only verbally arranged for Li Wanchang to sit in the last row under the pretext of paying attention to students. Who could have imagined Li Wanchang would actually sit in the last row like this? Not only did he sit in the back row, but he also actively started monitoring students' learning progress. He even created a behavioral discipline scoring system? How can you be this professional? I'm exhausted, just bring on the apocalypse. For a moment, Yi Ran stared at Li Wanchang, this relentlessly earnest, diligent teaching assistant who poured his heart and soul into his duties, and heaved a helpless sigh. What else could he possibly say when faced with an awakened individual who lacked even the most basic moral boundaries? What reason could I possibly give to ask the headmaster for a refund? Guess I'm stuck with it. Headmaster, you're such a kind person. Then, Yi Ran also stopped thinking about how to return Li Wanchang anymore. Instead, she stood confidently on the podium, ready to begin the class. Students, please turn to page 36 of your physical arts textbook. Today, we'll be learning the 36th technique of physical arts, Koan Mountain Lean. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Yi Ran was getting ready for class, the classroom door suddenly creaked open. Come in, Yi Ran called out to the door. Creak. After the sound of a voice, a young man stood at the door. Excuse me, is this class 2, grade 1? His cool, detached voice drew every gaze in the room toward the entrance. At this moment, all the students erupted in excitement. Holy shit, is this a guy or a girl? Isn't this face just too damn beautiful? The skin is so smooth, and the features are so perfectly symmetrical. The golden ratio, what exactly is the golden ratio? I always thought it was just an ideal proportion from textbooks, but today I've truly seen it come alive. Indescribably beautiful. One more look and I might faint. Don't speak, nosebleed incoming. I'm done for, bro. My heart's skipping beats. Calm down, dude. What if it's a guy? Oh, a guy? Well, that could work too. Whether it's 36D or 2D, someone's gonna have a damn good time. You're unbeatable. The students chattered away in discussion. Even Yi Ran didn't bother to maintain classroom order. All because the young man before them was simply too beautiful. The phrase elegant and handsome was vividly embodied in this young man's face. All eyes were riveted on the youth's countenance, unable to tear themselves away. Just as everyone was discussing the young man before them, no one noticed, Li Wanchang, sitting in the last row, had silently shifted his seat to the farthest corner of the classroom, burying his head deep into his chest, as if afraid of being seen by anyone. Chapter 67, A Gentleman's Word, Huang Dongdong. The youth at the door remained aloof, completely indifferent to the gazes of others. He calmly walked up to Yi Ran, handed over the student ID. This is my student ID and transfer certificate. Yi Ran sized up the young man. The young man wasn't using any special techniques, so naturally his attribute panel remained invisible. Apart from the boy's excessively handsome appearance, he couldn't detect anything unusual about him either. He simply took the student ID and transfer documents, verifying their authenticity, then nodded in approval. No problem. Classmate, you're considered part of our class now. Please come up and introduce yourself. Hearing Yi Ran's request, the boy nodded. Then he confidently stepped onto the podium and addressed all the students present. Hello everyone, my name is Lan Moyen. Starting today, we'll be classmates. I look forward to getting to know you all. As soon as the words were spoken, the students applauded in welcome. Amid the applause, Yi Ran said to Lan Moyen, Alright, Moyen, you can take a seat at that spot for now. Yi Ran pointed to the empty desk at the back of the classroom. That table was actually the one Wang Dachuan had carried over for Huang Dongdong. Fortunately there happened to be an empty spot available, so Lan Moyen and Huang Dongdong ended up sitting together as deskmates. Bang! Before Lan Moyen could finish speaking, a tremendous crash suddenly echoed from outside the classroom window, as if something heavy had plummeted from a great height and smashed into the ground. Every gaze in the room instantly snapped toward the windows, with even the most curious students craning their necks, trying to discern what had happened beyond the panes. Help! Someone jumped off the building. A shrill scream came from outside the window. At that moment, all the students rose from their seats, each rushing towards the windows, crowding and craning their necks to look below. At this moment, there was no one to be seen on the lawn below the teaching building, only a large pool of blood left behind. Holy shit, such a big pool of blood, someone really jumped? Who could be that desperate to jump off a building? I told you the high-pressure study policy for freshmen wouldn't work. Look what's happened now. What era is this, and someone still chooses to jump off a building? Can that even kill anyone? Exactly, all that's left is a pool of blood. Where's the person? Where's the one who jumped? Probably didn't jump to his death, he got away. Poor kid, you've forgotten you're cultivating immortality now. Jumping off a building wouldn't even kill you. The students buzzed with discussion. Hearing their conversation, Yi Ran's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way. Is this bastard serious? Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Before the classmates could return to their seats from the window, suddenly the classroom door was violently thrown open as someone smashed through it. Instantly all eyes shifted from the window back to the entrance. A young man stood at the doorway, panting heavily. The youth's head was covered in blood. He seemed dazed and unsteady on his feet. As the crowd took a closer look at the bloodied young man's features, Wang Dachuan let out a startled cry. Huang Dongdong? It seemed Wang Dachuan's exclamation brought the dazed young man back to his senses. He looked Wang Dachuan in the eye and grinned. He wiped the blood from his face one last time. Then he turned to look at Yi Ran on the podium. With an air of arrogant pride, he declared in a tone full of martial honor. Teacher Yi, a gentleman's word is his bond. Huang Dongdong will honor this bet. Looking at Huang Dongdong's blood-covered head, Yi Ran helplessly placed a hand on his face, tilting his head back in speechlessness. That damned kid actually went and jumped off a building. Not only did he jump, and he truly acted as stated in the bet, without using any protective techniques, recklessly throwing his body straight down. Huang Dongdong, come here. Hearing Yaren's call, Huang Dongdong limped over to stand before Yaren. Yaren took out a tissue and gently wiped Dongdong's wound that was still oozing blood. You little rascal, usually so sharp-witted, how could you do something so foolish this time? Huang Dongdong let Yi Ran wipe away the bloodstains with a tissue, as if he could sense the genuine concern in Yi Ran's actions. He smiled faintly and said earnestly, I want to bid farewell to my past. Hearing Huang Dongdong's words, Yi Ran's bloodstained hand paused in midair. He stared intently at Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong still wore a smile across his face at this moment. Except right now, this very instant. He looked at the expression on Huang Dongdong's face, as if he were seeing Wang Dachuan again, somewhat silly, yet earnest, though he still appeared clever as ever. But that previous arrogance, that wild pride, seemed to have diminished considerably. Seeing this, Yi Ran's lips curled into a slight smile. A sense of relief blossomed in his heart. It seemed the darn kid had truly taken his words to heart. Though the method was somewhat clumsy, what does it matter? This leap, Huang Dongdong bid farewell to her past. This leap, Huang Dongdong seemed to have been reborn. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. While Yi Ran was deep in thought, Huang Dongdong's forehead wound continued to bleed, probably due to severe blood loss. Huang Dongdong was now unsteady on his feet, his words slightly slurred. Just as he was about to topple over, Yi Ran grabbed him firmly and let out a helpless chuckle. These students were all troublemakers. In the end, it always fell to someone else to clean up their mess. Then, with a single flick of his wrist, a sudden flash of light appeared, and in Yi Ran's hand materialized a scepter. This was precisely the exclusive weapon the system had copied from Jiang Xiaoro earlier, the scepter of life and death. When Yi Ran manifested this personalized weapon, the students might not have felt anything unusual. But Lan Moyen and Li Wancheng, who were present, narrowed their eyes slightly. How is this possible? There wasn't the slightest trace of energy fluctuation, Li Wancheng murmured to himself, before the two could figure it out. Yi Ran's heart stirred slightly. Instantly, the head of the staff of life and death, the massive gemstone began gathering green energy. The green energy brims with enduring vigor. Even glancing at it makes one feel revitalized. Skill, blessing of the goddess of life. Following Yi Ran's will, the coalesced green energy enveloped Huang Dongdong in its embrace. At the exact moment it made contact with Huang Dongdong, the energy immediately seeped into his wound. In an instant, and Huang Dongdong's injury began healing at a visible pace. The bleeding stopped, a scab formed, and eventually normality was restored. Only after Huang Dongdong's breathing steadied, did Yiran take a moment to examine the scepter of life and death. Skill contained, Gift of the Goddess of Life, 0/1, cooldown timer, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It seems both abilities of the Life-Death Scepter have a 1-hour cooldown. Yiran gazed approvingly at the scepter. 1 divine curse skill, 1 divine healing technique. Being able to cast either once per hour is quite effective. Then, with a thought from Yiran, the scepter instantly withdrew. The others showed no reaction. At this moment, Li Wancheng and Lan Moyan's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. There was no mistake about it. What Yiran's using is an artifact with supplementary skills. Chapter 68, Kidnap him back to the military headquarters. No mistake about it. Although the Yi family's Dark Dragon mystic art is quite commendable in terms of offensive power, he had never heard of the Dark Dragon mystic art possessing any healing properties. So this healing energy must undoubtedly originate from the staff itself, and he could clearly sense that the grade of this healing energy was absolutely not low. Li Wancheng stroked his chin. Such a high grade. In his recollection, within what he had seen, it seemed only the Grand Archangel of the Holy Court possessed such a blade. The sacred relic of the Holy Court, the Sword of the Archangel. That was the Archangel of the Holy Court, the face of the top Western power. It's an exceptionally formidable presence even on a global scale, a figure truly standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Li Wancheng shook his head. Who could have imagined that the second divine artifact he'd ever seen? It actually came from the hands of an unknown little guy from Demon Capital's High Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, what technique did Yiran use to conjure this scepter? Why can't the slightest energy fluctuation be detected? No matter how hard Li Wancheng racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. He looked at Yiran. At this moment, the mysterious aura around Yiran seemed even more profound in his eyes. Compared to Li Wancheng, Lan Moyan remained much calmer, though he too was astonished by the divine artifact Yiran possessed. But he was more happy than surprised. Breaking the platinum rule. 3 sentences convinced by Su to gift him the ancient tower. And now here pops out another unfathomably mysterious divine artifact. Isn't this the son of destiny, Long Outyan, from the novels I often read? At this thought, the corners of his lips curled slightly upwards, as expected from someone I've set my sights on. As Yiran's skill was unleashed, Huang Dongdong gradually woke from his coma. He touched the site of his wound with astonishment. The skin was smooth and flawless, without leaving even the faintest scar. He tried standing up again, jumping lightly, and found his body completely free from any discomfort. If not for the faint traces of blood still smeared on his face, he might have suspected that everything he'd just experienced was merely a dream. Alright, stop testing it, get back to your seat now. Oh, okay, teacher. Yiran's voice came through. Huang Dongdong obediently walked toward his seat. As he reached his seat, he stopped abruptly, his eyes glued to Lan Moyan's face, utterly unable to tear them away. Let me introduce you, this is Lan Moyan, a new auditing student in our class. From today onward, she'll be one of us. Yiran's voice rang out again, and Huang Dongdong turned to look at him. So does that mean I'm no longer the last student to join our class? Yiran nodded. You could say that. Upon hearing this, Huang Dongdong smiled. So in other words, isn't this just my junior brother? After speaking, Huang Dongdong very naturally sat down, extended his hand. Hello, my name is Huang Dongdong. By seniority, you should address me as senior brother. After hearing these words, the others didn't seem to react much. Only Li Wancheng choked abruptly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. To have a world-subjugating superhuman call you little senior brother, the audacity knows no bounds. Lan Moyan glanced at Huang Dongdong's face, then lowered his gaze to Huang Dongdong's hands. He revealed an exceptionally captivating smile, extending his own hands, more slender and smooth than a woman's, as he said with a smile, "Hello, little senior brother." Put. Before anyone else could say a word, Li Wancheng couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of water. All eyes turned toward Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng hurriedly raised his hands in apology. It's nothing, I'm fine. I just choked on some water accidentally. Please continue. This water bottle today is a bit disobedient. Li Wancheng then quickly lowered his head, pretending to fiddle with his water bottle, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Lan Moyan. After Li Wancheng spoke, no one paid any further attention to him. Huang Dongdong turned his head towards Lan Moyan and happily patted him on the shoulder with glee, apparently thrilled to have acquired a little brother of his own. Before the chivalrous spirit of the martial world's wandering warriors flared up within him, he then thumped his chest with determination and declared, "Junior brother, don't worry. If anyone ever bullies you, just tell your senior brother I've got your back." Lan Moyan looked at the child with a beaming smile. "Thank you, senior brother." What a heartwarming scene of fraternal unity between martial brothers. Li Wancheng had a strange expression. What the hell kind of messed up development was this? Yi Ran cleared his throat lightly, gesturing for Huang Dongdong to sit properly. Alright, let's continue with our class now. Students, please turn to page 36 of your martial arts textbook. Today, we'll learn the 36th technique, the Koan Mountain Lean. The Koan Mountain Lean originates from the Koan sect, a school created by an ancient master. Legend has it that this ancient master came from a place called Olian. With extraordinary talent, he attained enlightenment in just 2.5 years. His Koan fist reached an unrivaled level, making him invincible among his peers. Eventually, he emerged in a place known as Shi. This supreme master emerged out of nowhere, sweeping across the land with unparalleled might, standing at the pinnacle of that era. Not only that, he generously shared his ultimate divine technique, opening schools far and wide to teach countless people the Koan fist, which became wildly popular for a time. Among its techniques, Kao Koan Mountain, the most iconic move, became the signature stance of Koan fist. Alas, the good times did not last. This great master met an untimely demise, leaving behind only this martial lineage as his legacy. In later years, to honor his memory, people molded clay statues atop Koal Mountain where he fell, recreating the heroic visage of the master in his prime. Since this great master's surname was Ji alone, the coal produced from this Koal Mountain came to be known as Ji Clay Coal. Yaren recounted the origins of the Kunshin Kao in great detail. Empowered by the teacher's spirit, the students present listened as if intoxicated, utterly enchanted. Even Li Wancheng listened intently for a fleeting moment. Coming back to his senses, Li Wancheng gazed deeply at Yaren, never expecting that he, as a transcendent, would actually be drawn in. He inwardly marveled. Who would have thought that Yen Ran, at such a young age, not only knows so much history, but can also use historical origins as a guide to capture students' attention, thereby deepening their understanding of skill techniques. This thoughtful approach to teaching, this accumulated wisdom of history, it must be said, this kid's teaching skills are truly astounding. For a moment, Li Wancheng gained a whole new perspective on Yi Ran. If Yi Ran were to follow him to the military headquarters, regardless of Yi Ran's personal abilities, this teaching aptitude alone would undoubtedly elevate the combat capabilities of ordinary soldiers by leaps and bounds. You must understand, the military operates on a core-level warfare system. The enhancement of a single ordinary soldier might not show much effect, but when all ordinary soldiers are enhanced, the resulting impact is far beyond simple 1 + 1 = 2 arithmetic. It will absolutely lead to qualitative transformation through quantitative accumulation. Thinking this far, Li Wancheng narrowed his eyes. He must capture this kid and bring him back to the military. Chapter 69, Getting Extra Training with Huang Dongdong. While Li Wancheng was silently pondering, he suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent. As a transcendent being, his sensitivity to energy fluctuations was naturally unparalleled, and in an instant, he pinpointed the source of the killing aura. He looked up. At this very moment, what filled his vision was Lan Moyan's peerlessly beautiful face. Lan Moyan narrowed her eyes slightly, a face shrouded in chill, staring at Li Wancheng with an expression like a cat guarding its food, as if threatening Li Wancheng not to harbor any improper thoughts about Yi Ran. Li Wancheng quickly lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with Lan Moyan. A wise man knows when to retreat. As a tutor myself, if I can't beat you, can't I at least jot you down in my little book? With that, Li Wancheng quickly wrote in his little notebook. Row 10, Seat 9, Lan Moyan, distracted in class, deduct 1 point. Li Wancheng had just finished writing this line, and was about to admire it to satisfy his petty desire for revenge. But as soon as he raised it, a sword mark suddenly appeared on the notebook. He accurately crossed out Lan Moyan's name in one precise stroke. This fucking works? Li Wancheng stared dumbfounded at the impeccably straight sword mark on his little notebook, then lifted his head to look at Lan Moyan again. Lan Moyan was also staring at himself at this moment, holding an ordinary carbon pen in his hand, lightly gesturing in the air with it, the threat in his eyes sending a chill down Li Wancheng's spine. He was hailed as the Empire's shield, Iron Great Wall, impenetrable defense. Yet when directly facing Lan Moyan's sword, he couldn't help but feel a faint tremor of fear. Although unsure exactly how Lan Moyan had detected his covert maneuvers, Li Wancheng still lowered his head in submission. He reverently wrote a sentence in his notebook. Sorry. A truly great man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Offering an apology to a superhuman capable of slaughtering a nation is no disgrace. As an extraordinary individual with extremely flexible moral boundaries, this posed no challenge to him whatsoever. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. I hope you'll all review the historical origins and force application techniques of Kunshin Kao thoroughly after class. We'll meet again next lesson. Just as the two extraordinary individuals were secretly locked in confrontation, Yi Ran's class was gradually coming to an end. With the blessing of the teacher's spirit, Yi Ran's class left not a single student in the auditorium feeling fatigued. Instead, their classmates' expressions still showed a lingering desire for more. Some students had even proactively approached the podium. Teacher Yi, there's something I don't quite understand here, could you explain it again for me? Teacher Yi, let me demonstrate the Kunshin lean for you, could you check if my force application technique is correct? Teacher Yi, wait a moment, I'd like to ask, if we add the exposed swift foot after the leaning mountain technique, wouldn't that potentially double its effectiveness in actual combat? Teacher Yi, why does wearing suspenders give Kunshin Kao a bonus? Teacher Yi. The classmates gathered around Yiran, all clamoring to ask questions at once. All the questions asked were directly related to this lesson. Such studious diligence and enthusiasm would have been utterly unimaginable just half a year ago in class 2 of the first grade. Yiran took great pleasure in patiently explaining each student's questions to them. Every answer cuts right to the heart of the matter, hitting the nail on the head, leaving the students with sudden clarity the moment they listen. That's truly impressive. If he joins the military, those ordinary soldiers would be truly fortunate. Li Wancheng sat in the back row, watching Yiran. Yiran's explanation was exceptionally efficient and accurate even from a transcendent perspective. With such a teacher, the entire group's abilities would undoubtedly improve by leaps and bounds. Li Wancheng gazed avidly at Yiran while casting resentful glances at Lan Moyan, just like Chang Yaojin emerging halfway through a battle to steal the show. Seemingly sensing Li Wancheng's gaze, Lan Moyan didn't even need to glance backward, once again produced his carbon pen, and in the instant he uncapped it, Li Wancheng lowered his head once again. Time passed minute by minute. After Yiran addressed every single question and concern from the students one by one, the students all returned to their seats with satisfied expressions. Their gazes toward Yiran carried an inexplicable reverence. Indeed, during this period, with Yiran's guidance and assistance, each of them had experienced a qualitative leap in strength. Yiran's prestige in Class 2 of Grade 1 had reached a level that could almost be described as terrifying. It was precisely because of this prestige that Li Wancheng witnessed the scene of strict obedience to orders. Huang Dongdong, you don't need to attend the next class, come with me. After confirming that all the other students had no issues, Yiran turned his gaze toward Huang Dongdong. Oh, okay, Professor Yi. Huang Dongdong, unusually this time, didn't raise any questions, but instead nimbly stood up and followed Yiran out of the classroom. Only, tagging along with Huang Dongdong was his newly minted junior apprentice brother, Lan Moyan. Originally, Li Wancheng saw Lan Moyan following along, and was about to do the same. Yet the moment he stood up, he felt a sudden chill between his legs. Ding! After a crisp metallic clang, Li Wancheng clearly saw what was now embedded in the chair he had just vacated. A carbon fiber pen that had bounced off him. How ruthless Lan Moyan is. Starting right off with emasculation, Li Wancheng pulled the carbon pen out from the chair and reluctantly sat back down. If they're not letting me go, then I just won't go. Why get so angry? Meanwhile, Yiran and the other two walked side by side down the hallway, exchanging not a word. Until after a moment, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but glance at Lan Moyan. Junior brother, the toilet isn't in this direction. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong with utter confusion. I know, I'm not going to the toilet. Huang Dongdong gazed at Lan Moyan and asked puzzledly, if you're not going to the toilet, then what are you heading there for? Let's walk with you. Hearing Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wait, why are you following us? Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong, then turned her gaze to Yiran. I'm afraid of school bullying. Hearing Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong was a bit stunned. School bullying? What kind of excuse is this? Lan Moyan said to Yiran, just arrived and not familiar with anything. Can I follow you, teacher? Yiran looked at Lan Moyan. Although Lan Moyan had never displayed any moves in front of him, he couldn't see his attribute panel, but as someone with an innate connection to the Tao, he could keenly sense that Lan Moyan's entire being harmonized perfectly with the Tao's rhythm. There was no doubt Lan Moyan was undoubtedly a genius. Why would Yiran ever refuse such an exceptionally talented individual who was so eager to follow him? Yiran gazed at Lan Moyan, and said with a smile, of course you can. Chapter 70. What else can we refine? You, of course. In just a short while, Yiran and the other two had already arrived in front of the school's forging building, a structure specially constructed for faculty and students gifted with forging talents and supernatural abilities, dedicated to the forging practice and cultivation of such individuals. Its entire architecture resembling a gigantic furnace. Even getting slightly closer would make one feel the scorching, searing heat rushing toward them. Occasionally, faint red lights would flicker across the entire building, and ash mixed with faint sparks spewed from the rooftop. Teacher Yi, why are we here? Huang Dongdong gazed at the massive furnace building and asked curiously. Naturally, we're here to refine something. Yiran replied effortlessly, his eyes fixed intently on the furnace building. Watching the soot spewing from the furnace, he seemed lost in thought. He muttered to himself, this temperature should be sufficient. The three men stepped inside the building. At that moment, an overweight man lay slumped at the reception desk. This person is none other than the former head of the Material Resources Department and Su Yotsai's previous right-hand man, Xiang Yaoqian. Due to the disappearance of those 3,000 strips of ink dragon flesh and blood, he was demoted by Su Yukai to work here as a receptionist. Since the forging building usually doesn't see many visitors, Xiang Yaoqian was currently sprawled across the front desk, fast asleep. Bang, bang, bang. Yiran gently rapped his knuckles against the front desk's surface. Xiang Yaoqian, who had been sound asleep, jolted awake with a start, flipping right out of his chair in sheer panic. Thump! After the deafening crash, a cloud of dust rose into the air. When the dust settled, Xiang Yaoqian clumsily rose from the ground. He brushed the dust off his trousers. He strained to widen his nearly squinty eyes obscured by fat as he stared at the three people before him. So the three of you are looking to rent a forging room, is that right? Yi Ran nodded in confirmation. Seeing Yi Ran's affirmation, Xiang Yaoqian said to him with practiced ease. Currently, our academy's forging rooms are divided into 4 tiers, which are Standard Forging Room, Premium Forging Room, Master Forging Room, and Grandmaster Forging Room. The daily rental price for a Standard Forging Room is 4 credits. A Premium Forging Room costs 10 credits per day, while a Master Forging Room goes for 20 credits per day. As for the Grandmaster level forging, Xiang Yaoqian shook his head as he looked at the 3 people before him. Let's not even consider the Grandmaster Forging Room after all, it requires qualification verification. As Xiang Yaoqian explained, Yi Ran pointed upward. That smoke we saw earlier billowing from the entire building, which forging workshop could possibly produce that? Xiang Yaoqian thought for a moment and said, oh, that? Only on Grandmaster level forging workshop could manage something like that. The furnace inside was personally crafted by our principal himself, who invited a pyrokinetic superhuman to forge it. The sheer temperature and quality are beyond imagination. Hearing Xiang Yaoqian say this, Yi Ran nodded and said to Xiang Yaoqian, we need to rent a Grandmaster-level forging room. Hearing these words from Yi Ran, Xiang Yaoqian strained to widen his beady little eyes. Didn't I make myself clear earlier? The Grandmaster-level forging isn't something you can just walk into with money, we need qualifications. Xiang Yaoqian sternly refused Yi Ran's request, yet Yi Ran wasn't in a hurry, merely giving Xiang Yaoqian a secretive little wave. He quietly slipped a dragon coin into Xiang Yaoqian's hand. Bro, I see you working hard here every day, take this, treat yourself for your troubles. Xiang Yaoqian took the money and felt it, but still shook his head. Buddy, this is still my job after all. Before Xiang Yaoqian could finish his sentence, Yi Ran quietly slipped him another note. His previously stern and principled demand for payment now softened slightly on his face. His chubby face softened with kindness. Hey, since we're all from the same school, how about I secretly grant you access for 10 minutes? Before Xiang Yaoqian could finish his sentence, Yi Ran quietly slipped him 2 more tickets. This time, the corners of Xiang Yaoqian's mouth began curling upward slightly. Bro, no more talking. I'll grant you full access, use it as you please. But if anyone else comes to rent, you gotta clear out first. Before Xiang Yaoqian could finish speaking, Yi Ran quietly slipped another 3 into his hand. Xiang Yaoqian took the money and gripped Yi Ran's hand tightly. He thumped his chest forcefully. Buddy, go all out today. If anyone dares to disturb you, I'll write my name Xiang Yaoqian backwards. Yi Ran looked at Xiang Yaoqian and said with a smile, then I'll count on you, my brother. What are brothers for? Don't even mention counting on me. Xiang Yaoqian immediately led Yi Ran straight to the supernormal realm forging workshop. As if every second Yi Ran was delayed would be his fault. This entire series of actions left the inexperienced Huang Dongdong utterly dumbfounded. While behind them, Lan Moyan watched Yi Ran with a faint smile at the corner of her lips, lost in unknowable thoughts. Seemingly sensing Huang Dongdong's confusion, Yi Ran calmly remarked, Master Huang, remember, the martial world isn't about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Seeing Yi Ran still teasing him about his martial hero dreams, Huang Dongdong puckered his lips and secretly made a face behind Yi Ran's back. Moments later, Yi Ran and the other 2 had already arrived inside the Grandmaster level forging chamber. Compared to other forging chambers, the Grandmaster level one appeared much simpler. There were no other forging tools around at all, only a massive furnace in the very center. Mysterious and powerful runes covered the surface of the furnace. Their flickering pulses of energy thrummed through the air, causing the flames within to churn and surge violently. Each roaring swell unleashed waves of scorching heat. It scorched with such intensity that facial skin burned with pain. Yi Ran stepped forward to examine the massive furnace, where the heat seemed to double exponentially. The moment Yi Ran approached the furnace, the scorching heat that rushed toward him felt like being sprayed by a fiery dragon's breath, piercing straight into Yi Ran's face, forcing Yi Ran to activate his Dark Dragon profound skill for defense. This temperature should be sufficient now. Yi Ran watched the surging fire dragon within the furnace with satisfaction, murmuring to himself. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran curiously. Teacher, with such a grand setup, What exactly are you planning to refine? Upon hearing Huang Dongdong's question, Yiran turned around and fixed his gaze on him. The intensity of his stare made Huang Dongdong slightly uneasy. What else could I be refining? Of course, it's you. Chapter 71 The Will of Fire, Everlasting. Watching Yiran's matter-of-fact expression, Huang Dongdong glanced left and right, then pointed at himself with wide, disbelieving eyes. Me? Are you kidding me? This is a master-level furnace we're talking about. People could die doing this. Yiran somehow pulled out a steel rod from nowhere and gently tossed it into the furnace. Poof! With a vaporizing sound, the steel bar was instantly devoured by the raging flames in the furnace. Yiran nodded in satisfaction. The temperature's okay, hurry up and take your clothes off. The temperature is okay? Hearing Yiran's words, Huang Dongdong gave an awkward, flustered smile. Teacher, you're not joking, are you? Yiran turned back to look at Huang Dongdong. Do I look like I'm joking to you? At the sight of Yiran's serious expression, Huang Dongdong's already anxious heart sank completely. Yiran glanced at his watch and urged, hurry up and undress. If you don't hurry, we'll waste time. If you can't manage, let Lan Moyan help you. Lan Moyan stood nearby, his eyes flickering with confusion. Even with his keen insight, he couldn't immediately fathom what Yiran was trying to accomplish. After all, Bai Su had always enjoyed tinkering with spatial artifacts, and could be considered a master smith, so he spared no effort in crafting this particular furnace. Other parts of the magic weapon might cut corners, but this forging room was absolutely impossible. A furnace of this caliber, even materials with high fire resistance would likely melt within minutes if thrown inside. Lan Moyan glanced at Huang Dongdong beside him. Is Yiran really planning to throw him in there? Lan Moyan shook her head silently. Given Huang Dongdong's current abilities, there's only one possible outcome if he goes in. Instant vaporization. Moreover, throwing someone into a smelting furnace like this, it feels more like disposing of a corpse to destroy evidence. At this moment, Lan Moyan couldn't help but suspect, was this kid actually holding some grudge against Yiran? Yiran turned his head, noticing that neither of them had moved. She walked over with some resignation. Yiran came before Huang Dongdong, then crouched down to meet her at eye level. Winter, did teacher promise to help you forge the 3 pure true fire golden body? Huang Dongdong nodded. Yiran continued. Today, your teacher will fulfill that promise, so you need to cooperate a bit. Listening to Yiran's words, cooperate? Cooperate by jumping into a furnace? Huang Dongdong's mouth twitched. Bro, jumping off a building is really my limit. Huang Dongdong stared at the colossal dragon of fire spewing from the giant furnace and gulped hard. He did want to forge a 3 true flames golden body, but not literally become a 3 true flames golden corpse in the process. A flicker of panic had already crept into Huang Dongdong's eyes, as he stammered to Yiran, Teacher, isn't this approach of ours a bit too rash? Yiran waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense! What rashness? The temperature is just perfect. Hearing Yiran's words, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. The temperature is just right. Is the temperature just right for cooking? Back when his master Huowen helped him attempt to forge the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, he had still been extremely cautious when using his own fire-based energy. Continuous, slight attempts at incremental increases. At the slightest sign of charring or physical collapse, Huowen would promptly cut off the heat. Even with a diamond-ranked fire master carefully overseeing the process, he almost suffered serious injuries during his own attempts. Now things have gotten out of hand. Yiran went straight to the extreme, bringing me before a master-level forging furnace and telling me to jump in. Teacher, I'm human, not some smelting material. Besides, even many smelting materials couldn't withstand temperatures like these. Looking at Huang Dongdong's expression filled with grief, indignation, and a trace of fear, Yiran naturally knew what he was thinking. Yiran patted Huang Dongdong on the shoulder and said to him, Dongdong, do you still remember how the seniors of your fire sect who forged the golden body of Samadhi True Flame achieved their success? Huang Dongdong heard Yiran's question, and began counting off on his fingers with familiarity. There were 5 predecessors who achieved success, 3 of whom did so naturally. Of the remaining 2, one broke through during a battle with a fire-type beast, and the last achieved his breakthrough while confronting a fire-type superhuman. Yiran nodded. Among the 5 seniors, 3 were naturally forged by their extraordinary personal talents, so we'll set them aside for now. As for the other 2, think carefully, what do they have in common? Huang Dongdong followed Yiran's line of thought and pondered. Fighting? Breaking through limits? Yiran shook her head. You're right, but not entirely. The other 2 did indeed break through themselves in battle, forging golden bodies. But think carefully, who were their opponents? Huang Dongdong pondered. One was a fire-type beast, the other a fire-type superhuman. Suddenly he had an epiphany. They both broke through against fire-type powerhouses. The key is fire element. Yiran nodded. Good comprehension. He patted Huang Dongdong's head and continued. The key to forging the golden body lies not in battle, but in surpassing the limits of life amidst scorching flames. Dong Dong, given the ceiling of your innate talent, it would be difficult for you to match those three naturally ascended predecessors. Therefore, your only path forward is to follow the footsteps of the other two elders, to refine your impurities through the crucible of fire and forge your golden body between the thresholds of life and death. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Huang Dongdong's previously anxious thoughts gradually settled. Yi Ran's words opened his mind to new possibilities. Now he also understood why Yi Ran was so insistent on jumping into the furnace himself. While this reasoning did make some sense, still, Huang Dongdong felt the scorching heat rushing towards his face. Unable to resist asking, "But teacher, isn't the temperature of this furnace way too high? If I jump in, I probably won't even have time to experience the boundary between life and death before disappearing completely." Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and shook his head. "Dongdong, you're greatly underestimating the flame sect's fire combat techniques." Yi Ran stood up and gazed at the bright red molten flames continuously surging within the furnace, asked softly, "Tell me, what is the name of the final move in your fire element combat technique?" Hearing Yi Ran's question, Huang Dongdong blurted out, "Will of Fire." "That's absolutely right." Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said earnestly, "In the earliest fire element combat techniques, this Will of Fire had another name. It's called the Endless Cycle of Life." Chapter 72, If you didn't pass much down to me, don't blame me for making things up now. The Endless Cycle of Life. Huang Dongdong mumbled these words of Yi Ran while lost in thought. His big eyes were filled with confusion as he looked up at Yi Ran. "Teacher, are you sure? Even my master doesn't seem to know this ultimate technique is called life unending." "Ha, no idea." Yi Ran gave an awkward smile. It seems the system provided too much detailed information, surpassing even what the Firewalk sect's own family knew. Yi Ran couldn't help but shake his head. This is the downside of a single lineage inheritance. After all, what different people receive and perceive will always have its biases and focal points. Each generation of inheritance loses a little something. The next generation loses a bit more. If they happen to encounter a few hot-tempered successors who prefer brawling over studying, it would spell utter catastrophe for the legacy of the Firepath sect. Generation after generation, countless secrets of the Firepath sect likely vanished just like that into the river of history. "What else did your master teach you about the Fire sect?" Yi Ran asked. Huang Dongdong rubbed his forehead thoughtfully and replied to Yi Ran. "Aside from being very familiar with fire element combat techniques, my master always seemed vague about the history and other matters related to the fire sect." At this point, Huang Dongdong even furrowed his brow. He kept saying these things weren't necessary for a child to know, that he'd tell me when I grew up. Hearing this, Yi Ran had gained a rough understanding of the current state of the fire element sect. It said that every disciple of the fire element sect had a fiery temper, crude and uncouth like mere warriors, and now it seemed the rumors were not unfounded. Looking at it this way, the fact that the fire element sect's techniques had been preserved intact without completely disappearing must truly be the heaven's mercy. At this thought, Yi Ran also felt relieved. "Since you didn't pass down much, don't blame me for making things up now." Cough, cough. Yi Ran cleared his throat lightly and said to Huang Dongdong, "Your master probably had his reasons for telling you this. All I can say is, the reason I know about this is because I saw relevant history about your fire sect in an ancient text called Naruto. Your fire sect's predecessor was once at its peak, with countless followers in ancient times, even forming one of the most powerful tribes of that era. It was called Konoha. The leader of your fire sect is also known as the Hokage in this country. Each generation of Hokage takes guarding Konoha as their sacred duty, campaigning across the land with fire sect combat techniques, devoting their entire lives to the tribe's people. The ultimate technique of each generation's Hokage is also known as the Will of Fire. Through the gradual accumulation of each Hokage's signature techniques over generations, slowly, the final move of the fire-style lineage, the Will of Fire, was perfected. Throughout the entire Konoha village, there's also a widely circulated saying about the interpretation of the Will of Fire. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong seriously and said, "Where the leaves dance, the flames will never cease." Upon hearing Yi Ran's words, Huang Dongdong was completely stunned. He never imagined that his fire-walking sect had such a history in ancient times. Where the leaves dance, the flames will never cease. Huang Dongdong stood dumbfounded for a moment, murmuring these words to himself. Yi Ran's voice came through once again. "Where the leaves dance wildly, fire shall surely burn. Then the raging flames will illuminate the entire tribe, and when the fire dies down, those very leaves will sprout anew." The moment these words were spoken, Huang Dongdong's mind exploded with realization. That's right. Leaves are burned by flames. The ashes after burning will become the nutrients for the next sprouting of leaves. Life perishes in the flames, yet will be reborn from them. Could it be that the secret of the Will of Fire is truly this eternal cycle? At this moment, Huang Dongdong seemed to sense a bright light before him, and it felt as if he had grasped this radiant glow. Dong Dong, wildfires cannot burn it all away, spring breeze blows life anew. Yiran patted Huang Dongdong's shoulder and said earnestly, though I don't know why your fire sect hasn't passed down the secrets of those two seniors, I can tell you with certainty that the key to breaking through the Samadhi true fire golden body lies in the final move of your fire sect's combat techniques. Huang Dongdong withdrew his wandering thoughts, fixing his keen gaze on Yiran. Teacher, please tell me what I should do. I'll follow your instructions. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong's earnest and fervent expression. That eager and ready posture. Right now, if you told Huang Dongdong to jump off a cliff, he'd probably do it without hesitation. As expected, kids his age simply can't resist the allure of shounen manga. Yiran didn't waste words either, turning to Huang Dongdong and saying, show me your will of fire, now let me see it in action. Huang Dongdong's eyes instantly narrowed upon hearing this, flames bursting forth across his entire body. Whoosh! With a sharp sound, roaring flames had already erupted around Huang Dongdong, the energy completely enveloping him within. At this moment, Huang Dongdong's eyebrows had transformed into the shape of flames. His hair stood upright and began swaying continuously like fire. This was the final form of the fire element battle technique, Will of Fire, a skill related to morphological transformation, capable of pushing one's own affinity for fire to the ultimate limit of their innate talent. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong's flame will and nodded in satisfaction. With such a high affinity for fire, your natural talent is truly remarkable. Huang Dongdong looked at Yiran, a bitter smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But teacher, in such circumstances, my master and I also attempted it, yet we ultimately returned empty-handed. Yiran nodded. Of course you returned empty-handed. The attempts you speak of must have all been half-hearted efforts, not a single one truly confronted the trial between life and death. Am I wrong? Listening to Yiran's words, Huang Dongdong nodded in agreement. Indeed, every attempt he made was carefully conducted under Huowen's specialized protection, slowly testing the waters, never having to consider actual life-threatening risks. Yiran shook his head and said to Huang Dongdong, repeated attempts not only bring repeated failures, but also instill in you a deep-rooted fear of flames. Combined with your inherently rebellious nature, overcoming the trial of heartfire tempering becomes even more difficult. How could someone who struggles to endure heartfire while simultaneously fearing all flames possibly forge the Samadhi true fire golden body? Upon hearing these words, Huang Dongdong unconsciously lowered his head. Teacher Ye's analysis was absolutely flawless. For someone like him, it would truly be unreasonable if he could still forge the Samadhi true fire golden body. Thinking this, Huang Dongdong recalled all those past experiences he had shared with Yiran. With his astute mind, he gradually came to understand Yiran's previous actions. So all those times you deliberately suppressed me with harsh lectures, it was to rid me of my arrogant nature? Yiran nodded and pointed towards the blazing furnace. Dongdong, now that your inner demons have been vanquished, as long as you dare to face life and death head-on today, to stake your very body in this game and walk through Hell's Gates for real, the golden body of Samadhi fire will surely be reborn into this world. Chapter 73 The Eternal Surging Excitement. Yiran's words set Huang Dongdong's blood boiling with fervor. After all, it had been nearly a century since the fire element sect last produced a cultivator who achieved the golden body of Samadhi true fire. To be honest, the sect is no longer as glorious as it once was. But today, he, Huang Dongdong, is about to restore the collapsing edifice. To recast the glory of the fire element, it is our solemn duty. Huang Dongdong's Chunibu spirit burned fiercely. Teacher, then I'm going. Huang Dongdong loudly declared as he strode toward the furnace entrance, with eyes full of grim determination. Not achieving death, then achieving benevolence. Huang Dongdong turned his head, looking at Yiran with a face full of Chunibu fervor. Where the leaves of canola dance, the fire will burn endlessly, the will of fire shall be passed on through me. Wait, you haven't even taken your clothes off yet. Yiran was just about to remind Huang Dongdong that he hadn't taken off his clothes yet, when Huang Dongdong unhesitatingly leaped into the scorching furnace, his entire body instantly swallowed by the flaming dragon. After Huang Dongdong jumped in, Yiran and Lan Moyan quickly rushed to the furnace opening, gazing downward. After all, Lan Moyan is a superhuman capable of slaughtering entire nations. His eyes gleamed with a razor-sharp edge, as if capable of cleaving through the layered flames. At a glance, I spotted Huang Dongdong's figure amidst the blazing furnace flames. To my surprise, Huang Dongdong wasn't completely vaporized by the furnace as one might expect. Instead, a crimson glow enveloped and tightly shielded his body. All the molten lava that sought to assault Huang Dongdong was repelled beneath that fiery red flame, transformed into pure fire essence, pouring into Huang Dongdong's body. Thus Huang Dongdong drifted along, amidst the convergence of two opposing flames. Witnessing this, Lan Moyan couldn't help but show slight astonishment. Unexpectedly, the fire will of the firewalking sect actually enabled Huang Dongdong to survive within this extreme temperature furnace. Lan Moyan glanced at Yiran beside her. That secret lore of the firewalking sect that Yiran had told Huang Dongdong earlier. was something even he had never heard before, making it impossible to verify its authenticity. But at this moment, Huang Dongdong's condition fully confirmed everything Yi Ran had said earlier. Lan Moyan's expression became somewhat complicated. These were secrets not even passed down within the fire sect's main lineage, sect itself. How did Yaren manage to know everything so clearly? Teacher Yi, where did you come across that ancient text called Naruto? I'd like to take a look at it too. Lan Mayan asked. Yaren turned his head and looked at Lan Mayan. Ah, that ancient text you mentioned? I actually stumbled upon that book by chance among the headmaster's collection. It's really not easy to borrow. Yi Ran thought for a moment and fabricated an excuse. Pinning this matter on the headmaster was the perfect solution. After all, as a student, you wouldn't feel comfortable approaching the headmaster to borrow books, would you? Bai Su, ha? Upon hearing Yi Ran's words, Lan Moyan gave a slight nod. Coming from someone of Bai Su's age and experience, these words did indeed make perfect sense. Who would have thought this old fellow had been hiding so many treasures all along? I must find a chance to borrow Bai Su's copy someday and take a look. Time passed minute by minute. Huang Dongdong maintained a delicate balance between the will of fire and the scalding molten flames. Huang Dongdong's body was gradually losing its original flesh-toned hue. His entire body shone with a golden red hue, as if the Buddha himself had been gilded. But just as everything was proceeding smoothly, a sudden mutation occurred. Huang Dongdong, standing within the crucible, began to furrow his brows, his face contorting into an expression of extreme agony. As Huang Dongdong's expression shifted, the golden red energy surrounding him also started to sway unstably, back and forth. The wondrous balance was shattered in an instant. Within the crucible, the scorching energy surged like a rampaging dragon, churning back and forth in relentless turmoil. Even the entire furnace began to shake violently. Seeing this, Lan Moyan turned to look at Yi Ran. What's going on? At this moment, Lan Moyan, his hand had already begun to subtly gather energy. If Yi Ran said the situation wasn't right, he was prepared to step in and rescue them. Too focused on Huang Dongdong's well-being, Yi Ran didn't notice Lan Moyan's movements. He focused intently on Huang Dongdong and said, "The refinement of Heartfire has begun." Huang Dongdong is now at the most critical step of tempering his golden body with the Samadhi True Fire. Success will mean boundless potential, but failure would result in being shattered to pieces and reduced to ashes. Lan Moyan looked down, his brow slightly furrowed. But it looks like Huang Dongdong may not hold on much longer. Huang Dongdong's entire body was now trembling violently in agony. The golden red energy surrounding him had thinned to the transparency of tissue paper, as if suspended within a smelting furnace, where any subsequent surge would prove decisive. There was a chance to pierce through Huang Dongdong's thin protective layer. At this moment, Huang Dongdong was like a solitary boat tossed about in the raging sea, where any wave could capsize him into the abyss, leaving him beyond redemption. Do you know why, in the 1,000-year history of the fire sect, only 5 individuals have ever succeeded in refining the Samadhi True Fire golden body? Yi Ran remained intensely focused on Huang Dongdong within the furnace, simultaneously answering Lan Moyan's question. The world sees only the glorious achievements of those 5, but never the countless failures behind them. No path to the apex is ever easily traversed. Wealth and honor are sought amid danger, yet lost in it all the same, for 9 out of 10 who chase them fail. What Huang Dongdong endures now is merely history repeating itself, the fate of every genius produced by the fire sect throughout the centuries. Watching Yi Ran's composed demeanor, Lan Moyan slowly eased the tension from her fingers. All of this seemed within Yi Ran's expectations. Yi Ran gazed at Huang Dongdong, suffering within the smelting furnace. By now, parts of the golden red energy surrounding Huang Dongdong had already begun to show signs of fracturing. His already fragile golden red form began to scorch and blacken under the searing flame's relentless erosion. Yi Ran gazed at the suffering Huang Dongdong, his eyes growing increasingly composed. He glanced at his watch, then looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself, "Hold on a little longer, we're almost there." Time slipped away minute by minute in this heavy silence. Huang Dongdong's arms had completely turned into charred, blackened stumps. At this point, Huang Dongdong had even stopped struggling. His vital signs had nearly diminished to undetectable levels. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yi Ran glanced at his watch, silently counting down to 1. Yi Ran suddenly pulled out a fire attribute crystal core from his pocket. Lan Moyan could tell at a glance that this was an extraordinary grade fire-type crystal core, worth a small fortune, yet Yi Ran didn't even spare it a glance, directly tossing the fire crystal core into the furnace. The crystal nucleus erupted under the intense stimulation from these furnaces, directly detonating the immense fire elemental energy stored within its core, as if the molten flames inside the furnace had been injected with a potent stimulant, their crimson hue deepening into violet. In an instant, the golden red energy still struggling to hold around Huang Dongdong was completely shattered by the raging fire element. At this moment, Huang Dongdong faced the scorching high temperature with his own body. He's insane. Originally waiting for Yi Ran to make a move, Lan Moyan shook his head after witnessing the scene. He could wait no longer. Lan Moyan's fingers bent slightly as sword energy began to coalesce, ready to descend and rescue them directly. But at that moment, Yi Ran's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Wildfires cannot burn them all away, spring breezes bring them back to life. Huang Dongdong, live for me. As Yi Ran roared furiously, the sun climbed to its zenith. Blinding sunlight crashed through the sky dome into the furnace. The scorching flames, the blazing sun, with raging fire elements reflecting off one another. The intensity of the flames within the furnace reached its peak at this moment. The extreme temperatures annihilated all traces of life. Yet upon Huang Dongdong's withered frame, yet surges an endless storm of emotion. Chapter 74, Huang Dongdong walks his own path. Blazing flames of extremes, annihilating every last trace of Huang Dongdong's vitality. His scorched body bears not a single patch of unburned skin, but eerily, such intense heat failed to completely vaporize Huang Dongdong. Not only that, the utterly lifeless Huang Dongdong lay flat yet was lifted by the flames, his entire body suspended above the furnace mouth. This is... Lan Moyan had long dispersed the energy in his hand. He stared at Huang Dongdong being lifted by the flames, somewhat astonished. Even though he was a Slayer-grade transcendent himself, but this was truly a sight he had never witnessed before. Plop, plop, plop. In the silent space, the sound of a heartbeat clearly reached the ears of both Lan Moyan and Yi Ran. At this moment, Lan Moyan's pupils slightly contracted, staring in disbelief at the body that had turned to charcoal. Heartbeat. No, it's vitality. Buzz. On Huang Dongdong's charred body, ripple upon ripple of invisible waves surged forth, a vitality that swept toward one unbidden, plain as day to see. Snap. With a shattering sound, cracks began to appear on Huang Dongdong's charred body. Plop, plop. The blackened shell began to fall off. Inside the charred outer shell, Huang Dongdong's skin was exposed, fair, smooth, and delicate, visibly supple to the eye, like a newborn baby. Moments later, the charred shell on Huang Dongdong completely fell away, revealing Huang Dongdong, restored and unscathed, standing before the two of them once more. Huang Dongdong came back to life? Miracle! This scene was so astonishing that even Lan Moyan couldn't help clicking his tongue in admiration. After all, he had already assumed Huang Dongdong had been completely devoured by the raging fire elemental, but never did he expect Yi Ran to perform a miracle right before his very eyes. The next moment, Huang Dongdong slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fist in disbelief, then looked toward Yi Ran once more. Teacher, am I still alive? Yi Ran looked at the newly revived Huang Dongdong and nodded. Not only are you alive, you're thriving. Now put some clothes on first. Only then did Huang Dongdong realize he wasn't wearing a single stitch of clothing. Embarrassed, flames instantly erupted around him, obscuring his body from view. Then with lightning speed, he grabbed a smithing apron near the forge and hastily threw it on. There was no other way. His previous clothes had been completely incinerated in that furnace, leaving not even ashes behind. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a beaming smile. How does it feel? Huang Dongdong took a moment to sense the state of his body before grinning and replying. Excellent, I've never felt better than I do right now. Yi Ran nodded and said to Huang Dongdong, now try once more, use your will of fire again. Yes, master. After responding, Huang Dongdong began to focus intently. Whoosh! The golden red energy around Huang Dongdong manifested once again. Only this time it wasn't just flames of golden red appearing around him. Huang Dongdong's very body began to radiate a golden red glow. Teacher, is this? Huang Dongdong looked at the changes happening to his body, feeling the surging energy within, his expression brimming with excitement. He suspected he might have succeeded in his breakthrough, yet couldn't quite bring himself to believe it completely. Yi Ran didn't answer Huang Dongdong directly at that moment. He merely turned around and pointed at the massive furnace. Try jumping into it one more time this time. With exhilaration in his heart, Huang Dongdong nodded vigorously. In an instant, it transformed into a shooting star and plunged into the furnace. This time, upon entering, Huang Dongdong didn't feel the slightest bit of scorching heat or burning sensation. He swam freely amidst the raging flames. He could even sense the flames twining around him like playful puppies, chasing after Huang Dongdong, affectionately rubbing against Huang Dongdong. With a single thought from Huang Dongdong, the colossal flames surged like towering ocean waves, lifting himself effortlessly, and he stood atop the crest of those fiery waves, as if he were the emperor of this crimson ocean. Witnessing Huang Dongdong's display, Lan Moyan's calm eyes finally revealed a flicker of astonishment, defying all scorching erosion, commanding the fiery energy as effortlessly as wielding his own limbs. Such flame affinity is truly unparalleled. He had only witnessed this phenomenon in one other person, namely one of the other two pillars of Demon City, the nation-slaughtering superhuman. Flame Devourer, Monarch of Blazes, Fire Deity, Zhu Duanjin. Lan Moyan gazed deeply at Huang Dongdong standing atop the rolling flames. Is this the so-called golden body of Samadhi true flames? To let a mere golden rank youngster surpass them in flame affinity, directly elevated to a level already comparable to a kingdom-slaughtering pyrokinetic superhuman. For a moment, Lan Moyan's gaze fixed firmly on Yiran. Huang Dongdong's current achievements could be said to be entirely lifted up by Yiran's efforts. Originally thought Yiran's teaching ability in class was already top tier, but compared to such divine miracles, it's like an ant beholding the vast sky. This trip was absolutely worthwhile. Yiran's monstrous talent far exceeded my wildest imagination. For a moment, Lan Moyan recalled Li Wancheng sitting at the back of the classroom. No, Li Wancheng must not find out about this. Lan Moyan pondered for a brief moment. We must find a way to get Li Wancheng admitted to the hospital first. Huang Dongdong suddenly had an idea. In an instant, the flames that had been supporting me obediently returned to the furnace once more. At this moment, the furnace appeared exceptionally calm, completely devoid of the boiling rage from before, almost like a docile pet. Huang Dongdong darted to Yiran's side like a gust of wind, his face alight with unprecedented excitement, so agitated that his words came out in broken bursts. Teacher, I really did it. Yiran watched Huang Dongdong with a smile, nodding slightly. Congratulations, the glory of the fire sect will be reforged with you as its starting point. After receiving Yiran's affirmative response, Huang Dongdong's eyes began to turn slightly red. Teacher, perhaps because he had accomplished the fire sect's century-old feat, perhaps because he was grateful for Yiran's assistance. In any case, a whirlwind of complex emotions flooded his heart. Young Huang Dongdong still lacked the composure of an adult after all, his eyes already glistening with moisture. Just as Huang Dongdong's emotions were surging intensely, Yiran's voice sounded again. Don't get too excited yet, focus all your efforts on sensing your current abilities first. After hearing this, Huang Dongdong closed his eyes and silently began circulating his fire element cultivation technique. Instantly, golden red flames once again engulfed Huang Dongdong's entire body. 3 pure flames golden body, activate. As Huang Dongdong's eyes suddenly snapped open, golden red energy flooded both pupils. Golden red radiance also began to emanate across the skin surface. Dongdong, quietly sense the flow of surrounding energy, silently comprehend the fire elements around you. As Yiran's voice sounded once more, Huang Dongdong closed his eyes and began to carefully sense the flow of fire elements around him. At first, there was only darkness. In an instant, Huang Dongdong felt flames rising one after another all around him. These flames were endlessly varied, each taking on a different shape. It seemed to sense Huang Dongdong's attention towards them. The flames actually flew towards Huang Dongdong in perfect harmony, continuously merging into his golden red energy. Huang Dongdong only felt a warm, incredibly comfortable sensation enveloping his surroundings. From Lan Moyan's perspective, he could keenly sense all the surrounding fire elements converging towards Huang Dongdong. Certain strange rhythmic shifts had already begun occurring throughout the space. This represented changes at the most fundamental level of domain rules. As a superhuman at the Slaughter Kingdom level, he could clearly sense what Huang Dongdong was doing at this very moment. Right before his eyes, this kid was actually forming his own domain's rules. In other words, Huang Dongdong was walking his own path. Chapter 75, The Path of the Upper 3 Grades, Personal Disciple Huang Dongdong. Lan Moyan was somewhat surprised. The previous Huang Dongdong had barely reached the peak of the golden rank. There was still a long way to go before forging his own path. In Lan Moyan's opinion, Huang Dongdong couldn't possibly embark on the path of enlightenment without at least 3 or 4 years of accumulation. Yet no one could have imagined that just today, in less than half a day's time, Huang Dongdong would make such progress under Yiran's guidance. Not only forged a golden body, but also crossed in a single step the path that would take other geniuses 3 to 4 years, and the intensity of the laws condensed by Huang Dongdong seemed to be of not too low a grade. Lan Moyan's eyes flashed with piercing light, as if trying to see through Huang Dongdong at a single glance. The leap from gold to platinum. The most crucial point lies in enlightenment, and enlightenment itself has different grades and levels. The levels of enlightenment are commonly classified from 1st rank to 9th rank, with 1st rank being the most revered and 9th rank the lowest. Ranks 6 to 9 are considered minor paths, ranks 4 to 5 as middle paths, and ranks 1 to 3 as grand paths. The level of enlightenment also determines whether one's future path will be smooth and whether their combat prowess will be formidable. For instance, some people may comprehend minor paths like the 8th or 9th ranks. Then the pinnacle they can reach in their lifetime would only be at the diamond level. Take Han Kun as an example. Relying solely on his supernatural ability, the White Jade Lion, using innate divine abilities as the foundation, the path of Jade manifestation was derived, classifying as a minor path of the 8th or 9th grade. Among the paths forged by platinum-ranked experts, it's considered relatively easier to comprehend. Though bizarre and troublesome, it ultimately lacks sufficient power to stir the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. The potential for future growth is limited. Those who comprehend the supreme Tao of the highest three grades mostly rely on the most fundamental laws of nature as their foundation, establishing a certain degree of resonance between themselves and the entire world, pulling the heavens and earth into strange transformations, triggering celestial anomalies. The difficulty of this can well be imagined, yet its potential is boundless. Be it progress in cultivation or personal strength, it is far beyond what platinum rank experts who have comprehended third-rate minor paths could compare to. Lan Moyan carefully observed the flame elements gathering around Huang Dongdong. At this moment, Huang Dongdong was using the law of fire elements as his foundation to condense his own grand path. Although currently only the rudimentary form of the path exists, not yet fully formed, it hasn't triggered any unusual celestial phenomena, so he couldn't easily make a judgment. Just looking at the prototype's quality and strength, it absolutely wasn't something as simple as the lower three grades. At the very least, it should be at the level of the middle three grades. With good fortune, one might even aspire to reach the top three tiers. Just as Lan Moyan was still contemplating the changes in Huang Dongdong, the golden-red flames surrounding Huang Dongdong began to dissipate. Huang Dongdong sheepishly scratched his head and looked up at Yi Ran. Professor Yi, sorry about that. I feel like I've grasped something, but not entirely. It slipped right through my fingers. Yi Ran nodded and calmly replied, "What's there to apologize for? It's only natural. If a supreme Tao of the top three realms could be comprehended so easily by you, then all the talented geniuses in the world might as well give up." After hearing these words, Lan Moyan once again turned her gaze towards Yi Ran. Huang Dongdong clearly didn't trigger any celestial phenomena, so how could Yi Ran be so certain that Huang Dongdong had comprehended a top-tier great Tao? Even I can't discern that much yet. To top tier? Huang Dongdong repeated Yi Ran's words in shock. He was no ignorant country bumpkin from the mountains. As the sole heir of his sect, he had naturally learned about the matters of platinum enlightenment in advance. At that time, Huo had even taken him to visit various great masters to predict what level of enlightenment he might achieve given his abilities. Most of the experts, after assessing Huang Dongdong's natural aptitude, concluded that he would most likely attain enlightenment in the range of 5th to 4th tier, with future potential possibly surpassing Huo Wen, but not by much. Yet now, Yi Ran had just told him that the Tao one comprehends personally is at least a top third tier great Tao. This realization left Huang Dongdong momentarily stunned and exhilarated. This qualifies as upper third tier, a realm he had never dared imagine reaching before. Having just forged his Samadhi true fire golden body, he was now told that he was about to transcend the path of the upper three grades. The successive waves of happiness left him feeling almost unreal. But master, I clearly didn't trigger any heavenly phenomena, Huang Dongdong said hesitantly. Yi Ran waved his hand, smiling as he looked at Huang Dongdong. Believe me, if I say it exists then it undoubtedly does. For someone with a golden body tempered by Samadhi true fire to forge a path reaching the 4th or 5th grade, now that's what you call a genuine improbability. Yi Ran then continued. From my observation just now, you've essentially formed the rudiments of your Tao, but there's still some distance before you can truly carve out your own path. Starting today, you'll need to devote yourself to closed-door cultivation, attentively sensing every fire-related element within the space around you. Just keep going like this, and in less than half a month, you'll surely achieve platinum status and forge your own path. Listening to Yi Ran's guidance for Huang Dongdong, Lan Moyan was baffled. Why is this kid so confident? He had never seen any mentor dare to declare with such certainty how many days it would take for someone to successfully comprehend the Tao. The concept of the Tao, profound and mystifying. Some may spend their entire lives without truly grasping their own path. Even at the final step, some remain stuck there 2 years, 3 years, perhaps even a decade. Countless young talents have become stuck here. This is precisely why Platinum Realm serves as a watershed on the cultivation path. Had it been before, some people telling themselves they could accurately predict how many days others needed to attain enlightenment, Lan Moyan would definitely scoff at this. But after witnessing Yi Ran's miraculous intervention with Huang Dongdong, even she began to waver in her convictions, especially when Yi Ran made such bold claims. He found himself unwittingly inclined to believe Yi Ran's words. If even Lan Moyan was like this, let alone Huang Dongdong. By this time, Huang Dongdong had long taken Yi Ran's words as gospel truth. If Teacher Yi said 15 days, then it must be 15 days without fail. Any delay beyond a day is clearly the heavens slacking off, absolutely not Teacher Yi's fault. At the thought that he was on the verge of comprehending the great Tao of the upper 3 tiers, Huang Dongdong grew intensely excited all over. At this very moment, beyond grateful for his choice to act chivalrously and intervene when he saw injustice in that cafeteria. If it hadn't been for that one time, how could my fate have ever intertwined with Yi Ran's? If I hadn't met Teacher Yi, How could I have accomplished the great endeavor that even the fire sect hadn't achieved in 100 years? If I hadn't met Teacher Yi, how could I possibly forge a path to the upper three realms in just a few short days? One could say Teacher Yi single-handedly rewrote my entire future. It was precisely Teacher Ye's support that elevated me from being just another provincial genius, transforming me into a monster with the qualifications to stand on the world's ultimate stage. Teacher Yi kept his word. I really do have the potential to rival an S-class Esper now. At this thought, Huang Dongdong's tear-filled eyes began to well up again. With a sigh, Yiran gently wiped the tears from Huang Dongdong's cheeks. Haven't we said it before? In the world of Jianghu, men and women bleed in sweat, but never shed tears. Yiran's attempt at comfort only made things worse. For when he offered it, Huang Dongdong completely lost control over his emotions. The barely held back tears finally fell. Teacher Yi, from today onward, you are my second master. Your disciple pays respects, please accept this bow from your student. As he spoke, Huang Dongdong took a step back. He knelt down and knocked his head heavily 3 times towards Yiran with resounding thuds. At this moment, the system's icy yet somewhat melodious voice began to sound in Yiran's ears. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of mentoring a student. The rewards for this mentorship are now being issued. Ding, detected that the teaching target holds the host in high reverence. Bind as a direct disciple? Chapter 76, The Curse of the Serpent and the Sparrow. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong kneeling on the ground. He glanced at the system again. Personal disciple? This doesn't seem quite right. After all, his original intention was just to have Huang Dongdong act as an exchange student for the sect, getting insurance for the final assessment of my class. Now it's settled. Before the insurance could even be secured, they're already about to be poached from the Blaze sect. This is really quite embarrassing. How awkward would it be if we actually meet the fire sect leader in the future? So improper. With tears in her eyes, Yiran silently clicked yes on the system interface. Ding, congratulations, host, for gaining a personal disciple. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving this system reward, Soul of the 5-Clawed Golden Dragon Emperor *1. Before Yiran could inspect the system rewards, in an instant, the cultivation bonuses from bonding Huang Dongdong as a personal disciple had already arrived. Yiran only felt an inexplicable force pouring into his body. His entire being surged with energy. His aura began to rise. The power of the ink dragon flickered in and out, starting to swirl around his body. Lan Moyan was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations, and immediately noticed the changes in Yiran. What's going on with this kid? He just took on a disciple. How is his power suddenly soaring? Yiran's eyes were slightly closed at this moment, carefully sensing the changes within his body. The ink dragon power within him had now materialized into a genuine ink dragon under his inner vision. This ink dragon loomed majestic, its eyes radiating solemn dignity. With each breath it exhaled, swirling mists rose in its wake. Within the inner realm of consciousness, Yiran gently extended his hand. The ink-black dragon now slowly lowered its head, touching Yiran's palm with its massive draconic muzzle, and at the instant their flesh connected, Yiran and the dark dragon began feeling an exquisite communion akin to water blending with milk. Yiran flipped through the air and landed standing atop the dragon's head. Roar! As the resonant dragon's roar echoed, the inky dragon, understanding his intent, carried Yiran straight toward the sky. Amidst the churning clouds and mist, Yiran had completely merged with his ink dragon power. Yiran's chi resonance soared wildly. During this marvelous soul journey, reaching its zenith at the peak of this surging energy, the ink dragon suddenly halted, as if something had caught hold of it. Yiran, immersed in inner contemplation, sensed the abrupt pause, and turned back to look. The enormous ink dragon revealed its full form, and at the base of this ink dragon, there were actually 2 sharp claws tightly gripping its lower body, the claws gleaming with a sinister chill. The deadly tug shredded the ink dragon's flesh. Those 2 hooked claws, one icy to the extreme, like a massive serpent's head, clamped fiercely upon the dragon's form, while the other, razor-sharp, resembled a colossal phoenix talon, gripping the dragon's opposite side unrelentingly. The moment the ink dragon attempted to soar, those hooked claws would dig deeper into its flesh. Roar! The ink dragon roared in agony, struggling desperately to break free, only to have chunks of its flesh torn away. Yiran watched it all unfold. His gaze darkened slightly. This was the curse of the Yi family, a curse laid upon them by the other 2 great aristocratic families. Every member of the Yi family carried this curse with them as they tread the path of cultivation. To obstruct another's cultivation is akin to killing their parents. Just this alone made the conflict between the Yi family and the other 2 great clans a life and death struggle. For a moment he once again recalled in his memories. The head of the Yi family, who was his father in this world, once said when arranging for him to take a position at Modu High Martial Arts Academy, Sometimes living one's life in quiet contentment is a rare kind of happiness. At the time, these words seemed intended to comfort Yi Ran, who had become stagnant at the silver tier. But at this very moment, he gained a new understanding of these words. Perhaps back then, his thrifty father truly meant to keep him away from the storms of this three-way struggle, to let him live out his life in peace. That's why I ended up at this demon capital's advanced martial arts academy as an ordinary instructor, and frequently reminded myself never to stir up trouble using the Yi family name. Perhaps everything I did was truly for protection, not out of disdain. Yet in the end, I still chose to walk a path contrary to his wishes. Yi Ran coldly stared at the two vicious hooks and chains on his ink-black dragon. If it were an ordinary member of the Yi clan, they might have dragged these curses along, bearing the burden as they moved forward. Although progress is difficult, eventually one can still make progress. But, at this moment, Yi Ran was unwilling. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Ran's eyes. His entire aura began to churn violently. Innate Tao body, activate. As Yi Ran focused his mind, the ink dragon in his inner vision roared towards the heavens, its entire body beginning to emit an inky radiance, its scales gleaming with a newfound luster. The two curse-formed hook chains showed signs of breaking free under the baptism of the innate Tao body, beginning to struggle loose. As if sensing the chains were about to be broken. In an instant, the patterns on the chains began to glow. A serpent and a sparrow materialized directly from them, both bearing chilling, sinister gazes, fixed unwaveringly upon the ink dragon that sought to soar. Screech, with a piercing phoenix cry resounding, the illusory vermilion bird and flying serpent charged directly towards the ink dragon, seeking to drag the soaring dragon back into the abyss once more. Seeing this, Yi Ran snorted coldly. The obsidian dragon also danced along with Yi Ran's will, within the confined space. With alarming ease, she dodged attacks from both sides. The hooked claws, caught in the three-way strife, grew progressively looser, as if on the verge of falling at any moment. Buzz. As if sensing the pincer's imminent release, the two chains conjured from the curse seemed to possess a will of their own, vanishing without a trace. All the energy from the cursed chains directly merged into the sparrow and the python. Chirp! A phoenix cry resounded. The illusory vermilion bird and flying serpent suddenly grew several times larger, one ablaze with fury, the other dark as the deepest sea. The light bursting from their eyes seemed determined to utterly devour Yi Ran's ink-black dragon. Whoosh, went the sound. The colossal vermilion bird, its eternal flames blazing like a meteor, trailing a long tail of fire, darted straight toward the black dragon's head, just as Yi Ran skillfully maneuvered the black dragon to evade, when he suddenly felt his movements frozen. Looking down, he discovered that the vicious Tang snake had somehow tightly coiled around the ink dragon's lower body, one to control, one for a headshot, an absolutely certain kill scenario. Once executed, these two curses would completely devour all of Yi Ran's cultivation. Yi Ran would also be completely reduced to a cripple. In the worst-case scenario, his consciousness world would shatter directly, turning him into a mindless fool. Yi Ran gazed at the vermilion bird charging toward him, and shook his head slightly. No wonder the ordinary Yi family members chose to bear their burdens and move forward, rather than letting the curse completely destroy them. This risk is indeed great, but if it's only to this extent, it's not quite impressive enough. Yi Ran gazed at the vermilion bird charging towards him, with unruffled calm. The rhythm of his innate Tao body diffused to its utmost limit. The surface of the Tang snake beneath the ink dragon began emitting a sizzling sound of dissolution. The Tang serpent howled in agony, yet continued to tighten its coils around the ink dragon without letting go. Beast, Yi Ran murmured under his breath. His fingers twitched slightly, intending to exert even greater pressure, when suddenly, a dazzling radiance burst forth before Yi Ran's eyes. Amidst the play of light and shadow, a majestic golden dragon coiled and circled. This is the soul of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. Yi Ran was momentarily stunned. The system's reward had actually flown out on its own. Before Yi Ran could react, the golden dragon's soul plunged directly into the ink dragon's body. In the ink-black dragon's eyes, golden light began to shimmer. Behind the ink-black dragon, a golden phantom several times its size flickered in and out of existence. Above the phantom's shadow, a pair of dragon eyes slowly opened. In light of my hard work writing an extra chapter, I hope everyone will generously send more little gifts and give more ratings. Thank you all so much. I'm kneeling in gratitude. And also, stop saying my chapters are short. Chapter 77, Strangling the Curse, the Evolution of the Ink Dragon. As the dragon's eyes slowly opened, the phantom gradually solidified, revealing a golden dragon emerging within Yi Ran's inner vision. The golden dragon, its colossal body spanning across the sky, extending for miles, as if capable of covering the entire firmament, its scales shimmering with golden light, each one radiating a dazzling brilliance. And most crucially of all, this golden dragon, compared to the obsidian dragon, possessed an extra claw. the true emperor among dragonkind, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. The golden five-clawed dragon emperor slightly raised its massive head, and let out a resounding dragon's roar. So vast in its reach, it far surpassed the earlier ink dragon. Majestic and awe-inspiring, accompanied by thunder and lightning, it shakes heaven and earth, possessing an imposing aura that subdues all beings. Screech! The vermilion bird formed by the curse seemed to perceive a threat. The surrounding flames surged with a phoenix's cry, blazing with utmost intensity, the aggressive momentum swelling further, as sky-filling flames coalesced at the phoenix's beak, piercing straight toward the trapped ink dragon's head. As if sensing the vermilion bird's assault, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor behind the ink dragon lowered its head, gazing at the rapidly approaching flames. In that fleeting moment, a trace of disdain flickered in those enormous eyes. Roar! Facing Zhu Chue's assault, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor didn't even make any superfluous physical movements, merely raising his dragon claw the instant Zhu Ke came attacking. The movements of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor appeared slow, yet carried an illusory sense of being utterly inescapable. In an instant, the colossal golden claw collided directly with the roaring flames. Ding! 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 The flame transformed by the vermilion bird attacked with its own phoenix beak, madly striking against that gigantic golden claw. Their collision actually produced metallic clanging sounds as if gold struck stone. Yet no matter how fiercely the vermilion bird charged ahead, could not pierce the colossal golden claw in the slightest. The raging flames that filled the sky were abruptly halted mere inches from the golden claw, unable to advance further, as the dragon emperor of the five-clawed golden dragon exerted his might. Chirp! A shrill phoenix cry rang out. The previously invincible vermilion bird was actually seized like a helpless chick by the five-clawed golden dragon emperor at this moment. Deprived of its energy source, the raging flames instantly dissipated into nothingness. Roar! Following a low growl from the five-clawed golden dragon emperor, golden light flickered upon its dragon claws, before the vermilion bird nestled in its grasp could make another move. Crushed directly into fragments of energy bit by that colossal force, dissipated between heaven and earth. Cursed vermilion bird, fallen. With the fall of the vermilion bird, the hooked chains that had ensnared half of the ink dragon's body completely vanished as well. Then, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor once again turned his mighty head towards the serpent coiled around the ink dragon. Tisk, tsk, tisk. The winged serpent wrapped around the ink dragon's body, with its sinister blue glow, stared fixedly at the enormous golden dragon's head. His eyes seemed to flicker with fear. Before the flying serpent could react, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's claw, with lightning speed, directly seized the flying serpent at its vital spot. The tremendous force violently ripped the winged serpent from the ink dragon's body. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The winged serpent flicked its forked tongue, its body writhing endlessly as it struggled against the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's grasp. As the serpent's body continued to thrash about, the massive figure actually caused the heavens and earth to shift in hue. Roar! Similarly accompanied by a low roar from the five-clawed golden dragon emperor, golden light erupted from the dragon's claws. With overwhelming force, it cleanly snapped the winged serpent's 7-inch weak point. Instantly, the Tang serpent's head drooped down, its entire body going completely limp. It stood erect in the sky. Gradually, like the vermilion bird before it, the Tang serpent also dissolved into scattered energy fragments, vanishing between heaven and earth. Curse the Tangser, fall! As the Tangser fell, the hooked chains that had latched onto the other side of the ink dragon completely vanished. The 1,000-year curse cast by the two great families upon the Yi lineage. Within Yi Rant's body, shattered by the twin claws of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's soul. Roar! As if sensing the complete disappearance of the restraints binding its body, the ink dragon let out an excited draconic roar, its serpentine head tilting upwards to gaze aloft. It seemed poised to charge once more towards the distant horizon. Just as the ink dragon was about to soar into the skies, the massive form of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor directly barred its path. The five-clawed golden dragon emperor lowered its head to gaze upon Yi Rant's ink dragon. The enormous dragon's eyes flickered. For a moment, Yi Ran had the illusion of detecting emotion in the golden pupils of this five-clawed golden dragon emperor, something akin to confusion, yet also resembling bewilderment. In the end, there was a faint sense of relief. Such a gaze made Yi Ran feel as if he were looking at a junior whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Roar! As the five-clawed golden dragon emperor let out a low growl, the golden dragon emperor's five-clawed form began to slowly dissipate, turned into a sky full of golden light dots. These golden specks of light seemed to possess consciousness as they hovered around the ink-black dragon. Gradually, the golden specks of light merged into every scale of the ink-black dragon. As these golden specks of light enveloped her, Yi Ran's ink dragon let out a contented draconic roar. Its originally pitch-black body gradually began to glow with a golden radiance as the golden specks merged into it. The most wondrous thing was, the ink-black dragon with 4 claws. At this very moment, it actually began slowly growing a 5th dragon claw. In the midst of introspection, Yiran silently closed his eyes, feeling the fluctuations of his inner energy. He could clearly sense that after being freed from the restraints of those 2 curses, the path to platinum is now wide open for him. Not only that, he could sense his own black dragon profound art, even her own flesh and blood. After enduring the baptism of this 5-clawed golden dragon emperor's soul, a qualitative transformation had occurred. The originally dark cyan energy had now turned golden. Moreover, compared to before, the grade of the energy had risen several levels higher. The power within the meridians. If it was like a small river flowing before, now it's as turbulent and mighty as the ocean. The surging power made Yiran unable to resist the urge to roar at the sky. As if sensing Yiran's exhilaration, the ink dragon also began to raise its head and emit a dragon's roar as it soared straight toward the sky. This time, its speed far surpassed before. It seemed as if it would break through this inner world in the next second, and soar freely between heaven and earth. All these changes took place within Yiran's inner world. Though it seemed like a considerable length of time had passed, to the outside world it was merely an instant. At this very moment, watching Yiran's continuously surging aura, Huang Dongdong's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Just as he was about to rise and investigate the situation, Lan Moyan suddenly reached out and blocked his way. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Huang Dongdong instinctively tried to dodge Lan Moyan's outstretched arm, but he was startled by a sharp sword intent that sent a shiver down his spine. Even the soul trembles with a faint shudder. "Don't come any closer." Lan Moyan's words were brief, yet carried an undeniable authority. At this moment, his gaze locked onto Yiran with flickering intensity. Chapter 78 Celestial Phenomenon, The Dragon Emperor Descends, All Dragons Bow. Under the watchful gazes of Lan Moyan and Huang Dongdong, Yiran's aura surged violently around his body, as he slowly levitated into the air. The dark dragon mystic art once again took form, circling endlessly around Yiran's body. Lan Moyan narrowed her eyes at the sight. The dark dragon mystic art? Yet not quite. How peculiar. As a super being of kingdom-slaughtering caliber, he could sense the immense energy of this ink dragon increasing at an astonishing rate. And what's more, there was also a shift in the aura. The previous ink dragon gave off the air of a hidden dragon lurking in the abyss. Now this ink dragon moves with majestic grandeur, casting contemptuous glances across the realms, even making Lan Moyan feel it was nothing like an ordinary ink dragon. As time flowed onward, the coiling ink dragon began to shimmer with a golden radiance. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the entire ink dragon seemed to shatter some invisible shackles, beginning its metamorphosis from the head downward. The originally ink-black dragon head with jade-like luster now sported golden beard. As the gold continued to spread, from the head to the body, then to the claws, and finally to the tail. In an instant, golden light radiated all around Yiran. Amidst this golden glow, Yiran appeared like an emperor from ancient times, majestic and awe-inspiring, too brilliant to behold directly. This is, sensing the aura emanating from Yiran's dissipating golden energy, Lan Moyan's eyes held a trace of doubt and surprise. This aura, ancient and weathered, timeless and everlasting, actually caused even his indomitable sword intent to waver slightly. And at this very moment, Huang Dongdong, who also sensed the aura radiating from Yiran, his breathing became labored. A shudder from the depths of his soul made him nearly kneel in submission. The aura surrounding Yiran continued to intensify, until reaching its breaking point. The golden dragon raised its head and let out a resounding roar, then merged directly into Yiran's body, its golden radiance transforming into a crown and imperial robes, adorning Yiran with regal majesty. The emperor's robe woven with golden light, containing the mighty power of heaven and earth, shining with brilliant radiance, gathered the essence of stars. In an instant, the space around Yiran began to transform. Roar! The sound of dragon roars surged in waves, while thunder rumbled across the 9 heavens. In the void, countless phantom dragons flickered in and out of existence. Heaven and earth anomaly? Huang Dongdong, struggling to resist, was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this sight. As the celestial phenomena around Yiran continued to shift, the ancient aura emanating from him grew even more potent. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely overwhelming the struggling Huang Dongdong, plunging him into unconsciousness. Lan Moyan glanced slightly at the fallen Huang Dongdong. After confirming there was no life-threatening danger, she turned her full attention to Yiran. The celestial phenomena appear. This is the Tao reaching of the upper 3 ranks. Lan Moyan murmured to herself. When has the path of the upper 3 levels become so easy? Lan Moyan gazed at Yiran, just uncertain which level of the upper 3 tiers Yiran could ultimately attain. But such an important stage must not be disturbed by anyone. Lan Moyan gently waved her hand. Buzz, sounded a noise. The space surrounding the entire forging chamber, appeared as if sliced apart by a razor-sharp edge, forming its own isolated realm, severed completely from the outside world. Unaware of Lan Moyan's manipulations amidst the visions, Yiran stood clad in golden dragon robes, exuding majestic dominance while overlooking all living beings. As the golden imperial garments grew increasingly corporeal, the dragons that had been soaring through the void now revealed their true forms one by one. The Silver Law Dragon, Nine Nether Venom Dragon, Explosive Flame Dragon, Earth Titan Dragon, Abyssal Ink Dragon. Lan Moyan carefully counted these dragon figures, growing increasingly astonished with each recognition. Surrounding Yaren was nothing but a unified legion of these mighty dragons. Without exception, they were all true dragons of S rank or higher, with not a single lower-tier hybrid dragon among them. The true dragons growled softly. All dragon leaders focused their attention on Yaren standing at the core of the space. Suddenly, Yi Ran's eyes fluttered open. His eyes were filled with golden radiance. At this very moment, Yi Ran's dragon robe and crown had completely solidified into tangible form. A colossal phantom loomed behind Yaren. This is precisely the ink dragon that had soared within Yi Ran's introspective vision earlier. Rather than calling it an ink dragon's shadow, looking at it now, it would be more fitting to call it a golden dragon. That phantom figure, entirely golden, a massive figure stretched across the sky. Roar! A resonant dragon's roar echoed behind Yi Ran, an aura emanating from the primordial epochs pressed down upon heaven and earth. Grand, majestic, the aura spanning ancient and modern times, making the great Tao tremble and resonate. In the void, all the dragons lowered their proud draconic heads, crouching down, bowed down to Yi Ran. At this very moment, Yi Ran stood at the heart of the anomaly, like an emperor, accepting the prostration of all true dragons. Lan Moyan gazed upon this extraordinary celestial phenomenon. For a long time, words failed me. The Dragon Emperor descends, and all dragons bow in submission. This extraordinary celestial phenomenon, not belonging to any celestial phenomenon previously known, but when standing at the peak of the sword sect, taking the first step on my own path, the phenomenon of 10,000 swords singing in unison, slicing through the eternal night, it was no less breathtaking in comparison. In other words, the path Yi Ran walks is that of the second rank. It's the path of the second rank, one that only the strongest in the world can tread. Lan Moyan stared at Yi Ran, utterly transfixed. The Tao of the upper three tiers can all trigger celestial phenomena, yet disparities exist even among these three tiers. The gap between each tier within the upper three tiers is so vast, that it far surpasses the sum of differences across the remaining 6 tiers combined. A path that can reach the second grade, at least indicates that Yi Ran's extraordinary path is now unimpeded, and also signifies Yi Ran's potential qualification to impact the nation-slaying level of transcendence. As for the first grade, it has practically vanished from the world. Many experts even began to believe that the first rank existed only in the most idealized conditions, and that no one in reality could ever achieve it. Witnessing the birth of an entirely new path to the second rank right before their eyes, even the typically detached and indifferent Lan Moyan couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement. As time flowed onward, the celestial anomalies gradually dissipated. Yi Ran strode through the air and slowly descended to the ground. He quietly sensed the aura emanating from his body, majestic and boundless, with momentum mighty enough to shake mountains and rivers, powerful enough to pierce through sun and moon. This was an entirely different concept from my previous stage of golden perfection, creating an illusion of existing in a completely different dimension. Not only that, Yi Ran could still distinctly feel the roar of his bloodline. Freed from the curses of the serpent and the sparrow, Yi Ran's dark dragon profound art flowed with unprecedented smoothness today. Strictly speaking, it could no longer be called the Ink Dragon Profound Technique. This Golden Emperor Dragon power, whether in terms of grandeur or quality, it utterly crushes the previous Ink Dragon power. If the previous encounter with Han Kun had been, victory would require the aid of an entire system, the empowerment of innate Tao physique, and catching Han Kun completely off guard. Only then could triumph be seized. So now if Yen Ran were to meet Han Kun again, Yi Ran felt it wasn't much harder than crushing an ant. The path of the second rank, the road to the supreme. As expected, it truly lives up to its reputation. Yet, is this far enough? Is it really sufficient? Was I truly content with just this second grade Tao? Yi Ran silently closed his eyes. There seemed to be some struggle. Moments later, Yi Ran opened his eyes again, within them flickering a resolute and determined light. Chapter 79, Lan Moyan's Identity Exposed, Nation Slaughtering Superhuman? In an instant, Yi Ran's aura surged violently. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the golden silhouette of the Dragon Emperor emerged. As Yi Ran willed it, the dragon's phantom seemed reluctant, circling him once, before shooting outward, transforming into a golden rain and dispersing into the heavens and earth. The entire space erupted with the chorus of 10,000 dragons. Their voices wailed, as if in agony, as if in lament. and Yi Ran's aura began to plummet abruptly. His realm gradually descended from the platinum level and above. The second rank path, the celestial phenomenon of the Dragon Emperor descending, bowing all dragons, was personally shattered by Yi Ran. Seeing this scene, Lan Moyan was somewhat taken aback. What's going on? Did the advancement fail? Lan Moyan narrowed his eyes. No, it's not a failed advancement. He was the one who voluntarily dispersed this celestial phenomenon, abandoning platinum himself. Why? Just what is Yi Ran trying to do? This scene, even the iron-willed Lan Moyan could feel his blood pressure rising. What a waste! This is an absolute outrage. At this moment, Yi Ran silently assessed his current situation. Having already stepped into the realm of platinum, his aura was significantly stronger than those at the peak of gold, almost rivaling ordinary early-stage platinum experts, and the curse upon his bloodline had completely dissipated. And what's more, the nourishment from the five-clawed Golden Dragon Emperor still remained. The power circulating within was still the Golden Dragon Emperor's energy, far superior in quality to his previous Ink Dragon energy. Overall, his strength had still undergone a tremendous enhancement. Yi Ran recalled the celestial phenomenon where myriad dragons paid homage that had appeared previously. Was it a pity? Indeed it was a pity. However, it was merely a second-grade celestial phenomenon after all. For oneself, it's still not enough. Yi Ran harbored grand ambitions, his gaze profound and far-reaching, since he had resolved to no longer be a layabout. Then let us properly walk this path of the ultimate powerhouse. If we're doing it, we must naturally aim to be the one standing above hundreds of millions. The descended Dragon Emperor shall not be called mere Emperor. The Emperor who sweeps across the 8 directions, proclaiming his dominion with the souls of his enemies, is the true Emperor. Just as Yi Ran resolved in his heart, he suddenly sensed a sharp, murderous aura approaching from behind. Why? Lan Moyan's icy voice came from behind Yi Ran. Yi Ran turned around and glanced at Lan Moyan, then froze completely in place. At this very moment, Lan Moyan's blind box has been opened by the system. Lan Moyan, male, 20 years old. Nation slaughtering level transcendent. Inherited sect, Sword God sect. Current technique, 9 Heaven Star Sword Art. Advantages, perfect sword heart, innate sword embryo, top-tier sword Dao comprehension, top-tier destructive power, top-tier speed, top-tier strength, absolute intuition. Disadvantages, insufficient level, cannot view. Advice, better not provoke. Yi Ran rubbed his eyes. Slaughter grade transcendent? Then Yi Ran repeatedly opened, closed, reopened, and closed the system again. Countless times later, at last, I had to face this fact. Yi Ran gazed at Lan Moyan, still unable to wrap his mind around the situation. This sudden blow. Boom! Yi Ran's worldview began to tremble and sway. Yi Ran looked at Lan Moyan with a complicated expression. Before you ask me why, I really wanted to ask you the same question. A supreme powerhouse capable of decimating nations. Not aiming for fame and glory, but coming to be a student in my deadbeat class? And even becoming Huang Dongdong's junior brother? I always thought Li Wanqing's behavior was already scraping the bottom of the barrel of dignity. Who would have thought you, big bro, would throw away even the barrel itself? Big bro, what exactly are you after? Damn it! This insane world. Go crazy, everyone go crazy, madness is good indeed. Of course, as a fully responsible adult accountable for my own actions, he still dutifully heeded the system's advice to not provoke trouble, though thousands of holy shit thoughts stampeded through his mind. Yaren maintained a calm expression. No particular reason. This path isn't for me. With a single sentence, Lan Moyan was left speechless. The second grade path isn't suitable for you? Do you have any idea how many golden talents have begged ancestors and worshipped deities just to remain stuck at this second grade path? Do you know how in certain major provinces, as long as you follow the second class path, wouldn't you be first in line for ancestral rights? The family genealogy could start a new branch from you? Are you still dissatisfied with the second class path? Don't tell me you actually want to pursue that first-class path and reach for the heavens? Lan Moyan shook her head, looking at Yi Ran with some incomprehension. But there were no further questioning remarks. Although Yi Ran took the initiative to give up this time, the fact that he had managed to walk the path of the second grade this time proved Yi Ran's potential. When Yi Ran advances to the next platinum tier, his chances of mastering the second grade path will be significantly higher than others. Although somewhat annoyed by Yi Ran's wasteful extravagance, this did not diminish Lan Moyan's desire to recruit him. Having regained her composure, Lan Moyan also realized that her earlier behavior had nearly exposed her true identity. Just as I was thinking about how to muddle through, Yi Ran spoke up. Classmate Lan, I think. So sharp, has he already noticed? Lan Moyan slightly furrowed his brows. Before truly gaining Yaren's trust, now is not the right time to lay the cards on the table. Seems like there's only this move left. Lan Moyan's eyes narrowed sharply, suddenly interrupting Yi Ran's speech. Feeling a bit dizzy, In an instant, Lan Moyen supported her forehead with one hand, her whole body beginning to stagger unsteadily. With a loud clang, Lan Moyen collapsed directly beside Huang Dongdong. The abruptness of the action and the clumsiness of the acting made Yi Ran's lips twitch involuntarily. This was the philosophy of life Lan Moyen had derived from swordsmanship. When you encounter something that simply defies all explanation, the best approach is not to explain it at all. Nothing is more straightforward than collapsing to the ground. Cut the Gordian knot. Always perform only the most effective actions. Simple and straightforward, reasonable and efficient. What about dignity and self-respect? Sorry, in Lan Moyen's dictionary there are only objectives and swords. Faced with the unconscious Lan Moyen lying on the ground, Yi Ran had 1,000 words gathered at the tip of her tongue, yet couldn't utter a single one. What could she possibly do? Faced with such a nation-destroying superhuman, you can't fight him, nor dare you curse at him. You try to reason with him, persuade him to leave. Yet he refuses to engage and instead plays dead on the ground. Yi Ran felt utterly drained at this moment. Originally managing the class smoothly and effortlessly guiding students in a blissful life. Now I have to not only perform alongside a transcendent-level tutor, still have to accompany a boss capable of destroying countries in a teacher-student cosplay. Are you superhumans really so idle? Just gotta pick on me alone, huh? Yi Ran's heart was filled with sorrow and indignation. However, the fundamental law of the great Marxist philosophy, dialectical materialism, once stated, contradictions are the unity of opposites. Everything has its merits and demerits, its virtues and vices. At the very least, with these two troublemakers in my class, his own students would no longer have to fear those underhanded schemes from the Shu family. Yi Ran tried to comfort himself. Ouch! Perhaps it was the shock of Lan Moyen collapsing to the ground. Huang Dongdong, who had been unconscious until now, sat up while rubbing his aching forehead. His entire expression looked as though he were suffering from a hangover. Huang Dongdong glanced at the unconscious Lan Moyen lying on the ground beside him. He chuckled with a touch of smugness, shaking his head in an exaggerated, grown-up manner. TSK, still too young. Without your senior brother's skills, you insist on tagging along. Serves you right for being unlucky. Hiss, that's odd. Why did it suddenly get so chilly? Surely I can't have caught a cold? Huang Dongdong shuddered violently right after speaking, feeling an inexplicable palpitation in his heart. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ran couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. The style of the firewalkers truly lives up to their reputation. Chapter 80, What do you know, Wang Dachuan? To prevent Huang Dongdong from spouting any more shocking remarks, Yi Ran directly asked, Dongdong, you're awake? Huang Dongdong looked up at Yi Ran and said with excitement on his face, Master, have you broken through to platinum tier? I just saw celestial phenomena. Yi Ran shook his head without offering much explanation. Not yet. I should still be about the same level as you. Huang Dongdong heard Yi Ran's reply. He muttered under his breath, that can't be right. I clearly saw the omen manifest. Was it just my imagination? Yet Huang Dongdong's doubt passed as quickly as it came. If his master said so, then it must be true. Always mischievous and quick-witted, Huang Dongdong, imitating Yi Ran's posture and speaking in Yi Ran's tone. Perfectly normal. If the great Tao of the upper three ranks could be walked so easily, then all the brilliant talents in the world might as well stop living. Yi Ran smiled as she watched Huang Dongdong mimicking her words, seeming to also sense Huang Dongdong's intention to lighten the mood and comfort her. Alright, enough fooling around. We're done with the job. Pack up and let's get out of here. Got it, master. Seeing Yi Ran show no signs of frustration, Huang Dongdong also responded with remarkable obedience. Then, holding the feigning Lan Moyen with one hand, Yi Ran left the forging chamber. Winter, you might have to adjust a bit when you go back. Ah, why, master? Haven't you noticed your hair and eyebrows are all burned off? In no time at all. The three of them had already arrived at the corridor of the teaching building. Dongdong, you carry him to the classroom. I won't go any further. Yi Ran said to Huang Dongdong at the corridor entrance. Huang Dongdong nodded with a low-spirited expression. Cheer up. Out with the old, in with the new. Your eyebrows and hair will grow back in no time. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a beaming smile, and casually rubbed his smooth, bald head. Feels nice. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran helplessly. Master, where are you heading? I'm gonna go demand some compensation for emotional distress. Yi Ran waved his hand and left the two of them behind. Judging by the direction he was heading, it seemed like he was going straight to the principal's office. Right after Yi Ran left, Lan Moyen slowly opened her eyes. You're awake? Huang Dongdong looked at Lan Moyen. Lan Moyen watched Yi Ran's retreating figure and nodded in approval. Perfect timing for waking up, just after Teacher Yi left. Huang Dongdong shook his head, seemingly unaccustomed to the sensation of having no hair. Senior brother warned you beforehand not to tag along. Look at you now, suffering the consequences. If you don't heed the advice of elders, you'll learn things the hard way. Huang Dongdong adopted a sage-like tone while lecturing his self-proclaimed junior brother. Lan Mayan instead smiled and patted Huang Dongdong's little head. The feel was indeed quite nice. Ever since witnessing Huang Dongdong's process of forging the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, Lan Mayan had also marked Huang Dongdong as a key subject of special observation. He was in a good mood at the moment. After all, who would have thought this trip would bring double blessings at once? Huang Dongdong dodged Lan Mayan with irritation. Is this how you treat your senior brother? No sense of propriety. Huang Dongdong symbolically wiped his smooth, bald forehead and said to Lan Mayan, "Hey Junior, let's skip class today, shall we?" What's the big deal? It's just one afternoon." Huang Dongdong stuttered while convincing Lan Mayan. The truth was he hadn't psychologically prepared himself to face people with his newly shaved head. Huang Dongdong was torn between humiliation and escape, leaning towards escape. Lan Mayan watched Huang Dongdong, shaking his head. Not acceptable. What's unacceptable? Plenty of students skip class. Can you even call yourself a college student if you don't skip classes? Huang Dongdong said anxiously. Lan Mayan looked at Huang Dongdong. Would Teacher Yi want you to skip class? Lan Mayan's words, much like the man himself, were always concise and hit the mark directly. A single sentence piercing straight to Huang Dongdong's vital spot. Huang Dongdong, who had originally wanted to escape, now looked like a defeated rooster. He followed Lan Mayan toward the classroom with his head hung low. Ha 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 ha, Dongdong, what a unique look you've got. Just as Huang Dongdong had expected, things unfolded exactly as he'd predicted. Huang Dongdong's bald head became the center of attention as soon as he entered the classroom. With no hair or eyebrows left, and being particularly young in age, Huang Dongdong looked like a big-headed doll without any hair, appearing utterly jubilant in appearance. However, as everyone wasn't particularly familiar with Huang Dongdong yet, they could only suppress their laughter. But Wang Dachuan was different. From the very moment Huang Dongdong entered, Wang Dachuan's upturned lips hadn't come down for a moment. Having already guffawed for half an hour straight, Wang Dongdong stared at the doubled-over laughing Wang Dachuan, eyes widening in disbelief. Then after a moment's thought, opened his mouth to address Wang Dachuan. What do you know, you big oaf? This was something Teacher Yi specially taught me in private. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachuan's smile noticeably faded. Yi Ran's guidance held far too much weight in Wang Dachuan's heart. You're saying Teacher Yi taught you this? Huang Dongdong declared with an emphatic shake of his head. Teacher Yi said that body hair is merely extensions of the flesh, consuming immense energy from one's fundamental essence. Only upon complete hair removal and pore closure can one truly perceive the power within. Thereafter, one's cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Huang Dongdong sounded utterly convinced as he expounded this doctrine. Wang Dachuan was completely dumbfounded by what he heard. But this time, Wang Dachuan had learned to be smarter. He looked at Huang Dongdong with suspicion. Dongdong, are you lying to me? Though young, Huang Dongdong was quite shrewd. Pouting her lips, she looked at Wang Dachuan with a smug expression. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, let's test it out and see. Huang Dongdong extended his arm as he spoke, looking at Wang Dachuan with a challenging expression. Bring it on, do you think I'm afraid of you? With mixed belief and doubt, Wang Dachuan reached out his hand and grasped Huang Dongdong's smaller one. The moment he made contact with Wang Dachuan's palm, Huang Dongdong instantly exerted force with his palm. Wang Dachuan's hand was instantly twisted from the crushing grip. Of course, Wang Dachuan wasn't to be trifled with either, immediately channeling his tremendous strength into his palm. The deformed palm returned to normal once more. In an instant, the forces of both sides reached equilibrium. Winter, your strength has improved quite a bit, though this still won't be enough. Wang Dachuan praised Huang Dongdong's progress in strength, but it still remained within the limits of what he could handle. Listening to Wang Dachuan's words, Huang Dongdong's lips curled slightly. Oh really? Well then, you'd better watch out. In an instant, a golden-red radiance began glowing from within Huang Dongdong's small hands. His strength seemed to have increased significantly. This surging power, he deformed Wang Dachuan's palm once again. Sizzle, sizzle. Not only did Huang Dongdong possess immense strength, but the unique high temperature of his palm also caused Wang Dachuan's hand to emit a burning sound. The explosive force and extreme heat caught Wang Dachuan somewhat off guard. He could only pull back his hand in pain. Wang Dachuan stared at his palm in shock. At this moment, both sides of his palm had begun to darken slightly, healing at an extremely slow pace. Even though he had already strengthened his palm locally with the power of Tao Tai, though somewhat unprepared, given Tao Ye's supreme defensive capabilities and unparalleled strength, dealing with Huang Dongdong of the past would have been more than sufficient. For a moment, Wang Dachuan's gaze towards Huang Dongdong changed completely. Logically speaking, Huang Dongdong absolutely shouldn't possess such capability. Could it be that this first shaving technique actually came from Teacher Ye's private tutoring? At this moment, Wang Dachuan's conviction was completely shaken, and the smile vanished from his face. Foolish elder brother, do you believe it now? Huang Dongdong raised his hand and deliberately waved it in front of Wang Dachuan's face, looking at him with triumphant pride. Oomph, let's see you laugh at me now, you big oaf. Wang Dachuan gazed deeply at Huang Dongdong. After a moment of silence, he turned around wordlessly and walked straight out of the classroom. Walking with a gust of wind, even carrying a hint of urgency. De-chun, where are you off to in such a hurry? Huang Dongdong asked. The barber's shop. Chapter 81, Jinling, the Yi family. Wang Dachuan responded gruffly without turning his head. Moving at lightning speed, he vanished straight through the classroom doorway. Witnessing this, Huang Dongdong clicked his tongue in quiet amazement. Regardless of the big oaf's IQ level, when it comes to execution ability, there's absolutely no question about it. Truth be told, I'm kinda looking forward to seeing how the big oaf will look when he returns with a bald head. At this thought, Huang Dongdong let out a sly chuckle. But just as Huang Dongdong was reveling in schadenfreude, suddenly, a student in the class stood up. Ugh, why do I keep feeling like I can't hold my pee lately? I really need to quit. The student muttered to himself as he slowly walked toward the door. And in the very next second after leaving the classroom, the classmate immediately started running, heading in exactly the same direction as Wang Dachuan. After this classmate left, another one stood up, walking while running fingers through their hair and muttering to themselves. My hair's gotten long too, time for Hudelu to give me a trendy new haircut. Likewise, the very second they left the classroom, they immediately dashed toward Wang Dachuan's direction. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Until eventually, the entire class of students, all rushed out of the classroom in a hurry, scrambling after Wang Dachuan head over heels. The door frame was even slightly warped from the pressure. Instantly, the classroom that had been buzzing with noise, was suddenly left with only Huang Dongdong and Lan Moyan. What were they all rushing off to do? Huang Dongdong looked somewhat dazed. Lan Moyan remained as concise as ever. What do you think? That can't be right. Huang Dongdong muttered to himself, his face looking even more miserable than if he had been crying. I just wanted to fool Wang Dachuan. Lan Moyan looked at her nominal junior brother with an amused smile. You're in for trouble. Hearing Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong shivered. One sentence shaved the whole class bald. How are we going to explain this to Teacher Yi when she returns? As for Yeren at this very moment, she couldn't possibly care less about her imminent appointment as head of Shaolin Temple. He was now walking quickly towards the principal's office, while repeatedly polishing his script. Principal, this has truly had a huge impact on me. Yi Ran shook her head. Not good enough, too simple, not tragic enough, the old man won't relate. Principal, this incident has struck my heart with immense force, causing my cultivation technique to go somewhat awry. Yi Ran shook his head again. No, that's just miserable without any emotion. The old man might not like it. Principal, think carefully. I'm willing to pour my heart and soul into this school, but who could have imagined being stabbed in the back by my own comrades and falling midway? Inside the principal's office, Baisu gazed at the glowing magic sphere before him, his expression somewhat troubled, for within this sphere, it was a scene of Yeren practicing his conversational skills while walking toward the office. Baisu huffed angrily, his mustache fluttering. Had it only been a few days, damn kid, coming to freeload again? Yet Baisu also knew deep down he was somewhat at fault. After all, for two supernaturals to infiltrate a class posing as teacher and student, how could it have happened at Demon Capital's High Martial Academy without Baisu giving his nod? So the blame traced right back to its source. Yi Ran coming after him was completely justified. At this thought, Baisu couldn't help but massage his temples in frustration. What kind of mess was all this? He really ought to find time to claim compensation from both the education department and the military ministry. But for now, it'd be wiser to lay low for a while. It just so happened that I hadn't yet refined the spatial artifact I'd previously conceived. Let's head to the forging room then. Baisu was a man of extraordinary initiative, and with a mere snap of his fingers, vanished from the spot. Arriving at the principal's office door, Yi Ran adjusted his breathing, pondered for a moment. He deliberately tousled his hair, his entire expression looking as if he had taken a blow, utterly dejected. Life is like a play, all depends on acting. Bang, 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 bang. After Yi Ran knocked on the door 3 or 4 times in succession, ripples began to appear on the surface of the principal's office door. A gigantic turtle head emerged from the void. The turtle's head was entirely black, glistening under the sunlight. This highly intelligent turtle looked at Yeren before it with evident impatience. It actually spoke with human speech. Knock, 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 what are you knocking for? He's gone out, go make trouble somewhere else if you want to cause trouble. Yi Ran looked at the turtle head protruding from the void, feeling somewhat astonished inside, because the system has already listed out all the information on this old bastard. Treasure, Xiong, 10,002 years old, Diamond tier, Void Mystic Tortoise, S-Class, Innate Divine Ability, Spatial Power, Strengths: ultimate affinity for spatial laws, supreme escape capability, ignores all restrictions, exceptional treasure-seeking ability. Weaknesses: poor combat skills, dislikes cultivation, fond of sleeping, obsessed with ancient cultivation history, enjoys flattery, suffers extreme pain from void barnacles attached to its shell. Optimization suggestions. Good grief. An S-tier talent, with over 10,000 years of time. Only diamond tier? So this bastard really didn't cultivate at all, just brute-forced his way up by grinding experience over time. And what kind of drawback is this obsession with ancient cultivation legends? Though it has plenty of flaws, but the virtues and attributes of this damn turtle. Staring at the void mystic turtle's qualities and traits, Yi-Ran's eyes began to gleam with excitement. What a perfect treasure hunting tool. With this precious magical beast, why bother asking the headmaster for emotional distress compensation? Could it be that the headmaster knew I was coming in advance, so this is his way of compensating me? Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Principal, you're so kind. Thinking this far, Yi-Ran's lips curled slightly upward. This void black tortoise named Duo Bao, upon seeing Yi-Ran's smile, felt a slight chill and immediately wanted to turn around and leave. Before I could even finish dispersing these void ripples, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Fellow Taoist, please stay your steps. Jinling. In the ancient ancestral hall as dark as ink, a middle-aged man sat upright on a Taisher chair with his eyes closed. This person was none other than the current head of the Yi family, Yi Tiancheng, father of Yi-Ran. Suddenly, an ink-dark pattern appeared on the ground of the ancestral hall. From within the pattern, a human figure emerged. Upon solidifying, the figure revealed itself to be an elderly man. Yi Tiancheng looked up at the old man and asked, "Fourth uncle, where's old third?" A bitter smile appeared at the corner of the old man's mouth. Family head, old third tricked us all. He ran away before you could even put him under house arrest. Then, he handed a letter to Yi Tiancheng. This is the letter he left behind before departing from home. Yi Tiancheng remained silent, quietly opening the letter. The handwriting on it was bold and flowing. Big bro, you're such a coward. Every day you preach about hiding our strengths and not acting rashly, but now they're coming for our youngest's life. And here you are still droning on with your lectures. Are you seriously counting on outsiders for help? If you won't save our youngest, I will. Ran out of space, turn over. Yi Tiancheng looked at the letter with an icy expression, then turned the page over. Flip it when I tell you to flip it. How can you lead a household without any initiative? If you can't manage being the head of the house, I'll take over when I get back. At this moment, Yi Tiancheng's veins bulged with fury. The letter crumpled into dust in his grip. If you've made it this far, you must have a decent impression of this book. Writing alone can get a bit dull, so if you don't mind, let's discuss and exchange ideas together. Maybe some great suggestions can be incorporated. Love you all. Chapter 82, Fellow Taoist, you possess great fortune. Patriarch, please remain calm. Third brother just has that wretched temper. An elder nearby hastily tried to soothe. He didn't need to think to know this third brother's letter was full of malicious intent. I'm fine. Yi Tiancheng's expression remained calm, but looking at the shattered floor beneath his feet, it didn't seem as effortless as he claimed. Family head, within the diamond rank, third brother is among the top tier. With him here, we should have reasonable assurance. The elder continued comforting the family head. Yi Tiancheng shook his head. The situation has developed into something slightly more complicated than expected. As he spoke, Yi Tiancheng rubbed the torn pieces of letter paper between his fingers, appearing lost in thought. Then, Yi Tiancheng seemed to make up his mind and spoke. Notify Xiaohua. We'll need him to be our last resort when the time comes. Upon hearing this, the old man subtly shuddered and asked, Chief, are we activating this backup line now? Yi Tiancheng nodded, his eyes filled with profound determination. Plans can't keep up with changes. That rebellious offspring is far more capable than I imagined. Hearing the family head speak this way, the old man's expression also turned grave. Master, I will handle this at once. Having spoken, the elder's figure once again dissolved into blackness and vanished into the magic circle. The grand hall fell into silence once more. Yi Tiancheng sat upright in his grand chair, eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. The python and sparrow devouring the dragon, it won't be for much longer. At Demon Capital's Advanced Martial Arts Academy, outside the principal's office doorway, the void mystic tortoise, thoroughly unsettled by Yi-Ran's intense stare, after being told by Yi-Ran, friend, please stay, I inexplicably halted my steps. Beneath that turtle-headed creature, two sturdy turtle feet actually extended forth. He gave a perfectly respectable cupped hand salute. Might I ask, fellow cultivator, why have you stopped this poor Taoist? Hearing the void mystic turtle speak in such archaic manner, Yi-Ran's lips curled slightly upward. The system truly didn't deceive me. This turtle is actually obsessed with ancient cultivation legends. What an unusual hobby indeed. Yi Ran followed the Void Mystic Turtle's example and clasped his hands in salute. My sincere apologies for the abruptness. It's just that I noticed your radiant aura and extraordinary bearing. Clearly you're a turtle blessed with great destiny. I couldn't help but voice my admiration upon seeing your majestic presence. Hearing Yi Ran's flattering words, the Void Mystic Turtle was utterly delighted. Its expression toward Yi Ran softening considerably as it humbly raised a turtle claw in salute. You flatter me, fellow cultivator. This humble one is merely one among countless primordial beings, hardly deserving of such grand fortune. Yi Ran waved his hand dismissively. Fellow Taoist, you must not underestimate yourself. Though I possess little talent, I specialize in reading facial features and fortunes. Observing your countenance, a full and high forehead, jade-like complexion, a nose shaped like a suspended gull, radiant visage, and dignified bearing, you are undoubtedly a dragon among men. I presume, dear friend, your origins are anything but ordinary. With that, Yaren theatrically began counting on his fingers as if performing calculations. He then glanced at his fingers with slight surprise before turning his astonished gaze toward Void Profound Turtle. Fellow Taoist, might your name perchance be Duo Bao? The Void Mystic Tortoise's beady little eyes widened slightly. Then it nodded seriously and blurted out, Fellow Taoist, how did you know? How did I know? I knew because the system told me. Of course, these were Yi Ran's inner thoughts that he couldn't voice aloud. Upon hearing the Void Mystic Turtle's words, Yi Ran suddenly understood and withdrew his finger. No wonder, no wonder. This statement instantly piqued the Void Mystic Turtle's curiosity. Fellow cultivator, what have you deduced? Yi Ran looked at the Void Mystic Turtle, about to speak but swallowing his words at the last moment. Shaking his head somewhat helplessly, heaven's secrets must not be revealed. With those 2 or 3 tugs, Yi Ran directly hooked the Void Mystic Turtle like a floater fish. At this moment, the Void Mystic Turtle was utterly desperate. Fellow Taoist, what's the matter? Yi Ran looked at the Void Mystic Turtle with some hesitation. Fellow Taoist, you carry great fortune upon you. If I forcibly reveal the heavenly secrets, I fear divine retribution may wound my vitality. Upon hearing this, the Void Mystic Turtle blurted out, no problem, fellow Taoist, no problem at all. As he spoke, ripples once again appeared in the void before the Void Mystic Turtle. A blood-red lotus flower emerged directly. The vitality emanating from this lotus was so intense that even a single breath of it made Yi Ran feel his blood and chi surging violently. This is a 3,000-year grade blood essence lotus. It will absolutely replenish your vital energy, fellow Taoist, the Void Mystic Turtle urgently introduced, its face filled with anxious anticipation as it waited for Yi Ran to disclose the heavenly secrets it carried. Yi Ran took the blood essence lotus, feeling the surging vitality emanating from its petals, his heart filled with astonishment. Damn rich kid, casually gifting a 3,000-year-old blood essence lotus like it's nothing. I heard this thing could easily replenish the blood and energy of an extraordinary being. Just this single blood essence lotus, if sold on the black market, would be no less valuable than the energy crystal principle Bai Su gave me before. Yi Ran hurriedly stored away the blood essence lotus, then said with slight hesitation, since you're so eager to hear it, then I'll brave dangers to accompany you. As he spoke, Yi Ran spoke leisurely, I wonder if you fellow Taoists are aware of the ancient immortal cultivation era's Duo Bao Taoist, the eldest disciple under the heavenly lord of primordial beginning? Elder Tong Tian, Taoist Duo Bao? The Void Tortoise's breathing grew slightly ragged upon hearing this term. Damn, sounds pretty badass. And the name is even the same as mine. Looking at the appearance of the Void Mystic Tortoise, Yi Ran's lips curled slightly upward. This world did indeed have an ancient era of immortal cultivation, it's just that the history is too distant. The authentic history has long since been submerged in the river of time. Current depictions of the immortal cultivation era mostly stem from collective conjecture and imagination based on ancient relics. No one can truly distinguish fact from fiction. There are also numerous fantasy novels here that depict mythical creatures of the primordial cultivation age. Only that in this realm where all else pales beside the supreme path of cultivation. These tales of spirits and demons pale in comparison to the richness of Yi Ran's novels from his past life. What Yi Ran offers the Void Mystic Turtle is a far more thrilling, brand new version. Take this education in the primordial chaos genre, you uncultured outlander turtle. Yi Ran began narrating leisurely. It is said that in the chaotic and obscure primordial ages, the great deity Pangu split heaven and earth apart, separating the skies from the land, marking the beginning of the world as we know it. Yi Ran then swiftly recounted the general structure of the prehistoric realm to this Void Profound Tortoise. Truth be told, the prehistoric genre's emergence as a distinct literary style truly has its own uniquely captivating qualities. Moreover, in the mythology of the primordial chaos, the world-building, progression, and even the degree of internal consistency have long been refined to perfection by countless storytellers. From childhood to adulthood, this Void Mystic Turtle had never encountered such fine grains. The primordial chaos world described by Yi Ran completely enchanted the poor creature into bewilderment. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun expounded the Tao, elucidating the celestial sages of heaven and earth. Among them, the Lord of spiritual enlightenment comprehended the one that escaped between heaven and earth, thus becoming a heavenly Tao sage. With the principle of seizing a sliver of opportunity as his creed, he established the Jie sect in the Green Turing Palace. The Jie sect taught without discrimination, widely accepting disciples. At its peak, it was said to have ushered in a gathering of 10,000 immortals. Among these disciples of the Jie sect, there were naturally renowned figures, and one of the most prominent was none other than the chief disciple of the Lord of Spiritual Enlightenment. At this point, Yiran paused momentarily. He glanced at the void mystic turtle and said faintly, "His name is Duobao Daoren, treasure-laden Taoist." Chapter 83, Bye-bye, Old Coot. After Yiran finished explaining the detailed world framework and the origins of Duobao Daoren, the void mystic turtle was breathing heavily, causing the ripples in the void to fluctuate violently. That treasure-seizing Taoist excels in locating treasures and has an exceptionally keen perception of valuables. Fellow Taoist, I presume you are much the same, aren't you? Hearing Yiran's words, the void mystic turtle nodded in disbelief. That treasure-seizing Taoist not only has a sharp perception of treasures but is also exceedingly skilled at breaking restrictions. Observing you, fellow Taoist, I fear you are no less capable. Yiran gazed at the turtle head protruding from the void and praised it with admiration. The void mystic turtle felt its heart flutter with wild thoughts. Could it be? Before the void mystic turtle could finish pondering, Yiran continued in an extremely emotional tone. You must have sensed it too, fellow Taoist, haven't you? Treasure-seeking, what a marvelous coincidence. An innate perception for treasures, masters of breaking restrictions, TSK. Apart from the theory of reincarnation, I truly can't think of any other explanation. This sentence, it pierced straight through the heart of the void mystic turtle like an arrow. I, Duobao, am the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse? The void mystic turtle just giggled foolishly like this, wallowing in euphoria for a long while without regaining its composure. Yiran gazed at the expression of the void mystic tortoise. He nodded silently. The timing is just about right. Time to turn up the heat and reduce the sauce. Yiran glanced regretfully at his watch. Chatting philosophy with you, my fellow cultivator, has been pure delight. I completely lost track of time. Since the headmaster isn't here, I won't impose any longer. What a pity, not being able to work alongside one who carries such great fortune, to witness the glorious return of the many treasures Taoist to this world, truly a lifelong regret. Enough, such is time, such is fate. As he spoke, with a carefree air, Yiran turned around, preparing to leave. 3, 2, 1. Yiran silently murmured to himself, fellow Taoist, please stay your steps. The voice of the void mystic turtle came from behind Yiran. The corners of Yiran's mouth curled up slightly, yet when he turned his head, he still asked the void mystic turtle with a puzzled expression. Fellow Taoist, is there anything else? After much hesitation, the void mystic tortoise finally spoke. Fellow Taoist, what you said, can all of this really be true? Yiran looked at the void mystic tortoise with a beaming smile. Do you really think someone could make up such a story in such a short time? The void mystic turtle listened to Yiran's words, rolling its bean-sized eyes thoughtfully. Indeed. Who could concoct such an epic yet self-consistent tale within so brief a span? And how could he possibly recognize my special skills and abilities at just a glance? At this thought, the void mystic turtle's breathing became rapid. So I really am the reincarnation of Taoist Duobao? Yiran said calmly. To be or not to be, fellow cultivator, your heart already holds the answer. Quietly contemplate your inner self, for all things follow the Tao, and this is all the guidance of heavenly fate. Yiran's words carried profound mysteries within mysteries, yet this void mystic turtle happened to particularly resonate with such teachings, as it pondered silently in contemplation. His name is Duobao, meaning treasures galore, possesses exceptional talent for locating treasures, excels at breaking spatial restrictions, and carries numerous hidden treasures on his person. A similar occurrence is called coincidence. When so many coincidences come together, it ceases to be coincidence. It becomes destiny. In that instant, the void mystic turtle's gaze toward Yiran shifted dramatically. Since everything is destined by fate, then isn't it also fate that this young man came looking for Baisu today, only to miss Baisu and coincidentally run into me instead? Could this be destiny guiding me to understand my past life origins? Could this young man before him truly be his destined guide in this lifetime? Thinking this far, the void mystic turtle stretched its neck forward excitedly. To reject divine providence now would mean openly defying his own fate, wouldn't it? A tortoise defying fate can never come to a good end. No, I must stick close to this kid in front of me. I can't waste the gift fate has given me. Suddenly, he recalled Baisu's words once more. Until you find the path that truly belongs to you, you must not leave this place. To hell with that nonsense of yours. The void profound turtle panted heavily, silently steeling its resolve. White void, today I, Duobao, have found my own path. With unwavering determination in its eyes, The void profound turtle urgently questioned Yeren. Fellow Daoist, our meeting is surely ordained by heaven. To casually ruin this heavenly ordained fate would be to act against providence, a grave disrespect. Don't you agree? Yiran smiled as he gazed at the void mystic turtle and nodded slightly. The void mystic turtle stepped directly through the undulating void ripples and addressed Yiran. From this day forth, fellow Daoist, shall we journey together as companions? Yiran gazed at the void mystic turtle. Conversing with an intelligent turtle was effortless, there wasn't even a need for persuasion. It had already reasoned everything out on its own. Perfect finish. The void tortoise said bluntly, wait for me. I'll leave a message for that old fogey and pack up. By the way, may I ask for your esteemed name, fellow cultivator? Yiran smiled as he looked at the void mystic tortoise. My surname is Yi, with the given name Ran. The void mystic tortoise nodded slightly. Fellow Daoist, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, the void mystic turtle returned to the headmaster's office, picked up the headmaster's crystal ball, apparently recording a message. Old codger, every time this humble Daoist shares legends of ancient times with you, you never care to listen and always complain about our generation gap. Humph. Today, this humble one and Duobao have finally found a kindred spirit. Old man, you said before that if this humble Daoist could find his life's purpose, he could leave. Well, now I've found it. Starting today, this humble Daoist, Master Duobao, will join young friend Yiran in cultivation to restore the glory of the Jie sect. By the way, old man, at least 80% of your collection was gathered by me. We made a deal, if we ever parted ways, half would be mine. So I'll be taking my share now. Goodbye, old man. With that, the void mystic turtle turned off the glowing orb contentedly and placed it on Baisu's desk. Then, the void mystic turtle strode directly toward Baisu's bookshelf, disregarding the void restrictions Baisu had set in place, and swaggered right into the bookshelf. Ripples of void energy shimmered across the bookshelf's surface. The void mystic turtle plunged its entire body directly into another dimension. Within this space, lay nothing but Baisu's treasured collection. Mountains of supreme materials, treasures, and magical artifacts were arrayed. A dazzling sight to behold. The void mystic turtle gazed around its surroundings, as spatial energies began manifesting across its shell. One by one, the turtle shell segments opened like lids. Treasures and materials flew en masse into the hollows of the shell. In an instant, half the collection here vanished. Only then did the void mystic turtle withdraw its divine power. Satisfied, he left the void space. Ripples once again shimmered above the office door. Leisurely, the void mystic turtle emerged. Upon seeing this, Yiran cupped his hands in salute. Has Daoist Duobao already taken care of it? This single sentence from Daoist Duobao perfectly flattered the void profound turtle. He nodded proudly, cupped his hands respectfully. It's done, let's go, fellow Daoist. At this very moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the achievement mission, teaching without discrimination, 1/1. Obtained 1 upgrade opportunity. Please select an upgrade item, limited to attributes and items. Hearing this, Yiran froze for a moment. An unexpected delight. At this very moment, Baisu remained completely unaware of the unexpected events unfolding in his office. Right now, Baisu was gazing at the tranquil, water-like molten furnace before him, lost in deep contemplation. Chapter 84, A World Where Only Baisu Gets Hurt. Baisu stared at the furnace before him. Its once roiling, fiery appearance had completely vanished. The entire room couldn't even muster a trace of scorching heat anymore. The molten flames within the furnace seemed utterly drained of energy, burning silently and quietly. Let alone surging, they couldn't even manage to form the tiniest bubble. Baisu silently raised his hand, instantly conjuring a spatial black hole above the furnace. A refined mithril ingot fell straight out of the black hole, plunging into the furnace. After this mithril ingot dropped into the furnace, unlike usual, it didn't begin glowing red or melting. This time, throwing the mithril ingot into the furnace was like tossing it into mud. It didn't trigger any reaction, just slowly sank downward, not even managing to change color slightly. The intensity of this fire, even less powerful than the ordinary forging next door, such a dramatic change, that Baisu couldn't help but glance again in confusion at the sign by the door. Yes, this is indeed the Grandmaster level forging room. Baisu gazed at the magic circle above the furnace. At this moment, the magic circle appeared nearly exhausted. The light atop the array flickered faintly, like an old man in the twilight of his years who might call it quits at the slightest disturbance. Who in the world did this? Baisu was already depressed enough from being chased by Yiran for mental compensation fees and coming here to hide, only to arrive at this place, and see his treasured transcendent forging workshop, ruined to this extent by someone's mischief. For a moment, Baisu now feels like owning a bicycle he can't bear to use, only to have someone stand up and pedal it recklessly. Fuming with anger, Baisu habitually blew at his beard, with a faint snap of his fingers. Thud! Xian Yaoqian, who had been snoring soundly at the front desk, was instantly teleported into the transcendent forging chamber, landing hard on his backside. Rubbing his sore bottom, Xiang Yaoqian winced in pain. Then, struggling to open his eyes that were squeezed by flesh, he looked around. Enough, stop looking. A cold voice from Bai Su came through. Only then did Xiang Yaoqian notice Bai Su standing beside the furnace. Xiang Yaoqian leaped up in fright, quickly patting down his clothes, then bowed deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle, his whole figure resembling an oversized whistle. PR, Principal, good day. I'm Xiang Yaoqian, staff member of the supplies department. Xiang Yaoqian stuttered through his words, trembling with nervousness. There was simply no avoiding it. Even with Bai Su's famously mild temper, he remained a bona fide nation-level super being. For these ordinary people, they are nothing short of legendary. Standing alongside legends, how could anyone not feel nervous? Bai Su waved his hand dismissively. Skip the introductions. Tell me, who used this forging room recently? Upon hearing these words, Xiang Yaoqian's heart skipped a beat. His features twisted together in distress. This can't be happening. Seeing Xiang Yaoqian remain silent, Bai Su let out a questioning hum, which immediately sent Xiang Yaoqian to his knees in fright. Principal, I was wrong. I privately lent the extraordinary forging workshop to one of our school's instructors and his students. An instructor? Students? Hearing this, Bai Su narrowed his eyes slightly, apparently pondering the names. You know your own school's mentor best. Blacksmiths who can wield the furnace to this extent are all grandmaster-level experts, and they know when to hold back. Except for certain reckless fools. Could it be that Hua one? This doesn't add up. That old codger might be reckless, but he owns up to his mistakes. If something went wrong, he'd definitely be the first to apologize and make amends. Bai Su pondered for quite a while but couldn't recall anyone fitting that description. He slowly began to speak. Do you know the name of the mentor you rented? Xiang Yaoqian looked at Bai Su with a grim expression, ultimately surrendering and spilling everything. That mentor is called Yi Ran. As for the other two students, I didn't register their names. Yi Ran. When Bai Su heard this name, a look of shock finally appeared on his impassive face. You just won't leave me alone, will you? Why do I keep seeing this damn brat everywhere? No freaking way. This kid is only gold rank? How could he wreak such havoc on a furnace of this level? Bai Su couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard he thought. He stared at Xiang Yaoqian. Do you know what exactly they were refining? Xiang Yaoqian frowned and thought for a moment. No, when we came out, I really didn't see anything. Not only was there nothing refined, but one of his students even stole one of our work uniforms. Bai Su observed Xiang Yaoqian's expression and, after confirming that the man wasn't lying, gave somewhat helpless wave of his hand. Go ahead. Xiang Yaoqian felt as if he'd been granted amnesty and hurriedly prepared to scramble to his feet, ready to flee the scene like a fugitive. Go back and report your situation truthfully to the supply department, then accept your punishment yourself. Bai Su's icy voice pierced straight into Xiang Yaoqian's heart. Xiang Yaoqian's expression looked worse than if he had cried, but he still replied respectfully, Yes, Principal. And tell your department head that your supply department's annual evaluation has failed this year. Performance bonuses will be revoked. Alright, Principal. Xiang Yaoqian was truly crying now. The moment he thought about having to deliver this good news to Su Yukai at the supplies office, it felt like falling into an icy cellar. Even standing by the furnace couldn't ward off that piercing chill. After Xiang Yaoqian left, Bai Su looked somewhat helplessly at his beloved furnace. If he wanted to repair it, he'd have to owe that stubborn old man Zhu Duanjin another favor. That bastard Yi Ran had better have a good explanation for himself. Thinking this far, Bai Su couldn't help but massage his temples. No forging could be done today, though it had been so long. That damn kid must have left by now. With a mere thought from Bai Su, he vanished instantly from his spot. Moments later, inside the principal's office, with a loud crash, what sounded like glass objects fell to the ground. In an instant, an overwhelming spatial force rapidly expanded from the principal's office, enveloping the entire campus. The Slaughter Nation-level pressure caused every living being in the school to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Ran, not far away, naturally felt this tremendous surge of spatial power. He, who had been in the midst of selecting system rewards, couldn't help but stumble as well. With some uncertainty, he glanced at the void mystic turtle beside him. Brother Duobao, you didn't do anything to provoke the principal, did you? Duobao rolled his eyes. Don't worry, there's no problem. Everything was agreed upon beforehand. He just can't accept my departure temporarily. He'll be fine soon. Hearing this, Yi Ran nodded slightly with some relief. The older people get, the more sentimental they become indeed. Principal Bai probably needs some time to compose himself. Sure enough, after a moment, the oppressive force of spatial power dissipated. Only then did Yeren open the system's rewards again. Upgrade options. What should be upgraded to maximize the benefits? Yi Ran pondered slightly, then thought of something.